A chipped, faded writing desk, its original color, long, unrecognizable, stood in the room. On it sat a lamp shaped like a Patriot missile. A rare winter sunbeam filtered through the grimy window, casting dappled light onto the face of a teenage boy seated at the desk. His cheeks were flushed. His eyes were fixed, unblinking, on the calendar lying before him. January 1st, 1992. The boy's name was Ye Xiaowen, a name that sounded distinctly feminine. That was because it had originally been chosen for a girl. Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi, his parents, had already had 2 sons and had decided not to have a 3rd child. But the hospital doctor assured them this one was a girl, so they joyfully went ahead with the birth and even prepared the name Ye Xiaowen in advance. To their surprise, the baby turned out to be another boy. And so, stuck with a girlish name, Ye Xiaowen grew up bearing it. Ugh, what bad karma! Ye Xiaowen sighed in exasperation. I've racked my brain. What terrible thing did I do in my past life to deserve being reincarnated like this? Last night, after a drunken blackout, had woken up back in 1992, his high school years. This morning, half asleep and still groggy, had blurted something about finding a wife. His second eldest brother reported him to their parents, claiming he was thinking about girls. Thinking it was all just a dream, Ye Xiaowen plunged his head into a basin of cold water to wake himself up. His parents, convinced he was having a hysterical episode, slapped him hard across both cheeks twice. Only then did he accept the truth. Well, if I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, Ye Xiaowen muttered resignedly. Truth be told, he hadn't wanted to be reborn at all. In his previous life, after decades of hard work and a stroke of incredible luck to build a stable career, married a beautiful and kind-hearted wife, and had a sweet, obedient daughter. By middle age, his life was full, happy family, successful career. Sure, no life is without regrets, but had never regretted anything enough to wish for a second chance. Now reborn, he'd have to start from scratch again. It would be tough. Wait a minute. Had landed right at the golden dawn of China's reform era. With his knowledge of future trends, he could easily surpass his past life without breaking a sweat. 1992, the single best inflection point in China's economic opening up. After Deng Xiaoping's Southern tour speeches that year, policy uncertainty vanished. Private enterprise was officially legitimized. Anyone standing in the right place at this moment could soar. Even a pig could fly in this wind. Of course, you had to stand in the right spot. Positioning was everything. As this thought struck him, Ye Xiaowen's heart raced with excitement. Since rebirth was now his reality, willing or not, seize this chance and build a life even better than before. I'm going to make a little money. He stopped short of saying become the richest man in China. Even as a time traveler, he knew this era produced legendary figures. The tycoon who traded canned goods for airplanes, the visionary who dreamed of blasting open the Himalayas to redirect monsoon winds and transform northwest China. Lao San, come up with lunch. His mother Jiang Guizhi's voice cut through his thoughts from outside. Coming. Ye Xiaowen called back, rising and stepping out of his room. The Ye family lived in Pingcheng County, a small town in Hedong Province. Both his parents worked at the county's only factory, the local glassworks. Growing up, the Ye household had been relatively comfortable. In a tiny county like this, dual-income state factory workers enjoyed a decent standard of living. But Ye Xiaowen remembered, by the end of 1992, his mother would be laid off. By 1993, his father would lose his job too. They'd open a small noodle shop, afterward barely scraping by, a sharp fall from their earlier stability. Come on, Lao San, his father Ye Guoping said gently, perhaps feeling guilty about the morning slaps. Help Dad roll out the dough. Your mom's making dumplings for lunch. What filling? Ye Xiaowen asked casually as he washed his hands. Pork and celery, Jiang Guizhi chimed in cheerfully. That was the perk of being state factory workers. Even on New Year's Day, they could afford meat-filled dumplings. For most families, eating meat dumplings once a year during Spring Festival was already a luxury. The deep blue work uniforms, snow-white sweat towels, and heavy-duty gloves, those who hadn't lived through this era could never grasp how proud and dignified state factory workers felt back then. Nearby, his second eldest brother Ye Xiaowen tended the stove fire, occasionally glancing at his younger sibling, the one who'd gone crazy that morning. Clearly, their father had ordered everyone not to mention it. Though curious, Shanghai didn't dare ask. After a satisfying lunch of celery and pork dumplings, Ye Xiaowen returned to his room and lay on the bed, pondering his next move. 1992 was later hailed as a golden age, streets paved with gold. But knowing how to pick it up was another matter entirely. Real estate? Too early. The internet? Not yet born. Neither was accessible to a penniless high schooler. The health supplement boom was heating up. Low entry barrier, mostly marketing-driven. All you needed was a simple formula even sugar water would do. But even that required startup capital. At the core of it all, he needed seed money, a substantial amount before anything else was possible. Then it hit him. His eyes lit up. The 1992 Shanghai Fortune Notebook. Yes, that legendary opportunity that minted countless millionaires overnight. An opportunity that would later make generations of Shanghainese weep with regret for missing it. The Fortune Notebook was actually the Shanghai stock subscription warrant. Due to overwhelming demand for shares, officials devised this system which would shape China's stock market for years. In 1992, when Shanghai first issued these warrants, most people had no idea what they were. That ignorance created massive wealth for those who acted. In his past life, Ye Xiaowen had missed it like so many golden chances. But afterward, had studied them obsessively. He recalled, the warrants were sold between January 19th and February 1st, 1992, requiring an ID to purchase. A full set of 100 sequential warrants cost 3,000, and each warrant worth 30. But returns? 500,000 to 1 million yuan per set. At minimum, a 1,000x return. The more he thought about it, the more electrified he became. He leapt out of bed and scribbled on a notepad. Shanghai, stock subscription warrant sale dates. Fortune Notebook. If he could buy just a few sets, he'd be a millionaire overnight. Back then, the media still celebrated 10,000 yuan households as symbols of prosperity. But after the Fortune Notebook frenzy, that term would vanish almost overnight. Excitement soon gave way to cold reality. 30 per warrant, 3,000 for a full set. In an era when average monthly wages were barely over 100, 3,000 was a fortune. The Ye family, though relatively stable, had 3 children in school and constant expenses. They couldn't possibly spare that kind of cash, and even if they could, they'd never let him gamble it on something as obscure as stock warrants. And worse if this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime, nearly risk-free windfall, how could he settle for just one set? Opportunities to get rich were many, but chances to pick up money like this practically free were vanishingly rare. Miss it once, and it was gone forever. Chapter 2. The Dance Hall. So he was back to square one, startup capital. Though now, the target had shrunk significantly from millions to just 3,000,010,000. Lao San, let's go out. Ye Xiaowen burst into the room, calling for his younger brother. No thanks, Ye Xiaowen shook his head. His second eldest brother was notoriously unreliable, always getting into trouble and framing him for it. Thanks to Shanghai, Ye Xiaowen had endured countless beatings from their father's belt. A true little brother sabotaging demon. In his past life, his childhood dream had been to legally disown Shanghai as a brother. Sadly, it never happened. Shanghai leaned in conspiratorially. Still mad at second brother? Come on, it'll take you somewhere real good today. You were dreaming about girls this morning, right? Let big bro show you the world. Holy crap. Ye Xiaowen stared at his brother in disbelief. You haven't even hit puberty yet and you're already chasing women? All right, let's go. Ye Xiaowen stood up. I can't let this delinquent ruin his life. I've got to keep an eye on him. Ma, I'm taking Lao San out to meet some classmates. Shanghai shouted as they passed through the outer room. Be back early, Jiang Guizhi replied. Outside the courtyard, a tall, lanky boy leaning against the wall hurried over as soon as he saw Shanghai. Director, why do you bring your little brother? Ye Xiaowen glanced at the boy Zhang Weiming, Shanghai's loyal sidekick. Zhang called Shanghai director because Shanghai's childhood dream was to become a Kuomintang officer. Him giving Lao San some real-world education. No big deal. Shanghai turned to Ye Xiaowen. Remember, keep this secret. Don't be a traitor. Ye Xiaowen nodded and followed. As they walked down the alley, memories slowly aligned with reality. That's old Jiang's house. His daughter was my classmate. Pretty girl. That's Uncle Wang's place. His eldest son worked at the Urban Management Bureau. Later, the whole neighborhood will be demolished in the old city redevelopment. Nostalgia washed over him, every brick soaked in memory. They finally stopped in front of a neon-lit sign, Tianweishan Dance Hall. What a dance hall? Ye Xiaowen was stunned. Pingcheng County already had dance halls in 92. In college, his professors had warned students, don't go to the 4 halls during break. Dance halls were one of them, others being billiard halls, video parlors, and arcades. Video parlors? Magical, mysterious, and unforgettable. Arcades? Filled with Street Fighter and the King of Fighters, but machines were always occupied, usually by kids you had to wrestle for a turn. Hey, you two made it. WHYD, you bring the class monitor. A crisp female voice interrupted his thoughts. 3 girls approached. The leader was tall, fair-skinned, with delicate features and a sleek black ponytail swaying behind her. Compared to her, the other two paled, one with a boyish crop, the other in twin braids. "I'm showing Laos and the world," Shanghai declared proudly. Class monitor referred to Ye Xiaowen. Though Shanghai was a year older, had repeated a grade, due to poor grade SO, they were now in the same senior class. The brothers were polar opposites. Ye Xiaowen was studious, well-behaved, and class monitor Shanghai was the class clown. "Oh, Ye Xiaowen, don't corrupt our precious monitor or you'll get another beating at home," the girl teased, then turned to Ye Xiaowen with a playful smile. "Monitor, why are you staring at me like that? Don't recognize me? Or are you shy?" Ye Xiaowen gave a bashful smile. Truth was, he couldn't recall ever noticing such a pretty classmate. It had been decades, and back then, had eyes only for textbooks. "Lu Sahan, stop teasing my brother," Shanghai cut in. "Where'd you guys get here?" "We've been waiting nearby," said the round-faced girl with the cropped hair. "We didn't dare go in alone." These days, dance halls in the other three halls were chaotic. Teen gangs imitating Hong Kong, triads brawled regularly. The three girls were among the bad students, not top performers, known for mischief. After Shanghai bragged about the dance hall before winter break, their curiosity got the better of them. "All right, let's go in." Shanghai grinned slyly. "I heard there's a lights-out dance tonight." He grabbed Ye Xiaowen's arm and pushed through the door. Inside, the lighting was dim. Posters of Teresa Tung and the four heavenly kings of Hong Kong adorned the walls. Private booth, 20 includes tea and sunflower seeds. General admission, 2 per person, a server announced immediately. "Give us 6 general tickets," Shanghai declared grandly, pulling a wad of cash from his pocket. He counted out 12 and handed it over, then slung an arm around Ye Xiaowen's shoulders. "Don't worry, second brother's using your saved-up New Year's money. He'll pay you back when I'm rich." "What the hell?" Ye Xiaowen seethed inwardly. "So that's why you're being nice today, you're spending my money to treat me." In those days, saving 12 in New Year's red envelopes took serious discipline. In his past life, had once cried for weeks when the money in his little tin box mysteriously vanished. Now he knew his unreliable brother had stolen it. "Sigh, this guy's scammed me more times than I can count. He probably doesn't even remember this 12. True to form, Shanghai immediately abandoned him, turning to chat up the round-faced girl. "They'll take a private booth," Lu Sahan said calmly, pulling out another 8 and handing it to the server. "This way, please." The server led them to a booth. The dance floor was already lively, men dancing with men, women with women. A few daring couples swayed close together. In this era, seeing a man and woman embrace while dancing was as scandalous as watching an adult film, and he couldn't even look directly. After delivering a plate of sunflower seeds and a pot of tea, the server left them alone. Shanghai poured tea for everyone. "Lao San, watch and learn. Later, second brother will teach you to dance." Then he turned back to the round-faced girl. "Lu Yuan, want to dance with me? I'm actually really good." "Sure, but you've got to teach me. I've never danced before." Girls brave enough to come here needed both curiosity and courage. "No problem. In 3 days, you'll be the queen of this dance hall." Shanghai pounded his chest confidently. Seeing Lu Yuan agree, Zhang Weiming quickly struck up a conversation with the girl in braids. Chapter 3. I fear someone will take advantage of you. As the music concluded and the lights dimmed once more, Ye Xiaowen and the round-faced girl, along with Zhang Weiming and the girl with braids, stepped onto the dance floor. Ye Xiaowen reclined lazily, nearly burying herself within the booth, cracking sunflower seeds and sipping tea while squinting at the center of the dance floor. The innocence of people in this era is truly remarkable. The way men and women dance shyly, blushing and hardly daring to glance at one another, evokes the impression that, while they are indeed dancing, onlookers might mistakenly believe they are engaged in a clandestine affair. The year 1992 marked the dawn of reform and opening up, heralding economic growth for our nation. However, this rapid economic development and swift accumulation of wealth have also shaken the foundations of people's traditional beliefs. The saying "those who deal in missiles are not as prosperous as those selling tea eggs" originated during the initial wave of entrepreneurship in the summer of 1984. Amidst the fervor of Hainan, 8 years have passed since then, and this final wave of entrepreneurship is both the largest and most expansive yet. In its wake, what was once a proud, dignified worker in state-owned enterprises, admired by many, has become a laid-off laborer struggling to make ends meet. Conversely, those once looked down upon and deemed disgraceful individual entrepreneurs have transformed into 10,000 yuan households and millionaires, adorned with mobile phones, carrying bags, donning gold chains, and cruising in luxury cars, often accompanied by youthful companions. This era has gradually become fragmented, and the saying "laugh at the poor, not at the courtesan" has gained widespread acceptance. A focus on wealth and the pursuit of substantial profit have become the guiding principles of life. As the tide of the era advances and the wheels of history roll on, each individual finds themselves swept along, unable to escape. Lu Sihan felt as though she was rediscovering Ye Xiaowen, the class monitor. In class, he was perceived as a bookworm by underperforming students, a model pupil by teachers, a well-behaved child by parents, and the envy of neighbors. She had anticipated that in such a setting, he would be flushed with embarrassment, constrained and silent. To her surprise, he appeared remarkably relaxed and nonchalant, thoroughly engrossed in observing the dance, an activity that many would deem risque. Lu Sihan leaned closer to Ye Xiaowen, who sensed her movement and turned to glance at her, appraising her with a dispassionate gaze. A light chuckle escaped him before his attention returned to the dance floor. When Ye Xiaowen's eyes fell upon her, Lu Sihan felt a disquieting sensation, not akin to the timid curiosity of a young boy peeking at something forbidden, but rather an aggressive scrutiny that made her feel as though she were laid bare before him. His gaze was unabashedly thorough, not fixated on her face, but sweeping from top to bottom. That light laugh further stung Lu Sihan. As an underperforming student, she felt belittled by this well-behaved classmate in such a setting. Contemplating this, she leaned closer to Ye Xiaowen's ear and whispered softly, "Class monitor, shall we dance as well?" Ye Xiaowen swiftly turned around, and Lu Sihan was momentarily stunned, for their lips had met. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ye Xiaowen's face before he quickly distanced himself. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror, as if Lu Sihan had taken advantage of him. I forget it. Weren't you about to dance? Let's go." Lu Sihan, regaining her composure, glared at Ye Xiaowen. Was that intentional? Though it appeared the earlier incident was accidental, Lu Sihan couldn't shake the feeling that Ye Xiaowen had acted deliberately, especially given the warmth that had brushed against her lips. "What do you mean intentional? What are you talking about? Are we dancing or not?" Ye Xiaowen replied, impatience evident in his tone, as he had perhaps overexerted himself in the earlier performance. "Let's dance," Lu Sihan muttered through clenched teeth, standing up and following Ye Xiaowen into the dance floor. Ye Xiaowen placed his hand respectfully on Lu Sihan's waist, causing her cheeks to flush and her body to tense, though she soon relaxed. The two embraced and began to sway slowly. Although Ye Xiaowen was no adept dancer, he merely held the girl close, moving gently to the rhythm alongside others. Lu Sihan fixed her gaze upon Ye Xiaowen, asserting, "Whether you admit it or not, that was definitely intentional. Don't say nonsensical things. It was you who suddenly leaned in to whisper in my ear. I was startled." Ye Xiaowen retorted vehemently, denying her accusation. Just then, the already dim lights in the dance hall went completely dark. The main event, the blackout dance party, had commenced. Lu Sihan, taken aback, seemed to have an epiphany. She leaned closer into Ye Xiaowen's embrace, and he, without hesitation, wrapped her in his arms. Lu Sihan squirmed momentarily, but then stilled, feeling a touch of fear in the darkness. "Don't move, please," she uttered, her voice trembling as unfamiliar female voices and vague, suggestive laughter from men filled the air. In that moment, Ye Xiaowen felt no need to act. Lu Sihan instinctively nestled deeper into his embrace, the warmth and softness of her form against him making him inhale greedily. He held her tightly, gradually moving his feet to dance. His hands slid downwards, causing Lu Sihan to gasp. "What are you doing? I'm worried someone might take advantage of you in this pitch darkness. I must protect you," Ye Xiaowen whispered softly. Lu Sihan, sensing his hands resting on her hips without further movement, relaxed, though her face remained crimson. Suddenly, the door of the dance hall was forcefully pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes wielding a kitchen knife. "You dare to seduce my wife? I'll kill you," he shouted, charging towards the couple dancing in the center of the floor. Panic erupted in the dance hall, screams and curses filling the air. "Let us get out of here," Ye Xiaowen urged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Not only could he be caught in the ensuing chaos, but the arrival of the police would also spell trouble. If old Ye found out he had been at a dance hall, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him. Having narrowly escaped the calamity, "I estimate it will take me a month before I can rise from my bed. A month of confinement means I will inevitably miss the opportunity to obtain an affluent certificate in the metropolis. Ah, where are Lu Yuan and your brother?" Lu Sihan was being dragged by Ye Xiaowen towards the entrance. In the midst of the chaos, she was still able to recall others. "Do not worry. My second brother is quite clever," Ye Xiaowen replied. Together, they squeezed through and fled outside. Chapter 4. I went to a classmate's house to do homework. The dance party was thus ruined, yet Ye Xiaowen felt no sense of loss. They ran breathlessly to a safe location before stopping to catch their breath, taking a long while to regain composure. Then, they made their way home. Throughout my life, following my second brother Ye Xiaowen, I have never experienced fortune. I never anticipated being so severely deceived on the very first day of my rebirth. Not only did he take away my hard-earned pocket money, but I also found myself embroiled in such a predicament. Suddenly, Ye Xiaowen halted, turning to Lu Sahan behind her. I am going home. Why are you following me? What? You are going home? We aren't going to look for your second brother? Lu Sahan was bewildered. They had just escaped, and she had not located the others yet. Yet Ye Xiaowen was intent on returning home without a word. Ye Xiaowen, with an air of impatience, waved her hand dismissively. If you wish to search, then do so. I am going home. Do not follow me, and do not mention today's events. Having spoken, Ye Xiaowen turned and walked away, not casting another glance at Lu Sahan. Why are you being so harsh? Tears welled up in Lu Sahan's eyes. Her heart was a tumult, filled with thoughts of betrayal akin to the protagonists in Xiong Yao's novels. Lu Sahan was well liked both in class and throughout the school. Had it not been for her poor academic performance and her association with some unruly students, she would likely have garnered even more affection. Thus, her disposition remained quite positive. Earlier, in the dance hall, Ye Xiaowen had taken advantage of her. In her view, he must have harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he have acted so? Although the term simp was not yet in vogue, she harbored the hope that Ye Xiaowen would eventually become her devoted admirer. However, she had not anticipated that upon exiting the dance hall, Ye Xiaowen would completely disregard her, donning a demeanor of impatience and severity. Enough, stop crying. Ye Xiaowen turned back helplessly, speaking with irritation. Lu Sahan was startled into silence. Listen to me now, hurry home. And do not utter a word about today's events once you are there, Ye Xiaowen instructed. Lu Sahan, gazing at Ye Xiaowen's fierce expression, nodded in compliance. All right, let us go. Ye Xiaowen waved her hand and, without lingering, made her way home. Lu Sahan watched as Ye Xiaowen truly left her behind, vanishing into the cold winds. And with reddened eyes, she trudged homeward. Upon arriving home, Ye Xiaowen found that Ye Xiaohai had not yet returned. Jiang Guizhi peeked out from the room and inquired, Little third, where is your second brother? I do not know. After we left, he wanted to take me to meet his dubious friends, and I refused. So we parted ways. I went to my classmate Shen Jinhao's house to study for a while before returning, Ye Xiaowen replied. Rubbing her slightly reddened hands by the stove, her head bowed. That second one is utterly unreasonable. Jiang Guizhi murmured softly, and then settled down beside Ye Xiaowen, taking her hand into her own. As she warmed Ye Xiaowen's hands, she advised, when returning home in winter with frozen hands, do not place them directly on the stove, as it may harm them. Understood, Mom. What about Dad? Ye Xiaowen replied obediently. He has gone out. He hardly stays at home, and on the rare occasion he has a day off, he cannot help with any household chores and instead chooses to visit others. Jiang Guizhi began to lament about Ye Guoping's shortcomings. Ye Xiaowen listened quietly, occasionally nodding, reflecting on the adage that one wishes to care for their parents but finds them gone. In the future, he would be far from his parents, spending no more than 2 days at home throughout the year. Now, having returned to life, he found a peculiar enjoyment in this moment. Before long, Ye Xiaohai rushed in, panic evident on his face. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen, his expression visibly relaxed. Where have you been? Jiang Guizhi asked, her brow furrowing as she regarded Ye Xiaohai. Among our 3 children, the second is the most troublesome. From childhood to now, he has struggled with his studies, often wandering outside and causing countless troubles, leaving us to clean up after him. I didn't go anywhere, just playing outside for a bit, Ye Xiaohai replied, carefully observing his mother's expression while discreetly checking if the youngest brother was present, hoping he had not reported him. Fortunately, Jiang Guizhi's expression remained unchanged, and she cautioned him again not to loiter outside before allowing the brothers to return to their room. Ye Xiaohai pulled Ye Xiaowen back into their room. Oldest brother, I thought you were caught. After I ran out, I stayed hidden close by, watching. I didn't see you and Lu Sahan come out, so when the police arrived, I hurried away, dropped Lu Yuan and the others off at home, and then returned. How did you come out? Don't tell Mom and Dad about today, he whispered as he closed the door behind them. What are you talking about? What do you mean came out? When we left, we parted ways. I went to a classmate's house to do homework. I don't know where you went, Ye Xiaowen replied, perplexed, thinking to himself that he had left earlier, simply choosing not to wait for his brother. What? Ye Xiaohai paused, then quickly realized, sizing up Ye Xiaowen with newfound admiration. Well done, third brother, you've gotten clever. Ye Xiaowen ignored him and climbed onto his bed to rest. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Guizhi awakened the 2 of them. After a quick bite of cornmeal pancake and pickles, she sent them off to school. Pingqing's first high school was the only high school in the county, with a few vocational schools in the vicinity. Clad in thick cotton clothing and carrying a military green backpack, the brothers braved the cold wind on their way to school. Throughout their journey, Ye Xiaowen chattered incessantly, while Ye Xiaowen remained preoccupied, pondering where he might procure the funds for purchasing stock subscription certificates. The Ye residence was not far from the school, a walk of roughly 20 minutes, yet by the time they arrived, Ye Xiaowen had not devised a solution. Upon entering the school, Ye Xiaowen deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind Ye Xiaohai. He vaguely remembered being a student in class 108. Yet the precise location of his classroom eluded him. The teaching building was a modest 3-story edifice. Upon arriving at the entrance of class 108, Ye Xiaowen finally matched the scene with his memories. However, another question lingered. Where was his seat? Second brother, could you please place my backpack on my seat? I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom, Ye Xiaowen implored, grasping Ye Xiaohai, who was about to step into the classroom. He thrust his backpack into Ye Xiaohai's hands and turned to leave, hearing his brother's voice behind him. Hurry up, class is starting. Peering through the back window of the classroom, Ye Xiaowen observed Ye Xiaohai positioning his backpack in the middle of the second row. After waiting a moment longer, he finally entered the classroom. Chapter 5. Unity Xiaoyi, didn't you promise to come find me yesterday to do homework? Why didn't you show up? As soon as he sat down, a girl from his desk inquired. Jiang Xin, Ye Xiaowen's neighbor and desk mate, was actually his childhood companion. Though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a unique charm and innocence coupled with strong academic performance. Many boys in the class admired her, some boldly pursued her, while others, more timid, subtly sought her attention under the guise of academic queries. In his previous life, Ye Xiaowen had harbored feelings for this childhood companion and had even penned a love poem for her, though Jiang Xin had never reciprocated. He buried those feelings deep within, nurturing them for 3 years until one day he spotted Jiang Xin with a boy from a neighboring class outside of school. This sighting caused him prolonged heartache, which he only gradually moved past in college. Eventually, during festive occasions, they exchanged mere pleasantries. If one were to write a book about Jiang Xin, it would be titled The Girls We Pursued Together in Those Years. I forgot. I went to find Shinjin how to do homework. Ye Xiaowen replied casually while packing his bag, dismissing the promise made decades ago. A boy from the front desk turned around and remarked, "You didn't seek me out yesterday." Ye Xiaowen paused, taken aback. What the hell, with that full face of acne, it really is him, Shinjin Hao. They had a good rapport in high school, but after entering university, they drifted apart, and their friendship faded. Is that so? Think carefully, perhaps you've simply forgotten. Ye Xiaowen blinked. Ha, do I need to think about it? I'm not foolish enough to forget yesterday's events. It certainly didn't happen. Why are you winking? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Shinjin Hao laughed heartily. Ye Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. It was not his eyesight that was flawed, but rather Shinjin Hao's intellect. Yet before Ye Xiaowen could retort, the ringing of the class bell echoed through the air. The teacher walked in, and to be honest, after several decades, Ye Xiaowen could recall very few details from his high school days. The teacher who entered was just a faint silhouette in his memory. The first class was mathematics. And while the teacher spoke passionately at the podium, Ye Xiaowen found himself utterly perplexed. Though in a past life I was among the fortunate few who gained admission to a prestigious institution, time has elapsed, and the knowledge acquired has long since been relinquished to my teachers. Now, the high school curriculum seems exceedingly challenging. Ye Xiaowen fixated on the back of Shun Jinhao's seat, lost in thought, when suddenly a notion struck her, Shun Jinhao's uncle. It appeared that Shun Jinlong held the position of deputy director at the credit union in Pingqing County. At this juncture, the domestic banking sector was rife with chaos, as various cities operated their own credit unions, burdened with an overwhelming number of bad debts, prompting the state to later reform the system and close 98 of these institutions. I recall a period when credit union agents would visit homes to extend loans without requiring collateral, as long as one dared to borrow and had a guarantor. The funds would be granted. It was astonishingly easy, leading many audacious young individuals to secure loans in this manner. Naturally, some ventured into business only to incur debts they could not repay, either never intending to settle their dues or neglecting their obligations altogether. In my previous life, I had heard tales of credit union leaders gambling. Winning meant filling out deposit slips, while losing resulted in loan applications. The credit union was akin to a private treasure trove, one that could seemingly never be depleted. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, it underscores the disarray prevalent in local credit unions during that era. Thus, Ye Xiaowen pondered the source of funds for her stock subscription. Finally, the class concluded, and Ye Xiaowen nudged Shinjin Hao. "Hey, is your uncle home today?" she inquired. "Why?" Shen Jinhao turned back, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just need to speak with your uncle. How about we visit him after school? Ye Xiaowen smiled. What's so fun at my uncle's place? I'd rather go to the arcade, Shen Jinhao replied. No, really, I need to talk to your uncle, Ye Xiaowen reiterated. I've told you, there's nothing enjoyable at my uncle's. I want to go to the arcade, Shen Jinhao insisted, repeating himself. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, staring blankly at him, thinking how stubborn he was. Fine, I'll accompany you. But I have no money, so I wouldn't be able to play anyway, Shen Jinhao lamented. Well, I'll remember this. I'll treat you, and you can just play. Ye Xiaowen said nonchalantly. Really? If that's the case, after we finish playing, I'll take you to my uncle's, Shen Jinhao chuckled. Sounds good. Ye Xiaowen replied as she rose and approached Ye Xiaohai. Hey, do you have any money? I need to borrow some, she said. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Ye Xiaohai remarked nonchalantly. I genuinely have none. If I had money, I'd be living it up, not relying on your New Year's money, he replied. Consider this a loan. Ye Xiaowen said through gritted teeth, exasperated with the situation. All right, fine, here's 50 cents, but remember to pay me back. Ye Xiaohai slowly extracted the coin from his pocket. What? Ye Xiaowen extended her hand to rummage through his pockets. I really have nothing left, he insisted, allowing her to search. Do you really want this 50 cents? Ye Xiaohai asked cautiously. 3 days. Return my money in 3 days, or I will tell my parents that you stole from me, Ye Xiaowen declared fiercely. Shen Jinhao, though not particularly tall, was filled with malice. He had taken her to his uncle's house and insisted on inviting her to the arcade, yet he himself had no money. Where was she to acquire funds? Her red envelope money had been pilfered by her second brother. Truly, a penny was as elusive as a hero in dire straits. Furrowing her brow in distress, Ye Xiaowen prepared to return to her seat. Just then, a melodic voice rang out. Class monitor, are you short on cash? Speak to me. I have some to lend. Turning around, Ye Xiaowen saw Lu Sahan winking at her, pulling out a small red leather wallet from her pocket. As if to prove her financial capacity, Lu Sahan slightly opened the wallet, revealing several large denominations before promptly closing it again. Although Ye Xiaowen had not gotten a good look, she was certain there was more than one bill. The 10-yuan note was the highest denomination of the third series of the renminbi, which, despite the issuance of the fourth series, had yet to be withdrawn from circulation. Ye Xiaowen had a vivid memory of that 10-yuan note, reminiscent of her childhood when it had always eluded her grasp. Thank you then, Sahan, Ye Xiaowen said with a cheerful smile, reaching for the wallet. However, Lu Sahan swiftly withdrew it. Ye Xiaowen's mood soured instantly. What do you mean by that? Come with me, Lu Sahan replied, glancing around at their classmates before striding towards the classroom exit. Ye Xiaowen hurried to keep up. At the end of the corridor, Lu Sahan halted, turning to face Ye Xiaowen. She produced a 10-yuan note, pinching it between her fingers, and asked, will you admit you were wrong yesterday? One may be killed but not insulted. If you wish to borrow, then borrow. But to offer me 10 yuan as an insult to a reincarnated soul is too much. Lu Sahan retorted. I was wrong, Ye Xiaowen replied succinctly, swiftly snatching the bill from Lu Sahan's grasp. Lu Sahan was momentarily taken aback. Her intent had been to exact revenge for Ye Xiaowen's earlier transgressions, for having taken advantage of her and then discarding her like refuse. Yet, she had not anticipated Ye Xiaowen's swift admission of guilt, which had stripped away the dramatic tension she had envisioned. One side holding money, the other dignity, embroiled in a struggle before yielding to the inevitable. The rapidity of Ye Xiaowen's capitulation robbed Lu Sahan of her anticipated satisfaction. As Ye Xiaowen prepared to depart, Lu Sahan produced another 10-yuan note. What did you admit to being wrong about? Specify where my error lies. Ye Xiaowen, reaching into her own pocket, produced another 10-yuan note. At last, she had enough for Shen Jinhao to play games. 20 yuan would suffice for a week's worth of arcade entertainment. One more, Lu Sahan insisted, unwilling to relent. As she revealed the last 10-yuan note from her wallet, Ye Xiaowen halted in her tracks and turned to Lu Sahan, speaking earnestly, my dear lady. Might I implore you to refrain from degrading an aspiring and diligent high school student leader with filthy lucre? With a flourish, Ye Xiaowen departed, leaving Lu Sahan standing in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Wasn't I intending to use money to insult and take revenge on Ye Xiaowen? Why do I feel as if I am the one being avenged? Moreover, I have foolishly lost 20 yuan. It makes me want to weep. In the following 3 classes, Lu Sahan glared fiercely at Ye Xiaowen's back. Had her gaze possessed the power to kill, Ye Xiaowen would have been left in tatters. At noon, during lunch break, most students consumed the meals they had brought from home that morning. Although winter had brought a chill, Ye Xiaowen had already taken advantage of her position as class monitor to heat her food on the stove. Naturally, With so many students in a single classroom, not everyone could manage to do so. Some opted to dine in the canteen. The canteen primarily catered to boarders, while day students typically brought their meals from home and seldom ventured to eat there. As the day progressed, Ye Xiaowen's mind was preoccupied, rendering her incapable of focusing on the lessons. Finally, when the school day concluded, Ye Xiaowen slung her backpack over her shoulder. Second brother. Just tell them I went to Shen Jinhao's house to do my homework. No way. You are definitely not going there to study. You must tell second brother what you are truly up to. Did Lu Sahan lend you money? Lu Xiaohai chimed in. How about you repay me today? You can do your homework well at Shen Jinhao's, and I will inform our parents. Lu Xiaohai waved his hand and nonchalantly left the classroom. Xiaoyi, are you really inviting me to the arcade? Shen Jinhao inquired, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Indeed, just lead the way. I have never been before. Ye Xiaowen nodded. Then we must hurry. If we arrive late, there might be no machines left. Shen Jinhao's excitement was palpable. The dilapidated building bore a sign proclaiming it as the glorious arcade, yet it housed merely a dozen machines. Shen Jinhao was taken aback to see the arcade packed with patrons. Xiaoyi, what should we do? Ye Xiaowen clenched her teeth, resolute, for the sake of my loan. For my stock subscription. No worries, I will handle this, she replied, moving behind a young student. Hey, are you really that foolish? Can you even play? Come on, Housie. Show him how it's done, Ye Xiaowen shouted, seizing the joystick from the young boy. Come on, Housie, don't just stand there. Ye Xiaowen pulled Shen Jinhao and seated him before the machine. And then, there was no turning back. Shen Jinhao, that rascal, had commandeered the machine from the young student. And Ye Xiaowen cursed under her breath. I merely wanted you to demonstrate, not to monopolize the machine. The young boy looked at Ye Xiaowen and then at Shen Jinhao. Feeling aggrieved yet too timid to voice his complaint, tears brimming in his eyes. After more than an hour, Shen Jinhao had thoroughly enjoyed himself, and Ye Xiaowen, not entirely unreasonable, handed the remaining tokens to the young student. Let us go to your uncle's house, Ye Xiaowen suggested. Sure, no problem. I had such a splendid time. How about it, Xiaoya? Shall we come back tomorrow? Shen Jinhao inquired tentatively. All right, Ye Xiaowen nodded. Shen Jinhao's uncle resided a bit far from the school, and by the time they arrived, the night had fully descended. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A middle-aged woman opened the door. It's me, Housie, Shen Jinhao replied. Housie, what brings you here? Come in, the woman exclaimed. Come, see Nini. Auntie, this is my classmate. His parents are busy and not home, Shen Jinhao explained. Welcome, welcome. Annie, I am Ye Xiaowen, Housie's classmate. Ye Xiaowen introduced himself earnestly once more. A little girl scampered over and affectionately called Shen Jinhao brother. Ye Xiaowen reached into his backpack and pulled out a New Year's card that he had purchased for 80 cents from a stationery store before coming. During their journey, he had learned from Shen Jinhao that his uncle only had this one precious daughter. The little girl accepted the card with a sweet thank you. Auntie, where is my uncle? Shen Jinhao asked. Don't you know? He is still at work, socializing. No one knows when he'll return, the woman replied with a smile. He is the deputy director of the credit union, like a god of wealth. He's certainly one tea lack for food and drink. Ye Xiaowen's heart sank. Sure enough, after waiting for an hour, Shen Jinhao's uncle still hadn't come home. Ye Xiaowen exchanged a glance with Shen Jinhao, and they both stood up to take their leave. Not meeting him for the first time did not dishearten Ye Xiaowen. After all, unexpected events are part of life. They could simply return tomorrow. Chapter 7, Loan, Part 1. The following day, Ye Xiaowen once again skipped evening self-study and accompanied Shen Jinhao to the arcade. Afterward, they headed to Shen Jinhao's uncle's house. There was little difference from the previous day, the only distinction being that this time they went to the arcade without Ye Xiaowen needing to demonstrate. Shen Jinhao, that rascal, directly targeted a seemingly easy-to-bully elementary student and monopolized their game machine. Moreover, as they were leaving, Ye Xiaowen gave the young student some tokens, to which Shen Jinhao complained. Why are you giving him tokens? There's no need, save them for tomorrow. That scoundrel. Not only did he take the elementary student's machine, but he also aimed to seize their tokens. Was it easy for the child to save up some pocket money? Fortunately for Ye Xiaowen, Shen Jinhao's uncle was home this time. His uncle, Shen Baolong, was a middle-aged man who had become somewhat portly and was slightly balding. At this time, gaining weight was no easy feat. Most people were struggling to make ends meet. Those who could afford to gain weight were either bosses, leaders, or cooks. Shen Baolong had no sons, only a daughter, and he was quite fond of Shen Jinhao, the eldest grandson of the Shen family. He immediately brought out some oranges to treat the two. Uncle Shen, I have a favor to ask, Ye Xiaowen said as he fed the peeled orange segments to Nini. What is it, child? Speak up, Shen Baolong replied casually. Ye Xiaowen glanced at the others in the living room, hesitating to speak. Shen Baolong gazed at Ye Xiaowen, who presented himself with an air of maturity beyond his years, and chuckled softly. This lad seems rather shy about his intentions. Come, follow me to the study. Shen Jinhao took the little girl Nini from Ye Xiaowen's arms, unfazed by the situation. He was well aware that Ye Xiaowen had business with his uncle and felt no curiosity regarding the particulars. As he cradled his little cousin, he contemplated what device he might seize the following day, pondering whether he could challenge a middle schooler for a desirable gadget, given that elementary students lack the prowess to claim one for themselves. Meanwhile, Aunt Air experienced a moment of realization. It made sense now why Shen Jinhao had brought this boy over for 2 consecutive days. It appeared he sought assistance from her husband. She was no stranger to individuals seeking her husband's help, as it happened frequently, but a high school student asking for such assistance was indeed surprising to her. Please, sit down. Can we now discuss the matter at hand? Shen Baolong inquired. Uncle Shen, I wish to apply for a loan, Ye Xiaowen stated plainly. Haha. How much do you wish to borrow? Shen Baolong responded with a smile, not taking Ye Xiaowen's words seriously, assuming the boy was merely short on pocket money. 30,000. Or perhaps 50. I wouldn't mind 100 or 80, Ye Xiaowen replied. My dear child, do you comprehend the worth of 10,000 yuan? Shen Baolong chuckled, then shifted his tone. Well, you are quite the character. It seems you are out of pocket money. Let me lend you some. I will give you and Hausie a bit. As he spoke, he reached for his wallet, intending to offer Ye Xiaowen 50 yuan. However, Ye Xiaowen remained unmoved by the 50 yuan resting on the table. Instead, he retrieved a newspaper from his backpack. Uncle Shen, look at this news article, he said, pointing to a headline regarding the stock issuance in Magic City, which was preparing to implement subscription certificates, and pushed the newspaper towards him. Shen Baolong took the newspaper and began to read. Having completed high school, he was literate. Yet, he had never engaged with the concept of stocks. What does this mean? He muttered, somewhat perplexed after skimming the article. You are aware of the stock market in Magic City, right? There were originally only 8 company stocks, often referred to as the old 8 stocks, and the market has been characterized by a supply-demand imbalance. Last month, on December 8, 1991, Pudong Dajong stocks were issued. But queues had formed as early as the night of December 7 for purchasing, Ye Xiaowen explained, simultaneously pulling out another newspaper from his bag. This paper featured a report and photographs depicting the crowd queuing at Hongkou Stadium during the stock issuance on December 8. The issuance, originally scheduled to commence at 8 a.m., was concluded before dawn due to the overwhelming crowd, which posed a concern about the situation worsening as daylight approached. Ye Xiaowen paused momentarily, allowing Shen Baolong to absorb the information. He knew he ought to keep the matter of the subscription certificates under wraps, but several tens of thousands of yuan was no trifling sum. Convincing Shen Baolong was imperative if he were to secure a loan. Perhaps he could be viewed as a veritable deity of wealth, he mused, thinking how fortunate Shen Baolong was to have someone willingly offering him money. After perusing the 2 articles, Shen Baolong nodded, beginning to grasp the intricacies of the situation. The bustling metropolis is preparing to issue stocks once again. Shen Baolong cast a glance at Ye Xiaowen, somewhat taken aback. This high school student indeed possessed a surprising depth of insight. He was not merely the naive youth seeking a loan for pocket money as Shen had initially presumed. At this juncture, obtaining a loan was relatively simple, and lending was even easier, with many individuals impulsively deciding to borrow without a clear plan for the funds. They merely wished to acquire the money first and deliberate later. At 16 or 17, Ye Xiaowen was still a student, yet had he ventured into society, he would be regarded as a near adult. Moreover, Ye Xiaowen had referenced a newspaper article, articulating his thoughts with considerable eloquence, lending credence to his intentions. In a more enlightened era, such matters might be deemed a farce. However, during this time, the general level of education was quite limited. Shen Baolong himself was merely a high school graduate, navigating through this absurd and tumultuous age where even some professors and experts were endorsing practices like qigong or the illusion of transforming water into oil. Thus, anything seemed possible. Are you planning to take out a loan to purchase stocks? Shen Baolong inquired. Yes, Uncle Shen, this is a splendid opportunity, and I do not wish to let it slip away, Ye Xiaowen replied earnestly. Are your family members aware of this? Shen Baolong pressed further. They are not. If they knew, they would certainly disapprove. Both my parents work at the factory and cannot fathom such novel concepts. Despite countless stories of individuals amassing wealth overnight or others who have achieved their first 100,000 through savvy investments, Ye Xiaowen confessed candidly. Well done, young man. You have ambition. Shen Baolong commended him, though he neither agreed nor disagreed with the plan. Which factory does your father work at? Ye Guoping, Ye Xiaowen answered. Oh, Brother Yi, I know him. We have met once or twice. In this small county, it is impossible not to cross paths, Shen Baolong replied, acknowledging the familiarity. Ye Guoping and his wife were both workers in a state-owned enterprise and were considered respectable members of the community, so their acquaintance was not surprising. Let me inquire about the stock situation before we proceed, Shen Baolong concluded. Ye Xiaowen wished to persuade him further, but ultimately settled for, Uncle Shen. Please keep this confidential and do not mention it to my parents. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone, Shen Baolong assured him with a smile. Chapter 8. The Loan, Part 2. The following afternoon, upon seeing Shen Baolong, Ye Xiaowen could no longer afford to accompany Shen Jinhao to the arcade. He directly took Shen Jinhao to Shen Baolong's residence, only to find it empty. The two had no choice but to wait at the entrance of the community. After a short while, Shen Jinhao grew impatient and excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, slipping away unnoticed. Ye Xiaowen was unconcerned, having already established a connection with Shen Baolong. It was now January 3, 1992, and only 16 days remained until the stock subscription certificates were released on January 19th. If he could not swiftly persuade Shen Baolong, he feared he might miss the opportunity altogether. After all, the loan process required time, and he still needed to travel to the metropolis, which was also time-consuming. Furthermore, he needed to devise a plausible reason for his trip to the city, which required careful consideration. In the biting cold of winter, Ye Xiaowen found herself outdoors for only a brief spell before she was thoroughly chilled to the bone. She shuffled her feet repeatedly, occasionally withdrawing her hands from her pockets to exhale warm breaths and rub them together. However, as the clock struck 8 in the evening, there was still no sign of anyone returning to Shen Baolong's home. Reluctantly, Ye Xiaowen decided to head back home. Ye Guoping and his wife had gone to work the night shift after finishing dinner, yet her elder brother had returned. He had been working as a temporary laborer at the local party and government office for several years without securing a permanent position. Where have you been, third brother? Why are you home so late? He inquired. I was at a classmate's house doing homework and playing a bit. Is there any food left? I'm starving, Ye Xiaowen replied, shivering as she moved a chair to sit by the stove, refusing to budge from her spot. There's still some food. Let me heat it up for you. Her older brother, Ye Xiaofeng, who was naturally taciturn, said as he rose to warm the meal. After eating, Ye Xiaowen felt a semblance of warmth return to her body and promptly burrowed under the covers. Third brother, Ye Xiaohai peeked over the edge of the bed, his head bobbing into view as he looked at Ye Xiaowen, now nestled in bed. What have you been up to these past few days? You've been so elusive. What mischief are you up to? If you don't tell me, I'll inform Mom and Dad, he threatened. Tomorrow is the third day. It's time to repay the money, Ye Xiaowen replied, and upon hearing this, Ye Xiaohai ceased his inquiries, while Ye Xiaowen drifted into a restless slumber. On the third day, Ye Xiaowen once again waited outside Shen Baolong's house until after 8 o'clock, but still, no one returned. The following day, upon arriving at the classroom, she sought out Shen Jinhao. What is up with your uncle's family? They haven't returned home for 2 days now? She asked. I have no idea. I'll ask around when I get home, Shen Jinhao responded. All right. Thanks, Ye Xiaowen nodded, her heart racing with anxiety, yet feeling utterly powerless. Aside from the route of obtaining a loan, she truly had no viable options to secure a sum of money in such a short time frame. On the 5th day, within the confines of Class 108 at Pingxing First High School, Ye Xiaowen stared blankly at Shen Jinhao as he delivered the news. What? Your uncle is on a business trip, and your aunt has taken Nini to her family home? Where have they gone? When will they return? That's unknown. You see, just to gather this information took considerable effort. I even skipped lunch to inquire at my uncle's workplace, Shen Jinhao boasted. Here, 3 yuan, 1 for lunch and 2 for expenses. Ye Xiaowen handed over 3 yuan to Shen Jinhao, who beamed with delight. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. I'll have my dad ask again when I get home tonight. On January 12th, the day of the Laba festival, on the 9th day of waiting, Shen Jinhao finally returned. Observing Ye Xiaowen, who was shivering at the entrance of the community, he paused in surprise before approaching her. Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Uncle Shen, about the matter I mentioned last time, Ye Xiaowen began. Director Shen, it turns out this child has been waiting here for quite some time. Leaving only after 8 each evening, the community's security guard chimed in with a smile before turning to head back inside. Shen Baolong stared in astonishment, scrutinizing Ye Xiaowen before nodding and saying, let us go home and discuss this. All right, she replied. Ye Xiaowen nodded and followed Shen Baolong into the house. Ye Xiaowen settled onto the sofa while Shen Baolong busied himself with boiling water and brewing tea. After a moment, he spoke. Xiaoyi, you are quite remarkable. I was away on business for 9 days during the bitter cold, and you waited outside for the entire duration. To be honest, it is the first time I have encountered a young person with such tenacity. You will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Uncle Shun, you flatter me. It's nothing extraordinary, Ye Xiaowen replied. Regarding the matter you mentioned last time, I inquired further. However, I heard from others that what is being issued this time is not stocks, but rather something called stock subscription certificates. They cost 30 yuan each, resembling a lottery ticket, and require a draw. If one does not win, it becomes worthless paper. Shen Baolong remarked. If everyone thought like you, then no one would buy them, and the chances of winning would increase significantly. Ye Xiaowen set his teacup down and said earnestly, 30 yuan for a stock subscription certificate. And if one does not win the draw, it's just a piece of waste paper. 30 yuan is not a trivial sum for people at this time. Moreover, the citizens of Magic City tend to calculate their finances closely and have not encountered substantial wealth. Additionally, the number of stocks issued this year has been significantly increased compared to the original plan, and the stock subscription certificates can be drawn multiple times. This has led to the certificates from the beginning of the year being referred to as the 92 Wealthy Book, the first golden train of the Republic. It has also created a number of millionaires. Prior to this, there were only a few 10,000 yuan households in Magic City who were objects of envy. After this year, 10,000 yuan households became commonplace. Shen Baolong pondered for a moment and chuckled. Well, you do make some valid points. How about this? I will lend you 2,500 yuan. Give it a try. He smiled, although he did not fully absorb Ye Xiaowen's words. While he recognized some truth in what Ye Xiaowen said, he did not take it too seriously. His willingness to lend 2,500 yuan stemmed from Ye Xiaowen's youthfulness and determination, especially considering he had waited 9 days in the cold at his doorstep. Uncle Shun, you just praised me and said I would succeed in the future. Let us consider this as an investment in me, shall we? Ye Xiaowen said with a wry smile. 2,500 yuan was no small amount, especially in these times, and could be considered a fortune. Given old Ye's salary, which was only a bit over 100 yuan a month, it amounted to just over 1,000 yuan a year, equivalent to 2 years' wages. Yet, when viewed from another perspective, it was still insufficient. Acquiring 100 consecutive stock subscription certificates would require 3,000 yuan. Thus, 2,500 yuan would not even buy a complete set of subscription certificates. Watching the opportunity for wealth slip away before him was indeed disheartening. Chapter 9. Persuasion. Listening to Ye Xiaowen, Shen Baolong chuckled and said, You have quite the wit. Using my words against me, huh? Not at all, Uncle Shun. You are the esteemed director of the credit union. Who in Pingxing does not know your name? Lending me just 2,500 yuan would be hard for anyone to believe. As Ye Xiaowen spoke, he filled Shen Baolong's teacup with water. Shen Baolong looked at Ye Xiaowen with a smile. Indeed, 2,500 yuan was perhaps the smallest sum he had lent out in recent years. However, he had no intention of expecting repayment for this amount, as he was merely impressed by Ye Xiaowen's resilience. How about 5,000? Any more than that would incur losses. But it would need to be repaid, Shen Baolong proposed. Uncle, why not simply lend me 100,000 yuan? If I incur losses, I will repay you. I am still young and won't run away, Ye Xiaowen boldly suggested, startling Shen Baolong. 100,000 yuan. Do you truly dare to dream? The credit cooperative issues only a handful of loans of that magnitude each year. Just the other day, Mr. Wang from the brick factory received 50,000 yuan. Even your father, Yi Guoping, could only manage to secure 20 or 30,000 yuan. Child, do you genuinely believe this credit cooperative is like your uncle's private vault, where you can take whatever you desire? Shen Baolong, feeling somewhat impatient, appreciated tenacity, but had little patience for braggadocio. Uncle, then I will apply for 30,000 yuan in my father's name, Ye Xiaowen replied. Are you trying to play me? Your father is unaware of this. If I were to approach him for the funds, he would surely resent me, and others might accuse me of deceiving a child. Shen Baolong shook his head, still unwilling to acquiesce. Uncle, you can inquire with Haozi about my academic performance. I have never fallen out of the top 3 in my class. While I cannot guarantee admission to a prestigious university, attending an ordinary one is certainly within reach. This money may take me some time to repay, but once I begin working, I will be able to settle the debt, Ye Xiaowen asserted with determination. At this juncture, graduating from university held considerable prestige, as graduates were often allocated jobs. A university graduate, if employed in the county, would typically start as a minor leader and in more remote areas, even as a deputy county head. Upon hearing Ye Xiaowen's words, Shen Baolong began to contemplate seriously. He had initially thought of Ye Xiaowen as merely a high school student, neglecting the fact that he was now seeking a loan as a university student. If managed properly, obtaining 30,000 or even 80 or 100,000 yuan, would not pose a significant challenge, provided one had the audacity to apply. Moreover, he had indeed heard from his nephew, Shen Jinhao, that Ye Xiaowen's academic performance was commendable, and that attending university was a reasonable expectation. Shun Baolong pondered deeply, while Ye Xiaowen remained silent, revealing his lack of capital, even showing his future potential as a bargaining chip. After a considerable pause, Shun Baolong raised his head and said, 20,000. If you are agreeable, write it in your father's name, and I will grant you the loan. Ye Xiaowen recognized that this was the limit of Shun Baolong's generosity. Without hesitation, he stood up and bowed. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Shun Jinhao waved his hand and said, all right, just remember not to hold it against me in the future. Sit down. You are clever for your age. Perhaps you should rethink this. 20,000 is no small amount, and even after graduating from university and entering the workforce, that sum could weigh heavily on you and potentially influence your entire life. Do not give it another thought, Uncle Shun. How long will it take for the loan to be approved? Ye Xiaowen inquired with a hint of concern, as the newspaper had reported. Shen Baolong responded with a smile. After class tomorrow, come to our office. In the evening, I will invite the accountant for dinner. You can fill out the application for a loan of 10,000 in your name, with your father as the guarantor. Then, in your father's name, you can apply for another 10,000, with you as the guarantor. The money will be ready for you the day after tomorrow. It's that simple. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. He was aware that securing a loan at this time was both easy and chaotic, yet he had not anticipated it would be so effortless. Shen Jinhao chuckled. What did you expect? We are a credit cooperative, not a bank. By the way, Uncle Shun, would you like to invest as well? I can help you. Ye Xiaowen ventured, feeling that since Shun Baolong was assisting him significantly, it was only fair to include him in the venture. No, that's unnecessary. I'm not knowledgeable in that area. You should focus on your own investments, Shen Baolong replied. Despite Ye Xiaowen's insistence, Shen Baolong remained unmoved. Ye Xiaowen nodded. Rising to his feet, Uncle Shun, please rest early. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will come find you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, Ye Xiaowen left. And Shun Baolong smiled as he watched the young man's retreating figure. This kid is audacious, daring to take out a loan of 20,000 as a high school student. He will either achieve great wealth or must pray for Ye Guoping's health to hold up. The following day, Ye Xiaowen was distracted during class, preoccupied with thoughts of the evening's events. He was even summoned to the office by his homeroom teacher for a reprimand. When night fell, he hurried to the credit cooperative to meet Shen Baolong. Participating in the dinner was a customary gesture. It was customary to share a meal whenever a loan was disbursed. After completing the loan application, Ye Xiaowen joined in the revelry, consuming more alcohol than he was accustomed to. Although he had a decent tolerance for alcohol in later years, his body at this time could not handle it well. When it came time to settle the bill, Shun Baolong intended to cover it. Although it was technically Ye Xiaowen's responsibility to pay, as a high school student, he had no funds. However, he was informed that Ye Xiaowen had already taken care of the bill. This kid is quite resourceful. I hope he hasn't pilfered from his family's funds, Shen Baolong mused. Noting that the meal had cost over 100, he shrugged off the thought. In truth, Ye Xiaowen had not stolen from his family. Instead, he had borrowed from Lu Sahan, the little heiress. She had lent him her New Year's money and her saved pocket change, in exchange for signing a series of unequal agreements. On the third day, Ye Xiaowen collected the 20,000 yuan from the credit cooperative. As he stepped outside, feeling the weight of the cash in his hands, he finally exhaled in relief. The next task was to await the winter vacation. On January 19, 1992, the stock subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis were officially issued. On this day, far away in Pingheng County, Ye Xiaowen completed his examinations and concocted a story for his parents, claiming he needed to attend an advanced mathematics winter camp in the city, while also securing over 100 yuan in pocket money from Ye Guoping. On January 21, 1992, the weather was clear and calm. Ye Xiaowen stepped out of his home with a considerable sum of 20,113 yuan. 113 yuan rested in his outer pocket, while the 20,000 was discreetly tucked away within his undergarments. On this day, the young swordsman ventured into the world of martial arts without his sword properly equipped. Chapter 10, Platform Ticket. Ye Xiaowen arrived at the Pingqing train station, where trains departed for the provincial capital of Hedong, Bingzhou, twice daily. To reach the bustling metropolis of Modu, Ye Xiaowen first needed to travel from Pingqing to Bingzhou. The earliest train, departing at 7:15 a.m., saw passengers already entering the station as he arrived. Tickets were no longer being issued at that hour, but it mattered little. Ye Xiaowen purchased a platform ticket, blending into the throng as he boarded the train. A platform ticket, also known as a waiting area ticket, allowed entry to the station's platform to greet and see off travelers. However, some exploited this rule to evade fare. With over 20,000 in his possession, Ye Xiaowen certainly had no need to dodge the fare. He simply lacked the time to purchase a proper ticket. Once aboard, he found the carriage relatively empty due to the early hour, with several vacant seats available. He settled into one, clutching his olive green satchel, adjusted his train conductor's cap, and began to doze off. It should be noted that the satchel contained not money, but rather a fruit knife and some provisions, including a water cup. In this era, venturing outside was not entirely safe. Although he had sewn his money into his undergarments, it still felt precarious. As for those who needed to pay for a ticket after boarding with a platform ticket, Ye Xiaowen paid them no mind. He had earned his place on the train through merit, and thus saw no reason to pay again. The journey from Pingqing to Bingzhou, which would later take merely 2 hours by car, took a grueling 8 hours by train, primarily due to frequent stops at both major and minor stations, some of which were merely small towns, requiring several minutes at each stop. "Hey, wake up!" A woman, accompanied by a child, nudged Ye Xiaowen awake. "What's the matter?" Ye Xiaowen rubbed his eyes and inquired. "This is my seat," the woman replied. "Oh," Ye Xiaowen said, rising to switch seats. Just as he prepared to continue his slumber, he noticed the conductor approaching for ticket inspection. "Never mind, I'll use the restroom first," he decided, standing up to head toward the lavatory. Upon returning, he found the conductor had already passed. The train departed at 7:15 a.m. and Ye Xiaowen disembarked at the Bingzhou train station well into the afternoon, around 3 p.m. The station of that time was a far cry from its future iterations, yet it retained a certain simplicity. Having consumed 2 baked pancakes during the journey, he was not particularly hungry, but he was reluctant to dine at a nearby eatery. Every penny saved was crucial. 30 yuan could represent a stock subscription certificate, which could easily be resold for several thousand, or even tens of thousands of yuan. Upon exiting the station, Ye Xiaowen turned back to enter the ticket hall, preparing to purchase a ticket to Modu. The lengthy queue seemed interminable as he trudged forward amidst the crowd. It was not until after 7 p.m., when darkness had fully enveloped the sky, that he finally acquired a ticket to Modu. The train was scheduled to depart early the following morning, around 4 a.m. Yet Ye Xiaowen chose not to seek accommodations for the night. At this juncture, the requirement for a letter of introduction for lodging has become obsolete. However, Ye Xiaowen was reluctant to spend money and was also aware that the inns surrounding the train station were far from secure. The fervor of entrepreneurship during this era was wild, with incidents of deceit and even direct robberies occurring in dubious lodgings. Carrying a substantial sum of money, Ye Xiaowen refrained from taking such risks. Upon entering the waiting hall, he managed to secure a seat and remained there, planning to wait until the morning train departure. Although it was somewhat tiring, the advantage of safety outweighed the discomfort. At 3:30 in the morning, Ye Xiaowen heard the announcement and followed the crowd to board the train. The passengers on this train were not the same as those traveling from Pingqing to Bingzhou. The throng was so dense that many were climbing through the windows to get on board. Ye Xiaowen removed his bag, called out for some space, and tossed it into the carriage before climbing through the window himself. A young man, startled by the commotion, was about to voice his displeasure when he noticed a fruit knife that had fallen from Ye Xiaowen's satchel. He swallowed his words and casually walked away. Once aboard, Ye Xiaowen stowed the fruit knife and settled into his seat with his satchel just as the train began to move. His seat was by the window, a rather pleasant position, allowing him to rest his head on the small table during the night. The inconvenience of entering and exiting was negligible. Given the packed nature of the train, it would have been difficult to move about regardless of one's location. The aisle was already cluttered with luggage when a mother and daughter squeezed through, struggling with a large suitcase. Observing their efforts, Ye Xiaowen was about to rise to assist when a middle-aged man seated across from him stood up to help. He placed the suitcase on the luggage rack, and the mother expressed her gratitude profusely. The mother and daughter then took their seats beside Ye Xiaowen. The young girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, blushed with shyness, seemingly intimidated by her first journey away from home, clinging closely to her mother. The middle-aged man introduced himself as the head of procurement at a factory, traveling to Pingqing to acquire a batch of supplies. During this period, there were no direct trains from Bingzhou to Yangqing. One had to transfer at Shimin City or in Lu Province before reaching Yangqing, and then proceed from Yangqing to the Pingqing Special Zone. Direct trains from Bingzhou to Yangqing were not established until the late 1990s. "Where are you headed, young lady?" the middle-aged man inquired, turning his attention to the mother and daughter. "My eldest is studying at university in Modu. With the holidays, I'm taking my daughter to visit her brother, and we'll return together afterward," the woman replied, emphasizing the mention of university, eliciting envious glances from those around them. In those days, university students were regarded as privileged, a true reflection of the elite. Ah, a university student. Others around them remarked with admiration, their voices tinged with envy. The mother and daughter beamed with pride. And you, young man? The middle-aged man turned to Ye Xiaowen again. I'm also heading to Modu. To work, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. The two young men were also introduced. They were brothers, setting out for Pengcheng with dreams of amassing great wealth. The elder brother, Lu Feng, and his younger sibling, Lu Meng, hailed from the same region, Hedong province. Having heard tales of prosperity flourishing in the south due to the reforms and opening up policies, they purchased train tickets and embarked on their journey to Pengcheng. As they spoke, their faces radiated hope, as if the mere act of arriving would guarantee their fortunes. While it is widely recognized that the South is abundant in riches, who can discern which treasures are tainted or concealed with peril? Furthermore, who knows how many souls have been claimed by the tides of this economic wave? Yet, those who survive are often the exceptional ones. Unlike others, such as Ye Xiaowen and the middle-aged man, who refrained from disclosing their names, the brothers were candid, willingly sharing their identities without prompting. Chapter 11. Border Pass to reach Pengcheng. One must possess a border pass. Do you have one? The middle-aged man inquired. The brothers were taken aback, staring blankly at him. Yes, a border pass. To travel from the mainland to the special economic zone of Pengcheng, one requires this document to cross the border. The area is secured with barbed wire. Without a border pass, you will be apprehended, the middle-aged man expounded. Ye Xiaowen recalled having seen news reports in her previous life that echoed the man's words. The border pass, along with the second-line checkpoints, was a unique product of the times. The necessity arose when it was proposed that Pengcheng, as a processing zone and the precursor to the special economic zone, required a 7,000-kilometer barbed wire fence to prevent the infiltration of capitalist influences into the mainland. Spanning from Beizai-Jiao by the Daping Bay to Nantua Anil village at the Pearl River estuary, the fence stretched 86 kilometers. With special checkpoints established at 6 road junctions, Nantua, Shan, Buji, Beima, Yantian, and Beizai-Jiao, managed by border police and customs officials. Subsequently, the Kowloon Customs established a preparatory group for the construction of second-line customs. Since 1986, individuals from the mainland have been required to hold either a border management area pass or a special permit to enter border restricted areas, colloquially known as the border pass. Although the middle-aged man was unaware of this historical context, he was nevertheless able to elucidate the significance of the border pass to the brothers. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and Lu Meng were rendered speechless, their aspirations of achieving wealth in Pengcheng dashed before they even began their journey. The phrase "to set out in vain" aptly encapsulated their situation. "Goodness, I had no idea a border pass was necessary to reach Pengcheng," exclaimed the middle-aged woman, equally astonished. Indeed, obtaining a border pass is quite challenging. It requires navigating through village, township, and county bureaucracy. You have no idea how difficult it was for me to secure mine. I nearly ran myself ragged and wore my lips raw. Gathering 5 or 6 stamps and enduring a thorough review, the middle-aged man recounted. In truth, few were aware of the requisite border pass at that time. Many, driven by impulsive enthusiasm, prepared to embark on grand ventures to earn vast sums. Yet, the middle-aged man was correct. Securing a border pass during this period was as arduous as gaining entry to Hong Kong. Setting up a small stall surpasses the authority of a county official. With the sound of a trumpet, one need not aspire to be a provincial governor. The fervor of this era is incomprehensible to those who do not experience it firsthand. Remarkable. Such a challenging certificate, and yet you have managed to procure it, a middle-aged woman remarked enviously as she gazed at the middle-aged man. It took considerable effort on my part, the man replied with a slight nod, maintaining an air of subtle superiority. The two brothers were bewildered, pressing the man for any advice, but he merely shook his head, acknowledging his own lack of solutions. This was his first venture into such matters, having sought counsel from others and knowing little of alternative methods. Meanwhile, the train glided along the tracks. Ye Xiaowen lowered his cap and closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber, while the middle-aged man and woman engaged in animated conversation, predominantly led by the man who recounted his inquiries regarding Pengcheng. Beside them, a young girl nestled against her mother, listening intently to the exchange. Lu Feng and Lu Meng, the brothers, wore expressions of despair. Several times during the train stops, they contemplated disembarking to return home. Yet, the memory of their village elders and the grand vows they had made, to not return without earning 20,000, filled them with a sense of shame. "What should we do, brother?" "Just let it be," was the response. Throughout the journey, Ye Xiaowen remained reticent. When mealtime arrived, He fetched hot water and nibbled on the sesame cakes he had brought. The middle-aged man dined on a boxed meal, engrossed in conversation with the woman, yet hesitated to treat the mother and daughter to even a modest meal. After more than 26 hours of travel southward, Ye Xiaowen awoke from his slumber to find the train had arrived at the bustling train station of the Magic City. To his surprise, he noticed that Lu Feng and Lu Ming had not disembarked. They, like the middle-aged man, had journeyed all the way to the Magic City. "Did you two miss your stop?" Ye Xiaowen inquired casually as he began to gather his belongings. "No, since we cannot reach Pengcheng. We might as well come to the Magic City," Lu Feng replied, acknowledging that their path was irrevocably set. "Having embarked on this journey, we cannot return home without making something of ourselves or earning some money." "Oh," Ye Xiaowen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was aware that one could enter the special economic zone without a border pass by hiring a smuggler to navigate through the barbed wire. It was said that real estate tycoon Pan Shi had once been in a similar predicament as Lu Feng and Lu Ming, paying 50 yuan to a smuggler to slip through. However, such a nefarious method was not only illegal, but would also lead to a life of evasion and the constant threat of deportation. This was a sordid notion Ye Xiaowen would never share with the two simpletons. With his green satchel slung over his shoulder and his cap secured on his head, Ye Xiaowen made his way toward the station's exit. At this juncture, the Magic City, having entered the 1990s, was rapidly developing, though it had yet to reflect the characteristics of a true international metropolis. On January 19, 1992, I departed from home, and today is already January 21st. If my memory serves me right, the issuance date for the stock subscription certificates is from January 19th to February 1st. There is still ample time. So Ye Xiaowen is not overly anxious, strolling through the streets of the bustling metropolis with a green shoulder bag. She notices a young man on a motorcycle who stops at the roadside. On the back seat sits a beautiful girl, while the man, holding a hefty mobile phone, shouts loudly. Passers-by cast envious glances in their direction, and the man's voice grows even louder. It is indeed something to be envied. During this era, a person with a wealth of 10,000 yuan is still a figure of admiration. The large mobile phone in the man's hand is worth around 20,000 yuan. It is worth noting that Ye Xiaowen had to exert considerable effort to secure a loan of 20,000 yuan. On the street, a man riding a human-powered tricycle rushes out from an alley, transporting an old cabinet. Following him is a middle-aged woman shouting, "Slow down, don't drop it." A woman by the roadside cradles a pet dog, which appears to be a Bichon Frise, boasting, "Let me tell you, this dog is quite special. It's from abroad." Ye Xiaowen is momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, indeed, in this city, even pet dogs are a trend now. Chapter 12. The two brothers. As Ye Xiaowen continues her stroll, she senses something amiss. It seems someone is following her. However, after several glances over her shoulder, she sees no one. A jolt of anxiety strikes her. She is carrying her entire fortune, and if it were to be snatched away, all her plans would be in jeopardy. Although she has sewn her cash into the pocket of her lingerie to guard against petty thieves, it offers no protection against robbery. If someone were to overpower her and search her, all would be revealed. Ye Xiaowen reflects seriously, pondering where she might have revealed a vulnerability, for she understands the wisdom of keeping her wealth hidden. Throughout her journey, she has dined on sesame cakes and drunk water collected from a canteen on the train. So how could she have attracted attention? After disembarking, she had not spent any money. Shaking her head, Ye Xiaowen realizes that now is not the time for such thoughts. The priority is to address the trouble lurking behind her. Running aimlessly is not an option. She is not well acquainted with the metropolis, and fleeing may not guarantee her safety. With no retreat available, she steels herself, her hand unconsciously reaching into her green shoulder bag to grasp a fruit knife. She then quickens her pace, ducking into a somewhat secluded alley and proceeding deeper within. Her breath quickens as she observes a figure rushing around the corner, exclaiming, "Where did everyone go?" The voice sounds somewhat familiar, but Ye Xiaowen has no time to ponder. She lunges forward and forcefully pushes the person against the wall, pressing the fruit knife to their neck. "Don't you dare move. If you do, I'll end you," she growls menacingly. Feeling her captives cease their struggle, she turns to regard the other figure. Her pupils constrict in surprise. To her astonishment, it is Lu Ming, the person she encountered on the train. Upon further inspection, the individual whom he had pinned against the wall was none other than Lu Feng. Although this revelation was somewhat unexpected for Ye Xiaowen, he did not relinquish his grip on Lu Feng. A mere acquaintance did not equate to trustworthiness. Out in the world, especially while carrying a substantial sum of money, Ye Xiaowen was not one to place his faith in anyone lightly. Instead, the fruit knife in his hand pressed even more menacingly against Lu Feng's throat. "What are your intentions?" Ye Xiaowen's gaze was chilling. Having lived a considerable portion of his previous life, he had ultimately emerged from the turbulent waters of commerce. Now, reborn in this chaotic era, he still possessed a certain ferocity. Misunderstanding, Lu Feng stammered, feeling the cold blade against his neck and the sharp pangs it inflicted. Speaking became a laborious task for him. He and his brother were not exactly model citizens in their village. True model citizens would not impulsively journey southward. They had engaged in brawls before, but always with restraint. They had never encountered someone like Ye Xiaowen, who would resort to lethal force without hesitation. Indeed, brother, a misunderstanding. You know, my brother and I initially planned to go to Pengcheng, but now we find ourselves in Shanghai. We do not know anyone here, nor do we have any idea where to earn a living. We heard you were working, so we thought to follow you, Lu Ming quickly clarified. Show me your identification, Ye Xiaowen commanded, his trust wavering yet intact. All right, Lu Ming cautiously handed over his ID. Ye Xiaowen examined it and confirmed that their names matched. Only then did he gradually release Lu Feng, a smile breaking upon his face. He patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, saying, "My apologies, my friend. I mistook you. I'm sorry." The fruit knife found its way back into Ye Xiaowen's bag, though he did not fully withdraw his hand. The blade still subtly directed towards Lu Feng and Lu Ming. "Whoa, brother, that was rather intense," Lu Feng remarked, gingerly touching his neck, where the blade had pressed, now marked with a trickle of blood. His brother, Lu Ming, hesitated to voice his thoughts, recalling Ye Xiaowen's earlier demeanor. "Forgive me, it was a misunderstanding. I must remain cautious when out and about. Since we are fellow villagers, allow me to treat you both to breakfast as an apology, shall we?" Ye Xiaowen's face radiated warmth, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. "All right, it's nothing," Lu Feng replied, still recovering from the earlier tension, his speech slightly stammered. The trio exited the alley, with Ye Xiaowen courteously allowing the two brothers to lead the way, following closely behind. They soon found a modest eatery along the roadside and settled at a table. "What would you like to eat? What do they serve here?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "Deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, and plain noodles," replied Lu Feng. "Let us have 3 bowls of soy milk and some dough sticks to start," Ye Xiaowen decided. "What kind of soy milk do you want?" Lu Feng asked, catching Ye Xiaowen off guard. "Oh, is it plain, sweet, or savory soy milk?" Ye Xiaowen realized for the first time the variety of soy milk available. "Sweet soy milk," he finally answered. "Very well," Lu Feng acknowledged. And Ye Xiaowen enjoyed 2 dough sticks, accompanied by a bowl of soy milk. Lu Ming and Lu Feng, the 2 brothers, were rather unrestrained, devouring a total of 8 oil cakes and 4 bowls of soy milk. Ye Xiaowen's heart ached, and the smile on her face appeared somewhat rigid. At the time of payment, Ye Xiaowen tendered 3 yuan. "By the way, dear proprietress, do you happen to know where one might procure stock subscription certificates?" Ye Xiaowen casually inquired. "I'm not familiar with that. What are you referring to?" "It's nothing," Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking her head as she turned to leave. "You two go ahead," she waved to Lu Feng and his companion. "No, we have no destination and are quite lost," Lu Ming lamented. "Indeed, you two have left me in a bind. I too am uncertain where to find work. Fellow villager, please assist us. We will follow you for a while to familiarize ourselves before making further plans." "Do as you wish," Ye Xiaowen thought to herself as she continued on her way, feeling somewhat safer with their presence. During their meal, she had gleaned enough about their circumstances. They hailed from a village in Shizhou, Hedong province, where they were among 8 children in a financially struggling household. As the 5th and 6th sons, despite their age, no local girls were inclined to marry them, deeming their family too impoverished. After seeing an advertisement in the village committee's newspaper about opportunities in the south, they impulsively decided to head to Pengcheng, hoping to earn money to return and marry. After observing them closely, Ye Xiaowen sensed their sincerity and thus permitted them to accompany her. In this unfamiliar territory, the dynamic of a frail high school student alongside 2 robust men presented a different kind of deterrence. Chapter 13. Shenin Securities. In the Shenin Securities office responsible for the issuance of stock subscription certificates, the manager, Shin Jiqing, sat behind the counter with a furrowed brow. The situation regarding the issuance of subscription certificates had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Prior to this issuance, many had convened meetings to discuss potential challenges, with numerous individuals believing it would be exceedingly popular, thus brainstorming various measures to ensure the safety of the issuance process. Some suggested that each issuing point should have a spacious area and an open surrounding to facilitate crowd dispersal. Others contended that maintaining order could not rely solely on the security forces of financial institutions, but required police support as well. There were calls to significantly raise the fees for each subscription certificate to discourage uninformed retail investors. Additionally, Some proposed that the selling period for the certificates should not be overly prolonged to avoid excessive issuance and low winning odds, which would lead to public outrage over perceived deceit. Numerous meetings were held to address issues of public security and issuance discipline. Yet, no one had raised the question of what to do if the certificates failed to sell or if the sales were insufficient. Why has no one raised the question of what to do if the stocks do not sell? This stems from the event in December 1991, when 3 securities firms jointly leased over 20 sports venues in Shanghai to simultaneously distribute various stock subscription certificates within a specified time frame, followed by a lottery for successful applicants. The extensive workforce and resources employed during this endeavor were unprecedented in the history of stock issuance in the bustling metropolis. To ensure the safety of the issuance, nearly all of the city's police force was mobilized. However, chaos ensued as throngs of people surged through the gates of venues like Jiangwan Stadium and Suhui Swimming Pool, resulting in injuries from trampling. In such a fervent atmosphere, one might wonder why no one was purchasing stock subscription certificates priced at 30 yuan. Yet, even at 30 yuan, should one fail to win in the lottery after purchasing, the certificate becomes mere scrap paper. In this era, 30 yuan is not an insignificant sum. The citizens of Shanghai, accustomed to meticulous budgeting, are acutely aware of this. If they purchase too many, they risk financial strain. If they buy too few, they may not secure a winning ticket. Thus, on the third day since the issuance of stock subscription certificates, the business outlets remained eerily deserted, cold and quiet in the January chill of Shanghai. There were few willing to buy. Even those who initially considered it would hesitate upon seeing others abstaining. What should we do, Brother Shen? Today marks the third day, and we are far from our target, lamented Shen Jiqing, shaking his head in distress. I have no solutions either. We've received several calls urging our agency to bolster sales efforts. Yet how can we strengthen them when the price is set so high at 30 yuan per ticket? Who would be inclined to purchase? Moreover, there was pressure to ensure that our prices could not fall below those of Wangwa Securities. Shen Jiqing ran a hand through his hair, his face etched with helplessness. His firm, Shenin Securities, was in a fierce competition with Wangwa Securities for the rights to issue stocks. Now, they were also being compared in the sale of stock subscription certificates. Indeed, yesterday, out of desperation, I bought 3 tickets for my family, only to be chastised by my mother, one employee remarked. Today, as my friend's child celebrates a birthday, I have decided against buying a gift and will instead present him with 2 stock subscription certificates, another employee added. Shen Jiqing nodded. I am in a similar predicament. I plan to promote them at my second aunt's house. She felt pressured to purchase 3 certificates, and now insists that I refrain from visiting due to family commitments. If all else fails, I will visit my third aunt this afternoon to see if I can sell another 3 or 5. Brother Shen, you are resourceful. 3 or 5 tickets amount to over 100 yuan, someone chimed in. What can I do? The leadership calls daily, Shen Jiqing replied. At that moment, the door swung open. Shen Jiqing, you truly are something. When I'm not home, you deceive my mother, don't you? She earns so little in retirement. And you trick her into buying this worthless paper. A young man entered, followed closely by Shen Jiqing's second aunt. Cousin, Auntie, we have matters to discuss back home. Shen Jiqing hastily emerged from behind the counter. What is there to discuss at home? You know I am your cousin, and this is your aunt. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? This is unacceptable. We must return it today. With no other option, Shen Jiqing reluctantly reached into his pocket and handed 90 yuan to his cousin, suggesting they forego visiting the third aunt that afternoon, lest they sever ties completely. At that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing a young man with a delicate appearance, adorned with a train hat and carrying a green military bag. Outside, I noticed a sign painted in red, proclaiming stock subscription certificate agency. Indeed, the newcomer was Ye Xiaowen, yet before he could utter a word, Shen Jiqing beamed and rushed toward him. Yes, sir. Are you here to purchase stock subscription certificates? Before Ye Xiaowen could respond, a young man supporting an elderly gentleman exited, casting a glance at Ye Xiaowen as he remarked, Don't be fooled. These stock subscription certificates are akin to lottery tickets. If you don't win, they are merely worthless paper. How could someone deceive even their own relatives? The young man and the elder departed, leaving Ye Xiaowen momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Shen Jiqing appeared somewhat embarrassed, but still urged Ye Xiaowen to take a seat. Would you like some water? Allow me to pour you a glass. Please use my cup, he added. Ye Xiaowen retrieved a canteen from his bag, and behind him, the brothers Lu Meng and Lu Feng also entered. Ah, splendid, Shen Jiqing said, taking the canteen from Ye Xiaowen to fetch a cup of hot water. Young brother, are you indeed looking to purchase stock subscription certificates? Shen Jiqing inquired. Yes, I wish to buy stock subscription certificates, Ye Xiaowen affirmed with a nod. Shen Jiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing an opportunity. Shall we discuss this in a different location? Observing the gleam in Shen Jiqing's eyes, Ye Xiaowen thought to himself that it seemed this endeavor was genuine. Indeed, the stock subscription certificates were not easy to sell. Setting aside the desolate ambience, even Shen Jiqing's reaction upon learning of Ye Xiaowen's intent to buy was telling. Very well, let us move to my office, Shen Jiqing declared. Ye Xiaowen rose and addressed Lu Ming and Lu Feng. Please wait for me here. Xiaowang, please attend to these two gentlemen. Shen Jiqing instructed an employee who promptly emerged from behind the counter to serve water to the brothers. Ye Xiaowen followed Shen Jiqing into a nearby office. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Shen Jiqing inquired. No need for formalities. I am Ye Xiaowen, he replied. Mr. Ye, you expressed a desire to purchase stock subscription certificates? Shen Jiqing continued, aware that these certificates were in low demand, and selling even one was a feat. How do we proceed? What are the conditions? Ye Xiaowen asked. They are priced at 30 yuan each, with a complete set consisting of 100 sequential stock subscription certificates. How many would you like? Shen Jiqing queried, scrutinizing Ye Xiaowen's demeanor. He appeared to be an ordinary young man, likely new to the workforce. Thus, Shen Jiqing harbored little hope that he would purchase an entire set. Due to the financial constraints faced by young professionals who have just entered the workforce, accumulating substantial savings proves to be a formidable challenge. I require 2 sets, totaling 200 certificates, Ye Xiaowen stated. Each certificate costs 30 yuan, therefore. One set of 100 certificates amounts to 3,000 yuan, and 2 sets total 6,000 yuan. Although he had 20,000 yuan in his possession, he was not inclined to exhaust it all at a single agency. He understood the wisdom of prudence and discretion, aware that one should not flaunt their wealth. Yet, even with this caution, Shen Jiqing was taken aback upon hearing Ye Xiaowen's request. 2 sets, 200 certificates? This transaction would be considered significant even within the broader spectrum of Shonin securities. Typically, buyers would procure 1 or 2 certificates, with the maximum rarely exceeding 10, as anything beyond that would cost 300 yuan. However, this seemingly unremarkable young man was boldly requesting 200 certificates. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen affirmed confidently. Excellent, Shen Jiqing exclaimed with enthusiasm, realizing that this would indeed be a substantial sale. However, I require them to be blank, without any names inscribed, Ye Xiaowen added. Shen Jiqing paused momentarily, surprised that Ye Xiaowen was aware of such a detail, but after a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Initially, stock issuance in the metropolis was restricted to local residents possessing identification from the area, but it later evolved to allow participation from individuals across the nation. While it was customary to inscribe names on stock subscription certificates, early regulations were not strictly enforced, leading to a portion of certificates being left blank. Commonly referred to as whiteboards, Ye Xiaowen opted for the blank certificates because, after acquiring the stock subscription certificates, there were 2 avenues available. One could sell them at a profit once their value increased, or, upon winning a lottery for shares, one could purchase the allocated shares and sell them later at a higher price. At that time, the stock value was assured to rise, with the only variable being the extent of that increase. If one chose to sell the stock subscription certificates, Ye Xiaowen believed that opting for blank certificates would be the wisest choice. Shen Jiqing retrieved 200 stock subscription certificates from his drawer. Ye Xiaowen removed his jacket, carefully unthreading the lining of his inner garment. After completing one, he produced 3,000 yuan, then proceeded to dismantle the other. He placed 6,000 yuan on the table and pushed it towards Shen Jiqing, subsequently retrieving the 200 stock subscription certificates and requesting, "Would you kindly count them?" Observing Ye Xiaowen, Shen Jiqing realized he was indeed an ordinary individual. The 6,000 yuan might very well represent the entirety of his family's savings, now fully invested in stock subscription certificates. Leaving the risk of potential loss looming overhead, Ye Xiaowen was already examining the stock subscription certificates, which were of a traditional format, featuring a 5-part inner core, with a green cover. The top was adorned with a hollowed-out red inscription reading 1992, while the center displayed the black text, Metropolis Stock Subscription Certificate, accompanied by a unique number below. In bold green characters, the phrase "The stock market carries risks. Proceed with caution" was inscribed on the wall. These words were written in traditional Chinese characters. Ye Xiaowen did not linger on them, counting carefully to ensure there were indeed 200 copies, and began to prepare them for storage. It was then that he noticed Shen Jiqing had yet to count the money. "Is there an issue with the funds?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. No, it's just. Shen Jiqing hesitated before suggesting, perhaps you should consider purchasing fewer. If you buy so many and fail to secure a winning bid, it could all be for naught. Shen Jiqing felt he was exerting considerable effort to utter such words. Despite the pressing demand, he found himself reluctant to sell. Perhaps he had lost his senses. However, before Shen Jiqing could finish, Ye Xiaowen interrupted him. What is your surname? Shun. Ah, brother Shun, there's no need for your advice. I am well aware of my own decisions, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, unfazed. Although Shen Jiqing's current behavior appeared contrary to his interests, advising him to purchase less, Ye Xiaowen recognized that it stemmed from genuine concern, which he appreciated. Let us count the money. If everything checks out, I will take it, Ye Xiaowen asserted confidently. With a sigh, Shen Jiqing began counting the money, which was straightforward as it consisted entirely of crisp 100 yuan bills withdrawn directly from the credit union. Nodding in agreement, Shen Jiqing indicated everything was in order, and Ye Xiaowen began to sew the stock subscription certificates into his clothing. Observing Ye Xiaowen's actions, Shen Jiqing was at a loss for words. Brother Shun, I genuinely believe in this stock subscription. Look, it is already the third day, and very few have purchased. Initially, Ye Xiaowen thought well of Shen Jiqing and intended to commend him. However, he was taken aback by Shen Jiqing's apparent discomfort, realizing that this opportunity was not attracting buyers. Brother Shun, have you considered that if the subscription certificates are fewer, the corresponding odds of winning will be higher? Ye Xiaowen's thoughts trailed off as he finished sewing and stood to leave. It was only after Ye Xiaowen exited the office that Shen Jiqing came to his senses and hurriedly stood to see him off. Goodbye, Ye Xiaowen called, prompting Lu Ming and Lu Feng to rise and follow him out of the Shenin Securities office. As Shen Jiqing watched Ye Xiaowen depart, he found himself momentarily stunned, deeply affected by Ye Xiaowen's final words. Brother Shun, what happened? How many did you sell? You seem quite flustered, one of the employees remarked. Shen Jiqing instinctively replied. 2 sets, 200 shares. Instantly, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the Shenin Securities office. At that moment, another individual entered, looking to purchase stock subscription certificates. The newcomer asked, pulling out a wad of 100 yuan bills. Perhaps Ye Xiaowen's departure had brought good fortune to the Shenin office. A female employee whispered, another eager buyer. In local dialect, eager buyer implied a fool. Upon hearing this, the newcomer became displeased, retracted the money, declared he would not buy, and left in a huff. Chapter 15. Wu Zhuang. Unbeknownst to Ye Xiaowen, he strolled through the magical city accompanied by his 2 companions. During lunchtime, the 3 individuals each settled their own bills. In the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen entered a construction bank that advertised stock subscription certificates. Within the bank, there were a few people selling these certificates, but they were scarce. With only a handful present, most were purchasing just 1 or 2, or at most 3 to 5, with no substantial amounts in sight. Seizing an opportunity, Ye Xiaowen discreetly pulled the person in charge aside and acquired 200 blank certificates for 6,000 yuan. Upon exiting the construction bank, Ye Xiaowen turned to Lu Feng and Lu Ming and inquired, do you 2 have a place to stay tonight? Both Lu Ming and Lu Feng shook their heads. Since it's still early, shall we find a small inn and share the cost of a room? Ye Xiaowen suggested, eager to stretch every penny. Saving 30 yuan could afford him another stock subscription certificate, which could potentially multiply in value in a few months. All right, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. The 3 of them found a modest inn, where the nightly rate was 5 yuan. Ye Xiaowen, exhibiting considerable patience, negotiated it down to 3 yuan. The room was dilapidated, damp, and chilly, permeated with a musty odor, and thoughts of bathing were futile as there was only a communal restroom at the end of the hallway. In his previous life, Ye Xiaowen had never stayed in such a place, yet at that moment, he held his nose and entered. Throughout the night, Ye Xiaowen awoke several times from the cold, only to drift back to sleep. The next morning, while having breakfast, he asked Lu Feng, how much money did you 2 bring with you? Lu Feng paused, a hint of wariness in his voice as he replied, what do you intend to do with that information? If you have enough, I believe purchasing some stock subscription certificates could be profitable, Ye Xiaowen remarked. Before Lu Feng could respond, the breakfast shop owner, busy with his tasks, interjected, do you know what stock subscription certificates are? They are not stocks. You have to draw lots for them. If you don't win, they are worthless paper, just 30 yuan down the drain. There are hardly any for sale in the entire city, and those who sell them often deceive outsiders like you. Ye Xiaowen smiled, but chose not to respond. We brought a little over 200 yuan, Lu Feng whispered. Instantly, Ye Xiaowen fell silent. 200 yuan was hardly sufficient, especially with expenses. How about this? You 2 should not follow me today. To be honest, I came here solely to buy those stock subscription certificates. Once I sell them, I'll head home. I won't be working in this city, Ye Xiaowen stated candidly, causing Lu Feng and Lu Ming to almost spit out their soy milk. Do you two have any particular skills? Ye Xiaowen asked. I have great strength. So do I. Lu Ming replied. This time, it was Ye Xiaowen's turn to feel disheartened. I meant skills like repairing bicycles, he stammered, struggling to continue. After all, as young men from the countryside, they had spent their lives farming. What skills could they possibly possess? Never mind. You two should wander around and see if you can find something to do, he concluded with a wave of his hand. Brother Yi, we fear that if we venture out, we may not return, Lu Feng said with a bitter smile. Indeed, this place is vast, far exceeding our hometown and county. Lu Ming added. Enough of calling me Brother Yi. Am I that old? Ye Xiaowen shook his head, indifferent. If you wish to follow, then do so. After dining, Ye Xiaowen took his bag and stepped outside, filling a large bottle with hot water from the breakfast shop. In the morning, he sought out a securities company's agency and acquired 100 stock subscription certificates, bringing his total to 500. He was also carrying the 400 subscription certificates he had purchased the day before, as he was uneasy leaving them at the inn. However, he was left with only 5,100 yuan. Ye Xiaowen planned to purchase the remaining stocks in the afternoon and then return home. He could no longer endure staying in this small inn. It felt as if he had grown moldy. In the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen entered a bank, intending to spend his last 5,000 yuan on stock subscription certificates. With a total of 5,100 yuan, he bought 169 certificates, leaving himself with 30 yuan. Since he would be returning the following day, he now possessed 669 stock subscription certificates. If he had no plans, he could dispose of these certificates and purchase several properties in the capital or the metropolis, leading a carefree life as a landlord, enjoying abundance without worry. Indeed, rebirth seems to pave an effortless path to success. Just as Ye Xiaowen prepared to smile in triumph, a deep voice resonated behind him. Turning, he found a burly man with a face full of flesh glaring at him. Oh no, I've let my guard down, Ye Xiaowen thought. Reaching into his green bag while glancing at the nearby duo, signaling them discreetly, Lu Feng and Lu Ming rushed to his side, providing him with newfound confidence. Brother, please don't misunderstand. My name is Wu Zuwang from Anhui. I was just inside depositing money when I saw you purchasing stock subscription certificates, Wu Zuwang said. Ye Xiaowen remained unfazed. I noticed there were stock subscription certificates for sale around here, and with some spare cash, I was uncertain whether to invest. So I wanted to ask you, Wu Zuwang continued. Why approach me? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Some say it's a scam, while others claim it's legitimate. I cannot discern the truth, as it's all mere talk, and I distrust it. However, I saw you engaging in genuine transactions, Wu Zuwang stated earnestly. Ye Xiaowen nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Perhaps he was overly sensitive, always suspecting that someone might wish him ill. How about I treat you to a meal? We can discuss this further. May I ask your esteemed surname? Wu Zuwang inquired. Just Yi, no need for formality. Call me Xiaoya, Ye Xiaowen replied. He led the way to a modest eatery, wary of being outmaneuvered. Once seated, Wu Zuwang handed the menu to Ye Xiaowen, who, feeling no need for politeness after days of bland food, ordered 2 meat dishes and a bowl of rice. Wu Zuwang added 2 more dishes and requested a bottle of liquor. Brother, have a drink, he urged. No, thank you, Ye Xiaowen declined. Ye Xiaowen shook her head. Although she was not an alcoholic in her previous life, she would occasionally enjoy a couple of drinks. However, in this life, her current body had yet to taste alcohol, and being away from home, she was unaware of the consequences of excessive drinking. In Chapter 16, the 10,000 yuan household, Wu Zuwang spoke, and Ye Xiaowen began to understand his circumstances. Wu Zuwang was a contractor from Anhui province, and during these years of rapid construction in the bustling metropolis, it could be said that the vast city was akin to a colossal construction site. As one of the earliest workers to venture out, Wu Zuwang quickly brought a group of people from his hometown and became a contractor. While it might seem somewhat exaggerated to say money was easily made in the South, it was not far from the truth. It was relatively easy to earn in various industries. Countless contractors had prospered during this time. Today, Wu Zuwang had gone to the bank to deposit money and happened to notice the bank selling stock subscription certificates. He was aware of stocks. Last year, many had profited from buying them, and he had attempted to do so himself but was unable to purchase due to the long lines. This time, with money prepared, he planned to buy stock subscription certificates. However, he had heard that this round was different from the previous stock purchases, requiring him to buy subscription certificates and then enter a lottery. If he did not win a spot in the lottery, the certificate would be worthless. Those around him discouraged him from buying, and although Wu Zuwang had made a bit of money over the past 2 years, it did not imply a high level of education or keen insight. At this moment, Anyone with the courage to act could earn money, even a fool. Thus, when everyone else refrained from purchasing and advised him against it, he decided to follow suit. The thought of buying 3 or 5 certificates just to test the waters did not cross his mind. He believed that with the same effort, he could simply bring 2 people from his hometown and earn that money back. Therefore, he had gone to the bank to deposit the funds he intended to use for the stock subscription certificates. Unexpectedly, while waiting in line, he spotted Ye Xiaowen actively acquiring a substantial number of stock subscription certificates. Unlike others, her demeanor was distinct. She was neither frivolous nor indecisive, nor was she frantically gambling. Instead, she exuded a calm confidence, radiating satisfaction after each transaction. Wu Zhuang had accumulated enough insight over the years. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gather a team from his hometown to become a contractor. With a hint of cunning and practical wisdom, Wu Zhuang quickly focused on Ye Xiaowen, who, despite her usual caution, seemed slightly flustered after her last transaction. This led to the dinner invitation that evening. After Wu Zhuang finished speaking, he turned to Ye Xiaowen. She set down her chopsticks and asked with a smile, "Do you trust me?" "Yes," Wu Zhuang nodded affirmatively. "Then how much savings do you have?" "All of it." Wu Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, 100,000 and 180 yuan. After Wu Zhuang finished speaking, Ye Xiaowen remained unresponsive. Beside him, the Lu brothers, Lu Feng and Lu Meng, were taken aback, their eyes wide in astonishment. With a clatter, their chopsticks fell to the ground. In recent years, the rural areas had implemented a system of collective farming, allowing families to become wealthy, with some achieving the status of 10,000 yuan households, becoming the envy of all. Typically, they carried themselves with great pride. Yet now, the one treating them to a meal was, astonishingly, 100,000 yuan household. Though he appeared quite ordinary, how could he possess such wealth? Ye Xiaowen was equally taken aback. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover, nor the ocean by its depth, for this individual indeed had a savings of 100,000 yuan. In later times, this amount might seem trivial, but in this era, it could effortlessly purchase 2 courtyard houses in the capital or 2 apartments in a prosperous city. After a few years, who could fathom how much it would appreciate? Nonetheless, Ye Xiaowen, having come from a more advanced era, did not regard 100,000 yuan with much significance, for he had witnessed grander spectacles. Observing the expressions of the Lu brothers, Wu Zhuang felt quite satisfied with their reaction. Proving his worth as a contractor was not in vain. However, Ye Xiaowen appeared somewhat disinterested, aligning perfectly with Wu Zhuang's preconceived notions of him. Truly, as someone he had high hopes for, it was remarkable that this young man merely showed a slight change in demeanor upon hearing of the 100,000 yuan. Without any further reaction, "If you trust me, let us buy it all," Ye Xiaowen declared. "Buy it all?" Wu Zhuang exclaimed, drawing the attention of others in the restaurant. Yet at that moment, Wu Zhuang was oblivious to their gazes, staring blankly at Ye Xiaowen. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen replied nonchalantly, "Let us go all in. If we win, we'll have the company's young models. If we lose, we'll have to toil in the fields." Wu Zhuang did not comprehend the latter part of the statement, but he grasped the former. "Brother Yi, what does going all in mean? And what is a company's young model?" The 2 eager boys gazed at Ye Xiaowen with wide eyes, yet he refrained from explanation, fearing these innocent youths might be led astray. "Not at all, Brother Yi. Please enlighten me about this subscription certificate," Wu Zhuang implored, a broad smile on his face as he settled down. "What is there to explain? It is merely a stock subscription certificate. One enters a lottery to purchase stocks. If one wins, they acquire stocks. If not, it's merely 30 yuan worth of worthless paper. However, I must admit, I share your optimism regarding this opportunity. When it comes to making friends, one should avoid superficial conversations." Ye Xiaowen had already divulged quite a bit, likely due to the meal they were sharing. Wu Zhuang, observing Ye Xiaowen's demeanor, came to a realization. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a stack of 100 yuan notes from his pocket and handed them to Ye Xiaowen from beneath the table, saying, "I kindly ask for your guidance, young brother." Ye Xiaowen was somewhat taken aback. Upon receiving the bills, he estimated there were roughly 1,000 yuan. Truly a generous gesture. "Very well, let me explain. Initially, when stocks were introduced, everyone was perplexed. The stock issuance in the Magic City utilized a prize sales method to entice the public to purchase stocks. Back then, one could simply queue up to buy them. Later, everyone came to understand that purchasing stocks was a surefire way to profit. As the stock market surged in popularity, it became impossible to simply queue up for purchases. Moreover, there was the matter of stock subscription certificates, which required a lottery to acquire. At the end of last year, 3 securities firms, Wanghua, Shenin, and Haitong, issued stock subscription certificates that were, at that time, obtainable without any monetary expenditure. One merely needed to wait in line to receive these certificates, which, in the eyes of the public, resembled a lottery. However, this lottery did not require a financial investment. Simply queuing was sufficient. This led to chaotic scenes at venues such as Jiangwan Stadium and Suhui Swimming Pool, where throngs of people surged forward, resulting in injuries to many. Chapter 17. Seeking support. Wu Zuwang, having paid his dues, expected Ye Xiaowen to provide a service of commensurate value. It would not suffice to dismiss him with a few curt words, even if it meant engaging in trivial conversation. Ye had to ensure that Wu felt he was receiving exceptional value, thereby fostering a willingness for future transactions or friendships. The previous ease of obtaining stock subscription certificates had inadvertently contributed to the stampede incidents at Jiangwan Stadium and Suhui Swimming Pool. Consequently, the current requirement for a 30 yuan fee to acquire a stock subscription certificate was instituted. Ye Xiaowen paused for a sip of water, allowing Wu Zuwang a moment to digest the information before continuing. He explained that starting January 19th of this year, stock subscription certificates were being issued anew. It is important to note that this time, the certificates pertain not to a singular stock issuance, but rather to the comprehensive offerings throughout the year 1992 in the bustling metropolis. After outlining the purpose of the current stock subscription certificates, he intended to explain why investing in stocks could yield profit. Although Ye Xiaowen had never actively traded stocks in his past life, he had gained some exposure to the subject, albeit without participating during the opportune moments. Nevertheless, he possessed a modicum of knowledge. He transitioned from discussing the primary market to the secondary market, from policy-driven markets to capital-driven markets. Lu Feng and Lu Ming had begun to eat, their minds utterly bewildered by the information. Yet, they gazed at Ye Xiaowen with admiration. Even Wu Zuwang was astonished by Ye's insightful discourse. Brother Ye, I still do not grasp the differences between the primary and secondary markets. Could you kindly elucidate that once more? Wu Zuwang unconsciously began to address Ye Xiaowen with respect. Despite his lack of formal education, years of navigating the world had imparted an understanding of the value of knowledge and culture. In the construction industry, every grand design and heavy machinery required a foundation of education and expertise. Although Wu could not fully comprehend the knowledge he imparted, he recognized its significance and felt his investment of 1,500 yuan was justified. He believed that while countless individuals in the metropolis had dabbled in stock purchases, few possessed the astute insight to explain why investing in stocks could be profitable with such clarity and depth as Ye Xiaowen did. Most individuals tend to follow the crowd. When others proclaim that investing in stocks can yield profits, they hastily comply without comprehending the rationale behind such assertions. Allow me to illustrate the distinction between the primary and secondary markets. Imagine you possess a batch of goods, which you wholesale to 3 associates at a price of 3 yuan each. This represents the primary market. Subsequently, these 3 associates sell the same batch to another set of 3 individuals at a price of 5 yuan each, exemplifying the secondary market. Ye Xiaowen, using a toothpick to tend to his teeth, stood and made his way outside, prompting Wu Zuwang to hurriedly settle the bill and follow suit. Why should one purchase stock subscription certificates? Wu Zuwang inquired. If one is fortunate enough to win a draw, that is well and good. Otherwise, isn't it merely a piece of worthless paper? Ye Xiaowen regarded Wu Zuwang with a look that conveyed the futility of attempting to educate the unteachable, leaving Wu Zuwang feeling profoundly embarrassed. After personally funding a better room for Ye Xiaowen at the hotel, he finally spoke. You have observed that the sales of stock subscription certificates have been lackluster in recent days. Many share your sentiments and refrain from purchasing, fearing it may turn out to be worthless paper. However, with fewer subscription certificates issued, the probability of winning a draw naturally increases. If the winning rate reaches 100%, a stock subscription certificate priced at 30 yuan transforms into a ticket for acquiring stocks, and not merely for a single instance. These certificates are comprehensive and allow for repeated draws, akin to a year-long pass for stock purchases. The more individuals who purchase, the lower the winning rate becomes. I suspect some may even be clandestinely hoarding subscription certificates at home while publicly denouncing them as mere money-making schemes. This crucial insight struck Wu Zuwang, illuminating his understanding. His eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how did I not consider this before? Thank you, Brother Ye. Wu Zuwang expressed his gratitude fervently, appreciating Ye Xiaowen's guidance. Were it not for the 1,500 yuan Wu Zuwang possessed, Ye Xiaowen would not have divulged such information. As Ye Xiaowen noted, the more individuals who buy, the lower the winning rate. Since arriving in the bustling metropolis, he had discussed this matter with 3 individuals. The first was Xun Jiqing from a securities company, whom Ye Xiaowen deemed a valuable acquaintance who could potentially assist him in the future. He subtly encouraged him to invest. The second duo, Lu Feng and Lu Meng, were less astute and soon realized their financial limitations. The third was Wu Zuwang, a relationship cultivated through the exchange of 1,500 yuan. Moreover, since last year, numerous state-owned enterprises in the metropolis have been undergoing shareholding reforms, leading Ye Xiaowen to speculate that this year might witness a surge in publicly listed companies with substantial issuance scales. In conclusion, he patted Wu Zuwang on the shoulder and whispered, "Old Wu, this is a feast. If you dare to partake, I assure you will be overwhelmed. Good night." As Ye Xiaowen turned to return to his room, he paused midway and added, "By the way, keep today's conversation to yourself. Rest assured, I shall remain here tonight." Wu Zuwang replied. After Wu Zuwang finished speaking, a sudden bang echoed, and Ye Xiaowen had already vanished down the corridor. Upon returning to his room, Ye Xiaowen counted the money Wu Zuwang had given him, totaling 1,500 yuan. Additionally, there were 50 stock subscription certificates. Initially planning to return the next day, it seemed he would have to delay his departure for another day. "Brother, Wu Zuwang gave Ye Xiaowen money today. I saw it, quite a lot, all in 100 yuan notes. Ye Xiaowen is truly remarkable. He claimed he could earn such a sum in no time. Indeed, it's impressive. How come we never noticed this before? Brother, for now, let us follow Ye Xiaowen. No, let us follow Brother Yi. Yes, let us follow Brother Yi and cling to his success." The two brothers were thoroughly captivated that evening, primarily by the sight of stacks of 100 yuan bills and Wu Zuwang's identity as a wealthy individual. Even a person of Wu Zuwang's stature felt compelled to seek advice from Ye Xiaowen. After a considerable time had passed, one of the brothers asked, "Brother, are you asleep?" "No. What are you thinking about? Do you miss home?" "No. I'm thinking about how effortlessly Brother Yi earns that money. I wish I could do the same one day." Chapter 18. A visit to Shanghai Securities the following morning. As Ye Xiaowen rose from his slumber and opened the door, he was startled to find Wu Zuwang standing at his doorstep, his eyes red-rimmed. "Brother Yi, what are you doing? Do you not know that scaring someone can be lethal?" "Brother Yi, I pondered it through the night and have decided to take action." Ye Xiaowen regarded Wu Zuwang with a hint of surprise. While his persuasive efforts the previous night had been quite effective, the 10,000 yuan in savings that Wu Zuwang possessed had been painstakingly accumulated over the years. If he were aware, like Ye Xiaowen in his past life, that selling stock subscription certificates could lead to wealth, it would be different. However, venturing forth based solely on another's word, without prior knowledge, to commit all his savings was indeed extraordinary. It is said that even in this golden era, those who achieve prosperity have their reasons. Although their educational backgrounds may not be extensive, they possess certain qualities unattainable by the average person, such as this propensity for risk-taking. Ye Xiaowen mused that had he been in his past life, had someone told him that investing money would surely lead to riches, his immediate thought would likely be, "Is this a scam?" From the perspective of his past life, he could analyze 100 ways, from scientific and economic viewpoints, why investing in stock subscription certificates could yield profit, or why engaging in the internet sector could be lucrative. Yet, these conclusions were born of experience, leading to societal acceptance. Prior to this, those who spoke of such matters were often deemed lunatics or fools. "Let us purchase separately. Do not buy from the same agency," Ye Xiaowen advised. "I'll heed your counsel," Wu Zuwang nodded, his face, usually marked by a rugged demeanor, appearing somewhat endearing at that moment. "Let us eat, after breakfast. We'll head out." "I'll rouse those two," Ye Xiaowen said, turning to the rooms of brothers Lu Feng and Lu Meng. Knocking firmly, he called, "Rise and shine." After a moment, Lu Feng and Lu Meng emerged, rubbing their bleary eyes, having stayed up late chatting the previous night. As the door to the room swung open, a musty odor wafted through the air. "Quickly tidy up and have some breakfast. We shall be on our way," Ye Xiaowen remarked before turning to leave. After enjoying a meal at the breakfast shop adjacent to the Modest Inn, Ye Xiaowen and his brother Lu Feng accompanied Wu Zuwang to the bank to withdraw the money. Emerging with a black bag containing 100,000 yuan, Wu Zuwang chuckled heartily, patting Ye Xiaowen on the shoulder. "Do not worry, my young friend. Who would suspect that such a tattered bag contains a fortune?" he said. "In past years, when it was time to pay the workers, I would carry the money in a worn-out sack, tossing it onto the luggage rack or under the seat of the vehicle. People would sleep and eat without a care, assured that no one would dare touch that old bag. Even thieves wouldn't glance in its direction." Wu Zuwang shared this wisdom from life experiences. "Once, on my way back, I encountered a train robbery. I was drenched in cold sweat, yet the robbers didn't even spare a glance at my bag. They simply tossed it under the seat." Ye Xiaowen, astonished, was acutely aware of the chaotic nature of the times, rife with bandits and highwaymen. However, a train robbery seemed utterly outrageous. Lu Feng and Lu Ming, listening intently, were equally enlightened. Ye Xiaowen then took Wu Zuwang to the Shenin Securities outlet where he had initially purchased his stock subscription certificates. It was already January 23, 1992, marking the 5th day since the issuance of the certificates. Although the deadline for subscriptions was approaching, it had been postponed to February 1st due to lackluster interest. Yet, even this extension seemed futile. If the certificates were unsellable, they remained unsellable. The staff at the securities agency were merely agents, not members of a pyramid scheme. And if they themselves perceived the certificates as worthless pieces of paper worth 30 yuan, how could they possibly market them? The atmosphere in the Shenin Securities outlet was one of dismay, with Shun Jiqing, a junior leader there, nearly losing his hair to worry. Burdened with tasks from above while facing disgruntled employees below, he contemplated resigning. The outlet had opened at 8 a.m. and now, at 9:30 a.m. Not a single customer had graced their presence. Well, if this continues, we might as well leave the office. Staying here is of no use, Shun Jiqing said with a wry smile. Just then, the door to the outlet creaked open, and upon hearing the sound, Shun Jiqing's expression brightened. Someone had arrived. Turning to see Ye Xiaowen accompanied by a middle-aged man and the 2 robust young fellows from the other day, his joy quickly faded. Surely, this young man, surnamed Ye, has come to return his stock subscription certificate out of regret, accompanied by his guardian. If he cannot return it, will they become hostile? Thoughts raced through Shun Jiqing's mind. It was not without reason that he harbored such concerns, as there had been several individuals in recent days returning their stock certificates after purchase. Shun Jiqing forced a smile as he approached. Isn't this Brother Ye? What brings you here? He inquired. Observing the unpleasant expression on Shun Jiqing's face, Ye Xiaowen felt puzzled. After all, he considered himself a significant client. Why did Shun Jiqing regard him as if he were a creditor? What's the matter, Brother Shun? Aren't you happy to see me? Ye Xiaowen asked with a smile. Of course, welcome. Let us discuss this in the office, Shun Jiqing replied, leading Ye Xiaowen and his companions into the office. The employees at the sales agency began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that the guy who bought the stock subscription certificates the other day? Is he here to ask for a refund? Xiaomei, mind your words. You keep calling him that, and you scared away a customer last time. One employee expressed displeasure, as Chongkou, Chongtou, in local dialect implies foolishness. There's a task from above that we can't complete anyway, and now a customer has been chased away by a colleague. Who would be happy about that? Exactly, Xiaomei. I saw that person was ready to buy a lot. If you can't meet your targets, you should cover the difference yourself, right? What? Am I wrong? It's just $30 for a worthless piece of paper. If that is not foolishness, what is? I suspect he is here to return them. We might even end up in a scuffle. I remember that young man bought quite a bit, Xiaomei muttered, though her voice had grown softer. Chapter 19. Ye Xiaowen's jealousy. Brother Ye, what brings you here today? Shun Jiqing tentatively asked in the office. I'm looking to purchase more stock subscription certificates. Ye Xiaowen replied, only to hear Shun Jiqing murmur, Brother Ye, once sold, these cannot be refunded. Ye Xiaowen halted his words, and Shun Jiqing too paused. Comprehending what Ye Xiaowen meant, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the bitter expression on his face vanished, replaced by astonishment and delight. Did I hear you correctly? You just mentioned wanting to buy more stock subscription certificates? Shun Jiqing exclaimed, gazing at Ye Xiaowen anxiously, fearing he had misunderstood. You heard correctly. Ye Xiaowen nodded. Instantly, Shun Jiqing felt a wave of relief. No matter how much he purchased this time, at least he was not there to request a refund. Ye Xiaowen took out the 1,000 yuan that Shun Jiqing had given him the previous day and placed it on the table. The usual arrangement, 33 subscription certificates. All in white bars, please, Ye Xiaowen instructed. Certainly, certainly, just a moment, Shun Jiqing responded, turning to retrieve them. However, he returned not with 33 but 34 certificates. Brother Shun, what's this? Ye Xiaowen inquired, confused. At 30 yuan each, 33 certificates amount to 990 yuan, leaving you with 10 yuan. Yet with 34, you will need to add 20 yuan, Shun Jiqing explained. It wasn't he that Ye Xiaowen lacked the 20 yuan. Rather, he had only 30 yuan in total and still needed to purchase a train ticket. He felt it prudent to reserve the 30 yuan for potential expenses along the way. This one can be considered half a gift. You've purchased so many from me already, and with this 1,000 yuan, there are 34 white bars. Count them yourself, Brother Ye. Shun Jiqing said with a smile. Ye Xiaowen no longer held back, giving Shun Jiqing a thumbs up, expressing his appreciation. After meticulously counting the stock subscription certificates, he carefully tucked them into the folds of his clothing. Anticipating that the certificates would create a noticeable bulge, he had chosen a rather loose outer garment for this occasion, rendering the bulge less conspicuous. With the addition of the previous 669 certificates, he now possessed a total of 703. Once he had finished organizing, Ye Xiaowen raised his gaze to Shun Jiqing and spoke. Brother, I appreciate your generosity. To be honest, I brought a significant client with me today. He gestured towards Wu Zuwang, who stood beside him. Shun Jiqing paused, seemingly grasping the implications. Despite Ye's youth, their interactions had revealed a certain sophistication in his demeanor and dealings, displaying a reliability atypical of his age. If Ye Xiaowen made such a claim, it undoubtedly indicated a lucrative opportunity. Xiaolu, please fetch some tea from my cabinet. Shun Jiqing called out to the staff outside. Shortly, an employee returned with tea, and Shun Jiqing offered cigarettes to several individuals present. This is Mr. Wu, the owner in the engineering sector, who intends to purchase stock subscription certificates as benefits for his workers, Ye Xiaowen introduced. Mr. Wu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Shun Jiqing exclaimed with a broad smile. May I inquire how many stock subscription certificates you wish to purchase? He asked eagerly. Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang exchanged glances. Wu Zuwang, having made up his mind, wasted no time. He placed the bag he was holding on the table. I wish to purchase stock subscription certificates worth 100,000 yuan. Initially, I did not plan to buy them all at once, but seeing how well you conduct yourself, I decided to make the purchase here, Wu Zuwang declared confidently. Ye Xiaowen was pleased. Wu Zuwang was indeed a person of discernment and stature. His words not only fulfilled a favor, but also enhanced his own reputation, while leaving Shun Jiqing with a favorable impression. With a trembling hand, Shun Jiqing opened the black plastic bag, revealing neatly bundled stacks of 100 yuan bills. Easy to count, 10 bundles in total, each worth 10,000 yuan. In that moment, Shun Jiqing felt as though he had been unexpectedly bestowed with fortune from the heavens. This single transaction had significantly alleviated his responsibilities at the agency. Thank you, Mr. Wu, and thank you, Brother Yi. I am truly grateful, Shun Jiqing exclaimed, his delight evident on his face. As per our usual practice, I will prepare a whiteboard for Mr. Wu. Of course, Shun Jiqing nodded repeatedly. Please hold on for a moment. I will attend to it right away. He exited with the black plastic bag, and soon, Ye Xiaowen and the others heard a chorus of astonished exclamations from outside. In the future, such a sum might barely cause a ripple at a securities company. But in the present, 100,000 yuan was indeed a substantial amount, especially when entirely allocated for stock subscription certificates. Even the previously outspoken Xiao Mei refrained from making any remarks about the situation, apprehensive that this well-cooked duck might just fly away. Without a doubt, not only Shun Jiqing, but also other colleagues could harbor thoughts of doing her harm. The melodious sound of the counting machine resonated, a delightful symphony in the air. Then, the storeroom door swung open, revealing the subscription certificates being moved outside. 100,000 yuan, 3,334 subscription certificates, were soon arranged neatly on the table. Shun Jiqing, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and Wu Zuwang regarded these certificates with nonchalance. However, Ye Xiaowen, upon gazing at the stack, found her breath quickening. These were, indeed, treasures. Wu Zuwang, that scoundrel, had truly spent his money wisely. Being alongside him had led to this windfall. Over 3,000 subscription certificates equated to more than 30 sets. At 100 certificates per set, 3,000 yuan could easily yield 500,000 yuan. Over 30 sets amounted to over 16 million. One could almost rank among the wealthiest in the country. Noticing the crimson gleam in Ye Xiaowen's eyes, Wu Zuwang felt a tinge of fear as he stuffed the stock subscription certificates into a snakeskin bag. It seemed that if he were to keep them all, Ye Xiaowen might resort to nefarious means under the cover of night. One could not dismiss the possibility. With over 10 million at stake, some might consider a heist, disappearing and returning with a new identity. The risk was indeed tempting, and it was clear that not only Wu Zuwang, but also Shun Jiqing and Lu Feng recognized it. The rapid breaths and bloodshot eyes conveyed a sense of lethal intent. Here, take these 34 scattered ones, Wu Zuwang offered, not feeling particularly attached to them, despite their appealing green hue, which did not compare to the allure of real dollars. Chapter 20. Returning home, Ye Xiaowen lunged forward, exclaiming, I don't want them. No need to give them to me. Wu Zuwang rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. What did she mean by not wanting them, while simultaneously throwing herself at them? At this moment, if he were to backtrack, he could sense that Ye Xiaowen might indeed harbor thoughts of eliminating him. Yet, Wu Zuwang felt no sorrow. Instead, he found relief in witnessing Ye Xiaowen's mature demeanor, revealing her earnest interest in the stock subscription certificates as lucrative investments. As for the 30-odd certificates, though each represented 1,000 yuan, his investment this time was 100,000, rendering the former insignificant in comparison. As long as profit was attainable, even if it were to double, that would translate to 200,000 yuan. What did a mere 1,000 matter in such a context? Regarding Ye Xiaowen's capabilities, he had gleaned from their conversation the night before that she was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Lu Ming, witnessing such unabashed behavior for the first time, found it rather direct and unrefined. However, they were perplexed as to why Ye Xiaowen exhibited such particular interest in these certificates. Their own educational background was merely high school. While they were not illiterate, they certainly did not possess advanced knowledge. They recognized the word stock subscription certificate, but despite having heard discussions over dinner the previous night, they still couldn't fully grasp the concept. Why is Ye Xiaowen so infatuated with this matter? Shen Jiqing, somewhat speechless, was also astonished by Wu Zuwang's generosity. For after all, this was a substantial sum of real money, 1,000 yuan, given away so freely. Truly, Wu was a remarkable figure. Yet, he pondered over Ye Xiaowen's fascination. It seemed that Ye Xiaowen genuinely held high hopes for this stock subscription certificate, coupled with the words Ye Xiaowen had spoken before leaving. Shen Jiqing felt compelled to consider acquiring some for himself as well. "I'm off now," said Shen Jiqing, as he escorted Ye Xiaowen and the others out of the Shun-In Securities Agency. Wu Zuwang tossed a bag containing the stock subscription certificates to Lu Feng and Lu Ming, exhibiting a casual nonchalance that contrasted sharply with Ye Xiaowen's cautious demeanor. Upon returning to their modest inn, Wu Zuwang carelessly tossed the stock subscription certificates beneath the bed and handed Lu Feng 10 yuan, instructing him to fetch some food. "I need to buy a train ticket home this afternoon. Brother, if you have nothing pressing, I suggest you stay in the Magic City for updates." Ye Xiaowen mumbled through his meal. He would prefer not to return home for the new year, as remaining in the city would afford him the earliest news. However, this was merely an excuse. Should he not return for the holiday, his parents would undoubtedly sense something amiss. In truth, he had already made the purchase, and whether or not Ye Xiaowen was aware mattered little to him. Yet, with the new year approaching, he did not wish to cause his parents undue anxiety during the festive season, especially considering the loan of 20,000 yuan, a considerable sum, particularly for the Yi family, capable of robbing his parents of their peace of mind. Moreover, he was running low on funds, with only 30 yuan remaining, insufficient for his sustenance. Thus, once his affairs were settled, he planned to return home. "No, I have no plans to leave. I shall remain in the Magic City," Wu Zuwang replied with a nod, realizing he would not depart regardless of Ye Xiaowen's suggestion. After all, that was 100,000 yuan, his entire savings amassed over the years. "Brother Yi, why not stay as well? If circumstances change, it would be inconvenient for you to return," Wu Zuwang proposed. "It's all right. I will give you my neighbor's phone number. Just call me if you need anything," Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. "Very well. I will reach out to you promptly if necessary," Wu Zuwang conceded. "Lu Feng, Lu Ming, since you two are currently unable to find work, why not stick with Wu Gu for the time being?" Ye Xiaowen turned to the brothers. "What do you think, Wu Gu?" "Absolutely. It works perfectly. I could use the assistance," Wu Zuwang nodded, feeling more secure with the two sturdy fellows at his side. "Thank you, Brother Yi." "Thank you." Wu Gu, Lu Feng, and Lu Ming expressed their gratitude, though the brothers had embarked on this venture without a solid plan. Upon reaching Pengcheng, they discovered the need for a border pass, and upon arriving in the Magic City, they found themselves utterly lost, wandering without direction. Without Ye Xiaowen's guidance, they might have found themselves in a remote corner of the city, utterly disoriented. "All right then, I'll go buy the ticket this afternoon. If all goes well, I shall return tomorrow." Having arranged his matters in the bustling metropolis, Ye Xiaowen proceeded to the train station in the afternoon to purchase tickets. Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng remained at the inn, with Lu Ming accompanying Ye Xiaowen to procure the train tickets. The following morning's train was set for departure, and that very evening, Wu Zuwang packed some dishes from the restaurant, bringing along 2 bottles of beer and 2 bottles of white liquor. He was aware that Ye Xiaowen abstained from drinking white liquor, though he was uncertain whether it was due to an inability or a fear of intoxication. As for beer, Ye Xiaowen was indifferent, clinking glasses with a few companions before engaging in lively conversation. Naturally, it was primarily Wu Zuwang and Ye Xiaowen conversing, while Lu Feng listened attentively. Wu Zuwang recounted his experiences over the years, identifying himself as one of the first waves of migrant workers. He had arrived in the metropolis as early as 1986, and during the first wave of 1 million migrant workers flooding into the city in 1989, he had gathered a group of individuals and taken on the role of a small contractor. To this day, he employed a number of workers, predominantly in construction. "Brother Wu, With your manpower and machinery, why not establish a construction company? Ye Xiaowen inquired. It's not that simple, Wu Zuong replied with a wry smile. Without the capacity to secure substantial projects, I'm unable to take on larger endeavors. The smaller ones, or those subcontracted from others, yield minimal profit. And collecting payment is a hassle, making it hardly worthwhile. Ye Xiaowen nodded, acknowledging the validity of his words. However, a thought suddenly struck Ye Xiaowen. Perhaps establishing a construction company was indeed feasible. Yet, it was still early, and there was no need to discuss it now, although he made a mental note of it. After their meal, Ye Xiaowen indulged in a restful slumber. The next morning, Wu Zuong and the others escorted him to the train station. All right, I'm off now. Brother Wu, if anything arises, give me a call. Farewell, Fengzi, Mengzi. Ye Xiaowen waved his goodbyes and turned to enter the platform. I came softly. Just as I depart softly, a gentle wave of my sleeve carries away 737 stock subscription certificates. This marked the first pot of gold in his newly revitalized life. Moreover, as the train steadily glided along the tracks, Ye Xiaowen found his thoughts somewhat tumultuous. Chapter 21. Where have you been? After enduring a day and a night, Ye Xiaowen finally alighted at Bingzhou before transferring back to Pingqing. Departing from Pingqing on January 19th and disembarking at the Pingqing train station on January 25th. The darkness had already enveloped the sky. The entire journey spanned 7 days, with 4 days lost along the way, leaving a mere 3 days spent in the metropolis. Yet, within this brief span of 7 days, Ye Xiaowen felt a profound sense of exhaustion. For traveling in this era presented a stark contrast to the peaceful security of the future. Furthermore, during this time, the tide of individuals rushing south in pursuit of wealth was palpable. Some sought to work diligently, others yearned for instant riches, and still others attempted to profit from the chaos. Ye Xiaowen, with a significant sum of money in his possession, remained on high alert, making it no surprise that he felt fatigued. Upon returning to the small county town of Pingqing, Ye Xiaowen finally sensed a semblance of tranquility settle within him. As he flowed with the crowd out of the train station, he trudged onward toward home, weary yet relieved. As Ye Xiaowen approached the entrance of his home, he instinctively quickened his pace. Standing at the threshold of the yard, he gazed at the warm glow emanating from within, and a sudden wave of happiness washed over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he stepped into the courtyard. Is my son back? Have you eaten? Why are you dressed like this? What is that smell? As Ye Xiaowen entered, the family was gathered around the dinner table. His mother, Jiang Guizhi, rose with a glimmer of joy upon seeing her youngest son, though her words were a flurry of concern. No, the conditions at the math class residence were poor, and I couldn't take a shower, so I'm like this. Why did you come back so late? Go take a shower. I'll fetch you some clean clothes. You can eat after you're done. Well, it's only 7 days, a week, and I'll be back, Ye Xiaowen mumbled, retreating to his room to stash his bag in the cupboard, along with his coat that bore stock subscription certificates. Wrapping himself in a heavy coat, he hurried to the shower. The shower in the Jiang household was a small area partitioned off from the utility room, equipped with a gas water heater. At that time, having a water heater for bathing was quite a luxury. However, compared to future advancements, it was still lacking. Testing one's patience as he shivered while waiting for the hot water to arrive. As the warm water cascaded over him, Ye Xiaowen finally felt a sense of warmth enveloping him. He surrendered to the soothing flow, feeling the fatigue of the past few days washing away, pure bliss. Yet, in the next moment, he let out an involuntary yelp. His hand holding the shower head trembled, and as if in a fleeting moment, the water turned cold, sending goosebumps across his skin. What on earth? Why is it suddenly cold? He cursed under his breath, hurriedly lathering himself with soap. As the water returned to warmth, he quickly rinsed off. To truly enjoy a relaxing bath, he resolved to visit the bathhouse at his parents' workplace the following day. Bathing at home felt futile. The clean clothes were delivered by his second brother, Ye Xiaowen, who lingered at the door, deliberately letting the cold air in. With a mischievous grin, he tossed the clothes down and left, sensing Ye Xiaowen's murderous glare. After changing into fresh clothes and drying his hair, he found Jiang Guizhi had prepared dinner for him. Did you get drenched with cold water in there? Jiang Guizhi inquired. Yes, I'll go to your factory for a bath tomorrow, Ye Xiaowen replied, eyeing the steaming dish of scallion scrambled eggs on the table, clearly prepared during his shower. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, while Jiang Guizhi continued her barrage of questions. How was the math class? Where did you stay? Was it cold? Did anything mold? Ye Xiaowen exhibited not a trace of impatience, patiently crafting responses to his mother's queries, even if they were somewhat embellished. I learned quite well. The pressure wasn't too great. The food and accommodation were lacking, but for the sake of my studies, I could overlook it. After expressing her concerns, she added, "Mom, please do not mention this to anyone. The slots for this mathematics class are limited, so rest assured, I won't tell anyone. I'll just say you didn't attend." Jiang Guizhi's mind raced with implications. The limited availability meant that if their youngest child participated, others would be left out. This information must remain confidential. If revealed, it could upset the teacher. Having already gained an advantage, there was no need to act overly accommodating. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. The final piece of her deception seamlessly falling into place. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaohai observed with a peculiar expression, alternating his gaze between Ye Xiaowen and their mother, Jiang Guizhi. Ye Guoping, seated nearby, remained silent, puffing on his pipe. After dinner, as Ye Xiaowen returned to her room, she noticed Ye Xiaohai approaching her with an air of mystery. "Third brother, confess and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and the consequences will be severe. Where have you been these past few days?" "Second brother, what are you talking about?" Ye Xiaowen replied, her face a mask of confusion. "Oh, come on, third brother, I see you're quite adept at playing coy. Open your eyes and recognize where you truly are." Ye Xiaohai momentarily transformed into a stern figure, mimicking an officer of the regime. Just then, Ye Guoping's voice echoed from the living room. "Second, what are you making such a racket about at this hour? Feeling restless?" Instantly, Ye Xiaohai reverted to his normal tone, hastily responding, "I'll be going to bed now, Dad." Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Ye Xiaowen and continued, "I've inquired with my classmates, and there's no mathematics class as you claimed. I've visited every household, especially those of the top students, and they are home." Seeing that Ye Xiaowen remained nonchalant, a flicker of fear crossed his face, yet he resolutely pressed on. "Moreover, I found a fruit knife in your bag while rummaging through the cupboard. What exactly are you up to, third brother?" At that moment, Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. Sitting upright on her bed as she asked, "You went through my bag?" Ye Xiaohai was startled by her sudden movement, but she quickly settled back down. Her concern was not so much about the discovery of the fruit knife, but rather the potential revelation of her stock subscription certificate. Nevertheless, she reasoned that even if Ye Xiaohai had seen it, he likely wouldn't comprehend its significance. Furthermore, he might not have noticed the item sewn into her coat. "All right, let us get some rest. I've been studying for a week and I'm utterly exhausted," Ye Xiaowen declared, waving her hand as she climbed into bed. Chapter 22. The Scapegoat. Ye Xiaohai stood on the floor, watching as Ye Xiaowen climbed into bed, his expression shifting between various emotions. The two brothers spent every day together, their ages closely aligned, making them intimately familiar with one another. At times, they understood each other better than their parents did. Recently, however, he had genuinely perceived a change in his younger brother. Once a quiet and reserved boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle, who focused solely on academics and returned home after school to do homework, he now accompanied Ye Xiaohai to dance halls, grew close to Lu Sahan at school, and was increasingly elusive after classes. After being away for more than a week, Ye Xiaowen lay in bed, utterly fatigued yet too apprehensive to succumb to slumber. Although Ye Xiaohai had not discovered the stock subscription certificate, he had unwittingly alerted Ye Xiaowen to the peril of keeping it tucked away in his coat. There was a real risk that his mother might wash it come morning, leaving him in despair. Thus, Ye Xiaowen waited for Ye Xiaohai to fall asleep so he could discreetly relocate the certificate. However, Ye Xiaohai seemed unusually restless that evening, tossing and turning on the lower bunk, seemingly unable to find rest. Is he suffering from insomnia? Ye Xiaowen pondered. In truth, Ye Xiaohai was preoccupied with thoughts of Ye Xiaowen, wondering what his enigmatic brother was up to. He contemplated enlisting Zhang Weiming to follow Ye Xiaowen if necessary. At last, Ye Xiaowen discerned the faint sound of snoring emanating from below, prompting him to quietly rise from his bed. He retrieved his coat from the wardrobe and carefully unpacked it, gently extracting a small wooden box. This box, crafted by Ye Guoping himself, was essential for students boarding at school, as they not only needed to bring bedding but also a wooden box for their belongings. Although Ye Xiaowen's home was in the county and he had never boarded, he had once seen such a box and longed for one. When he expressed this desire to his father, Ye Guoping, having always been fond of his youngest son, readily agreed and spent 3 days constructing a wooden box for him. However, since it had remained and used at home, it had been relegated to the bottom of the wardrobe. Ye Xiaowen gently opened the box and placed all the stock subscription certificates inside, then searched the drawers for a sturdy padlock to secure it. Satisfied, he returned the box to the wardrobe, reassured by its robustness. Naturally, being at home meant that no one would dare to tamper with his precious box. After tucking the keys safely away and discarding the fruit knife from his bag onto the table, he finally felt at ease enough to retire for the night. With school on break, Ye Xiaowen awoke the next morning well past 10 o'clock. Rubbing his eyes, He made his way to the living room with a basin and towel, only to find his mother, Jiang Guizhi, already engaged in washing clothes. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the very coat he had changed out of. Thank goodness he had been clever the night before, otherwise he would have been in quite a predicament. The third son is awake. Wash your face and come eat. The food is still warm in the pot, Jiang Guizhi called out. Ye Xiaowen replied, stretching languidly, feeling revitalized after a most refreshing sleep. Jiang Guizhi continued scrubbing the garments vigorously. This coat has gone moldy. Why leave it in the wardrobe? By the way, this morning while I was tidying up your brother's room, I noticed a fruit knife on the table. Is it your second brother's? Indeed. Ye Xiaowen nodded without hesitation. I knew it. Your second brother still refuses to admit it, insisting that it was you who brought it back. That rascal has grown exceedingly bold, brandishing a fruit knife without a care, and one can only wonder what he intends to do with it. This morning, your father gave him a thorough thrashing, and now he has vanished again. It is no wonder that Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi do not suspect Ye Xiaowen, for she has always been quiet and gentle, while Ye Xiaohai has been a mischievous troublemaker with poor academic performance. He constantly stirs up trouble and shifts the blame onto Ye Xiaowen, leading the couple to completely distrust him. In any case, they did not seek clarity before delivering punishment, believing it better to err on the side of caution. Ye Xiaowen nodded, brushing her teeth while mumbling, yes, my second brother often wrongs me. But what does he need a fruit knife for? To cut fruit perhaps? Do not pry into these matters. Quickly finish your tasks and eat something. Did we not agree yesterday to go to the factory for a bath? The timing is just right, and the water has been heated. Now is the perfect opportunity for the first wash when the water is still clean. Jiang Guizhi shook her head, unwilling to discuss the fruit knife any further. Oh, by the way, mother, why did you not go to work today? Ye Xiaowen asked, chewing on a steamed bun. She had not touched the pickled vegetables on the table, which were made from radishes and were dry and tasteless. She truly did not want to eat them. With the new year approaching, there is little to be done at the factory, so I am tidying up at home. Today is the 22nd day of the 12th month. Tomorrow is the little new year. After finishing her meal and tidying up, Ye Xiaowen prepared to take a bath. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Ye's alley, Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming were discreetly observing from the side. Commander, what is today's mission? Ye Xiaohai inquired. What are we following your third brother for? He probably spends the entire day at home doing homework. It's utterly pointless, Zhang Weiming replied, shaking his head vigorously. I'm telling you, my third brother has been acting quite mysteriously. Ye Xiaohai recounted the situation. Zhang Weiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Commander, are you joking? Are we really talking about your third brother? And he is accused of wielding a fruit knife against you? That is simply absurd. Ye Xiaohai had wronged Ye Xiaowen countless times, and not only did their parents not believe him, but even his followers were skeptical of his claims. Nonsense, Ye Xiaohai retorted, his eyes reddening as he gingerly touched his backside, immediately shivering. Old Ye was particularly harsh this morning. He nearly left me bruised. Typically, when he misbehaved, he would return home early to hide any items that could be used against him, ensuring that when old Ye sought to punish him, he would be left empty-handed. Yet this morning, he was caught completely off guard, having been summoned from his warm bed. Then came a hefty serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. He could hardly expect to sit comfortably, as even the slightest movement made his backside burn with pain. Chapter 23. Being followed. Zhang Weiming was about to say something more when Ye Xiaohai interrupted him. Do not speak. He is coming out, Ye Xiaohai whispered. Ye Xiaowen emerged from the alley, swaying gently, adorned with a train cap atop his head and thick cotton gloves on his hands, while carrying a toiletry basket. He ambled leisurely, occasionally pausing to observe his surroundings, as if reconciling them with memories from the past. However, this peculiar behavior left Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming utterly perplexed. What is our third brother up to? I have no idea. Now you see I wasn't deceiving you. Our third brother truly seems like a different person, Ye Xiaohai remarked, shaking his head. Come on, let us follow him. Perhaps Ye Xiaowen had returned home, lowering his guard. Or perhaps the tracking skills of Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming were indeed exceptional. Regardless, throughout their pursuit, Ye Xiaowen remained oblivious to the two trailing behind him. Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi worked at the state-owned Pingxing glass factory, the only such enterprise in Pingxing County. The factory employed over 400 individuals. In its heyday, it boasted more than 1,000 workers, serving not only as the economic backbone of Pingxing County, but also as a pillar for the entire Luan city. It was among the earliest to adopt the float glass production line. However, in recent years, it had fallen into decline. Truth be told, a glass factory was ill-suited for an urban setting. Yet, the Pingxing glass factory lacked the means to relocate, and now it resembled a waning star, struggling day by day. Nevertheless, the wide cement road at the factory entrance still bore witness to the bustling days of its past. Back then, delivery trucks lined up to load goods. And there was even a dedicated railway line, a testament to its former glory. At that time, both members of the Ye family were employed at the glass factory, a status that placed them among the most esteemed families in Pingxing County. They lacked for nothing, and many sought employment at the glass factory rather than within the rigid confines of the state system. Reflecting on the past splendor, one cannot help but feel the weight of life as transients. The dilapidated factory gates were coated in black dust, obscuring the white sign that barely revealed the words Pingxing Glass Factory. Ah, the third Ye. Are you looking for your parents? No, I'm taking a shower. Ye Xiaowen jiggled his toiletry basket in front of the elderly gatekeeper and sauntered into the factory grounds. Just as he entered, Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming followed suit. The gatekeeper cast a glance at Ye Xiaohai, dismissing him entirely. Inside the bathroom, scattered slippers lay haphazardly, and a shower cost 50 cents. Employees and their families could bathe for free, while outsiders were required to pay. Initially, this bathhouse was exclusive to the factory's internal personnel and their families. However, as the glass factory declined and diversified its operations, the row of storefronts outside was rented out, allowing the bathhouse to open its doors to the public, thus generating some additional revenue. Ye Xiaowen opted not to wear the bathhouse slippers, instead retrieving his own. After all, the bathhouse slippers were not only unknown in terms of who had worn them, but also had not been cleaned. More importantly, one must sift through a pile of slippers to find a matching pair. It is often a challenge to locate one left and one right. More often than not, one is confronted with mismatched sizes or colors, or perhaps a broken strap. After exchanging his slippers, he selected a garment frame, also known as a drunken. At a time when there were no lockers available, he retrieved an old newspaper from his toiletry bag, laid it flat within the garment frame, and then undressed before entering the bathhouse. This bathhouse, unlike the opulent ones of later years, still boasted a large soaking pool. With the new year approaching, despite the early hour, the bathhouse was bustling with patrons. Ye Xiaowen was preparing to enter the pool, but there was an art to doing so. Simply jumping in would reveal one's inexperience, especially in winter when the northern chill lingered on the skin. Entering the warm water without acclimatization could be unbearable. Ye Xiaowen stood at the edge of the soaking pool, feeling the coolness of the white porcelain tiles. Others were also outside the pool, first scooping warm water with their hands to warm the tiles. Only after this did Ye Xiaowen face the pool and sit down, splashing his feet in the water. Once his feet adjusted to the temperature, he stood up and took a couple of steps toward the center of the pool, splashing water onto himself as he moved. Once sufficiently wet, he stepped back and slowly lowered himself into the water, ensuring he kept his mouth engaged. As the contact between his body and the water increased, a satisfied exclamation escaped him. Indeed, indulging in a hot bath during winter was unparalleled, a luxury that could not be compared to the meager hot water heater at home. Ah, how delightful! Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, tightening his abdomen and expressing his sheer pleasure. He was not alone in this sentiment. The other gentlemen present shared a similar exuberance, radiating a sense of satisfaction. Hey, Yi, when did you return? Inquired a middle-aged man nearby. Ye Xiaowen recognized the voice as familiar and squinted open his eyes to find it was Shen Baolong. Ah, Ye Xiaowen shifted to a more comfortable position and asked, Uncle Shen, what brings you here? I just got back yesterday and was planning to visit you. I thought you might be too timid to see me, Shen Baolong replied, narrowing his eyes with a hint of amusement. Uncle Shen, how could I avoid you? I owe you my gratitude. By the way, let me treat you to a meal later, Ye Xiaowen responded. All right, Shen Baolong nodded, surprised to encounter Ye Xiaowen in this setting. Through the steam, not far away, Ye Xiaohai covered his face with a towel, releasing warm vapors. Beside him sat another man of similar stature, who intermittently lifted his towel to glance at Ye Xiaowen. These two were indeed Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming. Chief, who is that middle-aged man over there? Is he a relative of yours? Zhang Weiming inquired in a low voice. Ye Xiaohai shook his head, responding, No, I don't know him. I've never seen him before. When did the third brother get acquainted with such a person? Not only was he not a relative, but he surely was not a friend of their parents either. Are you referring to that man over there? Another man interjected. Ye Xiaohai partially lifted the towel covering his face and looked at the man, asking, Do you know him? Nonsense. The deputy director of the credit union. One of the deities of wealth in Pingxing. How could I not know him? We have even dined together. Yet, as the two young rascals boasted, Ye Xiaohai found himself disinclined to listen. After all, how could he be unaware of how his own third brother knew the deputy director of the Pingxing Credit Union? Chapter 24. Observations of the Magic City before long. Ye Xiaowen and Shun Baolong finished their baths and prepared to leave. Ye Xiaohai tugged at the nearly slumbering Zhang Weiming beside him. "Hurry up, we're leaving." Zhang Weiming, startled, promptly lay back down in the bath. Gulping down a couple of mouthfuls of bath water, he finally stood up, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. "Comrade," Zhang Weiming lamented, his face full of grievance. "All right, let us go," Ye Xiaohai urged, ignoring his spluttering. "A bath is indeed delightful," Ye Xiaowen remarked as she exited the bathhouse. "Come on, let us get on the motorcycle," Shin Baolong cheerfully suggested, pushing the vehicle forward. In this context, a motorcycle was considered a luxury mode of transportation, especially in the small town of Pingcheng. One might have expected Ye Xiaowen to display excitement or eagerness, as is typical for boys who tend to favor such things. However, to one's surprise, she remained composed, merely nodding before mounting the motorcycle. In reality, Ye Xiaowen felt not excitement, but rather a desire to voice her grievances in the biting cold of winter. Riding a motorcycle was truly a torturous experience, enough to freeze tears and snot alike. Grumbling internally, Ye Xiaowen climbed onto the motorcycle as Shun Baolong revved the engine, which roared to life. Just then, Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming emerged from the bathhouse, witnessing the motorcycle belching black smoke as it sped away, leaving no trace behind. The two hurriedly pursued, but aside from the dissipating smoke, they saw no sign of Ye Xiaowen. "What should we do, Commander? We lost them," Zhang Weiming sighed. "It's not that our team is inadequate. We are simply lacking in equipment, an unearned misfortune. Forget it, let us go find Lu Yuan and the others. We can confront him another day." However, today was not devoid of discovery. At the very least, we now know that our third brother certainly harbors secrets. Ye Xiaohai concluded thoughtfully. "All right, let us go find Lu Yuan," Zhang Weiming exclaimed, swiftly dismissing the matter of Ye Xiaowen from his mind. Meanwhile, on the motorcycle, Ye Xiaowen shivered, thinking, "I can't provoke such a big shot. Perhaps next time, he could refrain from dragging me into his bravado." Fortunately, Shin Baolong soon stopped in front of a modest eatery. Typically, Shun Baolong did not frequent small diners, but having heard Ye Xiaowen mention treating them, he opted for a more economical choice rather than the pricier establishments. He couldn't bear the thought of being known as the one who exploited a child for a meal costing tens of yuan. The small diner lacked a menu. Serving only home-cooked dishes, patrons ordered whatever they desired. Shin Baolong ordered stir-fried meat, scrambled eggs with chives, peanuts, and 2 bowls of thin noodles. Ye Xiaowen gritted his teeth and fetched a bottle of white liquor for Shin Baolong. Admittedly, it was not a fine spirit, merely a 2 yuan bottle of sorghum liquor. The peanuts were readily available and served promptly. "Here you go, Uncle Shun, I toast to you with a drink." Ye Xiaowen poured a glass for Shin Baolong, then filled his own cup halfway. Despite its modest price, this sorghum liquor was not like the artificially concocted spirits of the future. It was brewed from pure grains. A sip revealed its smoothness, a particularly gentle embrace. Well, you can hold your drink," Shun Baolong chuckled, watching Ye Xiaowen with a grin. "It's not bad. This is my first time drinking. A few days ago in the Magic City, I didn't dare to indulge, being alone and afraid of overindulging and causing trouble." Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. "Did you really go to the Magic City?" Shin Baolong inquired, his gaze fixed on Ye Xiaowen. "Of course, Uncle Shun. If I hadn't gone to the Magic City, why would I take out a loan? Is it just for pocket money? Can pocket money stretch that far?" Ye Xiaowen retorted, slightly pouting. He sensed Shin Baolong's skepticism, which had been evident since their time in the bathhouse. It felt more like a test. "Then tell me about your experiences these past few days. People keep saying the South is flourishing, that it's a land of opportunity. Is that really true?" Shin Baolong asked, still smiling. "Without a doubt, the South is developing faster than we are here. As for the notion that it's a land of gold, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But it's not entirely incorrect either. During my time in the Magic City, I met a big brother from Anhui. He was among the first wave of migrant workers, arriving during the massive influx in 1989. Now, he has established a contracting team in the Magic City and saved up 100,000 yuan in just a few years." Ye Xiaowen recounted his journey, mentioning his encounters with the Lu brothers, the border pass required to reach Pingcheng, the soft dialect of the Magic City, and the musty little inns. He spoke of the savory soy milk breakfast stalls and the Shinnin Securities Agency, as well as the Bichon Frise seen on the streets. Originally, Shin Baolong had asked Ye Xiaowen about his experiences to ascertain whether he had indeed traveled to the Magic City. But he was taken aback by the depth of Ye Xiaowen's narrative. Listening felt akin to being told a captivating story. As the deputy director of the credit union, Shin Baolong was a prominent figure in Pingcheng, yet his travels had only taken him as far as Bingzhou, the capital of Hedong province. He had thought Bingzhou was a large city, but it paled in comparison to the Magic City. "Let me try pronouncing the dialect of the Magic City," Shun Baolong attempted, finding amusement in the endeavor. At that moment, he harbored no doubt about Ye Xiaowen's journey. A child from a small county who had never ventured far could not possibly articulate such experiences without having lived them. Ye Xiaowen chuckled and patiently taught Shun Baolong once more. In this era, with no internet or similar conveniences, after sharing these tales, Shun Baolong would certainly no longer doubt him. "By the way, did you purchase your stock subscription certificate?" Shun Baolong recalled the matter at hand. "I invested in it, spending a total of 20,000, and additionally acquired 68 more shares," Ye Xiaowen lamented, a look of regret etched on her face. "What a splendid opportunity, wasted in vain. If only I had 100,000 in hand. Alas, the first golden train has slipped right past me. With my mere 700 shares, I might as well have scraped off a speck of dust from this golden train. Only someone like Wu Zuwang could truly board this train and reap bountiful rewards. I shouldn't dwell on it. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache to the point of suffocation. How is the stock subscription certificate selling in the Magic City? Are many people buying it?" Shun Baolong inquired further. Ye Xiaowen shook her head, responding, "Not many, just a handful, and it has garnered little interest. The place is desolate." Chapter 25. A character desolate. With little interest, Shun Baolong mused, feeling as though he was not merely uneducated but perhaps even illiterate. These words were evidently pejorative. Yet Ye Xiaowen spoke of them with such enthusiasm, as if she relished the situation. Shun Baolong had only ventured as far as Binzhou, which paled in comparison to Ye Xiaowen's trip to the Magic City. However, with a lifetime of experience, he understood that the more people purchase an item, the better it is perceived to be. Conversely, fewer buyers often indicate a lack of quality. When one visits a restaurant during peak hours and finds it bustling with patrons, it suggests that the food must be satisfactory. Conversely, if a restaurant is nearly empty during meal times, there could be various reasons for its desolation. But poor food quality is certainly among them. Such a straightforward principle left Shun Baolong incredulous that Ye Xiaowen could be unaware of it. If she did understand yet remained unfazed, it implied either insanity or knowledge he lacked. Is Ye Xiaowen insane? He pondered. A high school student had taken a 20,000 yuan loan from him. He felt incredulous at the thought of lending such a sum to a teenager. Perhaps it was the most reckless loan he had ever granted during his tenure as deputy director of the credit cooperative. Her quick wit and eloquence, alongside her audacity to travel such a distance alone, made him question his own courage to do so. Yet, since Ye Xiaowen was not mad and still exhibited such demeanor, it indicated there was knowledge he was yet to grasp. Asking questions is a virtue, he reminded himself, and thus he asked, "Why are you so cheerful when no one is buying this?" Ye Xiaowen nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, I'm happy, Uncle Shun. The fewer the buyers, the higher the odds of winning. The higher the odds, the greater the potential earnings. How could I not be delighted? I wish I were the only one buying. Though, of course, I understand that's impossible. This is akin to a lottery," she continued, noticing Shun Baolong's puzzled expression. "For instance, if there are 10 first prizes and 30 second prizes, but only 40 tickets are sold, just imagine the winning odds." Shun Baolong finally comprehended the situation. No wonder it was so desolate and sparsely populated. The cold reception at the entrance was evident. The more unsold items there were, the more delighted Ye Xiaowen seemed. However, was this venture truly reliable? Shun Baolong inquired. Removing the word ma, Shun Baolong was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a while to respond before he chuckled. "You, my friend, are remarkably confident in this endeavor. Do bear in mind that a loss here equates to 20,000 yuan, sufficient for you to indulge in a jug, or perhaps even more. Your father could very well break a leg over it." Ye Xiaowen raised his glass and downed a third of the remaining liquor in one gulp, smacking his lips as he proclaimed, "As long as it can generate profit. What does a leg matter?" He mentioned Wu Zuwang, who had a subscription certificate worth 100,000 yuan. With astute maneuvering, one could earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Tens of millions or hundreds of millions. It was no exaggeration. In this moment, it seemed plausible that such fortunes could be amassed from the bustling metropolis to the capital. Shun Baolong listened, momentarily stunned, muttering, "What a lad," while secretly feeling a surge of alarm. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals from various walks of life, some of whom were ruthless. Yet he had never met anyone so young and unyielding towards themselves. He could discern from Ye Xiaowen's tone that it was not mere bravado. There was an undeniable indifference in his demeanor. With such insight and courage, Shun Baolong regarded Ye Xiaowen with greater esteem. Even should this venture result in a loss, he believed there would be opportunities for a resurgence. "Come, let me toast to you, young man. There is no need to rush. Wealth cannot be amassed in an instant. Take your time," Shun Baolong said with a smile, deliberately avoiding any mention of repayment, as there was no need for haste. Time waits for no one, Ye Xiaowen retorted, and then fell silent. Indeed, there were many opportunities to earn, yet not every chance was easily seized. Nor was every prospect straightforward. Moreover, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Having seized this opportunity, he was no longer content merely to be a wealthy man. While Ye Xiaowen and Shun Baolong dined, Ye Xiaohai meandered his way home. Upon his return, he found his father, Ye Guoping, busy with Jiang Guizhi in the house. The sight of his father sent a shiver down Ye Xiaohai's spine, and he instinctively rubbed his backside, which was still sore. Where have you been running wild again? Can you not stay at home for even a day? Ye Guoping frowned and remarked. Each of these children had their distinct characteristics. The eldest was serious and sullen, unable to muster a word, yet that was normal for him, as he was not fond of conversation. The second, Ye Xiaohai, was unruly and reckless. His academic performance was hardly worth mentioning, as he had trampled over the household threshold since childhood. It was common for other parents to bring their children over, whether it was due to Ye Xiaohai beating up a classmate or bullying someone else's child. He had a penchant for placing earthworms or caterpillars in the desks of girls, which was all too routine. The youngest, by contrast, was quieter than a girl and was often bullied at school. However, her academic performance was the polar opposite of her brother's. She had never fallen below the top 3 in her class. Teachers adored her, parents cherished her, and she spoke with remarkable politeness, all the while fearing being victimized. I did not. Ye Xiaohai's eyes darted around restlessly. Ye Guoping could not stand Ye Xiaohai's demeanor, slouching with a sidelong glance at others, a clear sign that he was concocting some mischief. What are you scheming this time? Did I perhaps go too easy on you this morning? Ye Guoping said, preparing to roll up his sleeves. I haven't done anything, Dad. I was just asking if you know Shun Baolong, from the Pingxing County Credit Union? Ye Xiaohai sidestepped, yet still posed the question. Why do you ask that? I've only shared a couple of meals with him. We're not close, Ye Guoping replied, somewhat perplexed. Today, at the factory's bathhouse, I saw Lao San and Shun Baolong chatting amiably. How does Lao San know him? Ye Xiaohai inquired. Before Ye Guoping could respond, Jiang Guizhi interjected. What is the big deal? Shun Baolong is the uncle of your classmate Shin Jinhao. Lao San and Shun Jinhao are good friends. They probably met at Shun Baolong's home. Mind your own business regarding Lao San. Take care of yourself. If you stir up trouble again, you'll get a beating, Ye Guoping threatened, before returning to his own affairs. Chapter 26. Disparate treatment. This afternoon, Ye Xiaowen decided not to return home after dining with Shun Baolong, reeking of alcohol. What was the point of going home, just to invite trouble? However, he had nowhere else to go, so he dragged Shun Jinhao along for a stroll. As soon as they stepped outside, Shun Jinhao darted towards the arcade, and Ye Xiaowen accompanied him for a while before heading to Shun Jinhao's house to freshen up, then finally made his way home. Lao San, where have you been all day? Jiang Guizhi frowned as Ye Xiaowen entered the house. At that moment, going out for a day of fun without returning for lunch was inconsequential. If this were a later time, parents would likely be frantic. I ran into Shun Jinhao's uncle while bathing, and then I had dinner at his uncle's house, Mom. If you disapprove, I won't go out anymore. I'll stay home with you. Ye Xiaowen spoke earnestly, his innocent demeanor betraying no hint of deceit. Relax, Mom isn't forbidding you from having fun. After all that studying, it's good to unwind during breaks. Just let me know where you're going, Jiang Guizhi said, her heart aching at the sight of her youngest son's pitiful expression. Unlike the second son, who struggled academically and was hardly ever home. As she spoke, she pulled 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ye Xiaowen, much to Ye Xiaohai's astonished gaze. Take the money. The new year is approaching. Buy yourself something to eat while you're out, she said. Thank you, Mom, Ye Xiaowen replied obediently, allowing her to ruffle his bowl-cut hair. Mom, I too. Ye Xiaohai swallowed hard and began to speak. Go wherever it's cool, she interrupted. All right, Ye Xiaohai mumbled, focusing on his meal. Out of sight, out of mind. He had long grown accustomed to this. If needed, he could always extract some funds from Lao San, though it seemed increasingly difficult now. In the past, securing 4 yuan from 5 was hardly an issue, as Lao San rarely spent money. However, at this moment, Ye Xiaohai felt a sense of unease in his heart. Recently, the transformation of his younger brother had been rather significant. After dinner, Ye Xiaowen did not retire to her room, but assisted their mother in tidying up the dishes before returning to her quarters. Didn't Mom just give you 5 yuan? Ye Xiaohai inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Xiaowen. She chose to ignore him and left with a basin in hand. Hey, little 3. Your second brother is speaking to you. Ye Xiaohai darted to the doorway, blocking Ye Xiaowen's path. Is the red envelope money I owe you all accounted for? Ye Xiaowen questioned. What red envelope money? I don't understand. Aren't you supposed to be washing up, little three? Off you go, off you go. I'm going to sleep. Ye Xiaowen waved his hand dismissively, stifling a yawn. After the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the New Year festivities would soon commence. Although the factory had not yet closed for the holiday, very few employees still reported for work. Jiang Guizhi had ceased her visits since the small New Year began, and their father, Ye Guoping, had only been making occasional rounds every few days, returning home once he confirmed everything was in order. Ye Xiaowen, on the other hand, ventured out for a stroll every afternoon when it was warm, and aside from that, she spent her time at home with her parents, assisting in preparations for the new year. Although her contributions were modest, Ye Xiaowen relished the companionship of her parents. In her youth, she had failed to appreciate the value of their incessant chatter, driven by youthful ambition to explore the world, only to return and realize how distant she had become from home and her parents. Calculating the days, she found that she had spent less than 10 days at home throughout the year. The notion of a lifetime spent alongside her parents seemed to vanish in an instant, and the desire to care for them was met with the harsh reality of their declining health. In retrospect, the barrier between life and death was the fleeting time they had left, and regrets loomed large. Jiang Guizhi and Ye Guoping regarded Ye Xiaowen as obedient and endearing, appreciating her maturity. In previous years, she had been preoccupied with homework, which, while joyful, did not evoke the same delight as her current presence. Without comparison, there is no pain, and the burden of such pain fell upon Ye Xiaowen, who spent his days frolicking outside. Ye Xiaowen believed he had been sufficiently well-behaved lately, not causing any trouble. Count the days on your fingers. It has been ages since anyone came looking for me. Yet, you are still dissatisfied and resort to punishment. Is there any justice in that? Nevertheless, despite the reprimands, they took Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaowen out to purchase new clothes. On the way home, Ye Xiaowen was brimming with excitement, clutching his new garments and a handful of sunflower seeds in his pocket. At this age, children eagerly anticipate the new year, primarily for the new clothes and the promise of delicious treats. Ye Xiaowen, having surpassed that age, remained indifferent, though she feigned a cheerful demeanor. Little three, Ye Xiaowen whispered, pulling at Ye Xiaowen as they walked behind. What is it? She asked. Earlier, Lu Sahan was asking about your whereabouts. She inquired again yesterday when we might go out together. Would tomorrow work? Ye Xiaowen adopted a somewhat mischievous demeanor, dangling his arm in a playful manner, a habit of his whenever he wished to stir up something amusing. Tomorrow marks the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. Do you think it's appropriate? Ye Xiaowen gazed at Ye Xiaowen, somewhat at a loss for words. It was not that he was unwilling to confront his creditor. After all, he owed nearly 100 yuan, a considerable sum among peers, particularly students. However, lacking the means to repay, he felt ill at ease about facing his creditor. It seemed wiser to wait until he was financially stable. With the year drawing to a close, evading debts was not an entirely disgraceful act. Furthermore, meeting a creditor on New Year's Eve could be interpreted as wishing ill upon oneself or the creditor. Ah, indeed, Ye Xiaowen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as they returned to the entrance of the alley, Ye Xiaowen spotted his classmate Jiang Xian standing at the alley's mouth. Xianer, Jiang Guizhi greeted warmly. Being neighbors in the same alley, they were well acquainted. Auntie, have you gone shopping? I was just at your house looking for Xiaowen, but he wasn't there. Jiang Xian said sweetly. Yes, I took them out to buy some new clothes. Have you purchased yours yet? Jiang Guizhi replied with a smile. The young lady was not only beautiful but also academically gifted, making her well-liked in the alley, much like Ye Xiaowen. In contrast, Ye Xiaowen was the kind of child who caused chaos and was often disregarded. Furthermore, Jiang Xian and their third son had grown up together, having been in the same class for most of their schooling, and their bond was quite strong. The third son had few friends, mainly just Shin Jinhao and Jiang Xian. I bought them yesterday. My mother took me to the department store, Jiang Xian replied. Her family was relatively well off. Her father was a doctor. Her mother worked in the public sector, and she had an older sister who had graduated from a vocational school and entered the workforce. In comparison, Ye's family struggled, relying solely on Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi to support their two sons and prepare for the eldest son's marriage. The recent economic downturn had made life increasingly challenging for them. Conversely, the Jiang family thrived, with 3 earners and Jiang Xian being the sole spender, thus sparing her from concerns about dowries or similar expenses in the future, making their lives significantly more comfortable than the Ye families. What brings you here? Ye Xiaowen asked nonchalantly, holding a bag of new clothes. Before Jiang Xian could respond, Jiang Guizhi reached out for the clothes, saying, Third son, hand them to me. I'll carry them for you. You two go enjoy yourselves. All right, Ye Xiaowen said, passing the clothes over. Once Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen departed, Ye Xiaowen turned his attention back to Jiang Xian. Suddenly, the phone in the small shop at the alley's entrance rang sharply, followed swiftly by Aunt Wang's unmistakable, powerful voice echoing through the air. Ye family's third son. I'm here, Aunt Wang. Ye Xiaowen hurriedly replied, rushing over. What's this? Another call for you? Who's trying to reach you? Aunt Wang inquired. Her curiosity piqued, for there was only one telephone in the entire alley. Jiang Xian followed Ye Xiaowen, clearly intrigued as well. A few days ago, my classmate's father required assistance. Ye Xiaowen, somewhat evasively, responded to Aunt Wang and then grasped the phone. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang and Jiang Xian showed no intention of averting their gaze, prompting Ye Xiaowen to turn away and distance himself from the two. Dear brother Ye, you are indeed my elder brother, my fortunate benefactor. When I was a child, a fortune teller visited our village and proclaimed that I would encounter a benefactor in my middle age. Unsurprisingly, it was a call from Wu Zuang, who had already attempted to reach Ye Xiaowen twice since returning, both times discussing matters concerning the bustling metropolis. Through Wu Zuang, Ye Xiaowen gleaned insights about the city's current situation. Clearly, Wu Zuang was exhilarated to the point of babbling, sharing everything that came to mind. Cough, cough. Ye Xiaowen cleared his throat. Let us get to the point. The prices have surged. Yesterday afternoon marked the final deadline. I visited various outlets and found them teeming with people, making it impossible to enter. Upon exiting, I noticed individuals already buying stock subscription certificates on the nearby street, 32 for the blank ones and 31 for those with names. This morning, I took another look, and the blank ones had climbed to 35 each. A complete set of consecutive numbers, 100 certificates, was offered at 5,000. Wu Zuang exclaimed over the phone, his voice resounding. At 35 per certificate, a complete set of consecutive numbers was an additional 5,000. This means his initial investment of 100,000 had already yielded over 60,000 in profit. After years of hard work, he had only managed to earn 100,000, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had gained 60,000. How could he not be elated? Brother Ye, I am fortunate to have encountered you. You are my great benefactor. Otherwise, I would have regretted placing my 100,000 in the bank at this moment. Ye Xiaowen felt a surge of excitement as well, realizing he had over 7 sets, now valued at 35,000, earning him 15,000. Of course, the amount did not concern him as much as the unfolding of events according to historical patterns. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiaowen calmly replied, I understand. What is next? There is no follow-up? Wu Zuang asked, perplexed. No, I mean, when shall we sell these stock subscription certificates? Wu Zuang inquired eagerly. Why sell? We shall not. Ye Xiaowen asserted firmly. Not selling? The prices have risen so high. We have already profited immensely. Wu Zuang sounded anxious. If you trust me, remain patient. Just wait. Call me every day at this time to update me on the market conditions and prices, Ye Xiaowen instructed. Wu Zuang gritted his teeth and replied, all right. I will call you at this time tomorrow. After hanging up, Ye Xiaowen fished out 50 cents, as making a call incurred a cost. Even receiving one required a token gesture. Aunt Wang cheerfully accepted the money, her curiosity piqued. What market prices are you referring to, Xiaowen? You're not being deceived. Are you, Aunt Wang? Do you see me as someone who can be easily fooled? Ye Xiaowen shrugged and remarked, my classmate's father is an antique dealer. He noticed my interest and merely taught me a few things. After speaking, Ye Xiaowen paid no heed to Aunt Wang's disbelief and turned to walk away with Jiang Xian. Xiaowen, are you lying? Jiang Xian gazed intently at her. Why would I lie? It's true. Ye Xiaowen attempted to shift the topic. Now, what is it that you need from me? I have matters to attend to. You are clearly lying. Not long ago, when I visited your home, Aunt said you were attending some math Olympiad class, but there is no such class. Where have you really been? Jiang Xian persisted. Well, do you have something to discuss or not? If not, I shall return home. Ye Xiaowen replied, slightly impatient, as she prepared to leave. If Jiang Xian had broached a different subject, Ye Xiaowen would have been inclined to engage in conversation with her childhood companion. However, if the conversation turned to sensitive matters, she would be unwilling to continue. Should Jiang Xian persist, there was a risk of revealing secrets. After all, should Jiang Xian choose to complain, it would be entirely different from reporting to Ye Xiaohai. Although Ye Xiaowen had already given her mother, Jiang Guizhi, a heads up, she was reluctant to invite further complications. Ye Xiaowen, Jiang Xian called out, her voice tinged with grievance. Why haven't you sought me out to play recently? You no longer treat me as you once did. Is it because of that incident at the department store before the holiday when you saw me with Lu Bangwen from the neighboring class? Jiang Xian pouted, on the verge of tears. Ever since that day, Ye Xiaowen had not come over to complete homework as promised, nor had they walked to and from school together. Now, she was being reprimanded. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. The connection seemed tenuous at best. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she recalled that in her previous life, her affection for this girl stemmed from witnessing her with another boy during a shopping outing, which had caused her prolonged anguish. Was it truly the same incident Jiang Xian mentioned? What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 28. Dining for free. Considering the timeline, it seemed to align closely with her last life. Around New Year's, and she distinctly remembered it snowing that day. Yet, this felt rather melodramatic. Noticing Ye Xiaowen's silence, Jiang Xian continued, "We are not in that kind of relationship. It was merely a chance encounter. Our fathers are friends." Ye Xiaowen found herself momentarily dazed. In her previous life, she had indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Xian, and had even penned a love letter, though it had vanished into oblivion. She had never dared to mention it. And upon seeing Jiang Xian with a boy from the neighboring class, she had assumed the girl was taken. Though her heart ached, she maintained a facade of normalcy. Later, as they both entered university, their paths diverged, and their relationship gradually waned. Additionally, as Ye Xiaowen embraced a more carefree lifestyle, their communication nearly ceased. Their encounters were limited to brief nods and smiles during the rare occasions they returned home for the holidays. However, in this life, Ye Xiaowen had not consciously distanced herself from Jiang Xian. She genuinely had pressing matters to attend to and had become somewhat estranged from her classmates. "I'm not. I truly have things to attend to. Why would I conceal anything from you? But you must promise to keep it a secret," Ye Xiaowen finally spoke. The tone was somewhat domineering, yet the young girl nodded without further inquiry and instead spoke. "Let us go to my house later and have lunch there. My mother is making braised pork." "All right." Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Jiang family's living standards were indeed commendable, especially with the promise of braised pork. Upon hearing Ye Xiaowen's acceptance, Jiang Xian's face revealed a flicker of delight, though she quickly concealed it. She could not afford to appear too pleased, lest this scoundrel discern her emotions. It was perplexing. When she had not provided an explanation earlier, he had ignored her, mingling with that girl from class, Lu Sihan. Now that she had clarified matters, he readily agreed to visit her home. Jiang Xian pondered as they made their way, contemplating Lu Sihan's undeniable beauty, which perhaps surpassed her own by a slight margin. However, that was of little consequence. She excelled academically, and soon they would both attend the same university. "Xiaowen is here. Come in quickly. What have you been doing during the break? You haven't come over to visit Xian." Jiang's mother greeted warmly upon seeing Ye Xiaowen. "Hello, Auntie. As the new year approaches, I've been helping my parents at home, hence I haven't come out," Ye Xiaowen replied politely. Jiang's mother responded with a chuckle. "You must be a filial child. Your mother is truly fortunate. No wonder she has been all smiles while chatting with me these past few days. What about Uncle? He is still at the hospital and hasn't he had a break? However, with his job, it's challenging for him to return home even on New Year's Eve. He dedicates himself to saving lives and serving the people." Ye Xiaowen sweetly conversed with Jiang's mother for a moment before she and Jiang Xian retreated to her room. "Have you finished your winter break assignments?" Ye Xiaowen surveyed the room before plopping down on Jiang Xian's bed to inquire. "Yes, I have. What about you?" Jiang Xian responded. "I've completed mine as well. How about this? You lend me your assignments later, and I'll take them home to compare and check for any mistakes," Ye Xiaowen casually suggested. Jiang Xian, without much thought, nodded in agreement. Ye Xiaowen's academic performance in class was on par with hers, often surpassing her in many instances. "Xiaowen, was it really that classmate's father who spoke to you about antiques?" Jiang Xian asked. "Indeed. Do you know about antiques? In times of chaos, gold is valuable. In prosperous times, antiques reign supreme. Just the other day, I visited that classmate's home, and an entire room was filled with antiques, calligraphy, and paintings from the Ming dynasty, plates from the Tang dynasty, porcelain from the Song dynasty, and bronze artifacts from the Western Zhou. The collection was vast. Do you know what their dining table is made of? It's entirely crafted from Wangwali wood. Can you imagine its worth? 3,000? Oh, don't jest. It's worth at least 30,000. While Ye Xiaowen boasted about her friend's treasures, she eagerly anticipated the delightful meal of braised pork, all the while contemplating the matter of stock subscription certificates. As expected, the stock certificates began to rise. They had just closed yesterday, yet today witnessed a remarkable surge. A complete set of whiteboard stock subscription certificates could fetch as much as 5,000 yuan, nearly doubling in value. This was only the first day, and the increase was astounding. She wondered if Wu Zuwang would succumb to temptation and sell some of his stock subscription certificates. It is somewhat uncertain. And unless one is aware of the sheer frenzy surrounding these stock subscription certificates, it is difficult to fathom their immense value. Doubling in price would be commendable, and I anticipate a swift decision to sell. However, it matters little now. I have already conveyed my thoughts to him. He should not sell. If he chooses to do so regardless, he cannot hold me accountable. It would merely reflect his lack of fortune and wealth. In the current metropolis, there are many who lack such fortune, and I wonder how many regret not purchasing stock subscription certificates, and how many lament having sold theirs prematurely. Truly, is it that expensive? Wang Wali Furniture. Why is it so exorbitant? Jiang Xian exclaimed. Wang Wali is not merely expensive. The essence lies in the fact that it is furniture from the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the growth cycle of Wang Wali is lengthy, and its exquisite grain adds to its value. Thus, the cost is inherently high, particularly for Ming furniture. Soon, the voice of Zhang's mother echoed from outside, calling them to dinner. Steamed rice, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and marinated pig's head with cucumber adorned the table. This feast, within the Ye household, would only be seen during the new year. The Zhang family's meals are somewhat superior to those of the Ye family, yet today's fare is a rare treat. Ordinarily, they do not indulge in such abundance. Xian, please serve Xiaowen some rice, Zhang's mother instructed. No need, auntie, I'll eat when I return home, Ye Xiaowen replied, swallowing hard. Observing his demeanor, Zhang's mother chuckled. Why are you so polite at Auntie's house? Come, sit down and enjoy your meal. In truth, the food is not abundant. Many appear gaunt, as some families may not see meat for an entire year. The Ye family, with slightly better circumstances, might enjoy meat once every 2 weeks. The idea of indulging in lavish meals daily is simply not feasible. Thank you, auntie. I shall not be polite then, Ye Xiaowen said as he took a seat. He placed a piece of braised pork in his mouth, and with a gentle bite, it nearly melted away. Delicious. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly beyond praise. I suspect no elite chef could surpass you. As he savored his meal, he lavished compliments upon Zhang's mother. This child is quite the charmer. Auntie cannot possibly compare to elite chefs. I merely prepare simple home-cooked meals. Chapter 29. Continuing to rise after the meal, Ye Xiaowen patted his round belly, initially intending to return home post-repast. Yet, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having overindulged, he decided to take a stroll, prompting Jiang Xian to accompany him. Tonghalu. Just a short distance from the alley, they encountered a vendor selling candied hawthorns. Ye Xiaowen spent a dime to buy one for Jiang Xian. They meandered towards the vicinity of the market. In Pingcheng, markets convene on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days, particularly bustling as the new year approaches. And the two found themselves amidst the vibrant crowd. At the far end of the market, a stall displayed an array of peculiar items, and Ye Xiaowen crouched to examine them. To his surprise, after boasting to Jiang Xian, he stumbled upon a vendor selling antique objects. The stall also bore a sign indicating that they were interested in purchasing old items. However, such matters were beyond the comprehension of Ye Xiaowen, who merely observed from the sidelines. Jiang Xian also crouched beside Ye Xiaowen, intently examining the items displayed at the stall. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have shown little interest in these curiosities, but after hearing Ye Xiaowen's extensive discourse on antiques, her curiosity was piqued. Excuse me, could you hand me that item over there? Jiang Xian inquired, pointing to a jade pendant resting on the stall. Certainly, replied the stall vendor, a man appearing to be in his 20s, as he picked it up and offered it to her. Just as Jiang Xian reached out to receive it, Ye Xiaowen intervened. Brother, just place it down, Ye Xiaowen said with a sheepish smile. The man nodded and returned the pendant to its original spot, leaving Jiang Xian somewhat perplexed. Ye Xiaowen then elaborated. In the world of antiques, it is customary not to handle items indiscriminately. If one were to inadvertently damage it while taking it, the repercussions could be troublesome, and we lack the means to purchase it. We are merely here to observe. As Ye Xiaowen spoke, the vendor's eyes brightened, surprised that such a young child possessed knowledge of the trade. However, his earlier offer to Jiang Xian had not stemmed from any ulterior motive, as these items were not particularly valuable, merely crafted trinkets. His primary intention for setting up the stall was to acquire quality goods. May I inquire your esteemed surname? The vendor asked. Please, there is no need for such formality. My surname is Yi, and I hail from the capital, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. Oh, I discerned it from your speech. You clearly have a discerning eye and are from Beijing, here to gather some treasures, the man remarked, slightly taken aback. It was impressive that a child could so readily identify his origins based on accent. With the new year approaching, will you not return home? Ye Xiaowen inquired. I will return. I am the only one left at home. Anywhere can be considered home. My surname is Jean, and you may call me Jean Feng. He replied with a smile. From your conversation, it is evident you possess an understanding of the trade as well. To be candid, these are merely trivial items. My main purpose is to collect worthwhile pieces. The display is merely to attract attention, but I only venture out for a brief while, especially in such chilly weather. Ye Xiaowen, having come merely to wander, engaged in conversation with Jean Feng for a while. He learned that there were indeed many treasures to be found in Hedong province. A saying from later generations states that one should observe Shenzhen for a decade, Shanghai for a century, Beijing for a millennium, Xi'an for 3 millennia, and Hedong for 5 millennia, emphasizing the rich historical and cultural heritage of Hedong. After some time, feeling the chill settling in, Ye Xiaowen bid farewell. Until we meet again. Jean Feng's authentic Beijing accent caught the attention of many in the market, which was precisely what he hoped for. Ye Xiaowen returned home with Jiang Xian's homework. Perfectly timed as Ye Xiaohai was not present. He took out the assignment and began to copy it. Although he had previously attended a prestigious university, many years had passed since his graduation in his past life. The knowledge I once possessed has long been returned to my teacher. Now that the final exam results are out, my homeroom teacher has given me quite a reprimand. Had I not feigned stomach pains and discomfort during the exam, assuring that I would perform better next time, perhaps my teacher would have summoned my parents. However, I fear that my next examination may not go as smoothly. If only I could be reborn after the college entrance examination, I mused. But on second thought, that would not be appropriate. If I were to be reborn then, I would miss the opportunity with the stock subscription certificates. Ye Xiaowen was lost in contemplation when Ye Xiaohai entered the room. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen diligently working on homework, he displayed no interest and simply remarked, "Once you're done, let me copy." He then flopped onto the bed, engrossed in a novel by Jin Yong. On the morning of the last day of the lunar year, Ye Xiaowen took a stroll to the alley. He lit 2 small firecrackers taken from a long string, all while waiting for a phone call. As a child, boys reveled in playing with firecrackers during the new year. The family would buy all sorts, from 1,000 to 5,000 shots, and even if they were disassembled, they were never fully set off in one go. During the festive season, one pocket would be filled with firecrackers while the other held sunflower seeds and sweets. Before long, the phone rang. The stocks have risen again. A whiteboard is now worth 40 yuan, and those registered have surged to 35 yuan. A complete set of consecutive numbers has gone up by 1,000. And today it could sell for 6,000 yuan, doubling in value. Wu Zuwang exclaimed, yet he failed to mention selling his stock subscription certificates. The prices were still climbing, and he intended to wait a bit longer. All right, I understand. When you have free time, visit those places that buy stock subscription certificates to gauge the market. We must not remain oblivious. However, today is New Year's Eve. It's likely that no one will be around after this afternoon. You needn't venture out. But if you do, be cautious. Greed can stir the heart, Ye Xiaowen advised. Rest assured, I understand, Wu Zuwang replied, breaking into a cold sweat. Having been in this game for several years, he was well aware of the treachery of human nature. Yet, in recent days, watching the stock subscription certificates rise daily had somewhat inflated his ego. Reflecting on the past couple of days, he inadvertently turned around to find 2 idle men loitering by the roadside, which sent a wave of fear through him. Indeed, he had been targeted. Had it not been for Ye Xiaowen's warning, he might still have been blissfully unaware. After concluding the call, Wu Zuwang quickly shed the followers that trailed him and immediately changed to a small inn. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Ye Xiaowen ambled to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing 2 cans and a few snacks, spending around 10 yuan in total, before heading towards Shun Baolong's home. Although Shun Baolong had already repaid his loan, it was customary not to be overly presumptuous. During the new year, a visit was still in order. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A woman inquired and directly opened the door, her sense of caution not as pronounced as in later times. Aunt, I am Housy's classmate, Ye Xiaowen, she introduced herself. I know you've been here. Come in, the woman replied, ushering Ye Xiaowen into the house. Xiaowen has arrived. Shun Baolong, busy at home, paused his work upon hearing her voice. He invited her to sit on the sofa and brewed a cup of tea for her. You child, just come without bringing anything. Shun Baolong chuckled. It's nothing of value, just a couple of jars of canned goods and some snacks. I can't afford anything more expensive, Ye Xiaowen replied earnestly. Where's Nini? She went to her uncle's house early this morning. It's perfect timing for her to play with her brother Housy. We'll head over tonight for a reunion dinner, Shun Baolong explained. You two chat. I have a bit of work to finish, so I want to keep you company. Aunt, please do your work. I'll just sit for a while, Ye Xiaowen quickly responded. Now, only Ye Xiaowen and Shun Baolong remained in the living room. Shun Baolong began. Seeing you like this, the stock subscription certificates must have appreciated, right? Just a little, a bit, Ye Xiaowen modestly replied. Nonsense. You're like a nephew to me. Why hide things? Do you think I'm so out of touch just because I live in this small county? Shen Baolong teased. Ye Xiaowen, taken aback, asked in confusion, Uncle Shun, what do you mean? A couple of days ago, I contacted a friend over there. And yesterday he told me that the stock subscription certificates have skyrocketed when the cutoff was reached the day before. So many were queuing to buy, but couldn't get any. By last night, the price had doubled, Shen Baolong said, looking at Ye Xiaowen with a mix of envy and admiration. You indeed have the fortune to strike it rich. Those 2,000 yuan subscription certificates can now sell for 4,000, 100% increase. But you are quite bold. I must commend you, he added, giving Ye Xiaowen a thumbs up. It was because Ye Xiaowen had borrowed money from him to purchase the stock subscription certificates that he had taken the trouble to keep an eye on this information. He hadn't expected the surprise of hearing the price had doubled during that call. In just a few days, it had soared. Such rapid profit was unprecedented. For someone like Ye Xiaowen, having just graduated from university, earning a decent monthly wage was challenging. A salary of 500 to 800 yuan was only attainable in private enterprises, while state jobs offered only 100 to 200 yuan. 2,000 yuan would take Ye Xiaowen nearly a decade to earn through work, yet he had managed to earn it in a mere outing. Truly, fortune favors the bold and leaves the timid behind. Really? It doubled? Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, feigning surprise. However, Shen Baolong was too disinterested to respond to the pretense. Observing Shen Baolong's indifference, Ye Xiaowen sheepishly smiled and said, Actually, Uncle Shun, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I only found out this morning. I was afraid the news might not be accurate, so I didn't believe it. How could I possibly trust you? You're small but cunning, Shen Baolong remarked, curling his lips. Hee. Ye Xiaowen chuckled, remaining silent. Shen Baolong continued, By the way, you haven't sold those stock subscription certificates yet, have you? A friend of mine is interested in purchasing some. He has substantial resources and could easily acquire everything you have. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaowen's expression shifted unpredictably. What did Shen Baolong mean by that? Was he attempting to engage in some form of underhanded deal? His appetite seemed quite large, wanting to buy all my stock subscriptions, leaving me with no options. If he merely sought to buy a couple of them, I might consider it out of respect for Shen Baolong. But what respect does he truly deserve? A well-executed transaction could yield around 500,000. Certainly, Shen Baolong's esteem isn't worth that amount. Even if he wished to sever ties with me, it mattered little, for the money was already secured and the stock subscriptions purchased. How dare he, on New Year's Eve, come to me with such intentions? Observing the fluctuating expressions on Ye Xiaowen's face, Shen Baolong was entirely oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through Ye's mind, which might lead him to flip the table in frustration. Noticing Ye Xiaowen did not exhibit the usual delight at the prospect of profit, he curiously inquired, Do you not wish to sell? Damn it, now he's threatening me. Just wait, Ye Xiaowen thought, his countenance darkening, as he placed his hands on the table. Shen Baolong remarked, If you're unwilling, that's fine. He merely asked me to mention it, and I thought the price was reasonable, which is why I agreed to inquire. Shen Baolong then curiously asked, Xiaowen, to be honest, do you believe these stock subscription certificates could still appreciate in value? Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, nodding in disbelief. If you speak any slower, I might just upend your glass coffee table to show you what shattered peace looks like. Really? Truth be told, I genuinely cannot comprehend it. I should have listened to you back then and bought some stock subscriptions myself, Shen Baolong lamented, shaking his head. Uncle Shun, you are the god of wealth and pinching. Do you still need money? Upon hearing that Shen Baolong did not intend to forcibly take his money, Ye Xiaowen's demeanor transformed, donning a smile akin to a well-behaved child as he cheerfully inquired, Who told you that? God of wealth? I am no such thing. That money from the credit union is public, not private. Everyone says so, uncle. I heard you all play cards where you write deposit slips when you win and loan slips when you lose, Ye Xiaowen whispered curiously. Shen Baolong nearly leapt from the sofa, his face paling slightly. Where did you hear that? You mustn't speak carelessly. It could lead to trouble, he chuckled nervously. Ye Xiaowen shook his head in silence and lingered at Shen Baolong's residence for a while longer before taking his leave. Chapter 31. A rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. After Ye Xiaowen departed, Shen Baolong's wife approached him. Did he agree? She asked anxiously. Agree? How could that be? Shen Baolong retorted. The young man is quite shrewd. You should have seen his demeanor earlier, as if he were eager to devour me whole. Shen Baolong shook his head, realizing that his earlier conversation with Ye Xiaowen contained both truths and fabrications. Indeed, he had inquired through a friend who confirmed the price increase, also indicating that the market was thriving and further hikes were likely. None of them are fools. The initial plan was to issue over 10 million stock subscription certificates. Yet only around 2 million were ultimately released. The calculation reveals everything. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a long queue on the final day for purchasing these certificates. A significant number of people remained optimistic. Shen Baolong was aware that Ye Xiaowen held 20,000 stock subscription certificates. He reflected on how, despite Ye Xiaowen not being an ordinary child, it was astonishing that he could earn 20,000 in mere days. Most individuals would find such temptation irresistible, hence the desire to procure these certificates from him. However, upon witnessing Ye Xiaowen's demeanor, he feared a complete fallout, deeming it not worth pursuing further. This young man is indeed formidable. Though he wore a smile, one could sense his teeth grinding, as if he had just contemplated eliminating me. Shen Baolong chuckled bitterly. Surely not. He seems like a decent child, polite in his speech and quite well-behaved, Shen Baolong's wife remarked. Huh, quite well-behaved? Which well-mannered child dares to take out a loan of 20,000, venture alone to the metropolis, and safely return with certificates? Shen Baolong retorted. His wife nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words, attributing it to Ye Xiaowen's deceptively charming exterior. Moreover, the young man had connections in the metropolis during their earlier conversation. When he remarked that money was worth any risk, Shen Baolong recognized him as someone not to be trifled with. Such audacity is not typical. Henceforth, this matter shall remain unspoken, and the loan of 20,000 shall be regarded as a fortunate encounter. Having made up his mind, Shen Baolong was unaware that Ye Xiaowen, upon leaving his home, wore a distinctly troubled expression. Although he did not fully grasp Shen Baolong's intentions, he suspected enough. He was no longer a mere teenager. Shen Baolong undoubtedly had designs on the stock subscription certificates in his possession. Though he ultimately relinquished the idea, caution was warranted. The certificates surged in value the very next day. Even a fool would be inclined to hold on to them for a while. All the talk of goodwill and concern was merely pretense. Initially, he had hoped to secure additional funds to facilitate operations following the stock subscription results. Now, it appeared futile. While the two exchanged pleasantries, it was merely superficial. He needed to devise another plan. If all else failed, he would sell a set of his stock subscription certificates after the first lottery to gather funds. At worst, he would earn less. Did they think him a fool? Bah! With a grim countenance, Ye Xiaowen returned to the alley, vigorously rubbing his face before donning a cheerful facade. Early in the morning, where have you gone, Xiaowen? Jiang Xin, holding a couplet, was at the entrance with her father, pasting the couplets. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen approach, she promptly inquired. I went to my grandfather's house. Uncle Jiang, you are putting up couplets. Do you need my help? Ye Xiaowen asked enthusiastically. No need. Just the last gate remains. We will finish soon. We just need to hang up a couple of lanterns, so you two can go and play, Jiang Jijuan replied with a smile. Old Jiang was exceptionally amiable, always wearing a cheerful expression. Having lived in the alley for decades, he had never been seen to lose his temper. All right, Uncle Jiang. Then I will head home to help. Ye Xiaowen nodded obediently and walked towards his house. Upon returning home, he found Ye Xiaofeng and Ye Xiaohai busy pasting couplets. Ye Guoping was sweeping the yard, having spent the morning bustling about for New Year's Eve, with plans to prepare the festive dinner in the afternoon. The atmosphere of the new year was still quite strong, with red paper cutouts of New Year's paintings adorning the windows. The family had been busy all morning, having a light meal at noon, and were free in the afternoon. Ye Guoping was in the kitchen stir-frying dishes, while Jiang Guoji was preparing dumpling filling. Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai idly watched the black and white television in the house. The television was airing The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain, a recent adaptation of the martial arts novel by Jin Yong. Ye Xiaohai was engrossed, occasionally mimicking the moves. However, Ye Xiaowen found it rather uninspiring. The black and white screen indeed detracted from the viewing experience. Nevertheless, this was one of the few electrical appliances in the house. Alongside a fan, a radio, and a table lamp, if one could consider a table lamp an appliance. At this moment, entertainment was severely lacking, with little amusement to be found. After watching for a while, the voice of Jiang Xin could be heard from the yard. The girl had been frequenting their home these past few days, which left Ye Xiaowen feeling somewhat impatient. Was it just because she had enjoyed a couple of servings of braised pork at his home that she was now so attached to him? In truth, Jiang Xin was quite charming. Had it been someone else, Ye Xiaowen would most certainly have welcomed them. After all, he had once been a carefree youth, having survived tumultuous times. However, one tends to avoid entanglements with neighbors one knows so well. Once a relationship develops, separating could lead to unnecessary complications. Maintaining a cordial, neighborly relationship was far more desirable. Having been granted a second chance at life, it was not for the sake of indulgence. nor to meet a tragic end beneath the gnarled tree at his doorstep. Moreover, having been married in his previous life, he would inevitably seek out a partner again. Of course, before finding a wife, engaging with a few former girlfriends shouldn't be considered infidelity, should it? Surely it does not count as such. Therefore, for the sake of his future happiness, Ye Xiaowen was determined to keep his relationship with Jiang Xian strictly platonic. Xiaowen is in the house. You can go play with him, Jiang Guizhi said kindly to Jiang Xian. All right, Auntie, Jiang Xian replied, and then pushed the door open and entered. Xiaowen, I want to go to the department store to buy something. Will you accompany me? The department store has long been closed on New Year's Eve. The door was not closed. I just went there. Ye Xiaowen widened her eyes and exclaimed, You just went? Why didn't you bring anything back? Sometimes. It's truly incomprehensible what women think. Chapter 32. Enemies on a narrow path. If the door isn't closed, I won't go either. Ye Xiaowen said lazily while reclining on the bed. Just then, she heard Jiang Xian calling for Jiang Guizhi. Auntie Wei. Oh dear. Ye Xiaowen abruptly jumped off the bed and hurriedly said, Look, I was just joking with you. Why don't you understand humor, you little girl? Come on, let's go. How can we not go? Jiang Guizhi entered, looking puzzled, and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, Mom. Jiang Xian wants to go to the department store to buy something, and I'm just accompanying her. We will be back soon. Ye Xiaowen quickly replied. All right, go ahead, Jiang Guizhi said with a smile, sitting nearby watching television. Ye Xiaohai's eyes darted around. Indeed, this third sibling had a secret. Unfortunately, he was unaware of what that secret was. Otherwise, he could have easily claimed his brother's pocket money in the future. What do you need to buy at the department store? A hairband. Mine is broken. Have you tidied up the house? The two chatted and laughed as they left the Yi household and exited the alley. Then, in a secluded spot, Ye Xiaowen immediately changed her demeanor. With a fierce glare at Jiang Xian, she said, Jiang Xian, if you threaten me again with that math class business, we'll part ways. At worst, you can go home and tell on me. I don't care. But from now on, be cautious in class. If you offend me, the class monitor, I will make your life difficult. Your role as the Chinese class representative, I could easily have the teacher remove you. Yet, the fearful response Ye Xiaowen had anticipated from Jiang Xian did not materialize. Instead, Jiang Xian looked at her in confusion and asked, What is going on with you lately? Why the sudden change? I'm being serious here. When I get angry, even I frighten myself, Ye Xiaowen threatened, tossing her hair defiantly. Giggling, Jiang Xian revealed two shallow dimples as her playful ponytails swayed behind her. All right, I understand now. Good, as long as you do. Let us go? Ye Xiaowen sighed in relief. The inexperienced dare not challenge the tiger. Ultimately, what could she truly do to this little girl? Threats seemed futile, and if necessary, she might have to call upon her elder brother for assistance. Her brother was quite adept at dealing with little girls, employing tricks like placing caterpillars in pencil cases or frogs on their heads, all to avoid leaving any lasting psychological trauma. Alas, one cannot be too exceptional. There are always young girls clinging on, impossible to shake off. Ye Xiaowen. Have you been reading Qiong Yao novels lately? Huh. I noticed you spoke somewhat like the characters in Qiong Yao's novels just now. Ye Xiaowen twitched her lips. What on earth was she talking about? Qiong Yao's works were introduced to the mainland in 1982 with the publication of the novel I Am a Cloud in the magazine Straight. At that time, the tender and flowing narratives of Qiong Yao's novels were like a refreshing rain, nourishing the long dry hearts of the people. In the context of the 1980s, a time when discussions of romance were largely prohibited, Qiong Yao's novels experienced an extraordinary surge in popularity. Many individuals found themselves unable to acquire authentic copies, resorting instead to pirated versions. Furthermore, numerous parents strictly forbade their children from reading these works, which were primarily favored by girls, while boys tended to gravitate towards the martial arts novels of Jin Yong. However, these were similarly viewed by many parents as detrimental influences, akin to the later opposition against internet cafes. Countless readers indulged in these stories clandestinely, making it difficult to imagine that in future generations, viewing short films would be a matter of public openness, while at this time, Qiong Yao's romantic novels had to be consumed in secrecy. It was not until 1990 that Qiong Yao's first television drama, Wan Jun, was filmed domestically. By the mid to late 1990s, numerous Qiong Yao dramas bombarded the television landscape of the mainland at a staggering rate, from Jidu Xianghong to Huanzhu Gugu, captivating countless fans over the span of a decade. At that time, not having watched a Qiong Yao drama was akin to having never watched television at all. Their popularity was overwhelming. Ye Xiaowen, why are you silent? I'm exhausted. Exhausted? Yes, my heart is weary. Haha, you sound like a little adult. The department store had indeed not yet closed, Although it was in the process of tidying up, the store, with its 4 floors, could be considered the largest shopping establishment in Pingqing at that time. The first floor featured sundries, while the second and third floors were dedicated to clothing, and the fourth floor housed bedding items. It represented the pinnacle of luxury in Pingqing during that era. However, as nearby pedestrian streets developed and various brand clothing stores established their presence, the department store gradually fell into decline. Jiang Xian found the hairband she sought on the first floor at a few stalls that were nearing closure. She casually selected one, and after Ye Xiaowen completed the payment, she prepared to leave. The payment was also a means to silence the girl, hoping to avoid further threats regarding the mathematics class. Perhaps next time she would no longer be susceptible to such intimidation. At that moment, several girls descended from upstairs. The tall girl in the center immediately brightened upon spotting Ye Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen, hurry and go. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Xiaowen prepared to navigate through the crowd to escape. Ye Xiaowen, stop right there. The girl behind quickly closed the distance, her long legs striding forward. She grasped Ye Xiaowen's arm, prompting her to halt and turn back, presenting a facade she deemed to be earnest and innocent. With a cheerful smile, she said, "Oh, it's Lu Sahan. I thought it was someone else. What brings you out shopping? Have you finished your homework? Why are you running?" Lu Sahan scrutinized Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian with keen interest. Ye Xiaowen's expression turned serious as she replied, "Running? Who's running?" Jiang Xian's hairband broke. "And as the class monitor, I am merely assisting a fellow student in purchasing a new one." "Oh, I see. But yesterday, when Ye Xiaohai asked you to come out, didn't you say that New Year's Eve is not a suitable time to go out?" Lu Sahan inquired. "That's not true. How could I say that?" Ye Xiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief. "All right then, how about the 3rd day of the new year?" "The 3rd day won't work. I'm going to my grandmother's house." "And the 4th? "The 4th won't work either. My aunt is visiting." "On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, I will come to your house to collect the money." Before Lu Sahan could finish her sentence, Ye Xiaowen led her aside. Lu Sahan replied. "Sahan, just give me 2 days. I promise I will repay you once I have the money," Ye Xiaowen said, determination etched on her face. "How about this? You won't have to do your winter break homework, and when school starts, I will help you pass it off." The authority of a class monitor was wielded by Ye Xiaowen with great finesse. "Really?" "Absolutely," she affirmed. "All right, and what about Lu Yuan and her friends?" Lu Sahan countered, raising the stakes. Lu Yuan and her companions were the 2 girls who spent their days in her company. "You've got this," Ye Xiaowen nodded, knowing that even the mightiest can struggle over a penny. "Just wait for me." Chapter 33. New Year's Eve dinner. Once Lu Sahan and the others had walked away, Jiang Xian gently nudged Ye Xiaowen with her arm, her voice laced with curiosity and frustration. "What were you discussing just now? What did she want from you?" "It's nothing," Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking her head, reluctant to elaborate. "Come on, it's getting late. We should head home." Despite Jiang Xian's curiosity, she sensed Ye Xiaowen's unwillingness to share and fell silent, sulking quietly along the way. However, Ye Xiaowen had no time to tend to her friend's mood. The silence was welcome. "I'm heading home now." When they reached Jiang Xian's doorstep, Ye Xiaowen spoke up, but showed no intention of entering. The sun had already begun its descent. The sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson, a breathtaking spectacle. With her back to the setting sun, Ye Xiaowen made her way homeward. "Xiaowen." Ye Xiaowen turned to see Jiang Xian standing on the steps, bathed in the warm glow of the twilight. "Thank you for the hairband you gave me." Jiang Xian waved, her cheeks adorned with delightful dimples, radiating a sweet smile, as if enveloped in golden light. Ye Xiaowen waved back and continued toward home, reflecting on how everyone has their own neighborly girl. "Hey, go check if the fish is done steaming. It's only been 12 minutes, and any longer will render the meat less fresh." "Second child, if you don't start chopping the meat now, we want to have dumplings for dinner." "Mom, I've been chopping for ages. My arms are sore." "Look, I don't care. Chop a bit more. The filling needs to be ground to a paste. Hurry up." "Eldest, is the braised pork ready? We need the pot over here." "It will be ready in a minute, Mom." Outside, night had fallen, and somewhere nearby, fireworks began to crackle, unmistakably the sound of firecrackers. Inside the Yi household, a lively commotion filled the air as preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner unfolded. The atmosphere was warm, bustling, and somewhat chaotic. Perhaps this was the very essence of reunion. Jiang Guizhi, without a doubt, was the conductor of this familial symphony, with no one idle. Even Ye Xiaowen, the most favored in the household, was tasked with peeling garlic. The black and white television set was locked onto the central television station, displaying a series of tedious advertisements. Yet everyone awaited the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. "Third child, come here and help me chop the meat." Your second brother can't manage any longer, called Ye Xiaowen. Mother has assigned me the task of peeling garlic, and I am still at it, dear brother. Just wait a moment. Once I am finished, I shall assist you, said Ye Xiaowen without lifting her head. Let us switch places. I shall take your turn. No, we shall not exchange. Hurry, you two still have time to bicker. The Spring Festival Gala will commence soon. And we shall not have time to eat, admonished Jiang Guizhi. Whose fault is that? We have been cooking for an entire afternoon and still have not completed it. Second brother, you have grown quite bold, daring to retort to your mother. Do you think she will not discipline you during the festive season? Ouch, that is hot. Ye Xiaowen brought the last dish from the pot to the table, pinching his ears with his thumbs and forefingers, exclaiming how hot it was. All right, second brother. Hurry and take a seat. All the dishes are ready, Jiang Guizhi said with a smile. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner is perhaps the most sumptuous of the year, featuring a total of 8 dishes, a steamed fish, symbolizing abundance year after year, which is a staple for the occasion, braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives, pig's head meat mixed with cucumber, crispy meat, chicken stewed with mushrooms, fried peanuts, and winter melon stewed with ribs. The array of dishes may not comprise exotic delicacies, but in this era, it is indeed quite lavish and evokes the flavors of the new year from Ye Xiaowen's childhood memories. At the table, Ye Guoping sat at the center, with 2 green bottles of sorghum liquor before him and a few cans of soda nearby. Ye Guoping opened a bottle of liquor and poured some for his eldest son, Ye Xiaofeng, who had already begun working, making it reasonable for him to partake. However, what Jiang Guizhi did not anticipate was that Ye Guoping also poured liquor for Ye Xiaowen. Dad, I don't, Ye Xiaowen said, looking at his father with a hint of unease. He had indeed consumed alcohol outside before and had even done so at home. But that was always done covertly behind his father's back. Being offered liquor so openly was a novel experience. What could this mean? Was his father testing him? If he accepted, would he face repercussions? Yet, it was the new year. Surely that would not happen. A little would be fine, Ye Xiaowen thought, cautiously observing Ye Guoping, his body subtly poised to flee should his father's intentions prove to be mischief. However, as the liquor filled more than half the glass, Ye Guoping showed no reaction, allowing Ye Xiaowen to breathe a sigh of relief. After pouring for Ye Xiaowen, Ye Guoping proceeded to pour liquor into Ye Xiaowen's glass. Dad, I don't drink. Ye Xiaowen quickly interjected. Jiang Guizhi chimed in. Yes, old Ye, don't let the third one drink. He has never consumed this before, and it could make him unwell. It's fine, a little one tea hurt. If he feels unwell after drinking, he may never wish to drink again. The more you restrict him, the more curious he will become about it, Ye Guoping remarked. Ye Xiaowen glanced at her father in surprise. How remarkable that a man who had spent his life as a worker in a glass factory could articulate such philosophically profound statements. He bore a resemblance to those fathers who take their daughters to bars for drinks. Isn't that right, third one? Ye Guoping asked, half smiling as he glanced over. Ye Xiaowen instinctively nodded, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Her father's words carried deeper meaning. On that day, I went out to drink with Shen Baolong, and upon my return, I was discovered by Ye Guoping. However, it seemed impossible, for I had sobered up by the time I returned and had even washed up. I had carefully checked, and there was no scent of alcohol. Alas, the Spring Festival Gala had begun. Ye Xiaowen pointed at the television to divert the conversation. Ye Guoping smiled broadly, realizing that within his household, there wasn't a single person who could be considered easygoing. Ahem. Ye Guoping cleared his throat twice, redirecting everyone's attention towards himself, and then prepared to speak. Within the Ye family, there existed a custom, during the New Year's Eve dinner. Instead of merely exchanging auspicious words or toasting, the head of the family, Comrade Ye Guoping, would deliver a speech. His address typically encompassed a summary of the family's affairs over the past year, along with aspirations for the upcoming year. It resembled an annual report, yet at this moment, as everyone gazed at the delicious dishes on the table, their mouths watered, and few were inclined to listen. Ye Xiaowen had long harbored doubts, wondering if old Ye was attempting to regain some sense of authority at home after failing to ascend to a leadership position at work. Chapter 34. The summary meeting this year. On the whole, our family has fared quite well, managing to seek progress amid stability, which is certainly attributable to the fact that the second son has not caused any major troubles. Ye Xiaowen, with a sullen expression, lowered his head in silence, acknowledging that his father's statement held some truth. In previous years, if Ye Xiaowen had created a significant mess outside, the entire family would have endured a year of unease. The eldest son has a stable job, having been employed for several years now, although not a formal position. With some effort, I can help you find someone who might be able to promote you. Ye Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, brightened up and quickly replied, Thank you, Dad. The disparity between temporary workers and formal employees is vast, belonging to entirely different strata. No need to thank me. However, your primary task this year is to find a partner. Aunt Wong next door mentioned that her niece, a nurse with an attractive appearance, would be available after the new year. If suitable, we should arrange a meeting. Ye Guoping continued with his plans. And Ye Xiaowen found nothing objectionable about a matchmaker facilitating introductions for marriage. This was a perfectly normal procedure in this era, although influenced by certain romantic novels. Ye Xiaowen had never read them during his school years and remained oblivious to such notions. All right, I understand, Dad. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Completely unaware of the concept of pursuing love, he had never even heard the term love. Ye Xiaowen internally scoffed, recalling that in a previous life, her elder brother had indeed courted the niece of the neighbor, Aunt Wong. However, by the end of 1992, as preparations for their marriage were underway, Jiang Guoji had lost her job, leading to some reluctance on her part. By early 1993, Ye Guoping had also lost his job, and that marked the end of the relationship. The young woman subsequently withdrew, and from that point onward, the previously reserved Ye Xiaowen suffered a significant blow. It was only later, after he had left the party and government office to start his own business and met his eventual sister-in-law, that he managed to overcome this hurdle. As for the second son, Sai, I do not ask for much, simply to graduate from high school safely. And then I shall look for a job for you. Just do not wander aimlessly outside. Ye Guoping regarded his second son with a sense of relinquishment. I understand, Dad. Ye Xiaohai hurriedly responded. Sai, it seems I can no longer pass on the baton. Otherwise, both of you could directly step into my and your mother's positions at the factory and become official employees. Ye Guoping lamented with a hint of helplessness. The succession that Ye Guoping referred to began in the 1950s, initially stipulating that in the event of death or complete loss of labor capacity due to work-related incidents, the children of such individuals would be given priority for employment. Over time, this evolved to include children of retired workers facing financial difficulties. In 1957, to encourage older workers to retire, it was proposed that their children could be employed under equivalent conditions. This policy later developed into a regulation allowing children to take over their parents' positions in the factory following their retirement, ostensibly to address employment issues. However, by the 1980s, this regulation encountered problems, as many individuals who did not meet the criteria were taking over positions. For instance, a retired teacher's child, lacking relevant educational training, could become a teacher at the school, leading to numerous issues and a sense of unfairness. Consequently, in 1986, this system, in place for approximately 30 years, was abolished. Jiang Guoji nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, it is quite a pity. Yet, Ye Xiaowen felt no such regret. The glass factory where her parents worked was slated to close by 1993. Even if she were to take over, it would only result in unemployment within 2 years. Her younger brother's academic performance this year was commendable, and Ye Guoping expressed confidence that he would have no trouble gaining admission to a university next year. After graduating, he would be assigned a job, starting as a cadre. Ye Guoping's face lit up with enthusiasm. Although Pingqing County's economy was struggling, its educational standards remained commendable, consistently producing students who gained admission to over a dozen universities each year. With Ye Xiaowen's current standing among the top students in her class, it was reasonable to expect her to secure a place in university. Even if she did not make it to a university, enrolling in a vocational college would suffice. Therefore, Ye Guoping harbored no worries. Nevertheless, Ye Xiaowen responded somewhat nervously, I will do my best, Dad. In her previous life, she had indeed lived up to her parents' expectations by gaining admission to a prestigious university, one of the 985 and 211 institutions. However, in this life, she wondered how to navigate the situation, feeling uncertain about her future. What if she failed to gain admission? Would old Ye break her leg? All right, come on, everyone. Let us raise a glass. Happy New Year. Ye Guoping concluded with a smile, lifting his cup and downing half of it in one go. He then smacked his lips and began to eat. Noticing that the eldest son had also partaken generously, his face slightly flushed, indicating he perhaps did not drink often at work. The second son was evidently indulging as well, busy pouring himself a drink. However, as Ye Guoping's gaze shifted, he found himself puzzled. The youngest had taken only a small sip, precisely a mouthful, savoring it before swallowing, his face reflecting enjoyment as he leisurely enjoyed the moment. Squinting as if relishing the taste, seemingly in no rush to eat, the three sons appeared to have indulged in drink more than they typically would. Zhao Zhongxiang's voice resonated from the television, marking the 10th Spring Festival Gala, yet it was the first to be directed through an external bidding process. At that time, Feng Gong was still quite youthful, though his memorable visage was already familiar and recognizable. The skit "I Wish for a Home" was Zhao's third appearance at the gala. His inaugural performance dating back to 1990. Kai Guoqing sang towards the Olympics, yet the bid for the 1992 Games was unsuccessful, resulting in the omission of the song from subsequent DVD releases. Happy New Year, Mom and Dad. Wishing you health and prosperity in the coming year. Ye Xiaowen was the first to toast. We wish you a smooth year ahead and hope you find a good partner, Jiang Guoji cheerfully remarked. Ye Xiaowen was supposed to be next, but his prepared words had already been articulated by his elder brother Ye Xiaowen, leaving him to ponder anew. He shot a resentful glance at his brother, signaling for Ye Xiaowen to take his turn first. You useless fellow, Ye Guoping playfully chastised. With his glass raised, Ye Xiaowen declared, wishing Mom and Dad a happy new year. May all your wishes come true in the coming year. May you enjoy happiness and longevity. And may fortune and auspiciousness surround you. With every word Ye Xiaowen spoke, Ye Xiaohai's complexion paled further. The third brother was indeed leaving him no room to maneuver. May you have a smooth journey. May the dragons soar. May the sheep bring prosperity. May peace accompany the seasons. May blessings arrive at your door. May everything go smoothly. May the stars shine brightly. May wealth come from all directions. May hearts unite. May perfection be achieved. Chapter 35. Happy New Year. Ye Xiaohai glared fiercely at Ye Xiaowen. Yet it proved futile as he watched his brother articulate everything he had thought of and more. All right, third brother, Ye Guoping and Jiang Guoji chuckled. Their youngest son, unsurprisingly excelling in his studies, even managed to deliver festive greetings with such eloquence. Truly my son, haha. Ye Guoping beamed with pride. He then turned to Ye Xiaohai and inquired, what about you, second son? Ye Xiaohai's face turned ashen. What am I supposed to say? What should I even say? I don't expect you to speak as much as your brother. Just a couple of words will suffice. Ye Guoping emphasized the word brother distinctly. Dad, I wish you a happy new year. May all your wishes come true. Your brother has already said that, replied Ye Guoping. Auspiciousness and smooth sailing. Your brother has said that too. May all go well, and may you have peace and joy. He has said that as well. Dad, honestly, I can't even recall what the third brother said. He was too relentless, Ye Xiaohai lamented. Beside him, Ye Xiaowen feigned innocence. Why are you glaring at me? You were the one who prompted me to speak. Observing his second son's woeful expression, Ye Guoping could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you. The second son doesn't even recognize a jest anymore. I have never put you in a predicament regarding such matters. As long as you don't cause trouble for your mother and me, we will be content. Now, let us all raise our glasses and share another drink. Cheers. Cheers. Outside, snow had begun to fall unnoticed, as the courtyard lights emitted a warm, golden glow. Snowflakes, shaped like delicate hexagons, drift leisurely from the heavens above. The warmth within the house clings to the windows, forming a thick veil of condensation. Laughter resonates continuously as the family gathers around the table for the New Year's Eve feast, watching the Spring Festival Gala, cherishing the presence of their parents. It truly is a moment of unparalleled happiness. The heavy door curtain was lifted, and Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai emerged from the house, each holding a few firecrackers. Old Ye, keep an eye on those two, and make sure they don't blow themselves up, came the response from Ye Guoping, who soon followed them outside. Ye Xiaowen extended her palm and gazed up at the inky sky, allowing the snowflakes to settle on her hand, only to quickly melt into crystal-clear droplets. Time feels exquisite. May it pause at this very moment. May it flow slowly, ever so slowly. With a swift motion, Ye Xiaohai ignited a firecracker and scurried away. The explosive sound prompted neighbors to ignite their own firecrackers in unison, as if they were in a synchronized display. Ye Xiaowen struck a match and lit a string of firecrackers strewn across the ground. The cacophony erupted, mingling with the pungent scent of gunpowder, instantly enveloping the courtyard. Ye Xiaowen cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted joyfully, Happy New Year! Inspired by her enthusiasm, Ye Xiaohai mimicked her and echoed the greeting. Their voices, interspersed with the crackling of firecrackers, resonated with hopes and dreams for the coming year. As the clock struck midnight, marking the arrival of the new year, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai retreated to their room after staying up to welcome the new year. After freshening up, Ye Xiaowen prepared to retire for the night. But Ye Xiaohai was brimming with energy, chattering incessantly. Old 3, did you memorize those blessings in advance? You really caught me off guard tonight. I swear. If it weren't for New Year's Eve, I would have given you a piece of my mind. You really show no respect for your second brother. Ye Xiaohai lamented. Yet Ye Xiaowen took it in stride. Despite their childhood squabbles, the brothers had never resorted to physical confrontation. Mischief was merely part of their bond. Ye Xiaohai's complaints came from a place of caution, as he had recently faced the consequences of Ye Xiaowen's pranks. Just days ago, he had received a reprimand over a fruit knife incident, and now, on New Year's Eve, he had narrowly escaped another scolding. As Ye Xiaohai continued his tirade, Ye Xiaowen responded with half-hearted remarks, unaware of when slumber would claim her. The following morning, she was awakened by the relentless sound of firecrackers. Peeking out of bed, she discovered that Ye Xiaohai was already gone, having risen at some unspecified hour. After a yawn, as she tidied her bed, she lifted her pillow to find a surprise, a crisp 10 yuan bill tucked beneath, a token of the New Year's gift from her parents. In their tradition, parents discreetly place lucky money under their children's pillows on New Year's Eve. Gratefully pocketing the money, Ye Xiaowen made her way to the living room. "Dad, Mom, I bow to you," she proclaimed, kneeling before her parents. Ye Xiaowen was uncertain whether this was a custom of Hedong province, pitching, or perhaps a tradition of the Yi family. Nonetheless, since childhood, it had been customary to bow to one's parents on the first day of the Lunar New Year. "Get up quickly, the ground is cold," he urged. There were numerous such customs in Picheng. For instance, on New Year's Day, one must not sprinkle water on the ground before the sun has risen. If the day is overcast, one must wait until after 9 o'clock. The reasons behind these practices eluded Ye Xiaowen. They had simply been passed down through generations, leaving everyone in compliance without clear understanding. Thus, they became traditions. Perhaps one of the essences of the festive season. "Hurry and eat. After we finish, we shall pay our respects to your grandparents," Ye Guoping called out. Ye Xiaowen's grandparents resided in a nearby town, living with his uncle, whose relationship with Ye Xiaowen's mother, Jiang Guizhi, was rather strained. It was said that this discord stemmed from their childhood when the grandparents favored the younger son, Ye Xiaowen's uncle. Every family has its own troubles, and it is natural that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would be fraught, especially after prolonged cohabitation. Eventually, Ye Xiaowen's grandparents entrusted all their belongings to his uncle's family and moved in with them. Typically, it was only during festivals that Ye Guoping would bring the entire family to visit, offering a bit of financial support. Truthfully, Ye Xiaowen did not quite comprehend the situation. He felt a certain distance from his grandparents. Perhaps it was due to their lack of cohabitation during his upbringing. Each visit involved exchanging a few perfunctory words before departing, rendering the encounters somewhat superficial. "Oh," Ye Xiaowen replied, as Ye Xiaohai had already finished his meal and retreated to change into new clothes. Ye Guoping appeared somewhat anxious, prompting Ye Xiaowen to hastily consume a few bites before rushing to change his attire. In Chapter 36, Paying Respects, Ye Xiaowen pondered the matter of his grandparents as he changed his clothes. He recalled that in his previous life, when his grandfather passed away, his father, Ye Guoping, had wept inconsolably on the ground. Witnessing his father in such distress had deeply affected Ye Xiaowen. It is a natural phenomenon for parents to favor their youngest child. However, while some manage this affection judiciously, others do not, and when coupled with a daughter-in-law, conflict is inevitable. This dynamic was not surprising, and Ye Guoping, straddling the roles of husband and son, found himself in a difficult position. Nevertheless, in recent years, if Ye Guoping wished to honor his parents, Jiang Guizhi had not prevented him, though they did not live together. Yet, Ye Xiaowen found it curious that his grandparents were not particularly affectionate towards him and his brothers. Perhaps this was a consequence of his mother's strained relationship with them. Shaking his head, he resolved to dismiss these unproductive thoughts. Children do not speak ill of their parents. The matters of the previous generation are often perplexing, and such issues are typically subjective, with each side holding its own perspective, rendering it difficult to discern right from wrong. In a family of 5, there are 3 bicycles in total. Ye Guoping rides 1 bicycle with Jiang Guizhi, leaving Jiang Guizhi's bicycle available. Ye Xiaohai is riding and continually waving at Ye Xiaowen. "Come on, third brother, let second brother take you." "Forget it, I'll let elder brother take me," Ye Xiaowen replies, shaking his head as he jumps onto the back seat of Ye Xiaofeng's bicycle. Having had a light snowfall the previous night, the roads are already difficult to traverse, and considering Ye Xiaohai's riding skills, if he were to carry Ye Xiaowen as well, it would surely ruin his new clothes. Let it be, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's heart, Ye Xiaohai mutters, clearly perturbed by Ye Xiaowen's lack of respect towards him. Throughout the journey, he ignores Ye Xiaowen and instead engages in conversation with elder brother Ye Xiaofeng. In less than half an hour, they arrive at their uncle's house. "Ah, elder brother, sister-in-law have arrived." These 3 brothers have all grown taller. Ye Xiaowen's second uncle, Ye Guoping, hears the barking of dogs and comes out to greet them. "Guoping, uncle," the 3 brothers quickly greet him. "Elder brother, sister-in-law." The younger aunt also emerges from the house. After a flurry of greetings, both families managed to maintain a cordial facade, particularly between Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen's younger aunt. Ye Guoting and Ye Guoping are indeed close. He recalls a time when Ye Guoting took the tricycle out and did not return. In the dead of night, it was Ye Guoping who first went to look for him. Upon hearing the news, he rallied the entire neighborhood and colleagues from the factory to assist in the search. Ultimately, they found him in a ditch, the tricycle having overturned and pinned him. Had they arrived any later, it could have ended in tragedy. Such is the bond between brothers, much like that of Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai, who often bicker and play tricks on one another. However, when it truly matters, they are the first to come to each other's aid. To quote a line from a domineering CEO novel, listen well, from now on. Only I have the right to bully you. No one else may. Where are our parents? Let us see our parents. Ye Guoping says as he leads the family into the house. Grandfather and grandmother are seated inside, and upon entering, Ye Guoping kneels first. Ye Xiaowen and the others follow suit. Parents, we bow to you. Grandfather, grandmother, we bow to you. Get up, sit down and talk. Guoping, there are cigarettes. Take some for yourself. Xiaohai, Xiaowen, come and have some sunflower seeds and peanuts, the grandmother invites. Thank you, grandmother, Ye Xiaowen responds. Before long, the two children from their uncle's family arrive. One is a cousin named Ye Zishi, roughly the same age as Ye Xiaofeng, currently a teacher at the county elementary school. The other is Ye Xiaowen's cousin, the same age as Ye Xiaohai, but just a month younger, named Ye Zijin. Once inside, the room becomes quite crowded, lively with chatter. A group of them then moves to the house where their uncle resides to continue their conversation. Xiaowen, Xiaohai, you both are preparing for the college entrance examination this year, right? How has your studying been lately? The academic pursuits of Zijiang have become a source of great distress for me. Indeed, the young aunt remarked, Ye Zijiang has also been held back a year. He participated in the college entrance examination last year and, needless to say, did not gain admission to any university, nor even to a vocational college. His scores were significantly lacking, and thus he dedicated another year to his studies. Xiaowen's grades are relatively good, but as for Xiaohai, I have little hope. I merely wish for him to graduate safely and subsequently find employment. Jiang Guizhi said with a bitter smile, expressing her lack of expectations regarding his studies. Alas, Zijiang is in a similar predicament. I initially believed that a year of revision would yield progress, but alas, let us not dwell on this during the festive season. By the way, what of Xiaofeng? Has he found a partner? Is there a young lady he has taken a liking to? There are quite a few teachers at Zishi's school. If need be, perhaps Zishi could assist in introductions. That would be splendid. I would appreciate Zishi's help in this matter. Jiang Guizhi's interest was piqued. Zishi, I entrust you with the affairs of your brother Xiaofeng. Aunt, do not concern yourself with inconvenience. I shall take charge of Xiaofeng's matters and ensure I introduce you to a daughter-in-law who meets your approval, Ye Zishi replied cheerfully. As the adults engaged in discussion, Ye Zijiang took his siblings, Ye Xiaohai and Ye Xiaowen, outside to play with firecrackers. The outside air was quite chilly, and Ye Xiaowen was reluctant to venture out. However, she preferred this to the chatter of mundane familial matters indoors, opting instead to seek a breath of fresh air. After a midday meal at Uncle Air's house, Ye Guoping had consumed a bit of alcohol. On their return in the afternoon, Jiang Guizhi found it somewhat taxing to ride her bicycle with Ye Guoping. Halfway through their journey, noticing his mother's fatigue, Ye Xiaohai volunteered to assist his father. Shortly after they began, a sudden commotion erupted. Ye Guoping braced himself on the ground as Ye Xiaohai clutched his own backside, exclaiming. The fall caused Ye Guoping to fully regain sobriety, realizing, goodness, you nearly broke your father's leg, son. Are you all right? He hurriedly rose from the ground, disregarding his own arm's pain, to check on Ye Xiaohai. I'm fine. Don't blame me. Father, it was your drunken weight that caused the fall, retorted Ye Xiaohai stubbornly. Dad, ergo. Ye Xiaowen jumped off her bicycle and rushed over. Chapter 37. The start of school had Ye Xiaohai refrained from complaining, Ye Guoping would have had no other thoughts. A fall is just a fall. As long as he is unharmed, it matters not. Yet, Ye Xiaohai insisted on being obstinate, seeking excuses and justifications. Seeing that Ye Xiaohai was lively and unharmed, Ye Guoping's patience wore thin. Just as he was about to take action, Jiang Guizhi intervened. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Ye Xiaohai would return home safely. Following the fall, Ye Guoping had fully sobered up, riding the bicycle alongside Ye Xiaohai. Whether Ye Xiaohai was dazed from the fall or simply not thinking clearly, he chattered incessantly along the way. Dad, keep the bike in a straight line, don't turn. Dad, did you drink too much at noon? Ride slowly. If not, I can take you instead. Your riding skills are worse than mine. Beside him, Ye Xiaowen couldn't help but reflect on the resilience of his second brother. It was indeed a remarkable feat to have come this far in life. To put it in contemporary terms, one could say that if one refrains from creating trouble, one would avoid calamity. True to form, as soon as they reached the threshold of their home, Ye Guoping wasted no time in voicing his grievances. This time, no one intervened, and Jiang Guizhi also conceded that the second brother had indeed overstepped. On the second day of the new year, Ye Xiaofeng took Ye Xiaowen to their uncle's residence, located in a neighboring county, necessitating a bus journey. As for Ye Xiaohai, he remained at home nursing an injury, his posterior too swollen to endure the journey. Throughout the entire month of January, Ye Xiaowen was incessantly occupied, either visiting relatives or hosting them at his own home. On the sixth day of the new year, Ye Xiaowen received a phone call from Wu Zuwang. "Yi, has there been an increase?" he inquired. "By how much?" Ye Xiaowen asked. "A complete set of 100 consecutive tickets has surged to 9,000 yuan, a full doubling." Wu Zuwang exclaimed with palpable excitement. Initially, they had purchased each ticket for 30 yuan, meaning a complete set had cost 3,000 yuan. Now, with a selling price of 9,000 yuan, Ye Xiaowen's 7 sets were valued at over 60,000 yuan. After repaying a loan of 20,000 yuan, he would still retain over 40,000 yuan. If his parents were to save that sum, contributing just over 200 yuan a month, the couple would manage to set aside 400 yuan monthly. In a year, that would amount to 4,000 yuan, totaling 40,000 yuan over a decade, assuming they abstained from all expenses. In reality, however, managing to save even 1,000 yuan in a year would be considered a significant achievement. "How much is a single ticket?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "The lower end of the procurement price is around 60 yuan, with the upper limit not exceeding 75, Wu Zuwang replied. In the span of this new year, he had managed to double the hard-earned 100,000 yuan he had accumulated over the years. 200,000 yuan, a stark contrast to the arduous labor at construction sites. Earning this sum seemed almost too effortless. Reflecting on the initial 1,000 yuan given to Ye Xiaowen, it now appeared an exceedingly wise investment. That mere 1,000 had transformed into 200,000. Such lucrative prospects were rare. Understood, Ye Xiaowen responded. "When shall we sell?" Wu Zuwang asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. The rapid appreciation of the stock subscription certificates made him anxious, fearing that demand might wane. "Sell? Why should we sell? And if we must, we should secure a favorable price. If you trust me, wait a little longer," Ye Xiaowen advised. He was reluctant to part with the stocks, preferring to hold out for a lottery draw to maximize their value in the market. Unfortunately, lacking the necessary funds for operations, he might be compelled to sell 1 or 2 sets to generate some cash for the stock subscription certificates. However, even if he were to sell, the current price fell significantly short of his anticipated valuation. "Yi, I trust you, of course. Without you, how would I, Wu, find an opportunity to prosper? If I don't trust you, whom should I trust?" He hastily clarified, anxious to avoid any misunderstanding. The following day, as the 7th day of the Lunar New Year approached, Ye Xiaowen cautioned, "If there are no pressing matters in the morning, do not call. Save your calls for the evening." The impending resumption of classes for their senior year weighed on her mind. All right, Wu Zuwang responded repeatedly. After concluding the call, Ye Xiaowen returned home to deliver Jiang Xiaowen's winter vacation assignments. Having already completed the necessary copying, now, all that remained was to await the commencement of school. On the morning of the 7th day, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai each slung a backpack over their shoulders and stepped outside. Jiang Xiaowen was waiting at the entrance of the alley and approached upon spotting Ye Xiaowen. "Why are you both so slow? Hurry up, or we'll be late," she urged. "What's the rush? It's the first day back. We won't be attending classes, just cleaning," Ye Xiaohai replied nonchalantly. "Brother, if you skip out on cleaning again, I will report you to the teacher," Ye Xiaowen warned, casting a serious glance at Ye Xiaohai to instill some caution. "Really? Little 3? When has Big Brother ever cleaned? Besides, I have something to take care of this morning," Ye Xiaohai retorted. "Ye Xiaohai," Ye Xiaowen called out emphatically, "this is not open to debate. As class monitor, I cannot manage if everyone behaves like you. If you dare to run off, I shall take matters into my own hands. If the teacher contacts our father, the consequences will be dire." Threatened by her words, Ye Xiaohai glared at her. But Ye Xiaowen remained unfazed, striding ahead. As the school year commenced for the seniors, the entrance to the school lacked its usual liveliness. Students arriving for classes wore expressions of excitement, eager to reconnect after a winter holiday apart, exchanging greetings and anecdotes from their break. Ye Xiaowen called their homeroom teacher, Sun Shanqing, beckoning her from the entrance. "Yes, teacher Sun," she replied. "Today, we will organize a thorough cleaning of the classroom in the morning and in the afternoon. We will assign seats, he instructed. Understood, teacher's son, Ye Xiaowen acknowledged, watching as he walked away before turning to re-enter the classroom. In truth, Ye Xiaowen's temperament was ill-suited for the role of class monitor. Her reserved nature made it challenging to manage the more mischievous students. Each new term, she found herself fretting over the task of maintaining cleanliness, knowing that a handful of troublemakers would inevitably try to slip away unnoticed. The diligent students who remained would then grumble about the imbalances in their efforts. The classroom buzzed with noise, resembling a hive of 1,000 flies in chaotic flight. Closing the door, Ye Xiaowen ascended to the podium, seizing the blackboard eraser and striking it forcefully against the desk. Bang, bang, bang. Gradually, the classroom quieted. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Xiaowen persisted until the deafening sound became unbearable for some, at which point she ceased her rhythmic pounding. Now, all eyes were fixed upon her. Chapter 38. Establishing authority this morning. Our task is to clean, Ye Xiaowen began, but before she could finish, the noise erupted once more. Despite their prior awareness and mental preparation, reluctance lingered among the students. Silence, Ye Xiaowen commanded, striking the blackboard eraser with renewed vigor. Below, I shall assign tasks according to the study groups. Group 1, 2, and 3 will be responsible for cleaning the windows. Group 4 will tidy the tables and arrange the seating. Group 5 will handle mopping the floors and taking out the trash. Now, let us commence our work. As Ye Xiaowen concluded her instructions, a thought struck her and she added, "Oh, and no one is allowed to run off. Should anyone attempt to sneak away, do not expect any leniency from me. Remember, we will be rearranging the seating this afternoon, and anyone who absconds will find themselves seated with the girls." At this, several boys who were preparing to leave suddenly froze. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen was not mistaken. The punishment for misbehavior was to sit with the girls. At that moment, the boys were reluctant to share a seat with the girls, at least outwardly. Everyone spoke of it in such a manner, and Ye Xiaowen's proclamation rendered them all too embarrassed to depart, as doing so would imply a desire to sit with the girls. Some girls cast discontented glances at Ye Xiaowen, yet before they could voice their grievances, she waved her hand impatiently and said, "All right, let us get to work." The sound of dragging tables was jarring, and Ye Xiaowen, unable to endure it any longer, pulled a chair and stepped out into the corridor to catch her breath. Lu Jingyu, the leader of Group 1, approached her. "Ye Xiaowen, go wash the cleaning cloths and bring back 2 basins of water." Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, incredulous as she looked at Lu Jingyu. "Are you speaking to me?" Lu Jingyu nodded and replied, "Who else would I be addressing? There is no third party here. I need you to wash the cloths and fetch 2 basins of clean water." Ye Xiaowen chuckled, gazing at Lu Jingyu. "Have you lost your mind? I am the class monitor, and you expect me to wash the cloths and fetch water?" Lu Jingyu had bullied her in their previous life, and he was the one who often spoke out of turn, coveting her position as class monitor. "How can you speak so disrespectfully?" Lu Jingyu protested, realizing that she had always contributed the most during their tasks. Now, she was not only neglecting her duties, but also berating him. "Insulting you?" Ye Xiaowen retorted, dragging Lu Jingyu back into the classroom, where she pounded on the table to capture everyone's attention. She then declared, "I hereby announce that Lu Jingyu has been relieved of his duties as group leader, and I will temporarily assume the role." The onlookers were stunned, questioning what had transpired. Lu Jingyu, nearly incensed, was about to retaliate when Ye Xiaohai, standing nearby, intervened and delivered a slap to Lu Jingyu. "How dare you strike my brother? You've gone too far." Ye Xiaohai scolded while continuing to hit him. Others were hesitant to intervene, yet it did not mean they were dissuaded from reporting to the teacher. Before long, Sun Shanqing arrived, and, upon seeing Ye Xiaohai, felt a headache coming on. He summoned several students to the office. "Xiaowen, could you clarify what happened?" "Certainly, teacher. After I assigned the students to clean, I intended to check if anyone faced difficulties or if the task distribution was uneven. At that moment, Lu Jingyu insisted that I wash the cloths and fetch water. I conversed with my classmate Lu Jingyu, proclaiming my role as class monitor, responsible for coordinating our classmates throughout the day and ensuring our class's tasks were completed. Subsequently, Lu Jingyu attempted to strike me, leaving me utterly terrified. Fortunately, my older brother was nearby, which spared me from the impending blow. Is this truly Lu Jingyu's nature?" Sun Shanqing furrowed his brow as he regarded Lu Jingyu. Just moments ago, Ye Xiaowen articulated a well-reasoned argument. After all, Ye Xiaowen is the class monitor, while you, as a group leader, are directing her efforts. "No, I, Lu Jingyu, must first apologize to you. I should not have taken it upon myself to relieve you of your duties. This misstep is entirely my fault." Ye Xiaowen interjected sincerely. Lu Jingyu gaped in shock, at a loss for words. "No, Lu Jingyu, You must also extend an apology to Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai. Let us consider this matter settled. We are classmates, and it is essential that we coexist harmoniously moving forward. Sun Shangqing, feeling somewhat exasperated by the myriad of issues that arise at the beginning of the school year, and further swayed by Ye Xiaowen's maturity, concluded that Lu Jingyu was indeed in the wrong. I will not apologize, Lu Jingyu retorted defiantly. Why should I? I endured scolding and even the threat of violence. And now I am expected to apologize? This is patently unfair. Very well, if you refuse to apologize, then be on your way. In the future, you are to adhere to the class monitor's management, and that is final. Sun Shangqing waved his hand, dismissing the three of them. Once outside the office, Ye Xiaowen, who had appeared amicable within, transformed her demeanor. Lu Jingyu, you will be responsible for taking out the trash. You need not clean the windows anymore. On what grounds? Lu Jingyu protested. Did you not hear the teacher instructing you to obey the class monitor? This is unjust. Suit yourself if you refuse to comply. Be prepared for a call to your parents this afternoon. Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively and ceased to engage with Lu Jingyu. She had merely intended to handle the task as a matter of convenience. Who would truly hold a grudge against a student? A simple scare would suffice to establish Lu Jingyu's authority. Lu Jingyu felt on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. However, with a resolute determination, he begrudgingly went to take out the trash. The commotion had attracted attention, and he soon returned, having lost his position as group leader under Ye Xiaowen's authority. Now, no one dared to disrupt the order any longer, and certainly, no one would approach Ye Xiaowen to request assistance. As the morning passed, anticipation built for the afternoon's seating arrangements. This process was significant, primarily based on academic performance, followed by sequential seating. The more mischievous students had effectively been separated by Ye Xiaowen's decisions. The seating roster, typically used for distributing new textbooks, was handed to Sun Shangqing. However, the new textbooks for the senior year had already been distributed and utilized in class, leaving only time for review in the remaining days. A fulfilling yet busy day soon drew to a close, but the activities were far from over. They had evening study sessions. However, on the first day of school, no teachers arrived, leaving it as a self-study period. Ye Xiaowen opened her textbooks, intending to study for a while, but upon opening them, she found herself confronted by unfamiliar content. After perusing through the various subjects, reality struck her. The ambition to gain admission to university based solely on her efforts seemed increasingly unattainable. Even the prospect of relentless study from this day forward appeared futile. Chapter 39. Wu Zhuang sells stock subscription certificates during the winter break. Ye Xiaowen collected the assignments, but 3 books were missing, belonging to Lu Sahan and her 2 friends. Wu Zhuang harbored a desire to assume the role of a creditor, indifferent to their circumstances. However, the reality was that this creditor had the means to trace them to their homes. Thus, he could only swallow his pride, resigning himself to the fact that if they didn't submit their assignments, so be it. After all, he was the one who collected the work, which he would promptly turn in to the teacher. Once graded, the teacher would return them, typically without a detailed count. Furthermore, Lu Sahan and her companions were not particularly diligent students, making it unlikely the teacher would suddenly realize someone had failed to submit their work. In the bustling metropolis, the prices of stock subscription certificates fluctuated daily. By mid-February, even before the Lantern Festival, a set of 100 consecutive stock subscription certificates had surged to 30,000 yuan, an increase of tenfold from its previous value. Wu Zhuang, observing the erratic changes in the stock certificates, felt a thrill of apprehension. After finishing a call at a public telephone booth, he waved to Lu Feng and Lu Ming, signaling that it was time to return to the construction site, which had recently resumed operations. He had enlisted both Lu Feng and Lu Ming to work on site, offering them a monthly wage of 300 yuan. At this point, this was considered a decent salary, and both Lu Feng and Lu Ming understood that it was due to Wu Zhuang's regard for Ye Xiaowen. When Ye Xiaowen departed from the metropolis, she had entrusted Wu Zhuang with the well-being of the two. Wu Zhuang certainly valued Ye Xiaowen's request. How could he not? The stock subscription certificates, purchased for 100,000 yuan, would now fetch 1 million if sold. He had even commissioned a locked iron box specifically to safeguard those certificates. Without a doubt, he would have taken care of not only 2, but even 20 individuals, as Ye Xiaowen asked. Even if these 2 did nothing all day, he would ensure they were well-fed and cared for, especially since they were diligent and hardworking. The following morning, Wu Zhuang took the 2 back to the black market, which was merely a street where vendors purchased stock subscription certificates. The prices remained stable compared to the previous day. One vendor at the forefront, smiling broadly, addressed Wu Zhuang. "Brother, this price is quite substantial. It has increased tenfold. If you have any, You should sell them quickly before it drops further. Wu Zuwang visited periodically, and everyone was aware he likely possessed a few sets. Huh, I have no such thing. I merely came to see what's new. I had considered purchasing at one point, but was dissuaded. Now I deeply regret not buying. Wu Zuwang would never admit otherwise. The vendor, not wishing to press further, feigned regret. Observing Wu Zuwang's sudden stillness, he glanced around, exchanged a knowing look with the vendor, and then headed towards a nearby secluded alley. The vendor's eyes sparkled with surprise as he hurriedly followed. Initially intending to tease, he was taken aback by the possibility of a genuine opportunity. Nonetheless, his demeanor grew increasingly composed. Brother, how much would you offer for a set of 100 consecutive anonymous stock subscription certificates? Wu Zuwang gazed at the vendor and inquired. Isn't the price displayed right there? 30,000 yuan. My friend, please offer me a sincere price. To be honest, if I weren't in urgent need of money, I would never sell. Given the current market, I believe prices will continue to rise. They will rise, I assure you. Haven't you noticed that this has been the price lately? Just think about it. How much can one earn from selling stocks? Nowadays, even a single stock subscription certificate is being traded at this price. Is that normal? In my opinion, it may crash any day now. The vendor's argument was both logical and well-founded. Wu Zuwang couldn't help but nod. The price indeed felt somewhat alarming. When it doubled to 100,000 yuan, he was elated and thrilled. When it tripled, he hosted a grand feast, refusing to leave until he was inebriated. When it quadrupled or quintupled, he was so exhilarated he could hardly sleep, praising his initial choice and expressing gratitude to the heavens, even visiting temples to burn incense and pray for his ancestors. Yet now, having surged tenfold, fear gripped him, causing trepidation. Although he still trusted Ye Xiaowen, genuine fear lingered in his heart, dreading that he might awaken from this beautiful dream. Observing Wu Zuwang's internal struggle, the vendor decided to fan the flames further. In fact, my stall is also involved in acquisitions, backed by a significant employer. If it were solely up to me, I wouldn't dare to buy at such a peculiar price. I suspect that my employer might soon cease operations due to the risks involved. Wu Zuwang looked up at the vendor and spoke. If you can raise the price a bit more, I will sell. The vendor, feeling a surge of joy, subtly shook his head and replied, How many do you have? If you possess a substantial amount, I might inquire further. If it's just a few, then let's leave it at that. Sell if you wish. 15 sets. Wu Zuwang decided to sell half. He had originally bought 33 sets for a total of 100,000 yuan, and the additional 34 certificates were given to Ye Xiaowen. Now, offering 15 sets at the current price of 30,000 yuan each would amount to 450,000 yuan. Even if the stock subscription certificates lost their value in the future, he would still profit 35,000 yuan. What? The vendor was momentarily taken aback. 15 sets? My goodness. Initially expecting 1 or 2 sets, he was astonished to learn there were 15. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. Nor can the ocean be measured in a single cup. This seemingly honest migrant worker possessed such wealth. 15 sets. Are you for real? Indeed, why would I deceive you? After making his decision, Wu Zuwang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. All right, I will call right away, the vendor said as he hurriedly exited the alley. However, upon reaching the mouth of the alley, he paused, turned back, and cautioned, Do not leave. Wait right here. I will return shortly. Wu Zuwang nodded, unperturbed by the thought of being cheated, knowing that the alley was well connected, and besides, he had Lu Ming and Lu Feng by his side. Soon, the vendor returned and addressed Wu Zuwang. I can add another 1,000 yuan per set. If you're willing, take it. To be honest, my employer is also fearful. With such a large quantity, if prices fall. Good, Wu Zuwang nodded in agreement. The two individuals agreed to meet at the bank the following morning for a transaction before parting ways. On the appointed day, at the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, they counted the funds face to face. Wu Zuwang deposited 460,000 into the bank, thus completing their transaction. The middle-aged man beside the vendor, observing Wu Zuwang, grinned and remarked, Brother, your vision is commendable. You've made quite a profit, hundreds of thousands in hand. It seems you have encountered a benefactor. Wu Zuwang responded with a wave of his hand and departed with Lu Ming and Lu Feng. Chapter 40. My boyfriend, the middle-aged man, watching Wu Zuwang's retreating figure, muttered to himself, pondering the meaning of those words. Boss, should we find someone? The vendor queried, eyeing the man. Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man shot him a fierce glare. We are engaged in legitimate business. What do you intend? If you have such thoughts, you might as well leave. Yes. Understood, the vendor replied cautiously, feeling a twinge of envy. Had he known such prospects lay ahead, he too would have invested his savings. Meanwhile, Wu Zuwang, having deposited 450,000 into the bank, felt a profound sense of relief. He then took Lu Ming and Lu Feng to a high-end restaurant. Brother Wu, this place is too upscale. Let us choose another, Lu Feng suggested. Having dined out frequently with Wu Zuwang, they had never visited such an extravagant establishment before. Wu Zuwang chuckled, saying, "Today is a joyous occasion. Let us indulge in a splendid meal. What does spending a little money matter?" After seating the brothers, a waitress approached with a sweet smile to take their orders. Once the dishes were selected, Wu Zuwang poured a glass of wine for each of them. To be honest, my dear friends, I have been in this business for many years, yet I have never encountered individuals like you, the Yi brothers. Truly, you are my benefactors. Without meeting you, I would never have had such an opportunity for prosperity. After Wu Zuwang spoke, Lu Feng hesitated before suggesting, "Brother Wu, should we inform Brother Yi about this?" "Indeed, I must let him know. In a moment, I shall make the call. But I fear Brother Yi might hold it against me. The stock subscription certificates fluctuate daily. Truth be told, it is not a matter of distrust toward Brother Yi. I am genuinely apprehensive. Selling half now while the remaining shares could either yield profit or become worthless is a risk I must take," Wu Zuwang declared. Downing a glass in one go, "If it rises further, so be it. Let it be known that old Wu lacks such fortune. Brother Wu, we raise our glasses to you. You have arranged work for us and treated us to fine dining." "Thank you," Lu Feng proclaimed, lifting his glass. No. If thanks are to be given, they should be directed to Brother Yi. Honestly, the chance to meet him is a tremendous blessing for all of us. We must remain close to Brother Yi. Opportunities for wealth will abound, and we shall feast and revel together, earning great riches. With that, they toasted again. Wu Zuwang then mused, "I wonder what Brother Ye's situation is. It is well past the Lantern Festival, yet he shows no inclination to visit. Perhaps we should consider." Wu Zuwang spoke up, suggesting, "Let us pay a visit to Brother Ye's home." Lu Ming immediately felt intrigued. "All right, then I shall request a leave from the person in charge when we return. We will go take a look," Wu Zuwang remarked. Having earned 350,000, it mattered little if he ceased working at the construction site. In the future, he could follow Ye Xiaowen to amass greater wealth. The trio decided to visit Ye Xiaowen, who remained blissfully unaware of their intentions. Each day, he lived a monotonous life between school and home, occasionally visiting the arcade with Shen Jinhao to play games like King of Fighters. Given the scarcity of entertainment options at that time, returning to school and sitting in class with fellow students, reliving the essence of that era, was indeed a unique experience. However, the entire class sensed a transformation in Ye Xiaowen. No longer the quiet, shy individual who blushed at the slightest provocation, he had become remarkably domineering. As class monitor, he had developed a commanding presence, silencing any dissent, at least on the surface. As someone who had been reborn, Ye Xiaowen found it effortless to manage a group of naive high schoolers, especially while holding the title of class leader. Yet, beneath this facade, he was not entirely content. "Lu Sahan, how much longer will this go on? It's merely 100 yuan. Didn't we agree not to submit our winter break assignments last time? What more do you want?" He retorted. "Indeed, 100 yuan is insignificant, yet you still owe me. And regarding the fact that the three of us didn't submit our winter assignments, aren't you afraid I'll inform the teacher? Wow, you're ruthless." Ye Xiaowen fixed his gaze on Lu Sahan. "I want to date you." Lu Sahan bit her lower lip, feeling slightly aggrieved after Ye Xiaowen's earlier reprimand. However, she soon adopted a playful demeanor, her beautiful face making it hard for anyone to dislike her. Instead, she appeared particularly endearing. Cautiously, Ye Xiaowen probed, "Why not tell me what you like about me? I can change if needed." Taken aback by his unexpected response, Lu Sahan nearly cried from her sense of injustice, but quickly reached out to touzle Ye Xiaowen's hair, stating, "No way. You either agree to date me or return the money immediately. If not, I'll come to your house after school to collect. But if you agree to be my boyfriend, I'll cover your pocket money from now on. I'll give you 5 yuan a day." Lu Sahan casually draped her arm over Ye Xiaowen's shoulder. Since that fateful dance, this man who had both taken advantage of her and scolded her had left a profound impression in her heart. Initially, she contemplated revenge, but when that didn't materialize, her friend suggested dating Ye Xiaowen and then breaking up with him. Somehow, she found herself agreeing. Youthful curiosity and naivety clouded her understanding of the world. "Money cannot buy love. Fine, since you threatened me, I'll agree." Ye Xiaowen conceded with resignation. "You agreed?" "Indeed, I have." Lu Sahan's long eyelashes fluttered gently, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. She gazed at Ye Xiaowen and remarked, "In those Zhongyao novels, don't couples always share a kiss? Are you daring enough?" She paused, then added, "Forget it. Were it not for your threat, I certainly would not agree to such a thing. Ye Xiaowen, displaying signs of impatience, replied, "Come with me. I know of an abandoned house behind the school that is rarely visited." 10 minutes later, Lu Sahan, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire and biting her reddened lips, emerged from the dilapidated building behind the school, following Ye Xiaowen. "Rogue," she muttered. "You are the one who threatened me." "Ah, women, the ancients truly did not deceive me. It is indeed difficult to manage both the petty and the fairer sex." Chapter 41. A heart thrown to the blind. Hey, Wu Ge, what? You've arrived in Hedong? When did you get here? The noon train arrives in the evening, right? All right, I'll arrange accommodations for you. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaowen remained momentarily dazed. How did they suddenly come to Pingqing? This was a critical time. With their departure, no one would be watching over him in the magical city anymore. Truly, it seemed they had become blind and deaf. Moreover, they didn't even bother to give a heads up. Only now, upon arriving at his doorstep, did they inform him. Arrangements? How could he make any arrangements? Ye Xiaowen rummaged through his pockets and discovered he had merely 10 yuan left. He had earned a bit of pocket money during the new year, but it had all been taken by his mother, Jiang Guizhi. At this time, every family had 2 or 3 children. The so-called New Year's money was merely a reciprocal exchange. Most children ended up with nothing. However, while he had none, others did. After all, he had just started dating a wealthy girlfriend. A smile graced Ye Xiaowen's face as he headed toward the classroom. It was the middle of a break, just after the physical exercises, and the classroom was abuzz with chatter. Peering inside, Ye Xiaowen saw Lu Sahan animatedly conversing with Lu Yuan, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. Accidentally catching sight of Ye Xiaowen, her face flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare. Ye Xiaowen walked directly over. Lu Sahan felt a flicker of panic, her heart racing as memories of the previous day flooded back. "Lu Yuan, return to your seat. I need to discuss something with Lu Sahan," Ye Xiaowen stated with all seriousness. The class leader's authority still held sway over Lu Yuan. "What is it?" "My esteemed class leader?" The words, though seemingly earnest, when uttered by the mischievous Lu Sahan, always evoked playful thoughts. "Give me some money. I have need of it," Ye Xiaowen stated bluntly. Previously, he would have asked to borrow money, but now, as her boyfriend, to mention the word borrow would surely hurt her feelings. Lu Sahan was taken aback, initially expecting him to share some secret whispers, only to be caught off guard by his request for money. "All right, how much do you need? Will 10 yuan suffice?" she asked, pulling out her small red leather wallet. "Hand it over. Let me see," Ye Xiaowen replied. Without overthinking, Lu Sahan handed him her wallet. Upon opening it, Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. Indeed, she was wealthy. Within the confines of the wallet lay a substantial sum, likely exceeding 100 yuan. There was no need to count. After leaving a single bill behind, the remainder was discreetly pocketed, and the wallet was returned. "You are quite resourceful. Shall I write you an IOU?" "Never mind. Just be frugal," Lu Sahan advised. "All right," Ye Xiaowen replied, a broad smile illuminating his youthful face. At 18, life seemed promising, handsome and admired by girls, skilled in basketball, and excelling academically. However, he mused that upon turning 24, lacking wealth would render one invisible, regardless of merit. Watching Ye Xiaowen depart in high spirits, Lu Sahan could not help but let a smile grace her lips. During lunch, Ye Xiaowen opened his lunchbox, revealing its modest contents: a couple of plain steamed buns and a small portion of shredded potatoes. While not exemplary, it certainly was not the worst. Naturally, it paled in comparison to the braised pork enjoyed by his deskmate, Jiang Xian. "Jiang Xian, would you care for a bun?" He offered half of his steamed bread. "No, thank you. What about some shredded potatoes?" he inquired again. "Not interested. Then would you like some braised pork?" "Yes, that sounds good. Just place it in the middle." Ye Xiaowen set Jiang Xian's lunchbox between them. Sipping warm water and nibbling on the cool buns complemented by the savory pork proved quite delightful. Rich, yet not overly greasy, albeit a tad chilly. "Jiang Xian, let me tell you, in the future, we should heat our meals beforehand. Cold food simply does not satisfy. Your mother's braised pork is truly commendable," Ye Xiaowen rambled on as he savored his meal. At the back of the classroom, Lu Yuan and Lu Sahan were engaged in conversation, with Lu Sahan's gaze fixed intently on Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian. The spoon in her hand clinked against her lunchbox, giving the impression that she bore a grudge against it. Lu Yuan, following her line of sight, queried, "Since when have Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian been so close?" Previously, while they shared a decent rapport, Ye Xiaowen had always been shy and reserved, behaving politely around Jiang Xian both in and out of school. It's merely that he has taken a liking to her lunchbox. What closeness! "We shall eat our own meals," Lu Sahan retorted through clenched teeth. That spineless man, only drawn to those with resources. After finishing his meal, Ye Xiaowen discarded his lunchbox on the table and leaned over to rest, leaving the washing for later, planning to take it home for his mother to clean. Lu Sahan and Lu Yuan approached with their lunchboxes, and after a moment of hesitation, Lu Sahan casually picked up Ye Xiaowen's lunchbox and headed toward the sink. Sahan. Wait. Oh, just drop it, Lu Sahan replied, her cheeks flushed. She felt compelled to assist him, as was customary for girlfriends to help their partners. After all, there were a few couples in class, and since she was Ye Xiaowen's girlfriend, it was only right to wash his lunchbox. Even if that dog might only be with her for monetary gain. The piercing sound of a bell abruptly roused Ye Xiaowen from her slumber. Uncomfortable on the desk, she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and reached for the lunchbox to toss it into the recess beneath the table. However, upon picking it up, she noticed droplets of water on it, revealing that it had been washed by someone. Instinctively, Ye Xiaowen turned her gaze towards Jiang Xin, who with a sullen expression remarked, "It wasn't me, it was Lu Sahan." She then urged, "Quickly open your book. The teacher is about to commence the lesson." "Oh," Ye Xiaowen replied, placing the lunchbox beneath the table before glancing towards the back of the classroom. Lu Sahan had been observing her, curious to see Ye Xiaowen's reaction upon discovering that her lunchbox had been cleaned. In the throes of young love, couples often engage in secret acts of kindness for one another, feigning indifference while secretly relishing the gesture. With the teacher now present, Ye Xiaowen refrained from any overt actions. She discreetly crossed her thumb and index finger behind her back, sending a silent heart gesture to Lu Sahan. Regardless of whether Lu Sahan comprehended her meaning, Ye Xiaowen opened her book, ready for class. Lu Sahan, however, was puzzled, wondering about the significance of the gesture. What does that mean? Are you short on cash? Spending money is quite intense. 100 yuan a day is hardly sufficient, and I can't ask for more when I return home. Dating is truly arduous. Chapter 42. Treating others after enduring the day. The afternoon dismissal finally arrived, but evening study sessions loomed ahead. Many opted to grab a bite in the cafeteria at this juncture. Ye Xiaowen hastily gathered her belongings, tossing her backpack into the recess beneath the table, and adjusted herself for the journey to the cafeteria. "Second brother, when you return from evening study, just say I stayed in the dormitory and won't be coming back tonight." Although they were day students and had not paid for accommodation, occasionally opting not to return home for a night in the dormitory when unchallenged. "Third sister, where are you going if not home?" Ye Xiaohai inquired, puzzled. "Teacher's son needs to speak with me about something. I'm unsure if it's regarding grading assignments or extra lessons. She mentioned it would be quite late, so you needn't worry about me." Ye Xiaowen fabricated a reason, knowing that Ye Xiaohai would not dare confront their homeroom teacher. Moreover, she had overheard during lunch that the substitute teacher had mentioned, old son left at noon today. She won't be returning this afternoon due to a family celebration. "All right," Ye Xiaohai said, immediately losing interest. He turned to signal Lu Yuan and the others, and the group headed to the cafeteria. As Lu Sahan passed by Ye Xiaowen, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. Ye Xiaowen then approached the teacher for her evening study leave before finally departing from school. She hurried towards the Pinching train station and, upon arrival, spotted Wu Zuwang and the others who had just disembarked from the train. "Ha ha, brother Wu, Fengzi Mengzi," Ye Xiaowen exclaimed with a smile as she approached them, embracing each of the three in turn. "Well, you all arrived without so much as a greeting. I should have gone to Binzhou to pick you up myself. Now that you're on my turf, it falls upon me to make the arrangements. Tonight, no one is allowed to dispute my decisions. Come, let me take you to the guest house for a look. If it doesn't meet your expectations, we shall find another," Ye Xiaowen said cheerfully, donning a green cap that concealed his watermelon head, his jacket slightly open. With a pair of sunglasses, he would certainly exude an aura of authority. "Let us follow brother Ye's lead," Wu Zuwang replied with a grin. Pinching County was a rather small place. A mere 15-minute walk brought them to the guest house. "Let us book 2 rooms," Ye Xiaowen instructed, placing 5 large bills on the counter. "Sure thing." The Red Flag Guest House, being one of the older establishments in Pinching County, originally belonged to the local street office and was quite renowned. After the Pinching Hotel was constructed, the guest house was leased out, yet in terms of conditions, it was vastly superior to the modest lodgings in the bustling metropolis where Ye Xiaowen and his companions typically stayed. At 6 yuan per night, 2 rooms totaled 12 yuan, with an additional 5 yuan deposit, summing up to 17 yuan. However, the disparity between a 6 yuan lodging in Pinching and a 5 yuan one in the metropolis was like night and day. It was not merely a difference of a single yuan. Of course, even in the metropolis, Ye Xiaowen would not have settled for a 5 yuan room, managing instead to negotiate down to 3 yuan. After stowing their belongings, Ye Xiaowen led the three others to a popular restaurant specializing in large plate chicken. This place serves the most authentic dish. The flavor is exquisite. Come, let me introduce you to it, he said, ushering Wu Zuwang and the others inside. The restaurant was modest, featuring only 6 tables. But Ye Xiaowen was aware of 2 smaller private rooms in the back. Let us head to a private room. We need to discuss some matters. Ye Xiaowen remarked to the owner. Perfect timing. A table just cleared up. The owner responded with a smile, leading them to the private room. It was small but comfortably accommodated the 4 of them. What would you like to eat? Large plate chicken or chicken noodle soup? The large plate chicken for 4 is 15 yuan, and the noodles are unlimited. Chicken noodle soup is 2 yuan per bowl, the owner stated, carefully gauging the expressions of Ye Xiaowen and his companions. At that time in Pingxing County, 2 yuan for a bowl of noodles was considered somewhat pricey, and the 15 yuan large plate chicken was certainly a notable expense. Among the group, it appeared that the middle-aged man was the one making decisions. Yet it was the youngest who had been speaking since their arrival. Ye Xiaowen turned to the owner with a cheerful demeanor. Listen, today I am treating friends who have come from afar, and I specifically brought them here to sample your fare. Let us not stick to the 15. Add more chicken pieces, and I'll give you 20 yuan. Also, throw in some cold dishes and 2 bottles of sorghum liquor, with the cost to be settled separately. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Just wait a moment. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not lose face in front of your friends, the owner exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Encountering a generous patron was a rare delight. Most visitors would often complain about the cost of the 15 yuan dish, typically opting for a mere bowl of chicken noodle soup to satisfy their cravings. However, Ye Xiaowen not only ordered the large plate of chicken, but also generously added an extra 5 yuan for the service. He was inclined to accommodate such employers, open-hearted, refined, and generous. It wasn't that Ye Xiaowen was trying to play the big shot. Rather, the chicken pieces were merely a couple of bites. And while the large plate of chicken offered a bit more, it was still insufficient to share among several people. Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng, having traveled such a distance, could not afford to be stingy. If they were to dine, they might as well enjoy it thoroughly. As for money, one could speculate that during the time spent eating, a stock subscription certificate might appreciate by at least $1, rendering their current financial constraints trivial. After all, one could still afford a meal, though funds were somewhat limited at the moment. Large clients, of course, received preferential treatment. In no time, the proprietor arrived with a plate of cold pig ears, celery, peanuts, and 2 bottles of sorghum liquor. The guests were invited to begin their meal, with the large plate of chicken soon to follow. Once the proprietor exited, Ye Xiaowen uncorked a bottle and poured drinks for everyone, cheerfully stating, "During our time in the Magic City, I enjoyed many feasts courtesy of Brother Wu. Now that we are away, I dare not drink alone. Today, I toast to you, Brother Wu. Brother Yi, there's no need for such formality. What are meals and drinks among friends?" They responded in unison. Ye Xiaowen quickly agreed, raising his glass. He downed a drink in one go. Though it was merely a shot or 2, it still made a satisfying sound as it slid down. Crunching on the pig ears, Ye Xiaowen looked up at Wu Zuwang and inquired, "Brother Wu, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something amiss that you couldn't discuss over the phone?" Wu Zuwang shook his head, replying, "Nothing's wrong. Since you haven't returned to the Magic City after the New Year, we thought it would be a perfect time to come and check on you." "Nothing's wrong." Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, glancing at Wu Zuwang. What did it mean that there was nothing wrong? They were supposed to be keeping a close watch on the fluctuations of the stock subscription certificates in the Magic City. While he couldn't be there in person, he certainly couldn't remain completely uninformed. "Of course, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you," Wu Zuwang said thoughtfully before continuing. "Please, go ahead, Brother Wu." Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was rapped upon, and the restaurant owner entered with a large platter. A delightful aroma wafted in, causing everyone present to involuntarily swallow. With a thud, the platter was placed on the table, revealing a sizable porcelain bowl brimming with rich, thick chicken soup, topped with a layer of vibrant red chili oil. The chicken pieces, visibly tender and well marinated, harmoniously blended with the soup's color. The proprietor also brought several large bowls of noodles, white and inviting, perfectly complementing the large plate of chicken adorned with the same red chili oil, igniting everyone's appetite. Ye Xiaowen scooped some noodles into the bowl, gave it a light stir, and beckoned everyone to partake. The flavor was exquisite, and they all savored the meal, occasionally raising their glasses for a toast. This was precisely why Ye Xiaowen had informed his brother Ye Xiaohai that he wouldn't be returning home. He didn't want to arrive reeking of alcohol, mistakenly believing that the elder Yi would not be displeased. "Old Wu, what were you about to say earlier?" After downing 3 cups of wine, Ye Xiaowen ceased to address him as Wu Gu and simply referred to him as Old Wu. "Wu Zuwang, Momentarily taken aback by the act of picking up a piece of chicken, set down his chopsticks and turned to Ye Xiaowen, stating, "I sold 15 stock subscription certificates." The sound of Ye Xiaowen's chopsticks clattering into the plate of spicy chicken echoed in the room, leaving him in utter disbelief as he stared at Wu Zhuang, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. The atmosphere in the private room grew heavy, and Lu Feng and Lu Ming halted their activities as well. "Xiaoyi, I understand you have faith in the stock subscription certificates, believing they still have room to rise, but the rate at which they are increasing is truly alarming. The prices have surged tenfold in merely a fortnight, and it is enough to make anyone's heart race. Without lifting a finger, one can earn such profits. Yet the soaring prices are unsettling." Wu Zhuang pondered aloud. "It's not that I doubt you, my friend. I am genuinely fearful. I sold 15 sets at 11,000 each. Even if they increase further, I won't regret it. Perhaps I am simply not destined to profit. Mengzi, could you fetch me a pair of chopsticks?" Ye Xiaowen instructed Lu Ming before raising his glass and looking toward Wu Zhuang. The two clinked their glasses, and Ye Xiaowen downed the drink, setting the glass down afterward. He then addressed Wu Zhuang. "Old Wu, perhaps you are indeed correct. In life, one must not be overly greedy. I had also intended to wait for a further increase. If it failed, I could have settled for half a set. Even with a successful subscription, capital is still required for operations." Wu Zhuang had made his decision. The shares he sold were not his own. He had already contemplated the matter thoroughly and traveled this far to explain himself. What more could he be dissatisfied with? Wu Zhuang quietly sold the stock subscription certificates, and it was of little consequence to him. The losses were not his own. Moreover, he was not someone who had been reincarnated. Given the frenzied rise, anyone with a sound mind would feel trepidation. Apart from a few reckless individuals, the more prices surged. The more they sold, ultimately trapping themselves. Those who were clear-headed preferred to earn less rather than gamble. "Brother Yi, are you not angry?" Wu Zhuang inquired. "Angry about what? The money belongs to you. Old Wu, you have taken such good care of me, giving me 1,000 yuan and 34 stock subscription certificates. By now, that totals over 10,000. Does it not pain you?" Ye Xiaowen smiled as he asked, "What are you saying, my younger brother? Although I, Old Wu, do not disregard over 10,000 yuan, it depends on to whom it is given. If it were not for you, I would not have had the opportunity to earn this money," Wu Zhuang asserted with conviction, recalling just days prior how he had marveled at the 2,000 yuan he had gifted to Ye Xiaowen. "To be frank, Brother Yi, I find these 360,000 yuan to be quite burdensome. I have done nothing, yet the money has merely circulated and yielded 36,000 in profit. I could never earn such a sum working at the construction site for another 10 or 8 years. Furthermore, I still possess 18 sets. If the prices do not drop and maintain their current level, that would amount to over 500,000, almost a million altogether. In the past, I would not have dared to even dream of such prospects." Wu Zhuang spoke with great excitement, often expressing his thoughts in a disjointed manner. However, every word was a reflection of his authentic emotions: excitement, fear, confusion, and enthusiasm intertwined. Ye Xiaowen chuckled and gently patted Wu Zhuang's arm, saying, "Brother, just watch. The ways of making money will be unlike anything we've known before. Some individuals will earn hundreds of thousands, even millions, from the comfort of their homes in mere minutes, while others toil laboriously at construction sites, barely making a few coins a day." As Ye Xiaowen spoke, Wu Zhuang, Lu Feng, and Lu Ming nodded in agreement. All three had experienced the hardships of working on construction sites, where a month of strenuous labor might yield a mere 200 yuan. Earning 300 was considered quite high. Yet, with Ye Xiaowen's guidance, Wu Zhuang had transformed his previous savings of 100,000 yuan, accrued over 4 or 5 arduous years, into a tenfold sum in just over half a month. This was a concept that equated to enduring 40 or 50 years of labor on the construction site, yet the ease with which this money was earned was immeasurable. The disparity between social classes would become increasingly pronounced. The wealthy would find it easier to accumulate wealth, while the less fortunate would struggle even more. Seizing every opportunity was essential to becoming one of the fortunate few. Living in this era of monumental change, we must endeavor to become pioneers of our time, navigating the turbulent waters to ensure a more comfortable existence, if not leaving behind a legacy. As Ye Xiaowen continued to eat, he remarked on the remaining 3 pieces of chicken, determined to finish his meal. "Old Wu, you might think that having 500,000 or a million will free you from worries for life, but in the not-so-distant future, that may not be enough to purchase a modest home." He set down his chopsticks and lifted his glass, prompting Wu Zhuang to quickly follow suit, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, you are the benefactor of my life. I may not understand what the future holds, but I know that following you will surely lead to great wealth. From now on, I will heed your every command. Lu Feng and Lu Ming chimed in, affirming their commitment as well. Chapter 44. Following Brother Ye following me? Don't be ridiculous, Wu. Feng, Ming, you should be following Wu instead, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Wu Zhuang was eager to continue speaking, but Ye Xiaowen, chuckling, removed his hat, revealing his youthful hairdo. With a grin, he said, Wu, weren't you curious why I didn't go to the Magic City after the New Year? Indeed, why not? Because I am still a senior in high school, attending classes in preparation for university exams. A senior in high school? Wu Zhuang was taken aback, scrutinizing him closely. He had always suspected Ye Xiaowen was young, but his mature demeanor in speech and action had led him to believe otherwise. It turned out that Ye Xiaowen was not simply youthful in appearance. He was genuinely still quite young. Wu Zhuang realized his own son would be entering middle school the following year. Indeed, as a genuine senior high school student, Ye Xiaowen, nodded in agreement. Having escaped class this evening. So, Brother Ye, how old are you this year? Lu Feng inquired. 18. In a month. I shall celebrate my birthday and officially step into adulthood. You hardly look it, Lu Ming remarked, shaking his head while indulging in his drink. Ye Xiaowen, who had been remarkably composed, found his calmness disrupted by this comment. What was the implication of that? Was he suggesting I appear aged? Lu Ming, belatedly feeling the chill of the moment, raised his head and stammered. Brother Ye, that wasn't my intention. I meant to say, you don't look 18. Excuse me? Ye Xiaowen's expression darkened. No. What I meant to say was that 18-year-olds don't look like you. Wait, that's not right either. In any case, I certainly didn't mean to imply that you look old. Get lost. Punish yourself with 3 drinks, Ye Xiaowen retorted helplessly. Lu Feng and Wu Zhuang erupted in laughter. Thus, let us refrain from discussing future endeavors. If I find myself at a loss later, I'll come to you for a meal, Ye Xiaowen said nonchalantly. Wu Zhuang shook his head and replied earnestly, Brother Ye, I was not jesting earlier. Whether you are 18 or 20, a high school student or a university student, I recognize you for who you are. Your identity is irrelevant. It is you, Ye Xiaowen, who has brought me opportunities, not a university degree or an age of 20. If age could denote worth, then turtles would surely be the wealthiest. Lao Wu, if anyone dares to claim you lack culture, I shall defend you. That was quite eloquently put. Philosophical wealth, Ye Xiaowen interjected, raising his glass to clink with Wu Zhuang and Lu Feng. As for Lu Ming, it was best to let him be. He truly lacked sophistication and eloquence. After sharing a laugh and finishing their drinks, Wu Zhuang continued, So, Brother Ye, unless you outright declare that you look down upon us and are unwilling to associate with us, we will set off for the Magic City tomorrow morning. And we shall remain friends. Well, Lao Wu, if you're not afraid of accompanying me into potential loss, we can always discuss matters in the future, Ye Xiaowen replied, feigning difficulty, but inwardly he was elated. Lu Feng and Lu Ming were silent. Aside from their physical strength, they brought little else. Yet, even with their strength, they could earn a living elsewhere. Why follow me? As for Wu Zhuang, his years of networking and experience on construction sites spoke volumes. While his connections might be modest, he could at least find laborers when needed. The experience gained from years of struggle in society was invaluable, and importantly, Wu Zhuang currently possessed 460,000. Additionally, he held subscriptions for 18 stock certificates. With such financial resources, he would not worry about capital for any ventures. Regarding Wu Zhuang, Ye Xiaowen had indeed intended to accept him. However, Wu Zhuang sold the stock subscription certificates without informing her, which left Ye Xiaowen with some lingering thoughts. Furthermore, it was certain that her true identity could not remain concealed for long. It would be better to clarify things now. If he was amenable, that would be splendid. If not, one cannot force a reluctant fruit to be sweet. Thus, it was preferable to set the tone from the outset. This led to the earlier scene, where Ye Xiaowen exhibited a mix of invitation and resistance, a subtle play of desire and restraint. I knew it. Noble friend, come, Brother Ye. Let us 3 toast to you. From here on, we shall follow your lead. Wu Zhuang gazed at the young man before him, who was scarcely older than his own son, speaking such words with utter ease. If one could earn tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, in just a matter of days, Wu Zhuang believed there would be many willing to call him father or grandfather. Brother Ye, Lu Feng and Lu Ming quickly chimed in. Hailing from rural backgrounds, they were straightforward, yet this did not imply foolishness. They understood how Ye Xiaowen had amassed wealth, and they were well aware of why someone like Wu Zhuang, a successful entrepreneur managing dozens of workers, would choose to associate with him. Thus, they felt no qualms in addressing someone a few years their junior as brother. If they could earn a decent living by following Ye Xiaowen for a few years, they would return to their village in glory. As for addressing a younger man as big brother, it was a trivial matter. In their village, it was common to call someone older uncle, and yet, such titles often came with no reward, not even a piece of candy. So what? They would still address him. Come, let us have a drink. Setting down his glass, Ye Xiaowen turned to Wu Zhuang and said, since we are to work together in the future, there are certain matters I must bring to your attention. Wu Zhuang's expression shifted, the joviality faded, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Brother Wu, you have already sold 15 sets of stock subscription certificates. Even if the remaining 18 yield no profit, you have still earned 360,000. Of course, I do not mention this to cast blame. You have a family to support, unlike us. However, as for the remaining 18 sets, I urge you to retain them. We will manage the operations ourselves moving forward, and I assure you, you will earn even more. All right, I understand. Brother Yi, you need not worry. I will not touch the remaining 18 sets. I will follow your lead. Wu Zhuang pledged with a pat on his chest, fully aware that had he not expressed his desire to follow Ye Xiaowen, such insights may not have been shared. Good. Lu Feng, Lu Ming, for now, you shall remain with Brother Wu. In the chaotic environment of the Magic City, having you three together will give me peace of mind. Rest assured, Brother Yi, we shall not disappoint. As long as we are here, Brother Wu is too. If we fall, so does he. Lu Ming's words were interrupted by Wu Zhuang's sudden fit of coughs. Mengzi, Ye Xiaowen quickly interjected, halting Lu Ming's imprudent remarks, lest they lead Wu Zhuang to prepare his last words. I did not mean it that way. Rather, knowing that both of you are accompanying Wu Ge instills a sense of reassurance in me. After all, you are two young and vigorous lads, and anyone harboring intentions against you would surely think twice. I understand. Ye Ge, you need not worry. Lu Feng quickly interjected, holding back his younger brother. It was imperative that this brother of his, who was somewhat lacking in wit, refrained from speaking further. Otherwise, the agreement they had just negotiated might very well fall through. In the first half of this year, our primary focus will be on operating stock subscription certificates. Previously, I was troubled by the lack of funds to maneuver the stock subscription certificates in my possession, but now, fortuitously, you have the capital at hand. Initially, I had planned to wait until prices peaked to exchange a couple of sets for some operational funds, but that is no longer necessary. When the time comes, Lao Wu, I shall borrow some money from you to facilitate our operations. Wu Zhuang nodded without hesitation, saying, no problem. Excellent. Thus, in the first half of the year, we shall concentrate on stock subscription certificates, and following several rounds of draws, we will assess the situation and decide whether to proceed or hold on to them. By then, when we have sufficient funds, I will have graduated from high school, whether I choose to attend university or pursue other endeavors. I will have the time to fully engage in our ventures. Wu Zhuang's eyes brightened as he inquired, Ye brother, do you have a goal in mind? Ye Xiaowen nodded, I have a few small ideas, but for now, let us keep them under wraps, as circumstances are ever-changing. Very well. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, it would be prudent not to lose contact with Shun Jiqing from Shenin Securities. We may find it beneficial in the future, even if he cannot offer substantial help. He surely possesses information that is more readily available to him than to us, so maintaining communication can only be advantageous. As Ye Xiaowen conveyed this, Wu Zhuang nodded repeatedly. Though his gaze upon Ye Xiaowen bore an odd intensity, Ye Xiaowen remarked, what else with that look, Lao Wu? It feels rather unsettling. Ye brother, as Mingzi put it, you truly do not resemble an 18-year-old. Not only can you earn money, but your understanding of social intricacies is quite remarkable, Wu Zhuang replied. Ye Xiaowen's expression darkened. What nonsense was this? He had just managed to return to the age of 18, and what did they mean by such comments? Ha! Lu Ming burst into exaggerated laughter. Philosopher, who claims you lack culture? I'm not in a hurry with anyone. Wu Zhuang's countenance also turned grim. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 10 o'clock. As they exited the restaurant, each of them walked somewhat unsteadily. Unbeknownst to them, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Much like the lines in Lu Yao's ordinary world, it was a seemingly ordinary day, with fine misty rain mingling with a few snowflakes, cascading gently to the earth. On this particular day, Ye Xiaowen walked in the center, with Wu Zhuang half a step behind on his left, and Lu Feng and Lu Ming half a step behind on his right. On this day, Ye Xiaowen was still a fledgling adventurer. Yet he was no longer the same as when he had ventured into the metropolis on January 19th. That year, the youth had not yet been bestowed a sword. Yet he had already stepped into the realm of the world. On this day, the youthful exuberance still had not matured, but he was accompanied by a few companions. The harsh and lengthy winter of the Lust Plateau seemed to be drawing to a close, Yet the truly warm spring was still far from arrival. On that night, for individuals engaged in a lengthy conversation before eventually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen arrived at school with dark circles under her eyes. During the break, while she was blissfully asleep, the sound of someone tapping on the desk roused her from her dreams, and she groggily looked up to see Lu Sihan. Rising, she followed Lu Sihan out of the classroom. "Where did you go last night?" Lu Sihan inquired. "I didn't go anywhere, just stayed at school," Ye Xiaowen replied, rubbing her eyes. "You're lying. You reek of alcohol, and I found out that teacher's son wasn't even there yesterday," Lu Sihan asserted, gazing intently into Ye Xiaowen's eyes. Yet, Ye Xiaowen's expression remained unchanged as she responded, "Well, I had some matters to attend to outside. You must keep this a secret. I haven't told anyone else, just you." "All right," Lu Sihan nodded and then added, "but you shouldn't be wandering around like that. Your studies are going well, and now that you're in your senior year, if you don't get into college." Ye Xiaowen's eyes widened, and she reached out to touch Lu Sihan's forehead. "What are you doing?" Lu Sihan's face flushed, and she quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching before teasingly scolding Ye Xiaowen. "Isn't it strange for you to advise me on studying? You're a top student. Even if I'm a fake one, others are none the wiser. If you don't want to listen, then so be it," Lu Sihan retorted, turning to dash back into the classroom. Feeling a bit wronged, she thought, "Yes, I may not excel academically, but that doesn't mean I won't attend college in the future. However, what will happen to you if you manage to get into university?" Though her words bore a hint of contradiction, Lu Sihan had long heard her father mention that if she couldn't get in, she could always enroll as a self-funded student. After all, some universities would accept her. Yet, she was acutely aware of Ye Xiaowen's circumstances. If she failed to enter college, the only path available would be relentless studying. The notion of self-funding her education was unfathomable for Ye Xiaowen's family. Even if they could somehow afford it, they would struggle to find connections. At noon, Lu Sihan tossed a lunchbox to Ye Xiaowen. Upon opening it, her eyes lit up at the sight of braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and fluffy white rice. "Sending love," she exclaimed. Just as Lu Sihan returned to her seat, she called Ye Xiaowen out again. From her wallet, she produced 50 yuan and handed it to Ye Xiaowen, saying, "Spend it wisely. Let me know if it's insufficient." Then, before Ye Xiaowen could react, she returned to the classroom. "What does this mean? Are you supporting me? First, you bring me delicious food, and now you give me money," Ye Xiaowen mused, tucking the money into her pocket and touching her cheek. "Am I really that charming?" During the evening study session, Ye Xiaowen once again slipped out, employing the same tactics as the previous night. Ye Xiaohai watched his younger sibling's retreating figure, shaking his head in pity for her exhausting routine. Lu Sihan had yet to call out, and Ye Xiaowen had already vanished, leaving her words unspoken. "If this continues, how will you ever get into college?" That night, she and Wu Zuwang discussed in detail the matters that needed addressing upon their return to the metropolis. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen accompanied Wu Zuwang and the others to the train station in Pingxing. Chapter 46. Confession to parents. After Wu Zuwang departed from Pingxing with the Lu brothers, Ye Xiaowen returned to her ordinary routine, continuing her life between home and school. Meanwhile, Wu Zuwang, back in the bustling metropolis, found himself increasingly distressed as the stock subscription certificates soared uncontrollably in value. A set of 100 consecutive stock subscription certificates had risen to 31,000 yuan, and then to 32,000 yuan, ultimately reaching an astonishing 36,000 yuan for the same set. This marked a twofold increase compared to earlier prices, amounting to an astounding 90,000 yuan for 15 sets. Nevertheless, Wu Zuwang could still manage this sum, as he had previously earned 350,000 yuan. While he could maintain a facade in front of Lu Feng and Lu Meng, he felt less inclined to do so before Ye Xiaowen, often expressing his grievances. Yet, Ye Xiaowen offered no consolation, merely stating, "As time passes, your regret will only deepen." Time swiftly passed, and by the end of February, the first lottery draw was approaching on March 2nd. It was clear that staying at home to oversee matters remotely was not an option. Ye Xiaowen pondered how to request leave to go to the metropolis. After much deliberation, she realized there were no viable excuses left. The Math Olympiad class could not serve as a pretext twice. Moreover, with the impending college entrance examinations, taking leave from school without parental support was not feasible. Ultimately, she resolved to speak the truth, recognizing that she would need to inform her parents about her earnings sooner or later. That afternoon, Ye Xiaowen skipped her study session and headed straight home. Knowing her parents were both off work that day, she found them in the house, while her elder brother was still at work. "Dad, Mom, come here. I need to discuss something with you," she called out to her parents. "Why did you come back without attending your study session, little three?" Jiang Guizhi asked, her head down as she busied herself with some task, sewing something. Ye Xiaowen recalled that her mother was perpetually occupied, never truly at rest. Ye Xiaowen did not respond, but ran to the yard to close the main gate. What are you doing shutting the door? Asked Ye Guoping, frowning as he puffed on his cigarette. Ye Xiaowen remained silent, not only shutting the yard gate, but also the door to the living room. Dad, come help me. She beckoned. Seeing his daughter's mysterious demeanor, Ye Guoping chuckled and teasingly remarked, look at you, trying to command me. What treasure are you hiding? He followed Ye Xiaowen into her room. Upon seeing her drag a small box, Ye Guoping approached and picked it up. You've locked something precious in this box. Haven to you? What could it be that my son is making such a fuss about? It's a treasure, Ye Xiaowen replied with a grin. You'll find out soon. It's absolutely wonderful. Such confidence. If it turns out not to be a treasure, you'll regret skipping your study session. Ye Guoping chuckled and scolded. If our second child were to skip self-study and return home, he would undoubtedly inquire about the situation only after delivering a sound thrashing. The third child, Ye Xiaowen, excelled academically, consistently ranking first or second in class and never falling out of the top 5. The neighbors could only envy him, and thus. Comrade Yi was somewhat lenient with Ye Xiaowen. I assure you, once you witness what I have, you will have no thoughts of self-study, Ye Xiaowen cryptically remarked, piquing the curiosity of both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi. A small box was placed on the coffee table in the living room, and Ye Xiaowen took out a key he always carried. He opened the box and retrieved a bag from within. What is this? Such a large parcel? Ye Xiaowen unzipped the bag, revealing another layer of bags. Layer after layer, he eventually uncovered a stack of newspapers. Upon unfolding the newspapers, a series of green stock subscription certificates lay before them, with limited educational backgrounds, Ye Guoping having only completed middle school, and Jiang Guizhi similarly. Neither fully comprehended the intricacies of the characters inscribed on the certificates. Eventually, it was Ye Guoping who stumbled through the reading. Stock subscription certificates? Indeed. Stock subscription certificates. What purpose do they serve? Are they receipts or something akin to a 4-part form? Ye Guoping inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Neither. Ye Xiaowen shook his head. In the bustling metropolis, one could easily find anyone who could elucidate this concept. However, if you were to seek 10 individuals, at least 8 would have heard of it. Yet, the distance from the metropolis to Pingcheng in Hedong province is truly vast. In his previous life, Ye Xiaowen had only learned about such matters after entering university, hearing vague mentions. Stock subscription certificates are akin to a lottery ticket, granting you the opportunity to purchase stocks once drawn, he explained. Are you suggesting this is a lottery? Both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi grew increasingly perplexed. Not precisely, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head once more. Yet, the principle is similar. Possessing this document enables one to buy stocks, which can yield substantial profits. Yet, as he attempted to clarify, he found himself muddled, nearly confusing himself in the process. Ultimately, he succeeded in conveying to Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi that stocks could indeed be lucrative. But where did you acquire these lottery tickets? Ye Xiaowen confessed, last year. I mentioned attending an Olympiad math class, but that was a fib. I traveled to the metropolis to purchase these stock subscription certificates. He admitted. I am now a household worth 100,000. Ye Guoping, incensed, nearly lost his composure, casting aside the certificate as he reached for an object. Wait, Dad, don't you wish to know how I got there? Ye Guoping paused, asking, how did you manage that? Indeed, how did you get there? Are you jesting with us? At your age, venturing to the metropolis is no small matter. Do you even know where it is? You've read a couple of books and learned about the capital and the metropolis, and now you come to jest with us. Ye Xiaowen shook her head and said, I am not lying. I took the train. I left our Pingcheng on January 19th, traveled to Bingzhou, and then the next morning. I took a train for a day and night to the Magic City. Here is my ticket, K97. Ye Xiaowen pulled out 2 crumpled train tickets from a small wooden box. At that time, tickets did not bear names, but unless one had indeed traveled, how could she have obtained 2 tickets from Bingzhou to the Magic City? Moreover, the timeline perfectly aligned. Chapter 47. Convincing parents you dare to run so far alone at such a young age? Ye Guoping did not strike Ye Xiaowen, but was so infuriated that his words became tangled. Previously, he always found the second child troublesome, always causing trouble outside. The third child had always been exceptionally obedient. Yet the second child still acted within the bounds of a child. However, the third child, who usually pretended to be well-behaved, had now done something monumental, sneaking off to the Magic City all by herself. Such audacity was astounding. Ye Guoping nearly succumbed to his anger. Meanwhile, Jiang Guizhi stood by, opening her mouth to speak, unsure of what to say. Eventually, she embraced Ye Xiaowen, examining her from head to toe, tears welling in her eyes. "Let me see. Are you all right over there? This is too frightening, my son. How could you dare to run so far alone? If you got lost and couldn't return, wouldn't your parents be frantic? Don't you care about your mother's feelings?" Jiang Guizhi began to weep, while Ye Guoping resumed smoking, his frustration palpable. "Mom, please don't cry. I'm perfectly fine, see?" Ye Xiaowen coaxed for a long time. Yet Jiang Guizhi continued to cry and scold, clearly shaken by Ye Xiaowen's escapade. "Dad." Ye Xiaowen turned to Ye Guoping. "Could you help calm her down?" "Goodness, you little rascal. Just wait until I deal with you. How dare you speak to me like that?" Ye Guoping was genuinely prepared to unleash his fury. "Dad, don't you want to know where I got the money to buy these things?" Ye Guoping was taken aback and asked, "Yes, where did you get the money? Did you steal it from the house?" "No, the money at home didn't seem to decrease during the new year." "Spit it out quickly." "I borrowed 20,000 yuan from Uncle Shen Baolong." "You spent it all on this?" "Yes." "You ungrateful child." Ye Guoping could not bear the news, nearly collapsing backward. Fortunately, Ye Xiaowen reacted swiftly to steady him, and Jiang Guizhi hurriedly assisted as well. "Get away, don't support me. Let me fall and be done with it." Ye Guoping's voice was weak. 20,000 yuan. How long would it take to save that amount? Half an hour passed, and Ye Guoping finally regained his composure and lit a cigarette. He no longer had the energy to scold Ye Xiaowen. After all, it had come to this. 20,000 yuan was 20,000 yuan. What could he do? He would have to tighten his belt and repay the debt gradually. How many books does this amount entail? 737 copies, each priced at 30 yuan. This totals to an amount that does not seem correct, as it should not merely amount to 20,000 yuan. Indeed, 68 of these were gifted to me by others whom I advised on purchasing stock subscription certificates. Ye Guoping chuckled bitterly, feeling disinclined to continue the conversation. Is there any value left in these? Can they even be sold? Deep down, Ye Guoping had little hope remaining. Currently, 100 shares could fetch over 30,000 yuan. With 700 shares in hand, a sale would yield over 210,000 yuan. Ye Guoping shook his head and remarked, "Do not jest with your father. You know I cannot compete with you. Really, why would I deceive you? Haven't you deceived enough already? It's a shame that your mother and I placed our trust in you, believing you to be well-behaved." Ye Xiaowen interrupted, shaking his head. "What is the point in discussing this now? The price is indeed as stated. In a few days, the lottery will take place, and if we win, we could earn unimaginable sums. Is that true? Absolutely. If it weren't profitable, why would anyone invest? Just like the treasury bonds from a few years back, they eventually appreciated in value." Upon hearing Ye Xiaowen mention treasury bonds, Ye Guoping nodded. Back in the day, when he and Jiang Guizhi worked at the factory, they were given treasury bonds instead of wages to fulfill their tasks. Although the bonds did appreciate, they had sold them for a pittance before the price surged, missing out on potential profits. "Son, is it true that each certificate is worth 30,000 now?" Jiang Guizhi inquired. Picking up one of the stock subscription certificates from the table, Ye Xiaowen clarified, "It's not that one is worth 30,000, but rather that 100 are worth over 30,000, which averages to just over 300 each. Initially, they were 30 yuan each, so they VE increased tenfold." Seeing Ye Xiaowen speak so earnestly, Ye Guoping picked up a certificate to examine it, yet after a long while, he still found it incomprehensible. How could this possibly be worth 300 yuan? Honestly, you must stop lying. Little three, your mother and I cannot handle the shock, Ye Guoping pleaded, feeling exasperated. The day's revelations had been overwhelming, and he felt that having such a son might cost him a decade of his life. "Do not worry. In a few days, the lottery in the metropolis will occur, and I need to take these stock subscription certificates there. If we win, the returns will be even greater," Ye Xiaowen assured. "So, your purpose in mentioning all of this is that you intend to go to the metropolis?" Ye Guoping finally grasped the implication. "Indeed. I have kept this from both you and your mother for so long. It is impossible that I would reveal it without a reason." Ye Xiaowen nodded. "Father, if you are uneasy, we can go together. It will only take a few days." "Of course, how could I not be worried?" Ye Guoping retorted, exasperated. Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi bombarded him with questions, pondering alternatives like selling and pitching, even if it meant earning less. Yet, Ye Xiaowen dismissed all their concerns, insisting that selling and pitching would not be feasible. The sale could only happen in the metropolis. In truth, Ye Xiaowen had also lied. If he truly wished to sell, Shen Baolong would undoubtedly be interested. However, after all his preparations, he was not merely aiming for a modest profit. After considerable effort, the matter was finally settled. On Thursday, February 27th, Ye Xiaowen and his father Ye Guoping set off from Pingcheng to the bustling metropolis. The matter concerning the stock subscription certificate was to remain confidential, known only to the three of them. Ye Xiaowen carefully stored the stock subscription certificate in a small box, locking it securely, and then handed his mother, Jiang Guizhi, the clothes he intended to wear. Mother, could you please sew pockets into these garments over the next couple of days? I will carry the stock subscription certificate with me, and my father's clothes should be treated the same way. Let us ensure nothing gets lost on the way. All right, I will sew them in. Jiang Guizhi nodded in agreement. Ye Guoping, with a hint of irritation, remarked, well, you're not entirely foolish. Chapter 48. A return to the metropolis upon returning home. Ye Xiaohai sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the household. His father, Ye Guoping, wore a peculiar expression that he had never seen before. It was neither anger, though he seemed far from cheerful, nor happiness, as there was a hint of bewilderment in his demeanor. In short, it was indescribable. But Ye Xiaohai was certain he had never encountered his father in such a state. His mother mirrored this sentiment, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Yet the sorrow reflected in her gaze was minimal. Furthermore, upon his arrival, the main gate of the courtyard was securely shut. The only semblance of normalcy in the house was the youngest sibling, who continued his routine of eating and drinking as usual. Ye Xiaohai entered the kitchen and grabbed a cold steamed bun, munching on it while observing the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the youngest had skipped his self-study session today, causing displeasure among their parents? Yet, he was reluctant to reprimand his younger brother, for their parents had always favored him. You little rascal, it seems today is not your day. Let us see if I can come to your aid, he mused. Lightly clearing his throat, noticing all eyes turning towards him, he addressed his younger brother. Why didn't you attend self-study tonight? Your attitude towards learning hasn't been very commendable lately. Although you participated in the Olympiad class last year, that does not absolve you from your responsibilities. Upon hearing the mention of the Olympiad class, Ye Guoping's eyes turned red with fury as he swiftly pulled Ye Xiaohai over and began to reprimand him. Ye Xiaowen quickly fled to his room and locked the door. Outside, they could hear Ye Guoping's voice. I mentioned the Olympiad class. Damn it. Can't you even manage yourself properly? Amidst this chaos, the sharp sound of a belt striking against skin echoed through the air. No, father, why are you punishing me? I didn't even attend the Olympiad class. Ye Xiaohai protested. You dare mention the Olympiad class again? Let me hear you say it once more. Ye Guoping's voice thundered. Calm down, just vent your frustrations, but please don't truly harm him, pleaded their mother, Jiang Guizhi. It seemed that the phrase Olympiad class might become a taboo within the Ye household henceforth. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Oh, second brother, are you all right? Ye Xiaowen opened the door, genuinely concerned for Ye Xiaohai. However, he was met with a disdainful snort in return. What does it matter to you? You brought it upon yourself. It's none of your business whether I attend self-study or not. On the third day, Ye Guoping accompanied his two children to school to request a leave of absence for Ye Xiaowen. No, Xiaowen's father, at this moment. I truly believe there is nothing of particular importance, so it is better not to grant him leave. Ye Guoping said with a bitter smile. There is indeed a matter, but it won't take long. He will return soon, and you need not worry about delaying his studies. Ultimately, Sun Shangqing nodded in agreement to grant Ye Xiaowen leave. On the third day, February 27th, 1992, shortly after 6 in the morning, Ye Xiaowen was still soundly asleep under the covers when Ye Guoping called him awake. What is it? So early in the morning, don't wake Xiaohai with all this commotion, he mumbled drowsily. Upon seeing his father's figure, he quickly changed his words. Waking up is a good thing. After all, the day's plan lies in the morning. All right, it's nothing urgent. Go back to sleep for a while, it's still early. As he was about to embark on a long journey, Old Ye felt a twinge of reluctance for his son. In truth, Old Ye had only ever ventured as far as Luzhou City in his lifetime, and had never even reached the provincial capital, which left him with a hint of trepidation. Ye Xiaohai replied, promptly burying his head under the covers. Ye Xiaowen jumped out of bed and began getting dressed. Come, son, eat more. You won't have good meals or sleep on this journey, Jiang Guizhi said with evident worry and reluctance as she looked at Ye Xiaowen. While out in the world, be sure to pay attention to safety. If you encounter unreasonable people, just let it go. It's nothing to worry about. Enduring hardship is a blessing. It's different from being at home. I've also inquired and heard that the climate down south is quite humid. Jiang Guizhi continued to chatter. Ye Xiaowen listened quietly, displaying no impatience, occasionally responding to show he was attentive. I've already prepared food for your journey. It's all packed in your bag. If you run out of water on the train, you can ask for some hot water. Lao Jiang, Lao Jiang. At the sound of Ye Guoping's voice, Jiang Guizhi reluctantly left and returned inside. What's wrong? I believe 200 yuan should suffice for expenses. Perhaps you should take 300. A poor family travels lavishly. Ye Guoping pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, it's all this little rascal's fault for being such a worry." Ye Xiaowen donned a cap, a gray coat, and beneath it a checkered shirt. He wore a pair of black and white sneakers, looking unmistakably fashionable at that moment. "Mom, where's my fruit knife?" Both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi paused, looking at Ye Xiaowen in surprise. "Is that fruit knife yours?" He chuckled, saying, "It's for self-defense on the road. It's better to be prepared than sorry." "You rascal, I thought it belonged to the second one." It's no wonder this child is misunderstood. There has never been a time when the second one didn't deserve a beating. Ye Guoping coughed violently. It was now clear that the most worrisome child at home was the third one. "Let your father take it." Jiang Guizhi found it and handed it to Ye Guoping. At 6:50 in the morning, the two of them, one big and one small, stepped out. Jiang Guizhi accompanied them to the gate, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon arriving at the train station, Ye Guoping went to purchase tickets, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Xiaowen had vanished. Suddenly, Ye Xiaowen's voice emerged from behind. "Startling comrade Ye. Dad, have you bought the tickets?" "Yes, I have. Where have you been? If you keep wandering around, just wait and see how I deal with you." Comrade Ye Guoping himself felt that his threat lacked conviction. As expected, Ye Xiaowen did not respond to his words, but instead remarked, "Actually, we don't need to buy train tickets. A platform ticket will suffice." The allure of taking advantage of a situation is indeed addictive, after all. If the public has a benefit to offer, one must seize it. "Nonsense. Hurry up and prepare to board the train." Ye Guoping's expression darkened, and he quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching before feeling a bit more at ease. Ye Guoping, although not a notable figure in Pingqing County, had always carried himself with dignity. However, he never anticipated having such a son. If these words were to be overheard, how would he maintain his reputation? Moreover, the train was gliding along the tracks, and the scenery outside the window gradually retreated. Gazing out, Ye Guoping felt a pang of melancholy and reluctance. Even before leaving Pingqing County, he found himself longing for home. Chapter 49. The name remains unchanged in his lifetime. Ye Guoping had never ventured this far. He wondered if his second son had awakened. By this time, the child should be getting up for breakfast and preparing for school. His eldest son had been busy with work lately, and he hadn't explained his departure clearly, leaving him uncertain whether his eldest would worry. Alas, if it weren't for the troublesome third son, he wouldn't have had to travel so far. However, if he felt this way, his son was likely feeling even worse. Lost in thought, Ye Guoping turned to look at Ye Xiaowen. His sense of homesickness, reluctance, and discomfort faded away. There lay Ye Xiaowen, stretched out with his legs draped over the seat opposite, half reclining, a cap pulled down over his face to shield him from the sunlight. Soundly asleep and emitting soft snores. What a carefree spirit. He had fallen asleep the moment they boarded the train. As before, after disembarking and launching and purchasing their tickets, the father and son had found a place in the waiting hall that was both cold and dreary, enduring the discomfort. "Dad, the next time we come, I'll take you to stay in a hotel, a high-class one, the kind with a bathtub. I'll even arrange for a massage for you." "Heh. Don't boast. A bathtub? If I were to rely on you, it would be a blessing if I didn't have to beg for food. I don't expect much from you. Just to cause me less trouble, that would be enough for me." Unbeknownst to him, Comrade Ye Guoping's tone had shifted, as if he were the head of the Ye family, wielding absolute authority. How had he found himself reduced to speaking in such a manner? "Not to dismiss what you say, Dad, but everyone needs to have dreams." Ye Xiaowen attempted to casually drape his arm around his father's shoulder. "Get off me. Don't touch me." In the early hours of 4 a.m. in Binzhou, Ye Xiaowen believed many had never witnessed such a sight. The trains heading south were invariably crowded, brimming with stories of fortunes made in the southern regions, prompting countless individuals to rush southward impulsively. This was Ye Xiaowen's second time aboard this train, guiding Ye Guoping effortlessly to the window seat. "What are you doing?" Ye Guoping reluctantly handed over his bag to Ye Xiaowen. Bang! A package was tossed into the vehicle through the window by Ye Xiaowen. Make way, she exclaimed, as she herself leaned against the window and jumped inside. Turning back to the bewildered Ye Guoping, who stood outside, she called out loudly, "Come in, Dad. Don't shout." Ye Guoping felt his face flush, yet seeing the throng around the car doors, he crawled through the window. The father and daughter, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping, squeezed forward with the crowd in search of their seats. Suddenly, a large package was hurled through the window, landing squarely on Ye Guoping. Ye Xiaowen furrowed her brow and peered outside. A rather rough-looking young man, covered in tattoos and adorned with a gold chain around his neck, stood there. "Hey, watch where you're throwing," she admonished, checking on her father to see he was unharmed before addressing the young man outside. She thought little of it. With so many people around, such occurrences were common. Typically, An apology sufficed, and no one would dwell on the matter, especially since no one was hurt. Can't you see? You should have dodged, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before picking up the package from the ground and tossing it back out of the window. The young man nodded at her, saying, "All right, I'll remember you. Just wait." With that, he threw the package back inside. Without a second thought, Ye Xiaowen tossed it out again, muttering, "Remember this, you scoundrel. I'm Shen Jinhao, you hear? Shen the Great." Ye Guoping intended to intervene, believing that one should not escalate matters with strangers, but before he could react, the situation had already spiraled out of control, with his son revealing the name of a classmate. To his astonishment, this quiet child had shown such wildness. The transformation was utterly surprising. A once demure boy now displayed a fierce demeanor, ready to confront anyone. "All's well, Dad," Ye Xiaowen reassured him. The exchange continued with several back-and-forth tosses. The young man ceased throwing and prepared to climb through the window. Before Ye Guoping could stop him, Ye Xiaowen rushed to the window, seizing the young man's collar and pulling him back, nearly causing him to tumble out. Yet, she held firmly onto his collar, her other hand reaching into her bag to grasp a fruit knife, pressing it against the young man's neck. With a fierce glare, she demanded, "Are you part of some gang?" The young man, feeling the pressure of the blade, recognized the seriousness of the situation. Observing Ye Xiaowen's fierce resolve, he quickly capitulated. "Are you yielding?" "Yes, I concede, brother," he replied. "Just let me off this bus. If I have to stand on the platform and sing mountain flowers bloom red without enough volume, you might just throw me off." Ye Xiaowen gradually released her grip, yet remained poised by the window, ready to leap out at any moment. The young man began to sing loudly, retreating slowly. The blossoms of the mountain peonies bloomed vibrantly, their crimson hues captivating. The young man dashed away in a flash, eliciting laughter from several passengers in the carriage. The unfolding events were well known to all, and not a single soul felt sympathy for the young man. Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping continued their search for their seats, and just as they settled down, the train began to move. "Old 3, your earlier impulsiveness was rather reckless. Tossing something aside is trivial," Ye Xiaowen remarked with a dismissive pout. "If it were directed at me, I would have let it slide. After all, I'm here to earn a living, and it's not worth getting worked up over fools like that. Ultimately, making money is about minimizing encounters with such imbeciles, eventually. I'll drive myself or fly on a private jet, perhaps even have bodyguards, ensuring I can avoid these nuisances. But if you confront my father, that's an entirely different matter. Old Ye is not one to endure such indignities." "Did you have a fruit knife in your backpack?" Ye Guoping inquired softly in Ye Xiaowen's ear. "Of course not. What are you talking about? In my youth, I was no stranger to fights," Ye Xiaowen retorted. "But I digress. Where were you when it was time to buy tickets?" "Off shopping, I presume. Just a precaution, you know, for self-defense," Ye Guoping replied. Yet he did not take the fruit knife from Ye Xiaowen. Chapter 50. Without morality, no one can be held hostage. The journey continued peacefully. The train enveloped in a serene silence under the night sky. Ye Xiaowen, with his cap partially obscuring his face, drifted into slumber, while Ye Guoping remained wide awake, gazing into the pitch black outside and listening to the rhythmic clattering of the train over the tracks. The carriage had quieted down, with passengers adopting various peculiar sleeping postures. In an unexpected moment of tranquility, Ye Guoping turned to glance at his son, who was soundly asleep. He gently leaned his shoulder towards Ye Xiaowen, allowing him a more comfortable rest. Truth be told, he had never envisioned a day when he would journey to the bustling metropolis. It felt surreal. His son was a source of concern. Losing 20,000 yuan was bearable, as he could gradually repay it. But what lay ahead? Lost in thought, Ye Guoping eventually succumbed to sleep. That night, Ye Xiaowen enjoyed an exceptionally deep and sweet slumber. The following morning, Ye Guoping was roused from his dreams by Ye Xiaowen shaking him awake. "Dad, wake up. We're almost there." "Are we there?" Ye Guoping replied, springing to his feet in a daze. "Not quite there yet. We're just close," Ye Xiaowen corrected him. "Oh, you could have been clearer," Ye Guoping exclaimed, startled by his own abrupt movements, which drew glances from other passengers. He muttered a reproach to his son before sitting down nonchalantly again. "Keep an eye on our luggage. I need to use the restroom." "Not possible." Ye Xiaowen pointed towards the restroom. "We're about to disembark. Everyone is packing their belongings, and the aisle is too cramped for even a fly to pass through." "Indeed." Ye Guoping nodded, and then turned to Ye Xiaowen, saying, "When we disembark shortly, do not wander off. Stay close to me, do you understand? We are in unfamiliar territory, and if you get lost, there will be nowhere to go." "Dad, do you even know the way?" Ye Xiaowen retorted, offering no quarter to his father. Ye Guoping paused momentarily, then raised his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, and inquired, If I do not know the way, then do you? Ye Xiaowen clasped his father's hand, pressing it down gently, and replied with a smile, why mention such things? I'll just follow you. You needn't worry about me getting lost. Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this train. Please ensure you take all your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion, announced the conductor. Ye Xiaowen shook his head, dismissing the announcement as a mere illusion. The reality was that they had reached Modu Station, and time was of the essence for disembarking. In this era, everything felt so straightforward. Ye Xiaowen leaped from the window and retrieved his luggage. This time, Ye Guoping did not require his son's prompt. He nimbly jumped down. Such is the nature of humanity. After the first leap, the second comes naturally. Yes, exactly that. Jumping out of the window is quite dashing. Don't be afraid, Dad. As long as we lack morality, no one can bind us. Enough with your nonsense. Just wait and see how I deal with you, Ye Guoping retorted. Feeling that his patience had significantly increased during the journey, he merely stated a single remark before taking the luggage and guiding his son outside the station. Ye Xiaowen furrowed his brows and spoke. Dad, I know you care for me and fear I might get lost, but you must ease up a bit. It hurts. Is that so? Well, it's not too bad, Ye Guoping replied nonchalantly. Once they exited the station, Ye Xiaowen did not move but instead observed his surroundings. Ye Guoping halted as well and asked, Son, how shall we proceed? Should we find a place to stay first and then decide? Look. Ye Xiaowen pointed at a sign that swayed, inscribed with his name. In those days, people welcomed others by holding up signs. There was no mobile phone to assist, and it was quite normal to miss someone in a crowd. Brother Ye, Wu Zuwang and others spotted Ye Xiaowen, shouting as they approached. Old Wu, Fengzi Mengzi, Ye Xiaowen greeted, his gaze drifting to two imposing young men behind Wu Zuwang. Noticing Ye Xiaowen looking towards them, Wu Zuwang introduced, Brother Ye. These two are from the construction site. I brought them over for safety's sake. They are skilled. One is called De Wang, and the other, Xiaowang. After introducing them, Wu Zuwang turned to the two men, instructing, address him as Brother Ye. Brother Ye, De Wang and Xiaowang called out, their voices resonating deeply, startling those around them with their sudden volume. Just as Ye Xiaowen was about to express his displeasure, he glanced at Lu Ming and then at the two Wang brothers, promptly closing his mouth. Don't shout so loudly. Those unaware might think we are up to no good, Ye Xiaowen chided, pushing his cap aside and gently patting the arms of the two men. In truth, Ye Xiaowen yearned to pat the shoulders of the two individuals, yet he found himself unable to reach them. Ye Xiaowen was an ordinary young man, neither particularly tall nor short, standing at a height of approximately 173 meters, while at that moment, he was only around 169 meters. It was impossible for him to reach the towering figures of the two Wang brothers. Given the poor quality of food at that time, most individuals were slightly shorter, but it remained a mystery how the Wang brothers managed their stature. Lu Feng and Lu Ming were not particularly short either, measuring about 185 meters. However, the Wang brothers stood impressively tall, around 193 to 195 meters. This is my father, who is concerned about my solitary journey here. Ye Xiaowen introduced his father, Comrade Ye. At that moment, Ye Guoping found himself somewhat bewildered, surveying the group before him. His large hands trembled slightly, and he pondered the potential chaos should a fight ensue. Those hands would surely suffer in such a scuffle. Yet, his son seemed to thrive amidst them, and he could not help but wonder what it meant to not appear virtuous. Had he not known his son, he would have certainly kept his distance. With a languid demeanor, his son carried a green military satchel, the handle of a fruit knife peeking out, a remnant of the crowded disembarkation. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a plaid interior, with the top buttons undone and a cap askew atop his head, exuding an air of rebellion. Was this truly his son? Where had the well-behaved, charming, and considerate boy gone? He could not fathom how his son became acquainted with such a dubious crowd, all of whom seemed to lead him astray. After this ordeal, he resolved that his son must not associate with them any further. Brother Ye, someone chimed in, I'll refer to you as Ye Layoch, and we shall discuss our matters separately. Wu Zuwang spoke cheerfully, introducing himself. You may call me Old Wu. Old Wu, Ye Guoping responded, his warmth somewhat reserved. Uncle Ye. Uncle Ye, Lu Feng and the others chimed in unison, with Lu Feng adeptly relieving Ye Guoping of his luggage. Uncle Ye, allow me to carry it. It's no trouble at all. You've been on that train for so long, you should take a rest. Very well, Ye Guoping conceded, appreciating the sentiment. Let us be on our way, Ye Xiaowen declared. The group exited the train station in a grand procession, hailing two taxis. Brother Ye, I have arranged accommodations for us. Let us drop off our luggage and grab a bite to eat. Then you and Uncle Ye can rest well, later tonight. I shall host a welcoming dinner for you both. All right, Ye Xiaowen nodded. The transportation at that time was indeed cumbersome. This journey was bearable only due to their youth. If it had been an older individual, they would have surely been exhausted. The journey from Pingqing to Bingzhou took over 5 hours, followed by an overnight wait at the train station, and then another day and night on the train. Reflecting on this, Ye Xiaowen turned to observe Ye Guoping, who was intently gazing out the window. This marks his inaugural journey to a distant land, his first encounter with a bustling metropolis, the epitome of prosperity within the nation. Everything he witnesses is a source of novelty. Motorcycles and compact cars whiz by on the thoroughfare. Individuals, ostentatiously adorned and clutching their black mobile phones and leather bags, vociferously converse into their devices. The imposing double-decker trams create a palpable sense of pressure as they approach. Vibrantly dressed young women abound, and skyscrapers loom overhead. All of this captivates his curiosity and leaves him utterly astounded. Having spent his days confined to Pingqing, he is taken aback by the remarkable development that has transpired beyond his hometown. Dad, once you're done with your business, let's explore together, Ye Xiaowen cheerfully suggested. No need for that. As soon as you finish, we should promptly return. By the way, let us find a place to call your mother and let her know we've arrived, Ye Guoping replied, retracting his gaze. All right. I'll call as soon as we reach our destination. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. A red Santana taxi halted in front of an international hotel. This establishment was once the tallest building in the Far East, soaring to 838 meters, until it was eclipsed by the 93-meter Magic City Hotel. As the group disembarked, Ye Guoping looked up at the towering skyscraper before him. For Ye Guoping, this truly epitomized a skyscraper. Having spent his entire life in Pingqing and only ventured as far as Luzhou, he had never laid eyes on such lofty structures. Be careful not to lose your hat. Wu Zuwang chuckled, using the local vernacular that implied dropping something. This was once the tallest building in Magic City, though that title has since changed. Old Wu, why arrange for such an extravagant place? It seems overly lavish, Ye Xiaowen remarked, though he was not particularly concerned. He had stayed in hotels far more luxurious in his previous life. However, in the context of their current situation, this venue was undoubtedly a step up. The last time he visited, he had lodged in a modest hotel costing merely 3 yuan a night, and now they were opting for such a high-end establishment. But Ye Layoge is with us. It won't cost too much, Wu Zuwang continued with a smile. Ye Xiaowen chose not to elaborate further. His reasoning was sound. With old Ye present, a more luxurious accommodation seemed fitting. What is a mere international hotel? He declared confidently. Xiaowen, old Wu, this place must be quite expensive. Should we consider another option? Ye Guoping suggested. There's no need to inquire. One can sense the opulence of this place even from outside, regardless of the past titles of tallest buildings. It's fine, Ye Layoge. We've already paid the deposit, and they want refunded if we don't stay. Wu Zuwang replied cheerfully. Exactly, Dad, it's all right. Let us go, Ye Xiaowen urged, taking his father's hand and leading him into the international hotel. Yet, upon entering, Ye Guoping felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. In Ye Xiaowen's eyes, the decor was merely mediocre, but to Ye Guoping and the others, it appeared resplendent and lavish. Wu Zuwang, having made the reservation the previous day, was undeterred and confidently approached the reception desk to finalize the booking. A standard room cost 100 yuan per night, representing the most basic accommodation available. Wu Zuwang opened 3 rooms, one for Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping, another for himself and Lu Feng, and the last for Lu Ming and the 2 Wang brothers. After settling their belongings in the rooms, they proceeded to the dining hall. Wu Zuwang ordered the meals while Ye Xiaowen accompanied Ye Guoping to make a phone call home. Hello, may I speak to Jiang Guizhi? This is Guoping. We have arrived and found our place. Don't worry, everything is fine. How is home? All is well. If anything comes up, I will call you again. He concluded succinctly. Ye Xiaowen noticed the brevity of Ye Guoping's words. He had hung up the phone before she could even reach out to speak with their mother. She understood that Ye Guoping was mindful of the phone bill. In fact, this behavior was quite common back in the early days of mobile phone usage, when many people were similarly frugal. Ye Xiaowen remembered that when she called her parents, they would always watch the time, ending the call just before the 2-minute mark. All to save on costs, rarely discussing family matters. Let us go. Everything at home is quite well, Ye Guoping remarked as he handed over the phone bill. He then returned to the dining hall with Ye Xiaowen, who found Wu Zuwang had already ordered several dishes. However, upon their return, Wu Zuwang handed the menu to the pair again, inviting them to order a couple more dishes. Ye Xiaowen took the menu without hesitation and added 2 more selections. Brother Ye, would you care for a drink? A little wine would be perfect for a restful sleep later, Wu Zuwang suggested. Yet, Ye Guoping shook his head in refusal. Being in unfamiliar surroundings made him hesitant to indulge in alcohol. Nevertheless, once the dishes arrived, he did partake in a drink. Ye Xiaowen had a half-full cup, which Ye Guoping noticed but chose not to comment on. Old Wu, have you met Shen Jiqing since returning? Ye Guoping inquired. Yes. We've had a couple of meals together. Shen Jiqing keeps mentioning when you'll visit the magical city, expressing his desire to treat you to a proper meal as a token of gratitude. This lad has also purchased some stock subscription rights, though not a significant amount. It could yield a tidy profit, Wu Zuwang replied. All right, let us invite him for dinner tonight, Ye Xiaowen instructed. Chapter 52. Another invitation to dine. Upon returning to their room, Ye Xiaowen took a towel to shower. Dad, don't sleep just yet, you should wash up too. It'll help you unwind, she suggested. All right, Ye Guoping replied absently. Initially, upon meeting Wu Zuwang and the others, he had worried that they might lead his son astray. Yet, from their interactions, it seemed that they were all rather focused on his son. The oddly named Wang brothers appeared to be acting as guardians, while Lu Feng and Lu Ming always addressed his son as brother. Even Wu Zuwang, who seemed the eldest, spoke in a manner that indicated he was guided by his own son. It turned out that it was not others leading his son astray, but rather his son influencing others. However, his son was indeed a good boy. How had things come to this? Was it truly a failure of paternal guidance? No, it must be the second one. Indeed, it has to be the second one. I shall deal with him later, thought Ye Guoping. Meanwhile, in a classroom at school, Ye Xiaohai sneezed. Who is talking about me? He murmured, his thoughts drifting back to this morning when his father took the third one out. Where could they have possibly gone? Could they be enjoying themselves without calling for him? As Ye Xiaohai pondered, a piece of chalk grew larger before his eyes. Hey, Ye Xiaohai, what are you doing? I've been calling you for ages. Stand up and answer this question, the teacher demanded. Ye Xiaohai snapped back to reality, slowly rising to respond. Teacher, I don't know. Forget it. You claim to be brothers with Ye Xiaowen, yet you two are so different. As the elder brother, can't you learn a thing or two from your younger sibling? The teacher paused, waved his hand, and continued. Never mind, sit down. We cannot afford to waste everyone's time because of you. Without casting another glance at Ye Xiaohai, the teacher resumed. Everyone, make sure to memorize this knowledge point. It is a must-know for the exam. Remember, every point in the college entrance examination can determine your fate, as many will struggle to cross that narrow bridge with thousands behind them. 10 points are here. Take them as you please. On the other side, at the International Hotel, Ye Xiaowen was nestled in his bed, soundly asleep. Upon awakening, he realized it was already dark outside. As he fumbled to turn on the room's light, he noticed his father sleeping soundly beside him. Dad, are you joining us for dinner tonight? Or should I have someone bring food to your room? Ye Xiaowen gently shook Ye Guoping awake. What time is it? It's dark outside already. I'll go out with you, Ye Guoping replied, rubbing his eyes as he rose. After this refreshing nap, he felt utterly comfortable. The bed was truly soft. As Ye Xiaowen stepped out and approached Wu Zuwang's room, he discovered the door slightly ajar, with the sounds of a card game emanating from within. Old Wu, Ye brother is awake, Wu Zuwang called out, putting down his cards. Lu Feng quickly tidied up the game, clearing space. Has Shen Jiqing been contacted? Wu Zuwang inquired. Yes, he nodded. He'll come over after work. He should arrive shortly, as he knows the room number. All right, Ye Xiaowen nodded, engaging in conversation with Wu Zuwang and the others until a knock interrupted them. Shen Jiqing entered, his face lighting up upon seeing Ye Xiaowen. Ye brother, Shen Gu, I've been eager to meet you for quite some time. But Wu Gu mentioned you were stuck in your hometown. Now that you're here, I must show you my hospitality. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to profit. How much did you buy, Shen Gu? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Shen Jiqing held up 2 fingers, saying, 2 sets. When I brought them home, my wife almost threatened to divorce me. But when the prices soared, she nearly treated me like a lord when I returned with the money. Laughter filled the room, though Ye Guoping felt somewhat out of place amidst the joviality. Regrettably, 1 set was sold prematurely at the price of 15,000. After Shen Jiqing finished speaking, he continued without waiting for Ye Xiaowen to respond. In truth, I am quite satisfied. It has already quintupled in value. Ye Xiaowen chuckled. Brother Shen has a splendid mindset, unlike old Wu, who bought at 30,000 and still laments over it. Wu Zuwang, unfazed, interjected, Brother Yi. How could I possibly compare with Brother Shen? Coming from a rural background, it is quite challenging for us to earn money. Meanwhile, Ye Guoping, listening nearby, found himself somewhat speechless. Residing in such an upscale hotel and enjoying sumptuous meals, he truly did not feel the hardships of earning money. Laughter erupted in the room. After a lengthy conversation, Ye Xiaowen remembered to introduce his father, saying, Brother Shen, let me introduce you. This is my dad, who has come to observe the developments in the south. Dad, this is Brother Shun, my friend. Hearing Ye Xiaowen refer to him as a friend brought a smile to Shun Jiqing's face. You can just call me brother, he said, like old Wu. We each have our own ways. Ye Xiaowen replied, all right, Brother Yi, you are warmly welcome to the Magic City. Yi Guoping felt somewhat uncomfortable with such a greeting, especially with Shun Jiqing's excessive warmth. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to dinner. After the meal, I will take you to a splendid place. I assure you, it will be unforgettable, Shun Jiqing announced, prompting Ye Xiaowen to cough vigorously. What splendid place? I am aware that the Magic City is economically prosperous, but I hadn't anticipated its entertainment scene to be so thriving. Observing Shun Jiqing's ambiguous smile, he suspected it wasn't a commendable venue. If it were just them, it might be worthwhile to explore for memory's sake. After all, in Picheng, such nightlife was commonplace, but now Yi Guoping was present. Did he truly think that old Yi's broad hand was merely for show? Shun Jiqing, perceptive as he was, quickly caught on and hastily corrected himself. Let's focus on dinner first. We shall not return until we are fully satisfied. Dinner was once again at the International Hotel, which was quite upscale at the time. Though the evening meal was significantly more sumptuous than lunch, Yi Guoping perused the menu, realizing that this meal would cost at least 400 to 500, and if one was not careful with the selections, it could easily exceed 1,000. Spending half a month's salary on a single meal was astonishingly expensive. As he listened to Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang anxiously ordering dishes, he silently calculated the total cost. With Shun Jiqing included, there were a total of 8 people, and they ordered 12 dishes. This alone amounted to over 200, including 2 dishes ordered by Yi Guoping, who initially hesitated but succumbed to Shun Jiqing's persistent encouragement to choose the 2 cheapest options. Yet, even so, the bill surpassed 200. Additionally, Shun Jiqing ordered 3 bottles of fine wine. Although it was not Matai, it was still far from cheap. At this point, Matai was within their means, but it simply felt unnecessary. In recent years, the price of Matai liquor has soared dramatically. Back in 1983, a bottle cost merely 8 yuan, yet today, it has escalated to 200 yuan. The first toast is a warm welcome to Brother Yi and Old Yi upon their arrival in the vibrant metropolis. The second toast is dedicated to Brother Yi and Old Wu. During the time when stock subscription certificates were unsellable, I was nearly at my wit's end. Thank you. The third toast is for Brother Yi. Had you not encouraged me, I might never have ventured into purchasing stock subscription certificates, thus missing this opportunity for fortune. As the 3 glasses were emptied, Yi Guoping genuinely consumed 3 drinks, while Ye Xiaowen only partook of 1. The group engaged in lively conversation while sipping their drinks. The phenomenon surrounding the stock subscription certificates is indeed intriguing. How could they have surged so remarkably? Old Wu, the rise in these certificates is perplexing. You seem to have become bewildered by your profits, Ye Xiaowen remarked with a smile. Surging so significantly? Shun Jiqing, an insider, interjected. Do you know the total number of stock subscription certificates sold? How many? Approximately 270,000. Shun Jiqing paused, then added, in reality, this number merely enhances the odds of winning, not to such an extent as to cause such a steep rise. What then? Shun Jiqing responded mysteriously. The quantity of stocks issued. Turning to Ye Xiaowen, Shun Jiqing continued. With fewer stock subscription certificates purchased, the winning rate increases, and with an elevated issuance of stocks, the odds naturally rise. To illustrate simply, if 10 individuals buy lottery tickets, and there are 10 grand prizes, theoretically, everyone has a chance to win. Thus the price of the tickets escalates. Indeed, the first lottery draw is set for the day after tomorrow, involving 7 companies, including Zhongqing Industrial and Yixing Steel Pipe. Originally, it was anticipated that around 10 companies would issue stocks throughout the year, but with the first draw now featuring 7, one can only imagine the total stock issuance for the entire year. Shun Jiqing expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, I am left with only 1 set. Speaking of issuances, Brother Shun, tomorrow, Old Wu and I will be opening an account at your Shinin Securities. You must ensure everything is arranged, Ye Xiaowen cheerfully stated. Really? You both honor me greatly. You are esteemed clients. Rest assured, I will have everything prepared at the securities firm. As soon as you arrive, I will facilitate your account opening. With the substantial number of stock subscription certificates in your possession, winning is assured. It's merely a matter of how much. Wu Zuwang nodded, expressing his hope for a higher winning rate. Ha ha ha, who wouldn't he wish for that? Laughter erupted among the group, while Yi Guoping sat bewildered, having listened intently yet comprehending little. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, who had been with Wu Zuwang recently, had gleaned some understanding, while Lu Meng, De Wang, and Xiao Wang remained oblivious to the discussion. Nevertheless, The trio was wholly focused on the delectable dishes presented before them. "Brother Ye, you work at the factory, correct?" Shun Jiqing noted old Ye, as it was essential not to neglect Ye Xiaowen's father, especially as he was the host of the gathering. Through their conversation this evening, he realized that Ye Xiaowen was genuinely knowledgeable and not merely fortunate by chance. She possessed true capability, and with this opportunity for stock subscription, she had accumulated her first pot of gold. Her future was indeed promising. Establishing a good relationship with such an individual would undoubtedly benefit him in the long run. "How do you know this?" Ye Guoping inquired, puzzled as he recalled that he had never disclosed where he worked. How could Shen Jiqing possibly know? Was it possible that the third brother had mentioned it? Ye Guoping was perplexed, unaware that Ye Xiaowen had not needed to divulge family matters to Shen Jiqing. Initially, she had merely introduced herself by her surname, not even revealing her full name. Intuition, Shen Jiqing remarked, tapping his head, causing Ye Guoping to be taken aback. He then burst into laughter, adding, "It's actually about temperament. My parents were also workers at a state-owned factory, so I am quite familiar with factory workers. They possess an indescribable aura. When they walk, it feels as if they carry the wind, proud and confident. They dedicated their lives to the factory." As Shen Jiqing continued speaking, Ye Guoping felt a surge of emotion. The unintentional stirring of his heartstrings was palpable. He was uncertain if others felt the same, but he certainly did. Shen Jiqing's words echoed his innermost sentiments. The factory workers of their generation truly devoted their lives to the industry, and they had once felt immense pride in their roles. Yet now, state-owned enterprises had fallen into decline, with reforms and contracts reshaping the landscape. Factory workers were no longer the envy of society. The focus had shifted to the newly wealthy and those who had accumulated wealth. Comparisons no longer revolved around who had achieved recognition or accolades, but rather around who earned substantial sums, who owned motorcycles, who drove cars, and even the beauty of their mistresses. Times were changing, and the tide of reforms surged forth, casting aside the once glorious state-owned enterprise workers, leaving them to grapple with an overwhelming sense of loss. To be honest, I have immense respect for the workers of state-owned factories. They seek no reward and do not count their sacrifices. They may not be heroic, but they have truly spent their lives within the factory. I remember when I first entered the factory at the age of 18, my mentor spoke of the glorious past. Ye Guoping reflected. In truth, Ye Guoping did not possess grandiloquent language or magnificent rhetoric. Rather, his simple words painted a vivid tableau. The sweat poured in the workshop, the tireless dedication without a sense of hardship. As the sun set, they donned their deep blue work attire, leaving the factory amidst laughter. The excitement and fervor at the award ceremonies were palpable. Chapter 54. The lottery begins. Shen Jiqing served as a guide, with Ye Guoping recounting his experiences. "Come on, Brother Shen, let us go for one. Come on, Brother Shen, let us go for another. I, old Ye, may not have a high level of education, but I have heard a saying. The lofty mountains and flowing waters seek a kindred spirit. Your words resonate deeply within me. I shall drink, and you may do as you please." Ye Guoping indulges in a drink, engages in conversation, and drinks again. He shares this experience with Shen Jiqing. Although Ye Guoping often declares, "I drink, you may do as you wish," Shen Jiqing feels too hesitant to indulge freely. Setting aside the fact that he is the father of Ye Xiaowen, he is also significantly older, making it difficult for him to justify taking a sip when the other has already partaken. Consequently, his glass is emptied time and again. "Come, Jiqing, have another drink, and we shall forge a bond." Ye Guoping calls out with increasing familiarity, his hand unsteady as he holds the glass. Typically, Ye Guoping is quite dependable and composed. But this trip to the magical metropolis has stirred something within him. Originally, he had accompanied his child out of concern, yet he found himself behaving like a child. This is not entirely shameful. Many have never ventured far from home. However, the presence of a son who is well-versed in the world only amplifies Ye Guoping's discomfort. What is more embarrassing is that, despite Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zuwang, Shen Jiqing, and others engaging in conversation, he understood not a single word. The once decisive comrade Ye now finds himself feeling the weight of disconnection. Just as Shen Jiqing broached the topic of state-owned enterprises, Ye Guoping seized the opportunity to vent. "Brother Ye, take it slow. Let us enjoy our drinks without haste." Yet, Ye Guoping, amidst his fervor, dismissed the caution. "Oh, come now, another round." Shen Jiqing, feeling trepidation, pleaded, "I beg you, brother, do not drink so heavily. I concede already." He cast a desperate glance toward Ye Xiaowen. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and addressed her father. "Dad, we are running low on alcohol. Shall I fetch you a couple more bottles? I need to visit the restroom." Upon hearing her words, Shen Jiqing nearly lost his composure. covering his mouth as he rushed to the restroom. Let us not add 2 more bottles. Jiqing's capacity needs honing. Ye Guoping waved dismissively, his speech becoming increasingly unclear. When Shun Jiqing returned, pale and shaken, Ye Xiaowen proposed that they conclude the evening, as there were matters to attend to the following day. Once back in their room, Ye Guoping fell asleep, while Ye Xiaowen, having also partaken in several drinks, performed a brief wash-up before resting herself. On March 1st, Ye Xiaowen, Ye Guoping, Wu Zuwang, and others visited Shanghai Securities. The following day, March 2nd, the magical metropolis held its inaugural lottery for subscription certificates, broadcasting the event live on television. The drawing was conducted by a team from the Industrial and Commercial Bank Savings Department, with the Public Notary Office overseeing the proceedings. Ye Xiaowen and the others rose early, appearing spirited and ready. Leading the group was Ye Xiaowen, flanked by Wu Zuwang, with Ye Guoping, Lu Feng, Lu Meng, and the 2 Wang siblings following closely behind. Although they numbered only 5, they exuded an air of significance. Outside, Shun Jiqing awaited their arrival, alongside 2 red Santana taxis parked nearby. Indeed, Wu Zuwang had arranged for 2 taxis at a rate of 90 yuan for the day. They boarded the vehicles and set off. Ye Xiaowen felt invigorated, certain that from this day forth, everything would change. Lu Feng, Lu Meng, and others responded loudly. The spirit of the rivers and lakes enveloping them, drawing the attention of passers-by who wondered which prominent figure had arrived. Ha! Ye Xiaowen laughed heartily, displaying no hint of embarrassment. For some reason, he was reminded of a line from the television drama Conquest, where Brother Lei remarked that youth is meant to be spirited. If one lacks vigor, are they truly young? Given that fate had granted him a second chance at life, he had seized the opportunity and was on the verge of earning his first pot of gold. In this era, one could confidently say that the sky is high and birds may soar, the sea is vast and fish may leap. Thus, why should he remain timid? What harm is there in being a bit ostentatious? Smack! Ye Guoping slapped Ye Xiaowen's arm. Get in the car quickly, so many people are watching, it's embarrassing. As he spoke, he hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. Oh dear, this old Ye has such thin skin, he mused. Ye Guoping occupied the passenger seat, while Ye Xiaowen, Lu Feng, and Lu Meng settled into the back row. Ye Guoping turned to Ye Xiaowen and inquired, "Third, can this stock subscription certificate really make money?" "What are you saying?" Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, then replied, "I've been mingling with by these past few days. You can just ask the driver if you want to know." "Ha! It can make money, big money. The stock subscription certificates have surged tremendously." The taxi driver interjected without needing further prompting from Ye Guoping. $30 each at the time. No one was buying them initially, just foolishly jumping in. But later, they realized that those who didn't buy were the fools. They went from 30 to over 200. Many regretted it so much they felt like spitting blood. Perhaps every taxi driver was quite talkative, though there were some terms Ye Guoping didn't quite grasp. Ye Xiaowen was quick to explain, jumping in means being foolish. In recent days, Ye Guoping had overheard many discussing the stock subscription certificates. His inquiries were driven by a lingering uncertainty. His youngest son was only 18 this year. Yet before his birthday, he had managed to read news in the papers, take out a loan of 20,000, and venture into the bustling metropolis to purchase stock subscription certificates. He could flip those 20,000 worth of investments for a staggering 210,000, earning a profit of 190,000 in one fell swoop. It seemed he had never earned such a sum in his entire life. If such a feat occurred with someone else's child, it might seem somewhat fantastical, yet Ye Guoping could accept it. Perhaps other children had been astute from a young age, possessing a commercial acumen and boldness that set them apart. However, witnessing such prowess in his own child felt utterly astonishing. He was merely an ordinary factory worker, having spent most of his life without rising to even a minor position. How could he have produced a son so remarkable, excelling even before reaching adulthood? The vehicle soon halted in front of Shanghai Securities, where Shun Jiqing had arranged a private room for Ye Xiaowen and the others. Inside, a color television and refreshments such as tea and sunflower seeds were prepared. Before long, the television displayed the live lottery draw. Ye Xiaowen nodded in satisfaction as Shun Jiqing poured tea for the group and then took a seat, his gaze fixated on the lottery draw unfolding on the television screen. Chapter 55. The odds of winning on March 2nd, 1992. The inaugural lottery draw for stock issuance took place in the bustling metropolis. 7 companies were involved, with a total of 7.05 million shares issued at a par value of 10 yuan each. Once the draw concluded, Ye Xiaowen wasted no time. He retrieved the stock subscription certificates sewn into his and his father's clothing. Upon inspection, he found he possessed 737 certificates, of which 102 were winning tickets. This calculated to an impressive winning rate of approximately 13. Although Ye Xiaowen could not recall the precise winning rate from the first lottery draw, he believed it was around 10. Given his current rate of 13, he surmised it was somewhat higher. Ye Xiaowen laid out the winning stock subscription certificates and carefully returned the others to their place. A total of 102 certificates had been secured. Yet further details on the next steps awaited news from Shanghai. The trio had previously agreed to reconvene at the International Hotel after confirming their winning certificates, with Wu Zhuang's certificates kept at the construction site and Shun Jiqing's at home. Third brother, are these the winning tickets? Ye Guoping asked, somewhat perplexed. Yes, indeed. With these, can we exchange them for cash? Ye Xiaowen shook his head and replied, not quite. These allow us to purchase stocks, and we can only profit once the stocks are listed. Ye Guoping nodded, choosing not to press further, fearing he might become confused. As the father and son conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Ye Xiaowen halted Ye Guoping, who was about to open the door. It's me, Shin Jiqing. Oh. Ye Xiaowen released Ye Guoping, yet he remained unmovable. Ye Xiaowen had no choice but to open the door himself, while Ye Guoping sat on the sofa watching. Ye Guoping felt a wave of emotion. His youngest son exhibited far more caution than he ever had. He knew when to be carefree and when to tread carefully. This comparison left him feeling somewhat inadequate. He often erred when he should have been cautious and was cautious when he should have been more relaxed. Brother Shun, welcome. How did it go? Ye Xiaowen ushered Shin Jiqing into the room and closed the door behind them. I won 11 tickets. Shin Jiqing exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. I secured 102 tickets, which gives us about a 13 winning rate. Your 11 tickets, while fewer, still hold significance. However, we must await news from Old Wu to fully gauge our standing. Ye Xiaowen smiled in response. Shin Jiqing nodded, still brimming with excitement. Winning 11 tickets in the very first draw was indeed a noteworthy achievement. It was not long before Wu Zhuang and Lu Meng arrived, joining them. Holding a worn-out snakeskin bag, this was Wu Zhuang's customary demeanor. However, at the entrance of the restaurant, he nearly encountered resistance, almost being barred from entry. How many did you win? Ye Xiaowen inquired as he closed the door. A total of 181 tickets, came the reply. 181 tickets, 18 sets, which implies a winning rate of approximately 10. Ye Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement. He and Shun Jiqing possessed a limited number of stock subscription certificates, making the winning rate unsuitable for comparison. Perhaps luck had favored them with 1 or 2 wins, thus skewing the calculated winning rate. However, Wu Zhuang's 18 sets essentially reflected the actual winning rate for this round of lottery. A rate of 10 was not insignificant, especially considering it was the inaugural lottery. Ye Xiaowen felt quite satisfied. By the way, Brother Shun, which companies are issuing stocks this time? Zhongqing Industry, Yixing Steel Pipe, Pudong Xiangxing, Jiafeng Company, Light Industry Machinery, United Textiles, and Erfanji, 7 companies in total. Shun Jiqing recounted effortlessly, as this was his line of work. The total issuance of stocks, with a face value of 10 yuan each, amounted to 7.05 million shares. The winning subscription certificates allocated 50 shares each for Zhongqing Industry and Yixing Steel Pipe, and 30 shares for the other stocks, totaling 300 shares at a face value of 1 yuan each. Ye Xiaowen nodded along. Though his grasp of this historical context was somewhat tenuous, he merely understood that each stock was poised to rise. Some would appreciate significantly, while others would see modest increases. Yet even the latter could yield a profit of 20 or 30 yuan after listing. As for those that appreciated greatly, it was not uncommon for them to multiply by 100-fold. However, he remained oblivious to which company's stock would soar or falter. After some deliberation, it was determined that Ye Xiaowen had won 102 tickets. If he chose not to invest in Zhongqing Industry and Yixing Steel Pipe, the investment required for the other 5 companies would be around 30,000 yuan. Conversely, investing in Zhongqing Industry and Yixing Steel Pipe would necessitate approximately 50,000 yuan. Wu Zhuang's 180 stock subscription certificates would demand about 90,000 yuan for purchasing 50 shares and around 50,000 yuan for 30 shares. As for Shin Jiqing, with his 11 tickets, the investment required for purchasing 30 shares from the 5 companies would total over 3,000 yuan, while 50 shares would require about 5,000 yuan. Shin Jiqing's financial needs were modest. The profits from his previous sales were more than sufficient for this endeavor. Brother Yi, which company's stocks should we purchase? Shin Jiqing queried. His curiosity piqued regarding which stocks would yield the greatest returns. Ye Xiaowen chuckled wryly and replied, Do you truly see me as a sage? How would I know? Nevertheless, any choice will likely prove profitable. The only distinction lies in the magnitude of the profits. He paused briefly before continuing. However, I would recommend investing in the 5 companies with 30 shares, as it requires less capital. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. If you have any intelligence, feel free to explore other options. Such matters are inherently uncertain. Shen Jiqing and Wu Zuwang nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this perspective. Shen Jiqing then stated, "In that case, I shall visit the office to see if there are any promising updates." "All right," Ye Xiaowen nodded, recognizing that Shen Jiqing valued him primarily for his association with the securities company, which might grant him access to insider information. After bidding farewell to Shen Jiqing, Ye Xiaowen resumed his seat alongside Wu Zuwang. "Brother Wu, I need to borrow some money," Ye Xiaowen stated. "What do you mean by borrowing? We had already come to an agreement earlier, didn't we?" "I'll retrieve whatever amount you need shortly," Wu Zuwang replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You currently possess 460,000. I require 30,000, which leaves you with over 500,000, around 380,000 to be precise. Therefore, I will borrow a total of 150,000 from you." Nearby, Ye Guoping listened, his heart racing at the mention of 150,000. Goodness, 150,000. Just repaying the 20,000 loan would be a lifelong burden, and this 150,000 would be insurmountable. He had previously worried that his younger brother would eventually land them in deep trouble, but now he felt overwhelmed by the present situation. Chapter 56. Borrowing 190,000. Of course, the additional 120,000 will be utilized to acquire several stock subscription certificates, Ye Xiaowen disclosed without reservation to Wu Zuwang. "This is also the reason I chose to buy 30 shares of the company's stock. Buying more? We've already gone through the lottery once, and the price is around 30,000. I doubt the next round will yield much of a price drop," Wu Zuwang remarked incredulously. "Indeed, I will buy," Ye Xiaowen affirmed confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zuwang gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll take the plunge as well. I currently have 460,000. Aside from the funds needed for our stock subscription, I have 380,000 remaining. Thus, we can each take 190,000. No, that is too unfair to you. You could have purchased several more stock subscription certificates with that money. If we split it," Ye Xiaowen hastily declined, feeling somewhat guilty for borrowing the 150,000, of which only 30,000 was for stock operations, while the remaining 120,000 was intended for purchasing stock subscription certificates. This already felt somewhat unjust. However, the major profit would undoubtedly come from Wu Zuwang's side, and Ye Xiaowen believed it would far exceed his own gains. Yet, before Ye Xiaowen could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Wu Zuwang. "Brother Ye, please don't say that. The ability to earn money this time is entirely thanks to you. I am well aware that I lack the acumen for this, so I am genuinely content with what I've managed to earn. Since I've made a decision, I am resolute. If you refuse again, it would imply that you look down upon me, Wu. Furthermore, you will repay the money, won to you?" Ye Xiaowen smiled and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will accept the loan." Meanwhile, Ye Guoping, trembling with anxiety, listened in disbelief. 190,000. Adding the previous 30,000. That is 220,000. And the 20,000 loan amounts to 240,000. Are they out of their minds? One dares to borrow, and the other dares to lend. If his heart were any weaker, Ye Guoping might have fainted at that very moment. "What is wrong, Dad?" Ye Xiaowen inquired, puzzled by his father's expression, which resembled someone in distress. "Is it that we're unable to make ends meet at home?" "Dad can't repay you," Ye Guoping replied pitifully. Ye Xiaowen spoke up. "Dad, what are you saying? Don't worry, I won't lose anything. All right, you all discuss it. I'll step outside for a smoke." Ye Guoping was unwilling to linger in the room any longer. He feared that if he stayed, he would be unable to endure it. Whether it was 150,000 or 190,000, it mattered little to him, as he was incapable of repaying either sum. "Sir, do you wish to make a phone call?" "Yes. Hello, Guizhi. How is everything at home? Is it well?" "Everything is fine, don't worry. How are you and the third child in the Magic City? When will you return?" "Good, not good, very bad," Ye Guoping thought to himself. Yet he dared not voice it, fearing to worry Jiang Guizhi. Moreover, it was inappropriate to discuss such matters over the phone. He would elaborate once he returned home. Thus, Ye Guoping replied, "It's all right. As for when we will return, that remains uncertain. My son has some matters to attend to that are not yet resolved." "What matters?" "Can't say." "What do you mean?" "It means nothing." Ye Guoping remained silent. Was he to explain that he barely understood anything at all? Thus far, he had only grasped the concept of stock subscription certificates, which were used to purchase stocks. However, understanding how to profit from these certificates and the rationale behind such profits eluded him. Has the third child done anything outrageous? Jiang Guoji's voice conveyed a hint of concern over the line. Rest assured, Ye Guoping was reluctant to discuss further. This was not merely outrageous. It was akin to opening a gaping hole in the sky, 190,000 plus 20,000, totaling 210,000. By the way, Guoji, when we had the third child, we didn't accidentally switch babies at the hospital, did we? Ye Guoping, what do you mean by that? There were hardly any babies at the hospital, and besides, weren't you waiting outside the delivery room? Why do you ask me what it means? Never mind, never mind. Let us end the call. Ye Guoping hung up. There was no baby mix-up. The third child was indeed his own, but why was he so audacious? In his youth, he too had been bold, engaging in fights and leading a reckless life, much like his second son, Ye Xiaowen. Yet, compared to the third child, they were on entirely different levels. The third child appeared gentle and refined, yet when it came to spending, he casually mentioned amounts in the thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, treating money as if it were inconsequential. The most alarming aspect was that there were indeed individuals willing to lend him money. He was merely a high school student, still in his adolescence. How could you be so audacious? Aren't you afraid he won't repay you? To speak of others is unnecessary. Consider Ye Xiaowen, who, when seeking to borrow money, would be fortunate to secure 1 or 2 yuan. To procure 5 or 10 yuan, he would have to rely on neighbors, fabricating a plausible reason. If he were to borrow 30 or 50, it would undoubtedly be from family. It is worth noting that they were of the same age. Even he, having lived most of his life, could scarcely borrow 10 or 20,000. How could he possess such remarkable ability? As Ye Guoping pondered these matters, he heard Ye Xiaowen calling from behind, "Dad, it's time to eat. What are you doing here?" After a phone call with his mother, Ye Guoping let out a cold snort. His face darkened as he ignored Ye Xiaowen and made his way toward the dining room. Given the circumstances, a good meal was a small consolation. If they ended up losing money, the days ahead would be challenging. Regardless of the outcome, if the best scenario unfolded, actually making a profit, would a meal even matter? His son spoke of amounts in the tens of thousands. What was a decent meal for him, the father? Naturally, Ye Xiaowen would not deprive himself either, and that evening, they indulged in a bit of drinking. The following day, they headed to the bank, where Wu Zuwang withdrew the funds, each carrying a black bag. Lu Meng, Lu Feng, De Wang, and Xiao Wang formed a protective circle around Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang, with Ye Guoping nearly mirroring their vigilance. However, outwardly, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang appeared more relaxed, though their hearts were filled with trepidation. With funds in hand, they proceeded directly to Shanghai Securities. Shen Jiqing awaited them at the entrance, and they did not linger at the door. Acknowledging each other with a nod, the group entered the premises and made their way to Shen Jiqing's office, where Ye Xiaowen's anxious heart finally found some solace. Chapter 57. Purchasing stocks. Is the account set up? This is the operational capital, totaling 80,000 yuan. WeVE decided to purchase stocks at 30 yuan each. As for which ones to buy, that's entirely up to you. Here is our stock subscription certificate, Ye Xiaowen said, handing a black bag to Shen Jiqing. Very well. I'll take care of it right away, Shen Jiqing replied as he accepted the bag. Ye Xiaowen and the others waited in his office. Shortly, Shen Jiqing returned with a stack of forms, guiding Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang as they filled in their names. After a busy morning, they finally completed all the necessary paperwork, now awaiting the public listing of the stocks they had purchased, ready to collect their returns. Ye Xiaowen and his associates had subscribed to shares of Modu Light Industry Machinery. Each stock subscription certificate came with a personal payment receipt. At the top of the receipt was the title indicating that Modu Shanghai Securities was acting on behalf of Modu Light Industry Machinery Company, Ltd., for the issuance of new shares. Below it, in smaller text, was the personal payment receipt, followed by the details: shareholder S name, stock subscription certificate number, number of shares purchased, price per share, total payment, etc., all stamped with a red seal. After securing the stock subscription certificates and payment receipts, they enjoyed a midday meal. In the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang positioned themselves at the entrance of Shanghai Securities, ready to collect their stock subscription certificates. Look, you've acquired the stocks. The money has already returned to you. If you sell now, it will be a guaranteed profit. Otherwise, to be frank, the next time you might not have the funds to subscribe again if you win the lottery. Why go through all that? Selling to me is a win-win cooperation. Honestly, I'm just taking a gamble. Being young means I can afford to lose a little. Brother, wait a moment. Let us have a word, someone called out. What do you want to discuss? Concerning the stock subscription certificates, please do not be anxious. There is no need for alarm. in broad daylight. It is improbable that I could snatch them from you. Naturally, I intend to purchase them. What? You possess an entire set of sequential certificates? Then, I shall offer you 28,000. Do not depart just yet. Allow me to raise it to 29,000, the highest I can go. 30,000 is my final offer. Should that not suffice, I shall refrain from the purchase. Throughout the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen's verbal efforts nearly wore him down, ultimately securing only a single complete set of stock subscription certificates, albeit a sequential set. Conversely, Wu Zhuang had better fortune, acquiring 150 sheets, which amounts to a set and a half, albeit gathered singularly. Nevertheless, even for a single set, calculating a profit of 500,000. And after deducting the initial profit of 60,000 and the 30,000 spent on the stock subscription certificates, a profit of 400,000 remains. 400,000. In an afternoon, at a time when earning $4 for a day's labor is a common occurrence. At this juncture, Shun Jiqing concluded his workday. Ye Xiaowen beckoned him to join for a meal. However, Shun Jiqing declined, citing familial obligations and a visit to his mother-in-law's residence. Ye Xiaowen did not press the matter further and returned to the International Hotel with Wu Zhuang and others. After dining and returning to his room, Ye Guoping, having finished his shower, reclined on the bed while smoking, observing his son organizing the stock subscription certificates and receipts on his bed. Clearing his throat, he addressed his son. Third son, do you know what day July 7th is? Without lifting his gaze, Ye Xiaowen replied, I am aware. It is the Qixi festival, akin to Valentine's Day. What of it, father? At your and mother's age, are you still yearning for romance? There is ample time. I can arrange something for you. Coughing violently, Ye Guoping interjected, what nonsense about Qixi and romance? What is the matter, father? Are you unwell? Noticing his father's cough, Ye Xiaowen set down the stock subscription certificates and looked up with concern. Ye Guoping shook his head and continued, no? But do you know what July 8th and July 9th are? I am referring to the Gregorian calendar, not the lunar calendar, Ye Guoping added. Why such obscure inquiries, father? Ye Xiaowen chuckled. Actually, I do know. July 8th is World Allergy Awareness Day, and July 9th is Argentina's Independence Day. A former girlfriend had a penchant for such peculiar holiday trivia, prompting Ye Xiaowen to memorize many of them. Ye Guoping's forehead creased in confusion. What did allergies and Argentina's independence have to do with anything? Do you know about the college entrance examination? He demanded, rapping his knuckles against the bedside table. The college entrance examination? Oh, right, the college entrance examination. Ye Xiaowen finally caught on. It was not entirely his fault for forgetting, as in later years. The examination took place in June, whereas now it was July. And then, he queried, what does this imply? We must return. When are we heading back? In just a few months, you will face the college entrance examination. We departed on February 27th, and today is already March 3rd. We've been away for 6 days. I assured your teacher that I would only take a week off. Ah, so that is the crux of the matter. You could have stated it plainly instead of going in circles. You are likely to breach your promise of a week. We are leaving tomorrow. It will be too late to return otherwise, Ye Xiaowen remarked nonchalantly. In the field, military orders are not to be trifled with. My apologies to the homeroom teacher. Ye Guoping exclaimed excitedly. We're leaving tomorrow? Splendid. I shall tidy up. Ye Xiaowen narrowed her eyes and teased. Old Ye, have you gone astray? Is that how you interpret my words? Have you also learned to take things out of context? Not at all, Dad. Is it the bed in this hotel that's uncomfortable? No, it's quite cozy, wonderfully soft. Is it the food in the restaurant that lacks flavor? That is not the case. It is rather delicious. Then what is the rush about? What do you mean, the rush? The college entrance examination. It's a determinant of your entire life. Ye Guoping fumed. Ye Xiaowen could only respond. Just give me 2 more days. I promise to wrap things up and return immediately. All right, you have my word on that. Yes, good. Then I shall retire for the night. You should rest early as well. Ye Guoping lay on the bed and soon began to snore softly. So you're waiting for me? Huh. Ye Xiaowen chuckled, returning to her tasks. For the next 2 days, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang stood vigil at the entrance of Shonin Securities. With the assistance of Shun Jiqing, by noon on the second day, Ye Xiaowen had spent all of the 190,000 yuan in her possession. With that sum, she acquired an additional 6.5 units, bringing her total to approximately 14. Wu Zhuang was in a similar position, having added around 6 units to his original 18, totaling over 24. Ye Xiaowen had a little over 100 yuan left, which was an improvement compared to her last trip. She understood it was time to return to her role as a diligent student. Chapter 58. The Royal Palace Hotel. During lunch, Ye Xiaowen inquired of Shun Jiqing, shall we explore the black market for stock subscription certificates this afternoon? She had often heard tales of the madness surrounding this black market. However, her previous visit to the city had been too brief for her to experience it. This time, with half a day remaining, it seemed an opportune moment to take a look. All right, I shall take the afternoon off. Shen Jiqing nodded in agreement. Ye Guoping remained silent, focusing on his meal. Since arriving in the metropolis, he had taken on the role of a mere background figure, specifically for his youngest child. Wherever the youngest went, he followed, with little say in their itinerary. It was ironic. He was the father and Ye Xiaowen the daughter, and it should have been he who led her around. Yet, the reality was inverted, with his daughter guiding him. 2 red Santanas parked outside the Huangpu Royal Palace Hotel. Since the Spring Festival, the adjacent Huangpu area had transformed into a bustling street salon, primarily dealing in the black market for stock subscription certificates. While this Royal Palace Hotel had become a venue for substantial transactions, Shen Jiqing provided an introduction as the street continued to bustle with activity. Vendors lining up one after another. Most were engaged in the acquisition of stock subscription certificates, with hurried passers-by pretending to stroll by, casting quick glances at the prices displayed. It was evident they were eyeing the stock subscription certificates, albeit with caution. Of course, many stopped to chat with the vendors. Ye Xiaowen did not enter the Royal Palace Hotel, but instead ventured into the bustling black market on the street. There, various signs displayed the prices for purchases, with complete sets of white bards hovering around 30,000 yuan. However, the black market primarily catered to individual buyers, often dealing in single or small quantities, 1, 2, or even 8 to 10 pieces. Following a recent lottery draw, a new item was introduced, the purchase of stock subscription certificates for those who won. The price for a winning stock subscription certificate soared to 500 yuan, with some even offering 6 or 700 yuan. It is noteworthy that the initial purchase price was merely 30 yuan, representing an astonishing increase of over 20 times. This was madness. It was only in such a frenzied atmosphere that one could truly grasp the extent of this insanity. In this era of unrestrained wealth, the fervor and blind pursuit of money could not be fully appreciated by those who did not live through it. Ye Guoping, observing the prices at the stalls, felt a twinge of fear. It was evident that money held no real value here. His entire month's salary could not even buy a single green notebook. In fact, at the highest price, he would need 4 months' worth of wages. And even after 6 months of diligent saving, beyond daily expenses, he and his wife might only be able to afford a single green stock subscription certificate. After perusing the black market, Ye Xiaowen and his companions finally arrived at the Royal Palace Hotel. This venue was more suited for bulk transactions, significantly quieter than the street market outside. The attendees were all impeccably dressed in suits, and as Ye Xiaowen's group entered, they immediately drew attention. What intrigued the crowd even more was that a young man appeared to lead the group. It was clear that this group was unfamiliar with the environment, as evidenced by their cautious glances. Yet, the young leader gazed boldly around, his demeanor exuding a sense of audacity. Before anyone could ponder the implications of this young man's assertiveness, 3 or 4 men quickly approached him. However, upon recognizing one man in a white shirt, the others retreated, their faces betraying a hint of wry amusement. "Young man, is this your first visit?" inquired a man around 30 years of age. Sharp-eyed and comparable in age to Shen Jiqing, Ye Xiaowen slightly tilted his head to regard the man. "I am Lu Qianni, and I am somewhat familiar with this place. Allow me to introduce you," Lu Qianni said with a warm smile, clearly having identified the leader among the group. Lu Qianni did not underestimate Ye Xiaowen due to his youth. He understood that at Ye Xiaowen's age, he had already dropped out of school to forge his path and had become one of the earliest affluent individuals. Thus, he recognized that such individuals should not be taken lightly. While they may lack the social experience and connections of their elders, they were brimming with vitality, quick to embrace new ideas, and possessed a remarkable audacity. "Thank you," Ye Xiaowen replied casually, fully aware of the man before him. Lu Qianni, the corporate shareholder, Lu Qianni, began his journey of hard work after dropping out of middle school. Before the issuance of stock subscription certificates, he had already become a person of wealth, making his initial fortune through the first batch of old stocks in the vibrant metropolis. With the acquisition of numerous stock subscription certificates, he successfully diversified his investments across various fields, amassing a fortune exceeding billions. As for our Wanggong restaurant, it has become a hub for substantial private transactions since the issuance of stock subscription certificates this year. Patrons often come here to relax, engage in conversation, and exchange information regarding securities and stocks. As the nation tentatively explores this territory, no one dares to claim expertise, yet people gather to share their insights. Lu Qianni observed Ye Xiaowen and his companions, deducing from their attire that they likely possessed stock subscription certificates. Otherwise, they would not frequent Wanggong restaurant. Having recently participated in a lottery, tomorrow marks the final payment deadline, and it seems they were unprepared for the high winning rate. Lacking funds to operate their winning stock subscription certificates, they likely sought to sell a portion. Such individuals have become increasingly common lately. While uncertain of their holdings, it is reasonable to assume they possess at least 2 or 3 sets. If only he could acquire all of them at a lower price, though that seemed improbable. The prices of stock subscription certificates were nearly transparent to those who inquired. "Gentlemen, you must possess several stock subscription certificates," Lu Qianyi remarked after a brief discussion. Ye Xiaowen, not one to conceal the obvious, nodded in agreement, recognizing that anyone without stock subscription certificates would hardly visit Wanggong restaurant. After all, why not stroll along the Huangpu River or Nanjing Road instead? "Indeed, I have some," Ye Xiaowen admitted. Lu Qianyi's eyes sparkled with interest. "Then why not sell them to me?" "Sell to you?" Ye Xiaowen was taken aback and questioned, "Why would I do that? Are the influential figures of the future so audacious as to demand an immediate sale? Anyone who dares to covet my stock subscription certificates becomes an adversary. Indeed, I assure you that the price I offer is undoubtedly the highest," Lu Qianyi countered. "Who said I was looking to sell?" Ye Xiaowen replied. "Your offered price is of no concern to me. If you could offer 50,000 for a set of stock subscription certificates, I would sell without hesitation. But trying to deceive me with offers of 20 or 30,000 is futile. You're not selling?" Lu Qianyi was momentarily taken aback. He had already prepared for negotiations, but did not anticipate Ye Xiaowen's unwillingness to part with his certificates. "Correct," Ye Xiaowen confirmed. "I merely came to look. There are only a limited number of stock subscription certificates. Had I not lost some, I would have sought to acquire more." Lu Qianyi, listening to the conversation, couldn't help but smile wryly. Observing Ye Xiaowen's cautious demeanor, he quickly remarked, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I thought you were in need of operational funds and were looking to take action. However, it matters not. Consider it a gesture of friendship. More friends, more paths. Do we really appear to be lacking money?" Ye Xiaowen mused as he glanced at himself and his companions, then surveyed the others in the Royal Palace Hotel. Indeed, they did seem to fit that description. Ye Xiaowen was merely a high school student, while Ye Guoping, a worker, dressed quite ordinarily, albeit neatly. As for Wu Zuwang and the others, their attire was even less impressive than Ye Guoping's. The only one who looked somewhat respectable was Shun Jiqing, who worked at a securities firm, clad in a tailored suit. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Qianyi took his leave, and the group settled in a nearby spot. It was then that Shun Jiqing began to recount Lu Qianyi's rise to prominence. At that moment, Lu Qianyi had become a somewhat notable figure in the securities market of the Magic City. He had dropped out of middle school to join his family in business, which was merely a small family workshop, not the lifestyle of a wealthy heir. Eventually, they opened a shop near the city god temple and later acquired a taxi, finding their way amidst the chaos and accumulating considerable wealth. While his reputation did not rival that of the illustrious Yang Baiwan, who made his fortune through government bonds, Lu Qianyi remained low-key yet undeniably capable. The reform and opening up policies had indeed fostered a host of legendary figures, each success story ripe for narration, filled with serendipity and unpredictability that captivated countless souls. As Shun Jiqing spoke, he cast a glance at Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang, pondering that in a few years, perhaps these two would also become legends in their own right. Wu Zuwang, in particular, seemed to have serendipitously aligned himself with the right person. Otherwise, he would have been merely a small contractor, possessing a bit of money but ultimately inconsequential. After wandering around the Royal Palace Hotel, he bid farewell to Ye Xiaowen and the others in the evening. As the following morning, Ye Xiaowen and his father, Ye Guoping, were set to return to Hedong province. Early the next day, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping rose at dawn and arrived at the train station to board the train back to Hedong province. This time, Ye Guoping felt significantly more anxious than during their arrival, for he had been unaware of the value of the green bills he carried. Now, however, he was acutely aware. The father and son had with them various documents, including 14 sets of stock subscription certificates and receipts for stock payments, with each set valued at 30,000 yuan. They totaled over 400,000. Additionally, they had 300,000 yuan in stock payment receipts. According to his son, earning over 20 yuan per share was quite feasible. If that were to materialize, it would amount to over 600,000 yuan. Combining the 600,000 with the 400,000 brought their total to 1 million. With Ye Guoping's household lacking even 10,000 yuan in savings, holding over 1 million left him understandably anxious. "Father, relax a bit. You look quite apparent with all that money," Ye Xiaowen whispered in Ye Guoping's ear. Yet, in truth, they had hardly brought any money at all. their combined cash not exceeding 500 yuan. It was still the 300 yuan that Ye Guoping had brought from home, which remained unspent, while Ye Xiaowen had only about 100 yuan left on him. I understand. Ye Guoping nodded, yet the tension in his demeanor remained unrelaxed, vigilantly scrutinizing everyone around him, casting suspicious glances at each person as if they were potential thieves. If Wu Zuong and Lu Feng were present, they would have easily discerned the source of Ye Xiaowen's perpetual habit of assuming that there were always nefarious individuals plotting against him. After enduring a day and more, by midnight, Ye Guoping could no longer hold out and began to doze off. Dad, you should rest a bit. I'm not tired, Ye Xiaowen remarked. All right. Ye Guoping finally leaned against the chair and fell asleep. In truth, Ye Xiaowen was not entirely free from fatigue, while Ye Guoping exhibited both internal and external anxiety. Ye Xiaowen appeared relaxed on the surface, though his heart was tense. After disembarking in Longcheng, the father and son swiftly boarded a train back to Pingqing. Where are you going? To the restroom. You can't hold it a little longer? We're almost home. Look at you, standing awkwardly and sitting uncomfortably. What do you resemble? Dad, what is wrong with you? The closer we get to home, the angrier you become, Ye Xiaowen said, puzzled. Oh, so now you dare to retort, do you? Seems like you need some discipline, Ye Guoping exclaimed, his robust frame trembling with the jest. After all, they were about to arrive home. Throughout the journey, he had almost become his son's shadow. It was high time to assert his paternal authority. All right, Dad. I want to go, Ye Xiaowen sighed, beginning to understand his father's desire to reclaim his role. What do you mean you want to go? If you're going, just go. Stop dawdling like a child. So, am I going or not? Get lost. The sound of rushing water mingled with Ye Xiaowen's murmurs. This old man. I didn't notice back in the metropolis how adept he was at creating fuss. Had I known, I would have left him there to find his way home. When they finally disembarked in Pingqing, both father and son exhaled deeply, relieved. As they gazed at the setting sun, they walked homeward, bathed in its golden glow. Let me ask someone to make a small iron box, Ye Xiaowen suggested. Make it sturdy, preferably from steel plates. Yes, 3 centimeters thick. No, 5 centimeters. And buy a large iron lock, the kind that couldn't be broken even with a hammer. Chapter 60. The feeling of being a father upon their arrival home. Jiang Guoji was busy in the courtyard. Hearing the commotion at the door, she looked up in surprise to see the father and son stagger in. Guoping, Lao San. You're back, Jiang Guoji exclaimed, setting aside her tasks, wiping her hands, and approaching them. She then embraced Ye Xiaowen. Are you all right? After being away for so long, did you manage to eat well? Were you hungry? I've already bought the ingredients. I'll prepare dinner for you shortly. Mom, I missed you, Ye Xiaowen said sweetly, gazing up at Jiang Guoji. In that instant, her heart melted, and she nodded repeatedly before heading toward the kitchen. Beside him, Ye Guoping watched in a daze, utterly astonished by the stark contrast exhibited by his youngest son. Outside, he carried himself with the swagger of an elder brother, leading a group of companions. The contractor Wu Zuong, the stockbroker Shin Jiqing, and the formidable Lu Feng all looked up to Ye Xiaowen. Yet upon returning home, he instantly transformed into an adorable, cherubic child. It is not that Ye Guoping believed his son should parade around the house with the same bravado he displayed outside. Rather, the disparity was quite striking. However, it soon became clear to him that the boy was merely trying to charm his mother. Mom, Dad and I are going to take a shower, and then we'll be back just in time for dinner, Ye Xiaowen called out. The duo entered Ye Xiaowen's room, carefully placing the stock subscription certificates aside. As they left, Ye Guoping moved a small box into his own room. It's not safe in your room since the second brother has returned, Ye Guoping remarked, to which Ye Xiaowen paid no heed. Father and son reclined in the bathhouse, finally feeling a sense of comfort. Ye Guoping, being from the glass factory, was well acquainted with many individuals who greeted him warmly. Occasionally, they inquired about Ye Xiaowen's situation, even jesting about him. Ye Xiaowen, feeling genuinely fatigued, leaned against the edge of the bath, resting his eyes while occasionally responding to a comment or two. In contrast, Ye Guoping was in high spirits, smiling at everyone he encountered. This is my third child, he declared proudly. He is in his final year of high school and will be taking the college entrance examination this year. His academic performance is commendable. As Ye Guoping chatted cheerfully with the crowd, he basked in a sense of pride. This was the proper way for a father to present his son, not as a mere shadow in the bustling metropolis, devoid of any voice of his own. In his domain, Ye Xiaowen's identity was that of Ye Guoping's third son, not merely as Ye Guoping, the father. In the first 30 years, one observes the respect a father receives from his son. In the latter 30, the son must honor the father. You are but 18, still trailing behind your old man, Ye Guoping mused. He resolved to take his youngest son to the factory more often. After some time, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping returned home. "Dad, where did you take the third son? Why were you gone for so long?" I asked Mom, but she wouldn't tell me. Ye Xiaohai queried upon his return that evening. A look of confusion on his face. Ye Xiaofeng, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Ye Guoping slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a resounding clap. "How dare you question me? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Ye Guoping's tone was firm, fiercely protective of his status, and he would not tolerate any challenge, especially not from his second son. "But, Dad," Ye Xiaohai stammered, perplexed by the disproportionate reaction to his simple inquiry. "It's not but. How dare you talk back?" Ye Guoping glared, having practiced embodying the role of a father on the way home. His words left Ye Xiaohai momentarily speechless. "Quickly lower your head and eat." Ye Guoping finally relented, allowing Ye Xiaohai to escape further reprimand, lest he forget the fundamental truth. "I am your father." After dinner, upon returning to his room, Ye Xiaowen was just about to retire to bed when he was intercepted by Ye Xiaohai. "Third brother, where exactly did you and Dad go? You should ask Dad too." "I'm exhausted." Ye Xiaowen spoke the truth. He was indeed fatigued, not merely from physical exertion but also from mental strain. From the morning of February 27th until the evening of March 7th, he had not had a moment's respite. His nerves had been taut throughout. How could he possibly sleep? "Third brother, I advise you to tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll inform Dad that you've been dating Lu Sahan at school," Ye Xiaohai threatened with a half-smile. "How do you know I'm dating?" Ye Xiaowen inquired, curiosity piqued. "Lu Yuan told me," replied Ye Xiaohai, his face flushing slightly, a hint of shyness creeping in. "You needn't change the subject, just tell me." "Fine, go ahead and report it if you wish. I'm too tired and need to sleep," Ye Xiaowen replied. Truly lacking the energy to engage with Ye Xiaohai, he climbed into bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ye Xiaohai genuinely considered reporting him, but lacked the courage, fearing that he would be the one to face Ye Guoping's wrath. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping arrived at Sun Shangqing's office to formally excuse Ye Xiaowen from school. "Old Ye, you promised me you would be gone for just a week. And now, 10 days. Do you have any idea how much can be learned in that time, especially with the college entrance examination approaching? Just 1 point can mean the difference between countless students. A narrow margin could eliminate so many," Sun Shangqing lectured. Yes, I understand," Ye Guoping nodded repeatedly, casting a stern glare at the seemingly unfazed Ye Xiaowen. However, Sun Shangqing showed no intention of letting Ye Guoping off the hook. Gesturing for Ye Xiaowen to return to class, while continuing to admonish Ye Guoping for his lack of responsibility. Upon returning to the classroom, Ye Xiaowen noticed several unfamiliar faces among his classmates. The substitute teacher, upon seeing Ye Xiaowen knock on the door, appeared somewhat puzzled, as students typically entered to report rather than knock. Nevertheless, upon recognizing the academically accomplished Ye Xiaowen, the teacher welcomed him back, disregarding the peculiarity. For students with good grades always enjoyed a slight privilege. Ye Xiaowen was promptly encouraged to take his seat as the lesson resumed. His return drew the attention of several peers, such as his childhood friend Jiang Xian, sitting beside him, and his girlfriend Lu Sahan, who was seated behind him, as well as Shun Baolong, a classmate in front. Chapter 61. Passing notes. "What have you been up to?" Jiang Xian scribbled on her notebook, then raised her head, eyes fixed on the blackboard, while discreetly passing the note to him. Ye Xiaowen's lips curled into a slight smile. This method of communication felt so familiar. "I was out for a bit. There were some matters at home." Ye Xiaowen was reluctant to elaborate, swiftly writing down her response and handing it over. "Where have you been?" Jiang Xian inscribed 3 words accompanied by a large question mark in her notebook. Ye Xiaowen glanced at the blackboard, finding the inquiry utterly unappealing. Did one not understand the nuances of adult conversation? Ignoring the content on the page, she suddenly felt a pencil poking her back. Turning around, she discovered a classmate discreetly placing a small note in her hand. "Who passed this?" Ye Xiaowen whispered. "No idea." She refrained from pressing further. Such occurrences were commonplace. The exchange of notes, a method of communication long since supplanted by mobile messaging in the modern era, typically left only the initial sender aware of its origin. As the note circulated, its ultimate recipient alone remained informed. Upon unfolding the note, Ye Xiaowen noted the elegant handwriting. The neatness of the script suggested it was likely from Lu Sahan. Glancing back, she found Lu Sahan gazing at her, their eyes meeting briefly before Lu nodded. Finally, Ye Xiaowen focused on the message. "Where have you been for so long? What have you been up to? Why didn't you inform me?" The note exuded a distinct air of concern typical of a close friend. "I just stepped out. There was an urgent matter at home," she scribbled back. Inadvertently noticing Jiang Xiaowen's unwavering stare. Unbothered, she placed the folded note on her desk, where she had inscribed Lu Sahan's name on the crease. No sooner had she sent the note than the bell rang, signaling the end of class. "Where did you go?" Jiang Xiaowen inquired. "Just out for a bit." Ye Xiaowen began to explain when Lu Sahan approached. Shen Baolong also turned, echoing the same question. "Where have you been? What were you doing?" After a prolonged attempt to sidestep the inquiries, Ye Xiaowen's gaze fell upon a few unfamiliar faces gathering their belongings. Are those the tutoring students? Since the restoration of the college entrance examination in 1978, it had become a crucible for countless aspiring scholars seeking to alter their destinies. With multitudes vying for a single path, the exam determined their futures, the harsh reality weighing heavily upon every student aspiring to rise above. The college entrance examination represented a critical opportunity for rural children to escape the confines of their upbringing and for urban students to avoid becoming unemployed young adults. Many who failed to pass the exam, unwilling to concede, became tutoring students, continuing their pursuit of success in the following year. Tutoring students were stratified. Those studying for 3 years were termed little tutees, while those with more than 3 years of experience were known as old tutees. The latter group exuded a certain air of superiority, often absent from regular classes, preferring to study at home until just before the entrance exams when they would attend classes for a few days. They were selective about which classes to attend, their extensive tutoring experience granting them insight into the proficiency of each subject teacher. Their presence in class served as an endorsement of the instructor's capabilities. In contrast, the little tutees were typically anxious and diligent, fearful of falling behind, while the old tutees looked down upon them. Certainly, there are places that refer to it as the New Fourth Army or the Eighth Route Army, discussing the duration of supplementary classes for the college entrance examination, with some individuals persisting for 7 to 8 years. They are the seasoned students. I've heard of one who has been preparing for 8 years, and there are teachers at our school who were classmates with him. Another has been studying for 3 years and, I heard, surpassed the college entrance threshold last year. Yet he still wishes to pursue a foreign language school, hence his decision to refrain from enrolling. Many teachers have advised him otherwise. Shen Baolong is quite the informant in our class, adept at gathering tidbits of news, and he seems to know all the whispers circulating among us. At noon, he naturally shared a meal with Jiang Xiaowen, while Lu Sahan was unaware that Ye Xiaowen had returned today, so she did not bring him any treats. Although her own lunchbox contained delectable food, the young men and women at this stage are rather shy, and it would be awkward to sit together. Days passed in this manner, and then Wu Zuwang called to inform them that the stocks they had purchased had been listed a few days prior. The trend was promising, having risen by over 10 yuan in just a few days. Ye Xiaowen had no intention of selling. Typically, newly listed stocks do not decline, and he planned to sell them during the next lottery. There was no rush. On the eve of the midterm examination, Ye Xiaowen feigned illness, claiming stomach pains, and appeared quite pale. He perfectly evaded the midterm exam, while others valiantly battled in the examination hall. Meanwhile, he lay comfortably in bed, sound asleep. Should he have been unable to dodge this exam, it would have exposed his previous deceit, as he had relied on Jiang Xiaowen's answers during the last semester's final exam, having been seated beside her. This time, however, the seating arrangement had been completely shuffled, and fortunately, Ye Xiaowen, with his exceptional acting skills, managed to escape a crisis. By late April, the weather had warmed considerably. On the benches bordering the playground, Ye Xiaowen and Lu Sahan each held a lunchbox, savoring their meal. The contents were quite sumptuous, featuring scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried onions with meat, and 2 chicken legs. Lu Sahan had brought the lunchbox, as Ye Xiaowen no longer took his home, indulging daily in the culinary delights she provided. On the playground, energetic boys were expressing their vitality. Girls passing by would covertly glance at the boys engaged in a game of basketball. Whenever a girl looked their way, the boys would intentionally exaggerate their movements. "Xiaowen, will you accompany me shopping this weekend?" "Sure," Ye Xiaowen mumbled, gnawing on a chicken leg, unable to refuse as he relished the delicious food she had brought. "Take your time eating, no one is competing with you." Lu Sahan offered him another chicken leg from her lunchbox. Ye Xiaowen was at an age where he was growing, and boys tended to have hearty appetites, naturally consuming more. "What kind of clothes do you like? How about I buy you a piece tomorrow?" No, I have enough clothes," Ye Xiaowen quickly declined, realizing the absurdity of being financially supported by Lu Sahan. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed there was little distinction in their arrangement. Once this stock subscription certificate is sold, I must repay the debt owed to Lu Sahan by the time the second lottery returns. Chapter 62. Does that mean I must enter into a relationship with you? Upon returning to the classroom, Ye Xiaowen rested her head on the desk, preparing to doze off. She casually remarked, "Xin. If I haven't woken up by the time class starts, please wake me." Humph. Jiang Xin emitted a dismissive snort. Ye Xiaowen, somewhat puzzled, lifted her head to inquire. "What is the matter? Have I offended you?" Humph. Jiang Xin, proud as a small peacock, completely ignored Ye Xiaowen. Unfazed, Ye Xiaowen had no desire to placate Jiang Xin and settled down to sleep. However, Jiang Xin remained awake, scribbling something with her pencil on a sheet of paper, the scratching sound preventing Ye Xiaowen from falling asleep. "Excuse me, could you please keep it down while you do your homework?" Ye Xiaowen began, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Xin. Realizing Jiang Xin's intent was deliberate, Ye Xiaowen asked, "What is wrong with you? Have I done something to provoke you?" "Let's walk home together after school," Jiang Xin suggested. "All right," Ye Xiaowen agreed, and the noise by her side immediately subsided. Later that evening, while returning from study hall, Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xin walked ahead, with Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming trailing behind in a carefree manner. Their voices could be heard from a distance. "What school? With my grades, I definitely won't get into university. Even with tutoring, I won't make it. I've already had my dad ask around for me. After graduating from high school, I'll just find a job," Zhang Weiming lamented. "Same here. I have no hope of attending university. It's clear I won't ever get in. I'm planning to go out and work to earn big money. Once I do, I'll take you to the arcade every day to play games," Ye Xiaohai chimed in. "Really, bureau chief? You mustn't deceive me. I've heard that many who earn a lot of money become arrogant and disdainful," Zhang Weiming began, but was cut off by Ye Xiaohai. "Ridiculous. Who is looking down on others? Your bureau chief wouldn't be that kind of person. Just wait and see. When I get rich, I will definitely not forget you." As Ye Xiaowen walked, listening to the ambitious dreams of the two boys behind her, a smile graced her lips. Young people always love to fantasize. Ye Xiaohai truly did venture out to work later, then went into business, experiencing both success and failure. He had his moments of glory and his periods of solitude. Ultimately, he opened a hot pot restaurant in the provincial city, achieving a modest level of prosperity, owning 2 apartments in Bingzhou and a car, leading a relatively comfortable life. After graduation, Zhang Weiming, it was said, took a temporary job, later lost it, and subsequent news about him was just hearsay. It seemed he was not doing well. Ye Xiaohai invited him to the provincial city multiple times, but by then, Zhang Weiming had already married and started a family, so he did not go. "Do you like Lu Sahan?" Ye Xiaowen was lost in thought when Jiang Xin suddenly asked beside her. Every afternoon, Lu Sahan brings you lunch. And you two often stroll near the playground. I heard someone mention that you two are in a relationship. Is that true?" Jiang Xin paused, staring at Ye Xiaowen with a dazed expression. "Yes, that is indeed the case," Ye Xiaowen nodded, deciding to acknowledge the matter. Jiang Xin might have some small feelings, but a relationship between them is impossible. Ye Xiaowen could date Lu Sahan, yet he dared not pursue a relationship with Jiang Xin. If they were to break up, it would lead to considerable trouble. Why would you be with Lu Sahan? She doesn't study well and spends her days mingling with those boys who don't study either. Is it that you enjoy the meals she brings you? If that is the case, what would you like to eat? I can ask my mother to prepare it for you," Jiang Xin said with a hint of grievance. "Does that mean I should date you as well?" Ye Xiaowen instinctively asked. Jiang Xin stamped her foot, her face flushed, and scolded, "Pervert," before running home. Ye Xiaowen shook his head. In truth, academic performance was not the most crucial factor. What mattered was being attractive and not clingy. If he were to be in a relationship with her, his life would be utterly ruined. In May, the weather had turned, jackets were replaced with shirts, and from a distance, the world appeared lush and green. The senior students had completely lost track of holidays, oblivious to the concept of weekends. They studied day and night in the classroom, and under this atmosphere, even those who usually did not study diligently sat quietly in class. In the classroom, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the gentle scratching of pens on paper. Each youthful face bore traces of anxiety and unease, as the looming college entrance examination weighed heavily on everyone. Even the tutors, who usually kept a low profile, were frequently present in the classroom, attending lessons and solving problems. Whenever the teacher announced, "This is a guaranteed question," some students displayed expressions of understanding. However, many others remained utterly perplexed, wondering what qualified as a guaranteed question. If it were truly a guaranteed question, why not simply provide the answers instead of posing questions? Their faces reflected confusion, especially when the teacher declared, "This is a must-know question." Everyone hurriedly took notes, determined to review them repeatedly, yet the sheer volume of essential questions was overwhelming. As the months passed, the more they studied, the more bewildered they became, transforming confidence into confusion. Now, with May upon them and merely 2 months remaining before the examination, the cancellation of the preliminary testing system meant that many would likely be unqualified to sit for the exam. Anxiety, confusion, unease, and tension were emotions that enveloped most senior students. Crossing a narrow bridge amidst 1,000 troops is a brutal experience, marking the first time many face such a challenge in their lives. During evening self-study, Ye Xiaowen, somewhat bored, flipped through the book in his hands, maintaining a positive mindset. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of spending money on education. Before that, he would strive to learn as much as possible. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from within the classroom. Instantly capturing the attention of many, Ye Xiaowen turned to see the old repeater that Shun Baolong had mentioned, who had been preparing for the examination for 8 long years. The old repeater threw all the books from the table onto the floor, clasped his hands around his head, and repeatedly banged it against the desk, his face contorted in agony. Ye Xiaowen swiftly approached and restrained the old repeater while calling for Shun Baolong and Ye Xiaohai to assist him. "Let us take him out of the classroom," Ye Xiaowen commanded. With the help of the two, they finally managed to escort the old repeater outside, restoring tranquility to the classroom, though no one dared to comment. Returning to their studies, such occurrences had become commonplace for them, especially when it involved the old repeater. "Let us move him to the playground," Ye Xiaowen said, observing that Ye Xiaohai and Shun Baolong were preparing to take the old repeater to the teacher's office. After exiting the classroom, the old repeater ceased to struggle, allowing Ye Xiaohai and Shun Baolong to carry him to the playground. The playground was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faint, warm glow from the nearby teaching building. "Let him go," Ye Xiaowen instructed. As Ye Xiaohai and Shun Baolong released him, the old repeater nearly collapsed to the ground, prompting them to quickly support him again. "Xiaowen, it's fine. Let him fall if he must, it matters not. You two should return to the classroom," Ye Xiaowen replied coldly, though his words trailed off. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the old repeater was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, and Shun Baolong and Ye Xiaohai turned and left without hesitation. "No, I meant to let him down, not throw him," Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. The old repeater, having landed on the ground, appeared dazed, clutching his face as he rose. "Are you all right?" Ye Xiaowen inquired with concern. "Yes, I'm fine, just a bit of a nosebleed," the old repeater replied, lifting his head. Ye Xiaowen had initially prepared a bowl of comforting words, but now it seemed unnecessary. He retrieved some tissue from his pocket and offered it to the old repeater, who pressed it against his nose. They sat down at the edge of the playground. "My name is Zhang Chenkai. My parents are ordinary farmers, and our family is impoverished. My sister and brother sacrificed their education for me. My brother had good grades, although he failed to pass the entrance exam. He was not far from the cutoff for a diploma program. If he had studied for another year, he might have succeeded. However, our family simply cannot afford for 2 children to repeat their studies simultaneously, so he went out to work. Thus, I have repeated for year after year, 8 years now. The war of resistance has long been won, yet I find myself increasingly devoid of hope. Each year, the exam questions become more difficult, and during the college entrance examination period, I feel anxiety and fear, forgetting what I have learned," Zhang Chenkai lamented, his words flowing endlessly. Ye Xiaowen remained silent, understanding that at this moment, no words were necessary from him. Being a good listener sufficed. By the time Zhang Chenkai finished speaking, tears streamed down his face. And in the dimly lit playground, Ye Xiaowen could faintly see the glistening droplets. In truth, the college entrance examination merely represents a singular opportunity among the myriad choices we encounter throughout our lives, each brimming with potential. I refrain from offering empty platitudes about the necessity of diligent study or self-belief. Such reassurances hold little value. Given the years of unsuccessful attempts, your emotional state appears precarious, and I perceive that your chances of success this year may not be particularly favorable. Rather than subjecting yourself to such undue stress, it may be more prudent to dedicate an additional couple of months to your studies. Should you still falter, consider an alternative path. It need not be inferior to attending university. It is essential to recognize that while the college entrance examination can be a life-altering opportunity, it is by no means the sole avenue available. As society evolves and times change, so too must individuals adapt. Only by stepping beyond the confines of our familiar surroundings can we truly grasp the vastness of the world. Ultimately, Ye Xiaowen imparted a dose of bitter wisdom to Zhang Chenkai. At times, such harsh truths may seem futile, yet they can also serve as a catalyst for those on the brink of despair, providing a rationale for perseverance. When Zhang Chenkai, with his nostrils stuffed with tissues and his face smeared with blood, followed Ye Xiaowen back to the classroom, he inevitably drew the attention of several classmates. Had the monitor been involved in a brawl? Or had a teacher resorted to violence? How could one lose so much blood? Ahem. Ye Xiaowen cleared his throat and scanned the room, noting that none dared to openly challenge her authority. Focus on your studies and refrain from worrying about inconsequential matters, she declared, then settled into her seat, twirling a pencil absent-mindedly. Beside her, Jiang Xin cast a sidelong glance at Ye Xiaowen, unable to contain herself any longer. Why aren't you studying? The exam is imminent. I'm fine, don't worry, Ye Xiaowen replied. The prospect of relying on academic performance for university admission seemed increasingly bleak. It appeared that financial means would be the only route left. The pressing matter at hand was generating income, especially with another lottery approaching, necessitating a trip to the metropolis. Jiang Xin sighed softly, feeling a profound disappointment in Ye Xiaowen, who, once a diligent student, had now fallen in with Lu Sihan and others, neglecting her studies. Under different circumstances, there might still have been a chance for redemption. But with the looming examination, any missed opportunities would necessitate a year of remedial study. Yet, she felt powerless, having expressed her concerns repeatedly, only to be met with indifference. When had this shift occurred? It seemed to coincide with Ye Xiaowen's unreciprocated confession of affection. Once she declined, he swiftly allied himself with Lu Sihan. A few days prior, when she inquired about his relationship with Lu Sihan, he even suggested that she consider dating him. Contemplating this, Jiang Xin tore a piece of paper, hesitated for a moment, and then wrote, "If you devote yourself to your studies, once you're in university, I will consider dating you." Heart racing and cheeks flushed, she quickly slipped the note into Ye Xiaowen's hand when no one was watching. Ye Xiaowen unfolded the note and paused, turning to gaze at Jiang Xin, who wore a serious expression yet blushed deeply. Goodness, this girl was relentless. Just a few days ago, he had confessed to being involved with Lu Sihan. Was she attempting to compel him into becoming a cad? Didn't I previously compose a love letter? It seems endless. I had originally planned to dedicate a couple of days to studying, but now I feel even less inclined to focus. After school, Ye Xiaowen first accompanied Lu Sihan back home. One cannot merely indulge in food and drink, but must also fulfill the obligations of a boyfriend. This was a request Lu Sihan made a few days ago after observing Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xin wanting to head home together after class. After dining, Ye Xiaowen followed Ye Guoping into the house. Why are you here, third? Hurry back to your room and get some sleep. Ye Guoping, still feeling the sting of his reprimand from Ye Xiaowen's homeroom teacher, Sun Shangqing, during his last absence, was not in the best of moods. Dad, the second lottery draw is coming up. Get out, just get out of here. Ye Guoping interrupted, shoving Ye Xiaowen out the door. Damn it. Why do I have to request leave for him? How am I supposed to do that? Dad, we must face it eventually. Ye Xiaowen protested, knocking on the door. But Ye Guoping had already locked it from within. That's your problem, not mine, Ye Guoping shouted, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 64, What Illness to Claim. Though he had sent Ye Xiaowen away, Ye Guoping was still troubled. He could scold him all he wanted, but he still had to help Ye Xiaowen request leave. How could he not? There was nearly 1,000,000 locked away in that iron box. Before his trip to the magical city, Ye Guoping had thought he could handle it himself without needing the third to go. However, after his visit, he realized it was essential for Ye Xiaowen to be involved. Hadn't he seen that Wu Zuwang and the others were all reliant on their own thirds? And even if his family wasn't in it for the money, what about Wu Zuwang? Without hesitation, they lent tens of thousands. Now, if he said he wouldn't go, it would hardly matter. Ye Guoping could not operate in such a manner. Therefore, a trip to the magical city was inevitable. But the question remained, how to assist his son in requesting leave from school. Claiming illness was not an option. After all, his son had just recovered from an illness. To feign sickness again would seem implausible. Claiming family matters was equally unsuitable, as he had already used that excuse for his last trip to the magical city. It was too flimsy. Ye Guoping pondered various excuses, only to dismiss them one by one. Everything is impossible. It's all the third's fault. It's not that the reasons are invalid. It's that this brat requests leave too frequently. Ye Guoping muttered to himself. Back then, this kid told me the truth. Perhaps it would have been better to keep him in the dark and let him find his own excuses. Alas, that would not suffice either. There was a chance he might dare to use my father is hospitalized as an excuse. Suddenly, Ye Guoping's eyes lit up. Ah, that excuse seems quite good. He could have his wife go to the school to help the third request leave, claiming that he was unwell. After all, filial piety is paramount. Surely the teacher would allow the son to return home for a couple of days. Once Jiang Guoji finished her chores and entered the room, Ye Guoping shared his thoughts with her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoji furrowed her brow, looking at Ye Guoping with concern. Is that really feasible? Isn't that deceitful? It doesn't seem right. What is the harm in this? It has been decided, so when the time comes, you can feign an illness at school. No. Let the third child devise something on his own. Nothing too severe, yet not too trivial either. Ideally, it should be an ailment that can be cured in about a week. Ye Xiaowen contemplated this matter with great detail, and before long, it was the end of May. On that morning, Jiang Guizhi was walking to school with her 2 children. Why are you going to school, Mom? Ye Xiaowen asked curiously. Ye Xiaowen instructed, you must ask for my leave. By the way, if the teacher inquires, just say that Dad is ill. Do not let anything slip. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, then looked at Jiang Guizhi beside him and exclaimed, Mom, see, I wasn't lying. The third one is the biggest liar, asking me to say Dad is sick when he is perfectly fine. You heard that too, Mom. Just wait until we get home to see how Dad deals with you. Mom, did you hear? It's really him lying. Ye Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement and said, whether he gets in trouble is not for you to worry about. Just make sure you don't give it away. How dare you? Ye Xiaowen shouted, preparing to call out to his mother. Then, they heard the gentle voice of Jiang Guizhi from behind. The third one is right. Just don't reveal anything. If asked, say your father is unwell. Mom, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, looking at her in disbelief. He never imagined that his mother would encourage him to lie. Is this the reward for good grades? For the first time, Ye Xiaowen felt motivated to study diligently. Jiang Guizhi did not attend to the second child, who was sulking and lost in thought, and hurried to catch up with Ye Xiaowen. Third one, what kind of illness should we say your dad has? She inquired. I truly don't understand what you two are thinking. This seems too much. Jiang Guizhi expressed her doubts. Let us say appendicitis. It's the most fitting illness, and it aligns perfectly with the time frame. You can say you have to work, and your elder brother is also busy, leaving no time to care for your father. That won't do? Jiang Guizhi questioned. Wouldn't it be better to ask for leave for your second brother instead? His chances of getting into college are slim. Ye Xiaowen smiled and shook his head, responding, the second brother is not doing well academically, which is exactly why he should study harder during this time. Since I am doing better in school, taking a few days off won't have a significant impact. The second brother, whether he studies or not, will not get into college. Our family knows this well. But can he say that? As a teacher, he wouldn't dare to say the second brother has no hope of getting into college. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guizhi understood. This is how it works. One can speak freely about their own children, but not allow others to do so. Moreover, you must not show that expression later. You need to appear more sorrowful, adjusting your facial expression accordingly. No need to shed tears. It's not a major issue. Just keep the act in check. Ye Xiaowen went on to instruct his mother, Jiang Guizhi, on how to lie. When you speak, keep your tone subdued, but let that sense of life's helplessness shine through. Why are you looking at me like that, Mom? You little rascal, how come you're so experienced? You must have tricked your father and me plenty of times before. Jiang Guizhi looked at Ye Xiaowen with a puzzled expression and inquired. Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, how could that be? Why would I deceive you? How do you possess such experience? By reading, of course. A scholar can discern the affairs of the world without stepping beyond his door. What book imparts such knowledge? The study of thick blackness. But that is inconsequential. We are approaching the school gates. Do reflect on what I just mentioned. Do not let the truth slip out later. Once inside the school, Ye Xiaowen inhaled deeply, vigorously rubbing his face with his hands. When he withdrew his hands, a visage of sorrow, distress, and a hint of anxiety adorned his features, unmistakably revealing his inner turmoil. Turning to Jiang Guizhi, he spoke in a subdued tone. Mother, you need not worry excessively. Everything will be fine. Father is not gravely ill. He will recover in due time. Did not the doctor say it is merely a minor surgery? What illness? Is it starting already? Jiang Guizhi realized the gravity of the situation. The two hastened towards Sun Shangqing's office. Sun Shangqing had arrived early, preparing the lecture materials for the day. When he noticed Ye Xiaowen knocking at the door, come in, Ye Xiaowen. What brings you here? Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen's expression, Sun Shangqing sensed trouble. Typically, this child was cheerful and charming, but today he wore a frown. Chapter 65, a good child indeed. A frown was the very definition Sun Shangqing assigned to Ye Xiaowen's countenance. As for Ye Xiaowen's perception of his own feelings of sadness and discomfort, Sun Shangqing remained oblivious. This is my mother, Ye Xiaowen introduced. Hello, Mrs. Yi. Please, take a seat. Has something happened at home? Sun Shangqing rose and welcomed Jiang Guizhi. Observing the sorrow etched upon her face, coupled with a thread of anxiety. Mr. Sun, my husband has appendicitis and is hospitalized. I have work commitments, and I wish to request a leave of absence for my child to care for his father for a couple of days. Jiang Guizhi paused before continuing. I am aware that the college entrance examination is approaching, and it is not ideal to disrupt my child's studies, but we find ourselves in a dire situation. Would that be acceptable? Certainly, Sun Shangqing replied, unable to refuse. Filial piety comes first, while the college entrance examination holds significant importance. Neglecting a sick father serves no purpose in nurturing a child of virtue. What value is there in education if one merely elevates a child from uselessness to danger? What about Ye Xiaowen? Sun Shangqing suddenly inquired. He will remain at school. His academic performance has already been subpar, and further delays would obliterate any chance of university admission. A mother's heart is torn between her children, Jiang Guizhi sighed softly, continuing, fortunately. Ye Xiaowen has offered to take his books to the hospital to study while caring for his father, ensuring that his education does not suffer. Very well, good child. You both hurry along and do not linger here. I will prepare a leave note for you later. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Once outside the school, a visibly excited Ye Xiaowen turned to his mother, Jiang Guizhi, and remarked, Mom, your acting skills are remarkable. I'm not exaggerating. You could easily star in a television drama or film. Ye Xiaowen's praise was sincere. While his mother may not compare to seasoned actors, she certainly outshone contemporary performers who merely relied on wide-eyed expressions. Jiang Guizhi, slightly exasperated, gazed at her spirited son and said, Lao San, I must tell you, this is the last time. Deceiving others is inappropriate, especially at my age. Moreover, look at how kind teacher Sun is. We deceived him. As Jiang Guizhi grew increasingly agitated, Ye Xiaowen sensed her genuine displeasure and ceased his banter. He gently clutched one of her arms and, looking up, said, Mom, I promise this is the last time. I only wanted to help earn some money. You and Dad work so hard. I thought if I could lighten the burden a little. His voice trailed off. Sighing, Jiang Guizhi regarded her obedient son and chose not to pursue the matter further. Once the tension had eased, Ye Xiaowen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The issue of the stock subscription certificate was of paramount importance, and while lying was not commendable, it hardly constituted a grave offense. He wasn't swindling money or endangering lives. It was merely a matter of convenience in a student-teacher relationship. The worst consequence would be teacher-son's disappointment. But who hasn't ever fabricated a story to secure a day off from school? It was a trivial matter. The only excess had been joking about his father's health, but that idea had originated from old Yi himself, thus distancing it from Ye Xiaowen's conscience. In this scenario, it seemed the only one adversely affected was himself, as he had squandered precious revision time before the college entrance exams. However, he understood his own circumstances. A minor delay was inconsequential. Even without this distraction, there was no guarantee of admission to university. Thus, Ye Xiaowen felt no significant psychological burden and returned home with a buoyant spirit, eager to organize his belongings. Ye Guoping, too, was preoccupied, discussing travel arrangements with his son. The last outing had been laden with numerous drinking engagements. This time, they resolved to limit their consumption. Wasn't it you who got Shin Jiqing so intoxicated? Downing shots indiscriminately. How could you not drink excessively? He remarked. I merely shared a rapport with Xiao Shun and had a couple more drinks than usual. This time, let us also spend a little. It wouldn't be right for others to cover all expenses. Agreed. After we sell the stock subscription certificate, we'll have funds to spend. I'll procure a couple of fine bottles of liquor for them to sample our local specialties from Hedong province. I mentioned to Xiao Shun last time that I would bring 2 bottles of Finjiu. Observing the father-son duo, Jiang Guizhi felt a strange sense of incongruity. They had previously expressed reluctance, yet now it seemed they were quite enthusiastic about the plans ahead. After returning from the magical city, I noticed a subtle shift in my husband's attitude towards the third child, as he incessantly extolled the virtues of that place. I must head to work now. You two should pack up and catch the midday train without me, Jiang Guizhi remarked. Ye Guoping waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's quite all right. We can manage to grab a bite to eat outside. Jiang Guizhi felt a twinge of exasperation, pondering the futility of her efforts. She decided to relinquish her concerns. As she departed, Ye Guoping followed closely behind and soon returned with 2 bottles of Finjiu. Having gathered their belongings, the father and son set forth once more on their journey to the magical city. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Ye Xiaowen was on the verge of dozing off when a cacophonous sound erupted from the chalkboard meeting the lectern. Ye Xiaowen, wake up! What time do you think it is? If you're tired, go stand at the back of the classroom until you regain your alertness, Sun Shangqing admonished, before continuing his lecture. Ye Xiaowen, bewildered, rose to his feet and moved to the rear of the classroom. What had transpired? He recalled experiencing a similar reprimand back in his sophomore year. Since entering senior year, the teachers had largely given up on those who had lost their motivation and resigned themselves to mediocrity. After 2 years in the first and second grades, It seemed futile to continue trying to teach them, as they merely encroached upon the learning time of their more diligent classmates. Thus, since the beginning of their senior year, those students had been allowed to doze off. Provided their snoring did not disturb others, teachers typically turned a blind eye. Yet today, Sun Shangqing had chosen to speak up. Chapter 66. A surge of madness after class. Sun Shangqing summoned Ye Xiaowen to his office. Ye Xiaowen, I initially had no intention of addressing you. Your self-destructive behavior is your own concern. This year, you have turned 19, and it is time for you to take responsibility for yourself, he stated, regarding Ye Xiaowen with a mixture of disappointment and concern. Yet, Ye Xiaowen remained utterly perplexed. What on earth have I been doing recently to provoke such ire from my homeroom teacher? However, you must consider not only yourself, but also your family. Your father is unwell, and your younger brother, Ye Xiaowen, has taken leave to care for him. At such a critical juncture, he has made sacrifices to provide you with an opportunity, hoping to ensure you retain at least a glimmer of hope for university. How can you bear to sleep soundly in class? Sun Shangqing continued, as Ye Xiaowen began to grasp the gravity of his situation. Ye Xiaowen opened his mouth to explain, to refute the implications of illness and sacrifice for his future, but the words caught in his throat. The reality was that this plan might have been initiated by his father, while his mother and the third child executed it. To speak the truth would offend all three, and his mother had explicitly warned him not to divulge anything. What do you mean what? If you had any sense of responsibility, you would dedicate yourself to your studies. Even if you ultimately do not gain admission to university, do not squander the hopes and expectations your family has for you. This is my final word on the matter. Whether you choose to heed it is entirely up to you. After Sun Shangqing finished speaking, he did not give Ye Xiaowen a chance to explain and waved him out the door. Outside the playground, Ye Xiaowen kicked a stone at his feet, feeling somewhat dejected. It was one thing for them to go out without inviting him, but to make him bear the blame was quite another. Ye Xiaowen, what is the matter? Lu Yuan approached, her curiosity piqued. It's nothing. What brings you here? Just passing by, Lu Yuan replied, her cheeks flushing. She had seen Ye Xiaowen wandering about, clearly unhappy, and was compelled to inquire about his troubles. As graduation approached, many boys and girls grew bolder, especially someone like Lu Yuan, who was not particularly studious. Are you troubled? Not really, just a trivial matter. I plan to work in the south after graduation. What about you? I'm not sure, Lu Yuan shook her head. Maybe my family will find me a job. Then Ye Xiaowen mumbled, failing to articulate a complete thought. What is wrong with you? Forget it. I won't say anything, he replied, shaking his head. You're such a person, unable to speak plainly. You don't seem like a man, Lu Yuan chided. Provoked by her words, Ye Xiaowen blurted out, don't rush into marriage. Wait for me to come back. Now it was Lu Yuan's turn to feel embarrassed, her face turning crimson. However, she did not run away but nodded and whispered in a voice as small as a mosquito's, okay. Ye Xiaowen, incredulous, looked at Lu Yuan and asked, did you agree? You agreed to be my girlfriend? Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down, Lu Yuan quickly responded. A restless heart throbbed with excitement. This was youth. Lu Sahan sat in the classroom, gazing through the window at Ye Xiaowen and Lu Yuan by the playground. Ye Xiaowen seemed to be saying something that made Lu Yuan blush, occasionally pretending to hit him. How delightful it was, but what about her own boyfriend? From what Ye Xiaowen said, it appeared he had disappeared. Were they truly a couple? It seemed not quite, yet recalling that day in the abandoned building at school, it felt like they were. Biting her lower lip, Lu Sahan thought to herself, perhaps they are. On the third day, early in the morning, Ye Xiaowen and his father, Ye Guoping, arrived in the bustling city. Wu Zuang came to greet them, and this time everyone was much more familiar with one another. Ye Guoping warmly greeted Wu Zuang and his companions. Ye Xiaowen and the others did not linger at the train station. Instead, they took a taxi straight to Shanghai Securities, having already contacted Shen Jiqing prior to their arrival. The entrance of Shanghai Securities was nearly overflowing with people, many of whom didn't even understand what stocks were but were eager to speculate. After much effort, Ye Xiaowen and his companions managed to squeeze inside. Of course, there were some scuffles, but as long as they caught sight of the Wang brothers and Lu Feng, many chose to remain silent and yield. What is the current situation? What is the price of light industrial machinery stocks now? After some pleasantries in Shen Jiqing's office, Ye Xiaowen directly inquired. This is a recent statistical report. Please take a look, but it cannot be taken outside. Shen Jiqing excitedly handed a document to Ye Xiaowen. In truth, just by observing Shen Jiqing's demeanor, Ye Xiaowen could surmise the content without needing to glance at the paper. Nevertheless, Ye Xiaowen took the document and began to read. As anticipated, every listed stock had risen in price, which was to be expected given that the price-to-earnings ratios had been set quite low to benefit investors. Yet, Ye Xiaowen was astonished by the extent of the profits. Particularly striking were the figures from May 18th to 22nd. Light industrial machinery stocks surged by 573, specialty steel stocks by 483, and textile machinery stocks by 404. It was utterly astonishing. No wonder there was such a crowd outside moments ago. This was no longer merely profit. It was akin to a frenzied heist. What are the dates? Ye Xiaowen inquired, pointing to the timeline on the document. On May 21st, the Magic Exchange lifted the price restrictions on the only 15 listed stocks, triggering a stock market boom. Without any price limit, stocks soared by 105 in a single day. Subsequently, the index continued to rise for 2 more days, peaking at 129 points yesterday, on the 25th. With Shun Jiqing's reminder, Ye Xiaowen recalled the events clearly. The absence of a price cap had indeed led to a record-breaking rise that remained unchallenged in subsequent years. From that moment, many in the nation began to believe that the stock market could indeed make one overnight wealthy. After pondering for a moment, Ye Xiaowen lifted his gaze to Shun Jiqing and said, "Currently, we have made an average profit of 35 yuan per share in light industrial machinery. If we sell now, today being May 26th, with a week remaining before the lottery, I believe we can earn an additional 3 yuan per share easily. If the market remains favorable, we might even see profits of 5 or 6 yuan per share." Shun Jiqing was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Moreover, my dear brother Yi, this is just before the lottery. There is still a deadline for the stock subscription. If we sell before that final deadline, we can maximize our returns." Indeed. What is the point of selling? Even a rise of 3 or 5 yuan per share means we are talking about tens of thousands. Potentially even over 100,000 yuan, Ye Guoping interjected from the side. Hearing this, Ye Xiaowen turned his gaze to his father. The others followed suit, surprised that Ye Guoping had spoken up at all. What is the matter? Ye Guoping noticed all eyes on him, and was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Initially, he had been quite confused, only aware that stock subscription certificates were vividly green. However, after spending time with Ye Xiaowen in the Magic City, discussing various topics without reservation, he had gradually come to grasp some understanding, if not complete comprehension, of the matter. "No, you are absolutely correct," Ye Xiaowen replied, astonished that his father had such insight into the stock market and understood how much profit could be made from price increases. "Well done, Dad. You are now a stock trader." Ye Xiaowen smiled at his father and said, observing his expression that was both amused and slightly mocking, which made Ye Guoping feel uncomfortable. "What does it mean? Is it so strange that I can trade stocks? Haven't I seen a pig run after eating pork?" Ye Guoping added, "I don't really understand. I'm just speaking whimsically. I think Brother Shin's words make sense. If we hold on to it a bit longer, perhaps we can earn a little more." Although he was the domineering head of the household at home, commanding respect and authority in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where the complexities of stocks were involved, he could not simply assert his paternal dominance over Ye Xiaowen, dictating what he should say or do. If age, authority, and fatherhood could generate wealth, then figures like Wu Zuwang and Shun Jiqing would not be congregating around their sons. Thus, he merely offered a suggestion, leaving the decision to others. When the elder father spoke up, Ye Xiaowen immediately drew laughter from the crowd. "You little rascal, how dare you mock your father? To bring you to Shanghai, I've even cursed myself, you ungrateful child." As the third son teased him, Ye Guoping no longer erupted with rage, but merely muttered a few playful curses. The third son had grown up, possessing his own opinions, thoughts, and capabilities, a realization Ye Guoping had come to accept during his previous visit to Shanghai. This maturation was not dependent on age. For instance, while the eldest brother, Ye Xiaofeng, and the second brother, Ye Xiaohai, were older than Ye Xiaowen, they would never dare to jest so freely with their father or contradict him. Of course, personality played a significant role. Most individuals maintain a certain silence with their fathers due to ingrained habits from childhood, rarely daring to jest, whereas interactions with their mothers were often more relaxed. "What do you mean by cursing yourself?" Wu Zuwang inquired curiously. Ye Guoping then recounted his fabricated appendicitis, prompting another round of hearty laughter. After the laughter subsided, Ye Xiaowen resumed the serious discussion. Returning to the main topic, let me explain why we should sell. Stocks are a different beast. While holding on to original shares during an IPO can yield profits, maintaining that hold indefinitely is unrealistic. Just look at the recent stock fluctuations. Are they normal? A surge exceeding 100 in a single day, and within 5 days, increases could surpass 400 or even 500. Is this rise normal? Over the past few days, stocks have generated over 30 yuan each since their listing, while just in these 5 days, we've seen gains of more than 5 yuan per share. This is excessive and abnormal. Ye Xiaowen frowned, his expression grave. We must sell now, I reiterate. The money we earn is ours, but what's in the stock market isn't truly ours. As he spoke, he began to extract the stock subscription certificates and receipts from his clothing. I trust Brother Yi. Please sell all my stocks as well. We've earned enough. We need tea quibble over 3 or 5 yuan. Wu Zuong stood up and exchanged greetings with Ye Xiaowen before promptly heading back to retrieve the stock subscription receipts and related documents. He departed with remarkable decisiveness. Not a trace of hesitation in his demeanor. Shen Jiqing stood bewildered, his mouth agape. What was this nonsense about 3 or 5 yuan? This was no trivial matter. If he were to earn an additional 3 or 5 yuan per share, it would amount to roughly 10,000 yuan. If Ye Xiaowen were to gain 3 or 5 yuan more per share, that could translate to 100,000 or even 150,000 yuan. As for Wu Zuong, the figures were even more staggering. An extra 3 yuan would yield 150,000, while 5 yuan could lead to approximately 250,000. It was absurd to dismiss 3 or 5 yuan when that translated to tens of thousands. Ye Guoping, too, could calculate the stakes and was equally astonished by Wu Zuong's demeanor. A matter involving over 100,000 yuan was dismissed without a second thought at the behest of his son. Ye Guoping felt that if it were him in Wu Zuong's position, he would need considerable contemplation, particularly if the words came from his own son. Yet, his greater astonishment lay with his own child. From the moment the stock subscription certificates were issued, he perceived that his son had a genuine affinity for wealth, placing significant value on money, and was remarkably tenacious. A high school student daring to take out a loan of 20,000 was indeed audacious. After the first lottery of the stock subscription certificates, the price had already surged to 30,000. And yet he was willing to borrow over 100,000 to invest further. Ye Guoping, having weathered many storms in life, felt a shiver of trepidation when considering his third son's audacity, having never encountered anyone so bold. He had always regarded his son as reckless. However, he was taken aback to witness his son now embracing the art of letting go. In a moment when profits seemed within reach, his willingness to relinquish was astonishing. Few possess the courage to persist and strive, yet those who can let go exhibit a rare magnanimity. In that moment, Ye Guoping came to a realization. It was worth it, even if it meant potentially sacrificing over 100,000 yuan. The prospect of his son continuing down a reckless path was far more concerning. I will handle the procedures and sell everything for you, Shen Jiqing said, hesitating slightly before inquiring. Xiaowen, are you certain you want to sell everything, leaving nothing behind? Yes, I am certain. Sell everything, leaving nothing, Ye Xiaowen affirmed, nodding decisively while seated on the sofa. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Shen Jiqing refrained from further persuasion and left to attend to the paperwork. In Chapter 68, titled When Others Are Frenzied, I Am Fearful, with Shen Jiqing gone, the office was left with only Ye Guoping and his son, Ye Xiaowen. Ye Guoping said, "Third son, I support you. Although I may not understand these matters, I believe the ability to let go is perhaps more valuable than mere persistence." Dad, when did you become a philosopher? Ye Xiaowen chuckled, causing Ye Guoping to frown in response. His son never seemed to take anything seriously. Ye Xiaowen continued, there is a famous figure abroad named Buffett, who once said, "When others are greedy, I fear. When others are fearful, I am greedy. When others are in a frenzy, I am filled with trepidation. When they are engulfed by fear, I become avaricious," murmured Ye Guoping. Indeed, the stock market typically experiences longer bearish phases than bullish ones, and it inherently carries great risks. In a single night, one might ascend to millionaire status or plummet into destitution, thus necessitating a heightened sense of caution. Presently, the stock market appears decidedly anomalous. A daily increase surpassing 100% means that if one were to invest 30,000 yuan without any further action, they would gain 30,000 yuan in a single day. Father, does that seem normal to you? Even robbery cannot yield such swift returns, Ye Xiaowen remarked. To which Ye Guoping nodded in agreement, stating, yes, even theft cannot achieve such rapidity, yet you were also profiting quite swiftly before. You lamented that despite toiling for an entire year, you scarcely earned around 2,000 yuan. You bought stock subscription certificates, but do you not see, father? We cannot be compared. What do you mean? Speak plainly. Ye Guoping glared. Ye Xiaowen quickly clarified. I meant that these two industries differ greatly. If you were to send me to work in a factory, I would surely falter. That is true. Your generation lacks the spirit of hard work. Ye Guoping nodded. When stock subscription certificates were first introduced, others hesitated for fear of losses, but I was undeterred, fervently borrowing to invest in stocks. Now, as others succumb to madness, The prices of stocks fluctuate wildly, ascending uncontrollably, prompting us to gather our wits and foster a sense of caution. Is this your theory? Not entirely. Purchasing stock subscription certificates still requires some rationale. Firstly, fewer individuals are buying, thus the probability of winning is higher. Secondly, when stocks go public, they are bound to generate profits. The government is merely initiating trials and will not permit investors to suffer losses. Yet, this time, should I truly sell my stocks? I would indeed feel apprehensive, Ye Xiaowen admitted. Ye Guoping pondered and inquired, where did you acquire this knowledge? Does the school teach such things? Ye Xiaowen shook his head, stating, of course, the school does not impart this wisdom. I have learned through reading, primarily because I am quite intelligent. How brazen. How did you develop such a thick skin? I never noticed this trait in your youth, Ye Guoping remarked, somewhat speechless. Each dragon begets a different offspring. The eldest is introverted, honest, and sincere. The second is mischievous, providing no peace, while the third, once perceived as gentle and well-behaved, now appears wildly audacious and remarkably astute, yet maintains an air of calmness. However, none can rival his reckless spirit. The father and son sat in the office conversing until Wu Zuwang returned with his team. Shen Jiqing also arrived, carrying transaction slips and other documents for them to complete before departing once more to attend to business. Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang remained in the office, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Lu Feng had gone out to procure lunch, and by mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Shen Jiqing entered the office to inform Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang that all the stocks they held had been completely traded. Ye Xiaowen's securities account had reached a total of 980,000 yuan, while Wu Zuwang's account had amassed 1,800,000 yuan. Of course, there would still be commissions owed to the brokerage firm, but relatively speaking, this was a minor sum, and it would require some time to finalize the transactions. 1,980,000 yuan. Ye Guoping counted the numbers, murmuring to himself. Although he had anticipated this moment, and had even calculated it several times in his mind, the reality of the money returning still felt surreal. 1 million, that is indeed a million. Ye Guoping pinched his thigh hard. It hurt, truly hurt. This was no dream. Turning to glance at his son, he found Ye Xiaowen casually lounging on the sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation with Wu Zuwang. How could this rascal remain so unfazed? This was 1 million. Such a sum. Why was he so composed? It made Ye Guoping feel somewhat unsophisticated in comparison. Meanwhile, Shen Jiqing observed the scene, witnessing the emergence of a millionaire. He recalled the day Ye Xiaowen and the duo Lu Feng and Lu Ming had breezily entered their Shenin securities office, requesting stock subscription certificates. How much time had passed? Less than half a year. In the bustling metropolis, there had once been Yang Million, and now there were Ye Million and Wu Million. Of course, many would soon join the ranks of millionaires after this wave of stock subscriptions, but on a national scale, such figures remained scarce. Wu Gu, I will transfer 220,000 to your account, Ye Xiaowen said with a smile. Naturally, he was delighted to have earned 1 million. He had finally secured his first pot of gold. No rush. I don't need the money right now. The second lottery draw is coming up soon, Wu Zuwang replied casually. Just the lottery is sufficient. All right, it's settled then. Brother Shun, I'll trouble you to assist in transferring the funds to the bank account. Let's move 80,000 and keep 20,000 in the securities account. I'll withdraw 150,000 and leave 30,000 in the account, Wu Zuwang added. By the time the securities company closed, everything was settled. The 22,000 borrowed from Wu Zuwang had also been transferred, leaving 58,000 in the bank account. Ye Xiaowen called out to everyone, let us go. Tonight at the International Hotel, we won't return until we're drunk. My dad brought 2 bottles of Finjio for everyone to try. Brother Yi brought Finjio? Then we must indulge in a couple of drinks. A group of them arrived at the International Hotel, where they ordered an extravagant feast, selecting the finest and most expensive dishes. Ye Guoping felt no need to hold back. After all, his son was now a millionaire. What was a meal in comparison? Although after repaying the 22,000, they would have 78,000 left, and with just 2,000 remaining on a loan, that amount felt trivial. Ye Guoping had become somewhat euphoric, transformed from the man who had once nearly fainted at the thought of a 2,000 loan to the father of the millionaire Ye Xiaowen. Before the dishes arrived, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang each pulled out a red envelope. Ye Xiaowen handed his to the Lu brothers, while Wu Zuwang passed his to the Wang brothers. Here, Lu Feng, take this. Brother Yi, what is this? The two of you have been running alongside each other for several months now. Apart from the meager wages earned at the construction site, there is little else to speak of. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Of course, you may also regard it as a celebratory gift. Ye Xiaowen stated while standing. Lu Feng opened the envelope, glanced inside, and quickly handed it back. Brother Ye, we cannot accept this. It is too generous. It is not much. In total, there are merely 5,000 yuan, which divides to just 2,500 each. Since you call me Brother Ye, please take it. Our meeting on the train was serendipitous, and now being able to work together is a bond of friendship. It has been quite some time since we set out. Sending some money home will reassure your families. Trust me, take it. Without allowing for further discussion, Ye Xiaowen pressed the red envelope into Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng's eyes glistened, yet he did not refuse again, nodding in acceptance. Thank you, Brother Ye. Thank you, Brother Ye, echoed Lu Feng and Lu Ming in unison. They were aware of how much Ye Xiaowen had earned, 1 million yuan. However, that did not imply that he was obliged to share his fortune with them. When the brothers were at home, they harbored grand ambitions, eager to venture to Pengcheng and strike it rich. Yet, misfortune had befallen them, preventing their journey to Pengcheng and leading them instead to the bustling metropolis, Magic City. Had it not been for Ye Xiaowen, they would have struggled to find work, and they would not even have known their way around. Once their funds were depleted, begging for sustenance would have been a distinct possibility. It was Ye Xiaowen who guided the two brothers and later entrusted them to Wu Zuong, enabling them to work on the construction site. It was arduous labor, but they earned over 150 yuan each month. At home, they had believed that money was easy to earn, but upon venturing out, they realized that only the astute could truly succeed in making a fortune, like Ye Xiaowen, whose fortune seemed far removed from their own. The Wang brothers did not say much more, accepting the red envelope. Shen Jiqing held a certain admiration for Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuong. Their generosity was evident, having given away a total of 10,000 yuan without hesitation. The dishes were soon served, and while Ye Guoping attempted to pour the wine, Lu Feng took the initiative, pouring for everyone. As each person received their cup, they turned their gaze towards Ye Xiaowen, who in turn looked to his father, Ye Guoping. The others followed suit. And Wu Zuong cheerfully remarked, Brother Ye, a few words, if you please. In such a setting, it was certainly appropriate for Ye Guoping to say a few words. Nodding in agreement, he rose to his feet. I am not one for eloquence. For this first cup, I express my gratitude to all of you for caring for my youngest son. Should you ever require assistance from me, Ye Guoping, do not hesitate to ask. I will drink to that. The rest is up to you. Nonsense, Brother Ye. It has always been the Ye brothers who have looked after us. We are merely dining alongside Brother Ye, Wu Zuong clarified, clearly aware of his position. After finishing his drink, Ye Guoping selflessly took his seat. He understood that his opportunity to speak first arose from his son's presence. He was not oblivious to the glances exchanged earlier. Initially, Ye Xiaowen had no intention of standing up, but seeing his father rise compelled him to follow suit. Remaining seated would have been rather disrespectful. Several months ago, I came across an article in the newspaper announcing that the bustling metropolis would soon issue stock subscription certificates. I believe this venture held the potential for profit. With $10 of my pocket money saved up, I approached the deputy director of our county's credit union. After more than 10 days of persuasion, I secured a loan of 20,000 yuan from the credit union. I then fabricated a story about attending a math competition class and made my way to the metropolis, where I acquired 7 sets of stock subscription certificates. Fast forward 5 months, and I have earned my first million in life. However, I firmly believe this is merely the beginning, a new point of departure. I am confident that we will amass a second million, a third, and even a fourth. With our aspirations set, the future is indeed promising. Cheers. As the glasses clinked together, a melodious sound filled the air. Refilling the glasses, Wu Zuong spoke. I have little to say. My fortune of over 1 million is thanks to Xiaowen. That is all I wish to express. In one word, wherever Brother Yi points, I shall follow. Ye Gu, I have no desire to speak of benefactors. I am not one for words. In essence, my 300+ pounds are yours. We will do as you say, Lu Feng declared, downing his drink in one go. Lu Ming raised his glass and began. Ye Gu, I am yours in life, but was interrupted by Ye Xiaowen. Hold on. I can see that you are the one who struggles with words the most at this table. Ye Xiaowen rolled his eyes at Lu Ming's remark, yours in life. And in death, what nonsense is that? Laughter erupted around the table. The Wang brothers said little, each downing a glass, embodying the sentiment that everything was immersed in the drink. They were even more reticent than Lu Ming, who, despite his lack of eloquence, could still manage a few words. These two were genuinely taciturn. One could only wonder where Wu Zuong had found such individuals. They would make excellent bodyguards. The conversation eventually turned to Shen Jiqing, who smiled and remarked, I have witnessed the birth of 2 millionaires. Congratulations to Brother Yi and Brother Wu. One word, impressive. Yi million, Wu million. I raise a toast to you both. Cheers. Ye Xiaowen displayed no outward emotion, yet he understood that Shen Jiqing had no intention of integrating into this small collective. But that was of little consequence. He was merely a person from a securities company. If he did not wish to partake, mutual assistance would suffice. Indeed, it was evident today when selling stocks. With a single word from Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zuwang sold his shares. In contrast, Shen Jiqing's stocks remained unsold, clearly reflecting his disbelief in Ye Xiaowen's judgment. As he believed the stock could rise further, Ye Xiaowen would not press the matter further. Everyone has their own perspective. Although he had been reborn, he lacked the domineering aura that could compel all to submit. As the evening progressed, everyone indulged freely in food and drink. However, the focal point of the discussion invariably revolved around Ye Xiaowen, which was entirely natural, for he was the core of this group. Ye Guoping was genuinely joyous today, drinking without need for persuasion, raising glass after glass. His son had become a millionaire, Ye Million, while the other, Wu Million, still revolved around his son. A group of individuals, if not inebriated, were certainly close to it. That evening, even Shen Jiqing chose to remain. They all settled in at the hotel, and throughout the night, Ye Guoping, unbeknownst to him, mumbled incessantly in his sleep. Chapter 70. The decline of stock indices. The following morning, while Ye Xiaowen was still ensconced in slumber, a knock resonated at the door. Rubbing his eyes, Ye Xiaowen squinted at the clock, which revealed it was already past 10. Having indulged in copious amounts of drink the previous night, and with stocks fully liquidated, he had no pressing matters to attend to for several days. Thus he intended to enjoy a leisurely slumber without an early rise. Who is it? Xiaowen, it's me, Shen Jiqing. The urgency in Shen Jiqing's voice was palpable even through the door. What is the matter? Ye Xiaowen opened the door, squinting with curiosity. Something has happened, Shen Jiqing exclaimed, drenched in sweat and breathless. What is wrong? Come in and tell me, Ye Xiaowen urged, now fully alert. Hearing the commotion, Ye Guoping also emerged from his room. Hastily dressing, Shen Jiqing made no hesitation. Upon entering, he seized a glass of water from the table, gulping down nearly half in one go. Cough, cough, cough. Take it slow, Ye Xiaowen cautioned, his mind racing with thoughts about what could possibly have distressed Shen Jiqing to the point of choking on water. The stocks have plummeted. After the market opened today, the index has been in free fall, Shen Jiqing said, his anxiety evident. While stock indices do not equate to individual stock prices, they nonetheless reflect the overall state of the market within a specified time frame. Normal, Ye Xiaowen replied nonchalantly. Normal? Shen Jiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside them, Ye Guoping, equally intrigued, pondered the irony of his son having sold stocks just yesterday, only to witness their decline today. Could there be a deity of the stock market, akin to a rain god, governing the prices? Why else would his son's actions precipitate such a downturn? Xiao Shun is asking you something. Speak your mind. What do you mean by normal? Ye Guoping pressed, not revealing his own curiosity about the situation. Ye Xiaowen nodded. Recently, the stock market experienced a significant surge due to the Southern Tour, which lifted previous restrictions on the rise and fall limits. After such prolonged suppression, a rise was to be expected. Just then, Wu Zuwang knocked and entered. I heard old Shen's voice earlier. How did it suddenly go quiet? Ah, you're here. Old Shen, aren't you working today? Why do you look so flustered? Wu Zuwang chattered, noticing Shen Jiqing's perspiration. Shen Jiqing managed a wry smile, attempting to respond. But his mood was too fraught for conversation. The index has dropped. The stocks have fallen? Wu Zuwang questioned. No, the index is not the same as stocks. It's just... Oh, never mind, I can't explain it well, Shen Jiqing said, growing increasingly agitated. All right, let me continue, Ye Xiaowen interjected, seamlessly taking over the narrative. While Shen Jiqing nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, Ye Xiaowen continued his previous statement. Experiencing a surge of over 100 in a single day is quite abnormal. Following such revelry, it is essential to return to a rational perspective, as the market inevitably seeks to revert to its intrinsic value. As he spoke, several individuals nodded in vague understanding, while Ye Guoping offered his own thoughts. It's akin to drinking. The more one drinks, the merrier one feels, leading to boastful claims. Yet, upon sobering, one often regrets their earlier words. Ye Xiaowen acknowledged this with a thumbs up for old Ye. Ye Guoping felt somewhat exasperated. His younger brother was becoming increasingly irreverent. Upon returning home, he resolved to assert his authority over his second brother in front of others. The rationale behind educating his second brother for his younger brother's transgressions did not cross Ye Guoping's mind. Ah, I am still in the dark. Yet Ye Layoch has grasped it. I see, Ye brother is so astute. It must be hereditary, Wu Zuwang remarked with a grin, clearly indulging in flattery. Ye Xiaowen's words resonated with Ye Guoping, who likened the situation to heredity, although logically flawed. Nevertheless, Ye Guoping appeared content, wearing a look of undeserved pride. Meanwhile, Shen Jiqing watched the two with increasing discomfort. Ye Guoping seemed to grasp the situation only superficially, while Wu Zuwang remained indifferent. After all, Wu had already sold his stocks. Whether they rose or fell was of no consequence to him. To speak wickedly, perhaps he would even be more pleased if the stocks fell. It was the rise that might trouble him. Ye Xiaowen had gone to prepare tea, for after a night of drinking, he awoke parched. Shen Jiqing, disinterested in the banter between Wu Zuwang and Ye Guoping, followed Ye Xiaowen, inquiring, "Ye brother, what do you think of my current situation? Do not ask me. I cannot predict. I merely sense that a decline in stock indices is a normal occurrence. As for whether they will rebound and when, I am equally at a loss. Indeed, no one can truly comprehend this. Even seasoned traders merely predict potential outcomes based on known variables, rather than making unfounded claims about when stocks will rise or fall, unless they are market manipulators. I understand even less," Ye Xiaowen admitted. "I have only a superficial grasp. Blindly hoping for luck in this scenario is beyond my judgment." He shook his head, acknowledging the truth in his words. He genuinely did not know when the market would rise or fall. He vaguely remembered a few instances of significant bull or bear markets, but the specific timings eluded him. Overall, this period should align with a bull market, with any bear market expected to be brief. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as they would serve little purpose. If Shen Jiqing had trusted his judgment, he should have sold yesterday, thus alleviating today's concerns. Without that trust, his words were futile. In truth, many stock traders resemble gamblers. They are not all foolish, yet the more they lose, the more anxious they become, and the more anxious they are, the further they lose. Forever fixated on the notion of reclaiming losses, one finds oneself ensnared in an abyss, wagering everything and ultimately losing it all. As the saying goes, one cannot discern the true visage of Mount Lu while immersed within its confines. At times, being enmeshed in a situation renders external counsel futile, akin to attempting to rouse a person feigning slumber. Enlightenment must come from within, enabling one to extricate themselves. Ye Xiaowen is utterly convinced that if he were to predict a continued decline, Shen Jiqing would likely receive this with a semblance of understanding. Yet his actions would remain unchanged, ultimately leading to regret for not heeding his advice, perhaps even dubbing himself a prophet of doom. What Shen Jiqing longs to hear from Ye Xiaowen are assurances that all will be well, that the stock market will rise, and that they shall prevail. Chapter 71. The second lottery having gleaned little from Ye Xiaowen, Shen Jiqing departed in haste. Once he had left, Ye Guoping expressed his displeasure, remarking, "Third brother, if you lack faith, why not share your concerns with Xiaoshen?" Ye Xiaowen shook his head, replying, "You can never awaken someone who feigns sleep. Our nation's stock market is merely in its infancy. Even if one incurs losses, it is not of great consequence. Moreover, I truly cannot predict the market. What if I advise someone to sell, only for prices to surge afterward?" Ye Guoping was dissatisfied with this explanation, believing Xiaoshen to be a commendable individual, having treated him to a meal previously and rendered considerable assistance. He opened his mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by Wu Zuwang. "You can never awaken someone who feigns sleep. Ah, brother Ye, such wisdom," he exclaimed with laughter. "Merely so," Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, noting Wu Zuwang's illogical flattery. Yet, when discussing Ye Xiaowen, he maintained an objective stance. Similar to Ye Xiaowen's reflections, Shen Jiqing, upon returning to Shenin Securities, hesitated for a prolonged period before ultimately deciding against selling his stocks. Although they had begun to decline, the decrease was minimal and insignificant compared to prior gains. Nonetheless, even a slight depreciation was still a loss, and having initially anticipated a rise, he pondered whether he could sell them now. No, that would be impossible. Selling during an uptrend is challenging, yet it is far more arduous to part with stocks in a downturn, resulting in a loss. The stock index plummeted over 100 points in a single day, while Shen Jiqing remained distracted. After work, instead of returning home, he headed directly to the International Hotel. "Knock, knock, knock. Brother Yi, where have you gone?" Shen Jiqing muttered, making his way to Wu Zuwang and the other's room. "Knock, knock, knock. Brother Wu, brother Wu." "Enough with the knocking," a cleaning lady exclaimed, frowning. "Where are the people in these rooms?" "They left at noon and haven't returned," she replied. "Where did they go?" Shen Jiqing asked, his anxiety palpable. "How would I know where they went? Who are you to inquire?" She retorted. "By the way, how did you get into the hotel?" The cleaning lady, visibly displeased, not only refrained from answering Shen Jiqing's inquiries, but also began to interrogate him with a series of questions. You needn't concern yourself with me, Shen Jiqing declared, sensing her ignorance. Lacking the inclination to engage further in trivial conversation, he dashed downstairs to inquire at the front desk. Hey, don't run off. Are you a thief? Look at how splendidly you're dressed. Upon reaching the lobby, Shen Jiqing began to gather information from the receptionist. It's that watermelon head. Along with 2 tall accomplices, there are 7 of them in total. Watermelon head, you say? I recall now. He is from out of town. His accent gives it away. That watermelon head is rather charming. Yet this group appears quite affluent. They've stayed at our hotel previously. Yes. Where did they go? Shen Jiqing pressed. Not sure. But that watermelon head was inquiring about the city god temple and the bund. The receptionist was still speaking when 2 uniformed detectives from the investigation bureau entered. We're from the police station. Who reported a theft? Shen Jiqing and the receptionist exchanged astonished glances when the cleaning lady pointed at Shen Jiqing and exclaimed, I called the police. This person has been lurking, knocking on our hotel room doors and asking if guests are inside. He has knocked on several doors. At this, the receptionist became instantly wary. Noticing the detective's attention shifting towards her, she promptly added, He was just asking me where those people had gone. Why are you running if you're not a thief? The officer inquired. Come with us for a moment. If you're innocent. This will just take a little time to clarify. Reluctantly, Shen Jiqing followed them, while at that moment, Ye Xiaowen and others had just begun their meal at the city god temple. Upon finishing and returning to the international hotel, they learned from the receptionist about Shen Jiqing's predicament. The receptionist repeatedly referred to him as Watermelon Head, much to Ye Xiaowen's chagrin. Who told you to call me that? He retorted, recalling what the alleged thief had said. Do you know him? No, Ye Xiaowen muttered, genuinely disinterested. Wishing instead for Shen Jiqing to remain in custody. Watermelon Head, you are the one who resembles a watermelon. Nevertheless, Ye Xiaowen eventually decided to go and retrieve Shen Jiqing. Upon his release, Shen Jiqing rambled on about how the cleaning lady had unjustly accused him. She meant well. Staying at such a hotel brings peace of mind. Ye Xiaowen remarked. Indeed, but Ye Xiaowen cut him off. Shen Jiqing, bewildered, failed to grasp how he had offended Ye Xiaowen. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Jiqing finally broached the subject of stocks. Ye Xiaowen's head spun as he shook it vigorously. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Jiqing departed, yet his determination remained steadfast. Early the next morning, he filled out the necessary forms and sold off all his stocks. Ye Xiaowen remained silent after learning the news. The sum of money was trivial, and he regarded it as inconsequential. He and Wu Zuong had plenty of funds, and they sold without a second thought. As days turned into weeks, Ye Xiaowen lived a carefree life in the Magic City, and Ye Guoping shared in this joy. They indulged in local delicacies and strolled about, enjoying their time together. Before long, June 3, 1992, arrived, the day of the second lottery in the Magic City. Following the second lottery, the populace erupted into a frenzy. When newspapers announced a staggering 50 chance of winning, it ignited an explosion of excitement among those holding stock subscription certificates. The previous lottery's 10 winning rate had already driven many to madness, but this time, the rate soared to 50. In the first lottery, the winning rate was 10.3, and in the second, it reached 50, resulting in an overall winning rate of 60. It was only June, with half a year remaining until year's end, leaving the possibility of more lotteries and new companies going public. In 1992, all listed companies required stock subscription certificates for purchasing shares. Countless individuals who sold their stock subscription certificates after the first lottery were surely regretting their decisions. In Chapter 72, Ye Xiaowen originally possessed 737 stock subscription certificates. After the first lottery, he and Wu Zuong borrowed 190,000 yuan to acquire approximately 650 certificates, totaling around 1,400, equivalent to 14 sets. With a 50 winning rate, Ye Xiaowen directly won 700 certificates, while Wu Zuong secured over 1,200, investing 260,000 yuan for the 700 stock subscription certificates left Ye Xiaowen with only 200,000 yuan in his Shenin securities account, prompting him to transfer an additional 60,000 yuan from his bank card. The previous stock sale had yielded over 1,090,000 yuan. However, he had spent over 90,000, leaving just 200,000 in the securities account. After repaying Wu Zuong 220,000 yuan, he was left with 580,000 yuan. Transferring another 60,000 yuan into the securities account reduced his balance to 520,000 yuan, which was just enough to withdraw 20,000 yuan later to repay a loan. Ye Xiaowen casually twirled his bank card between his fingers, nonchalantly stating his intentions. Yet, his father, Ye Guoping, felt a pang of sorrow. $1 million had dwindled to half in the blink of an eye. The moniker Ye Million no longer rang true for his son, as money flowed in swiftly but also departed just as quickly. While he understood that the 260,000 yuan spent was an investment for greater returns, he still felt a deep ache in his heart whenever money was spent. With only 200,000 yuan remaining in Ye Xiaowen's Shenin Securities account and Wu Zhuang's 300,000 yuan also deemed insufficient, both men chose to inject more funds into their investments. However, they remained unconcerned and even elated, recognizing that the more capital they invested, the greater their potential earnings once the stocks were listed. The morning following the completion of the stock subscription, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping embarked on their journey home. However, prior to their departure, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang had clandestinely conspired within their room for an extended period. Ye Guoping, filled with curiosity, attempted to eavesdrop, but gleaned nothing substantial. He only faintly caught a few phrases. Next step, key points, factory, university, holiday. The rest of the conversation remained a mystery. When Ye Guoping knocked on the door, the discussions within abruptly ceased. Wu Zhuang, appearing puzzled, opened the door and, with a broad smile, welcomed Ye Guoping inside. The three then engaged in light conversation for a while before each retreated to their respective rooms. Once in his own quarters, Ye Guoping inquired of Ye Xiaowen about the nature of his discussion with Wu Zhuang. Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile that it was merely casual chatter discussing family matters. Ye Guoping chose not to press further, aware that if Ye Xiaowen wished to keep something private, he could conjure countless excuses to deflect inquiry. Nevertheless, Ye Guoping sensed that their exchange was anything but trivial. One has casual conversation necessitated the closing of a door. Moreover, he had overheard terms like next step, holiday, and factory. On the evening of June 6th, the father-son duo returned to Pingqing. Upon their arrival, Ye Guoping distinctly perceived changes in the town. He could not articulate it precisely, but it felt as though Pingqing, though familiar, seemed diminished in stature. Furthermore, he found himself unconsciously standing taller as they walked. Dad, tomorrow evening, I will treat Shun Baolong to dinner and return the money, Ye Xiaowen remarked as they strolled, aware that dining might involve drinking, which warranted a heads-up to the patriarch. Very well, you should express your gratitude. After all, it was he who agreed to lend you. Ye Guoping responded with a nod. Having grown accustomed to the routine of treating others to meals and repaying debts, as they arrived home, they discovered the house empty. Likely because Jiang Guizhi had yet to return from work. Unfazed, they placed the stock subscription certificates and other documents in order. Dad, take this 5,000 yuan for household expenses, Ye Xiaowen said, counting out the money and handing it to his father. Ye Guoping was momentarily taken aback. Struggling to comprehend before Ye Xiaowen continued, the factory's performance has been poor these past 2 years, and with my brother and me in high school, expenses are mounting. You can use this to support the family. As for saving for me, you know it's unnecessary. I still have 500,000 on hand. Besides, once the stocks we purchased are listed and sold, Ye Xiaowen chuckled at the thought. Ye Guoping found nothing amiss in his son's joyful demeanor. After all, the last time they had secured a winning bid, it was merely 10. Now, his son had become Ye Millionaire. Based on their previous experience, securing 700 shares translated to a 7-fold increase from 100. This implied 7 million. Such a colossal sum left Ye Guoping feeling dizzy at the prospect. Enough of this for now. We shall discuss it further when the time comes to sell, Ye Xiaowen remarked, shaking his head to dispel the enchanting daydream. All right, I shall keep this. As for the remaining funds, do not squander them unnecessarily. It would not reflect well upon us, especially since we are not in the bustling metropolis. Ye Guoping did not mince words with his son, promptly accepting the 5,000 yuan handed over by Ye Xiaowen and stowing it away. This money was a leftover from the original sum of 1,009,000, which had been spent in the vibrant city. During their time there, they had only expended less than 2,000, which included red envelopes for the Liu brothers. Now, there remained over 7,000 yuan, 5,000 given to Ye Guoping, leaving around 2,000. Ah, I know. Don't worry, Ye Xiaowen replied impatiently, as the father and son carried their belongings towards the bathhouse. Dad, you should ask Mom to improve our meals at home. My brother and I are still growing, and if we don't eat well now, we want to grow tall later. As they walked, Ye Guoping remarked quietly, Isn't your diet satisfactory? Isn't it always braised pork or chicken legs? At the very least, you have a portion of scrambled eggs. Surely, you're not lacking in nutrition. Who on earth reported this? How does old Yi know what my meals at school are like? Ye Xiaowen thought. It must have been that unreliable Ye Xiaohai. He was the one for whom Ye Xiaowen had been advocating better meals. Ultimately, he decided it was best to let it go. After all, he was not lacking in food himself. What are you talking about, Dad? I can't understand you. Hurry up and bathe. Mom and my brother will be back soon. Ye Xiaowen urged, quickening his pace towards the bathhouse. Upon returning home after their bath, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping found their mother, Jiang Guizhi, and elder brother, Ye Xiaofeng, had already returned from work. Jiang Guizhi was elated to see Ye Xiaowen and engaged him in a flurry of questions, inquiring about everything, no detail being too trivial. Despite her persistent questioning, Jiang Guizhi could not glean any substantial information and eventually ceased her inquiries, reassured by the sight of her husband and son returning in good spirits. She then retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. However, the earnest Ye Xiaofeng was not so easily deterred, and he subtly attempted to discern where his father and brother had been. Having mysteriously vanished for a week previously, their current secretive behavior piqued his curiosity. Yet, being of a straightforward disposition, Ye Xiaofeng's roundabout inquiries were deftly sidestepped by the father and son. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Ye Xiaofeng directly asked, Dad, third brother, where exactly have you two been these past couple of times? As soon as Ye Xiaowen began to respond, Ye Guoping interjected loudly, What business is it of yours? Why are you prying into such matters? Just focus on your work. Old Ye's approach to familial issues remained as simple, direct, and blunt as ever. Yet it was surprisingly effective. Oh, Ye Xiaofeng replied, silenced by the rebuke. He picked up a cup of water and lowered his gaze. The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat heavy. Ye Xiaowen turned to the kitchen and called out, Mom, where's my second brother, Ye Xiaohai? At this time, Ye Xiaohai should have already returned home. Jiang Guizhi's voice, mingled with the aroma of the dishes she was preparing, floated from the kitchen. He is probably still at school, studying. Studying? Ye Xiaowen paused slightly. Was there any connection between studying and Ye Xiaohai? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Xiaohai, who was unrelated to the study session, was struggling in the classroom, mumbling to himself. Old third, please return soon. He felt that his study period was nothing short of an unwarranted calamity. Ye Xiaowen was out enjoying herself while he was stuck at home. Initially, he complained vehemently. But after more than a week, Ye Xiaohai had lost the will to complain, merely yearning for old third's swift return. Upon returning home, Ye Xiaohai was elated to see Ye Xiaowen and their father, Ye Guoping, arriving. His joy was so profound that he nearly leaped in delight. Believing that the deities had heard his prayers, he hardly paid attention to the lavish dinner spread before him. Old third, you have finally returned. Your second brother has missed you dearly, Ye Xiaohai exclaimed, embracing Ye Xiaowen. On the side, Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi were puzzled by Ye Xiaohai's exuberance, wondering when the bond between these two brothers had grown so strong. However, the couple did not dwell on it, attributing it to the fact that the brothers had not seen each other for several days. As the saying goes, a brother is as dear as a tiger. In battle, father and son fight side by side. Typically, the brothers would engage in playful bickering and mutual disdain, yet their separation had revealed their affection. Look at how warmly the second brother embraced the third. In a harmonious household, the family atmosphere was one of warmth and camaraderie. After a long train journey back, Ye Xiaowen was exhausted and returned to her room to rest after dinner. Ye Xiaohai, having learned from experience, refrained from inquiring about old third's adventures, knowing he would receive no answers. Once he heard the soft sound of Ye Xiaowen snoring, he rummaged through the drawer to inspect any items she might have brought back. However, apart from a fruit knife, he found nothing of interest. He lacked the skill to discern the knife's significance, and even if he did, it would have been irrelevant, as Ye Xiaowen had never used it. Simultaneously, in the bedroom of Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi, Ye Guoping recounted the details of their trip to the Magic City. As Jiang Guizhi listened, her mouth widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief, as if she were entranced by a tale. The concept of 10,000 or even 100,000 was alien to her. She had never dreamed of such sums. Yet, her own son had effortlessly earned 1 million, transforming into Ye Millionaire. 1 million? How much could that possibly be? Would a single box suffice to contain it? Jiang Guizhi could hardly fathom it. Ye Guoping retrieved 5,000 yuan from the cabinet and handed it to Jiang Guizhi, saying, This is a token of filial piety from old third. A little pocket money for us. Use it to enhance our family meals. 5,000 yuan as pocket money. Jiang Guizhi nearly gasped in disbelief. She felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend her son or her husband. How could 5,000 yuan be referred to as pocket change? What then did her own salary amount to? Ye Guoping sighed, observing his wife's astonishment, and opened his mouth to offer an explanation, yet found himself at a loss for words. Although he had accompanied old Third throughout their trip and grasped much of how his son had earned his wealth, he still could not comprehend how old Third had acquired such understanding and audacity. The children have grown. It is time to let them be. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Guoping uttered something entirely unrelated. Jiang Guizhi nodded, equally uncertain of what to say. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen went to school to inform her homeroom teacher, Sun Shangqing, of her return. Sun Shangqing gazed at Ye Xiaowen with concern and inquired, "How is your father's health?" For a moment, Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, but quickly responded, "My father's health has improved significantly. Thank you for your concern." Teacher Sunday nodding, Sun Shangqing replied, "As long as he is well, that's what matters. You shouldn't linger here. Go back and borrow some notes from your classmates. After school, make sure to study and don't fall behind in your revision." Upon entering the classroom, Lu Sahan, who had been lazily dozing in her seat, suddenly snapped awake, springing from her chair before hastily sitting back down. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on Ye Xiaowen, and she watched as his figure magnified in her vision, approaching her directly. "Lu Sahan, step out. I need to speak with you," Ye Xiaowen said as he drew closer. A wave of nervousness washed over Lu Sahan, and she instinctively glanced around at her classmates. Seeing that they were all engrossed in their studies and paying her no mind, she quickly exited the classroom, her heart fluttering with joy. It was delightful to know that her boyfriend sought her out upon his return. As they walked out of the classroom, Lu Sahan couldn't help but indulge in whimsical thoughts, wondering where Ye Xiaowen was taking her. The playground? Perhaps somewhere else? Or even that abandoned little shack from before. The mere thought of their last encounter sent a blush creeping to Lu Sahan's cheeks. If Ye Xiaowen were to act as he did last time, would she comply? She pondered this as Ye Xiaowen suddenly halted, turned around, and reached into his pocket, pulling out 300 yuan, which he handed to her. "Here, this is the money I owe you, principal and interest included." Repaying a debt, including interest? Lu Sahan was baffled. After not seeing each other for so long, his first words were about repaying her. "Ye Xiaowen," she shouted. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she stomped her foot and turned to flee. Women are truly peculiar. Isn't it said that those who don't repay debts are the ones in charge? Here I am, the one repaying, yet the creditor is displeased? Ye Xiaowen muttered under his breath, completely oblivious to the reason behind Lu Sahan's anger. Ultimately, Ye Xiaowen insisted on returning the money, though Lu Sahan wore a sullen expression. However, when he presented her with an electronic watch as a gift, her mood brightened instantly. It was not that she valued the watch itself. Lu Sahan already owned one. And in modern times, such a watch would cost merely $2, or at this time, perhaps a mere dozen. What mattered to her was Ye Xiaowen's sentiment, unfortunately. Inside the youthful exterior of this 18-year-old boy resided a man with the experiences of someone in their 30s or 40s. The innocence and small gestures of affection that Lu Sahan longed to witness had long been eroded by the passage of time. Later that morning, after the third period, Ye Xiaowen called Shen Baolong. "This is Shen Baolong," came the voice on the other end of the line, prompting Ye Xiaowen to silently scoff. "Wow, what a big shot. This is Shen Baolong, as if everyone ought to know you." However, upon reflection, it is indeed true, after all. He is the deity of wealth in Pingxing County. It would not be an exaggeration to say that nearly everyone is familiar with him. "Uncle Shen, is that you? Are you at the office?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "Who?" Shen Baolong replied, momentarily taken aback. "It's me, Ye Xiaowen," she responded, her embarrassment palpable. "Ah, Xiaowen, what brings you here?" Shen Baolong's tone softened, the formality dissipating. "Well, Uncle Shen, I was hoping to visit you at your office shortly. Would that be convenient?" "Of course, come over. But do hurry. I have a social engagement at noon and will need to leave soon," Shen Baolong replied. "Understood. I won't take up too much of your time." After ending the call, Ye Xiaowen proceeded to the bank with her debit card in hand. "Excuse me, I would like to withdraw some money," she said as she sat at the counter, handing her card to the bank clerk. "Are you withdrawing for your family?" the clerk inquired. "No, it's for myself," Ye Xiaowen replied. "How much would you like to withdraw?" The clerk glanced at her, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. 20,000. What? The clerk nearly dropped the card in shock, looking at Ye Xiaowen with a mix of disbelief and concern. "Are you joking, dear? 20,000? In the whole of Pingxing County, there are hardly a few families with that much money. Given your age, you can't possibly have that amount in your account. If you do, I might as well consume your card. Please, Mayam, you can't just eat my card. I still need it. Perhaps you could snack on something else?" Ye Xiaowen laughed, swinging her legs playfully from her chair. "All right then, if you truly have 20,000. I'll eat this water cup instead. Then please proceed with the withdrawal." Ye Xiaowen chuckled. Zhang Lijuan, the clerk, took her card, and began the inquiry. Suddenly, her expression froze, and her mouth widened in astonishment as she processed the information. 1, 2, 3. There were indeed 4 zeros. Not merely 20,000, but an astonishing 520,000. 520,000. Zhang Lijuan rubbed her eyes vigorously. She had woken up late and missed breakfast. But surely that couldn't be the reason for her vision being impaired. What a joke. In the entire county, there were only a few hundred individuals whose net worth exceeded 10,000, and perhaps only dozens who surpassed 100,000. This young person before her, sporting a watermelon-shaped haircut, possessed an astonishing 520,000 in savings. This was absurd. Water cup, please, she stammered. Not really, Zhang Lijuan thought, glancing between the water cup and the young man with the peculiar hairstyle. In truth, she bore no envy towards the wealthy. Yet an impulse to flip the cup onto the young man's head flickered within her. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. Such a person was not to be trifled with, and she had to figure out how to avoid the whole water cup situation. All right, ma'am, I was just joking. Please hurry and give me my money. I urgently need it. Very well. Zhang Lijuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the joke about the water cup was trivial, her disdain for others was undeniably present. Of course, she did not consider herself to be one who looked down on others. It was simply hard to believe that a young individual would audaciously request 20,000 yuan. In the context of others, a dispute between the bank staff and a customer withdrawing money would be inconsequential. When told to wait, one must comply. If one does not yield, the transaction would not proceed. However, this expectation seemed inappropriate for someone so young, yet already possessing a net worth of 520,000 yuan. With a rustling sound, Zhang Lijuan counted the bills several times before finally handing over the 20,000 yuan. At that time, the bank in Pingqing County lacked any bill counting machines, necessitating manual counting. The cash was bundled together, and Ye Xiaowen placed the money into her army green satchel, then turned to Zhang Lijuan. Is that how you're going to carry the money? What else would you expect? Zhang Lijuan was at a loss for words. This casualness was astonishing. After all, this was 20,000 yuan, not 2 yuan or 200. It's fine, Ye Xiaowen said, extending her hand. Auntie, could you please return my card? Oh yes, of course. Zhang Lijuan promptly handed the card back to Ye Xiaowen. Taking the card, Ye Xiaowen turned to leave. I need to have a good chat with my colleagues later, Zhang Lijuan thought. Just then, Ye Xiaowen turned back, smiled at Zhang Lijuan, and said, Auntie, please keep this matter confidential. Otherwise, about the water cup. Certainly, Zhang Lijuan replied hastily. Upon exiting the bank, Ye Xiaowen made her way directly to the Pingqing County Credit Union. 10 minutes later, she stood at the entrance of the 3-story building. After a brief glance, she stepped inside and ascended the stairs to the second-floor office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Uncle Shun. Ye Xiaowen pushed the door open to find Shun Baolong smoking and sipping tea, engrossed in some task. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen enter, he set down his newspaper and greeted her with a smile. Xiaowen, you're here. Please, have a seat. Aren't you supposed to be in class today? What brings you here? To repay a loan, Ye Xiaowen stated plainly, pulling out the 20,000 yuan she had just withdrawn from the bank. Shin Baolong observed her nonchalant demeanor, feeling somewhat perplexed. Though he was known as the god of wealth in Pingqing County, 20,000 yuan was no trifling sum. Yet, it seemed to Ye Xiaowen as if it were merely 2 yuan. Chapter 75. The god of wealth and others. Shun Baolong summoned the accountant, and the money was quickly counted before he processed the repayment paperwork for Ye Xiaowen. Uncle Shun, I want to keep you from your lunch engagements, but I would like to invite you to dinner at the Pingqing restaurant tonight. All right, Shun Baolong nodded, accepting the invitation without any hesitation. He was quite curious about Ye Xiaowen. To be honest, he had lent out substantial sums of money. Many had repaid him, but Ye Xiaowen was the first to do so promptly. He was aware that she had profited from stock subscriptions, having heard that the number of millionaires in the bustling metropolis was on the rise. Upon the initial lottery draw, many individuals reaped considerable profits. Just a few days prior, the second lottery yield resulted in even greater earnings for the populace. However, the specifics eluded him, prompting a desire to converse with Ye Xiaowen, a remarkable young individual. That evening at 6:30, outside the finest establishment in Pingqing restaurant, Shin Baolong greeted passers-by with a genial smile. Director Shun, are you awaiting someone? Indeed, I'm expecting someone. It's been quite a while since I've seen old Lu. Who could be so noteworthy as to have our esteemed god of wealth waiting at the entrance? Haha, old Lu. You flatter me. I am merely Shin Baolong, nothing more. Ah, Shingu, you are being modest. I shall enter first and raise a toast shortly. Very well. Do attend to your matters. Ah, old Shun, what brings you here? Who are you waiting for? A friend, Shun Baolong replied with a smile. He is rather well known in Pingcheng. Usually people wait for him, not the other way around. As the largest dining venue in Pingcheng, the restaurant was frequented by prominent figures, many of whom were acquainted with Shun Baolong, leading to a continuous exchange of greetings. Just as Shun Baolong's patience began to wane, Ye Xiaowen approached, bouncing with energy, a small bag slung over his shoulder. Uncle Shun, I apologize, my teacher extended the class, he said sheepishly. This excuse was indeed formidable for students. Nothing could surpass its validity. Yet, for Shun Baolong, it appeared somewhat absurd. Here he was, the esteemed god of wealth of Pingcheng, standing at the entrance awaiting a high school student delayed by an extended lesson. Not a problem, let us head inside, Shun Baolong replied, bemused. The two requested a private room, and Ye Xiaowen ordered an array of dishes along with a bottle of Fingio. Observing Ye Xiaowen's exuberance, Shun Baolong mused that the young man must have earned quite a sum. While Shun frequented Pingcheng restaurant, he often did so at the invitation of others or with expenses covered by his workplace. Had he to spend his own money for a meal, he would hesitate. Uncle Shun, please order a couple more dishes, do not hold back. After all, you have helped me significantly. And this is my first opportunity to treat you to something decent, Ye Xiaowen beamed. What is decent or not? You know I am not one to be finicky. Shun Baolong chuckled. Whether you are finicky or not, I must uphold certain standards. When I was without means, I could be indifferent, but now that I have some wealth, I cannot afford to be so casual, Ye Xiaowen said, presenting an envelope. Uncle Shun, this is for you. Shun Baolong was taken aback. 500 yuan. It's not a large sum, just a token to bring you some good fortune, rest assured. It isn't a bribe, Ye Xiaowen clarified. Shun Baolong laughed heartily, intrigued rather than offended. Xiaowen, if you truly wish to show your gratitude to your Uncle Shun, indulge my curiosity. How much profit did you garner from that stock subscription? Shun Baolong inquired, eyes glinting with interest. Ye Xiaowen hesitated for 3 seconds before speaking. I must stress, you must not share this with anyone. Rest assured. Good. Ye Xiaowen nodded and extended a finger. 10,000. Impossible. 100,000? Shun Baolong gasped in disbelief. This represented a 5-fold return on investment. What could possibly yield such profits? Ye Xiaowen chuckled and shook his head. Shun Baolong, momentarily taken aback, seemed to have an epiphany as he stared unblinkingly at Ye Xiaowen and exclaimed, No way, could it be 1 million? Ye Xiaowen nodded. He truly hesitated to disclose such astonishing information, as it was rather extraordinary. However, since Shun Baolong insisted on inquiring, he decided to reveal it. Regardless, once the words left his mouth, he would deny them. Even if Shun Baolong shared it, no one would believe it. After all, a high school student earning 1 million from a mere 20,000 in just a few months seemed implausible. Is it true? Shun Baolong gaped in astonishment. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen affirmed, nodding confidently. He lifted his glass and gazed at Shun Baolong, saying, Thank you, Uncle Shun. Without you, I would not be where I am today. The phrase where I am today did not strike Shun Baolong as odd. The term millionaire could, without question, be used to denote success not only in this small county of Pingcheng, but even in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. I toast to you. Shun Baolong swallowed his drink, yet felt an unsettling sensation, as if he had squandered his life. Although he often jested about being the god of wealth, he secretly relished the compliment. However, in comparison to the young man seated before him, he felt utterly insignificant. At such a tender age, this young man had effortlessly secured his first million, while he himself had toiled his entire life to amass a mere 30 to 50,000 in savings, which was already considered commendable in Pingcheng. Yet, in contrast, his accomplishments seemed trivial. Come, Uncle Shun, let us have another round. This drink has quite the flavor, doesn't he? Really? Shun Baolong sipped, finding it somewhat lacking in taste. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks. Old Shun, Old Lu, what is this? Let me introduce you. Xiaowen. This is Director Lu from our Pingcheng Finance Department. Director Lu, this is Ye Xiaowen, my younger brother. Hello. Brother Ye. Let us drink to that. It was rather peculiar. Initially, Shun Baolong waiting at the restaurant entrance was already a source of intrigue. The individual who appeared to be a student, if he were of the younger generation, would not have raised any eyebrows. Yet, Shun Baolong's introduction of him as a younger brother was particularly interesting, suggesting that Shun Baolong regarded Ye Xiaowen as an equal. Chapter 76. Ye Xiaohai, who does not wish to attend university soon. The entire Pingcheng Grand Hotel was abuzz with news that the god of wealth and a high school student were dining together, with the latter referring to himself as a younger brother and engaging with him as an equal. This was quite the headline, prompting many to inquire about which illustrious family this young gentleman belonged to, yet no one seemed to have the answer. Many took this opportunity to visit Shun Baolong's private room to toast him, seizing a chance to catch a glimpse of this young gentleman. However, those who encountered him were rather taken aback, for he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary high school student. If one were to pinpoint a distinguishing feature, it would be his distinctive watermelon hairstyle, which lent him a playful innocence and made him seem even younger. Nevertheless, many believed that Ye Xiaowen possessed the demeanor of a young aristocrat, as there was an undeniable air of sophistication about him. How to articulate this? Despite their inexperience with true nobility, they sensed a certain resemblance in Ye Xiaowen's bearing. It was not one of arrogance, but rather an absence of trepidation, embodying an aura of equality in his interactions. Moreover, he extended this courtesy not only to them, but also to the waitstaff, reflecting a level of refinement. Ye Xiaowen stumbled home, his gait unsteady and reeking of alcohol. Ye Xiaohai, observing his brother's swaying form, paused mid-meal, glancing instinctively at their father, Ye Guoping, seated across from him. A smile gradually crept onto his face. Although the meal consisted solely of steamed buns without any dishes, the lively atmosphere rendered it unexpectedly delightful. Typically, it was the youngest brother who elicited such amusement from their father, but today, the roles were reversed. I refuse to believe that I will be implicated this time. Ye Xiaohai mused, a grin adorning his face as his gaze flitted between the inebriated Ye Xiaowen and their father. If his hunch was correct, Ye Guoping would soon furrow his brow tightly, only to twitch his mouth in irritation as he surveyed his surroundings for an appropriate object to express his displeasure, culminating in a thunderous rebuke. Unfilial son. Ye Xiaohai stifled a laugh, amending the final remark in his mind, as he knew their father lacked such eloquence. Ah yes. The frown is here. Indeed, just as I anticipated, the lips are twitching. Now, where's the implement to chastise him? Oh, what are you waiting for, old Ye? Don't you see there's a broom right behind me? That should serve you well, as you've used it often enough on me. However, the unfolding scenario deviated from his expectations. Ye Xiaowen, have you overindulged? You cannot possibly drink every day at such a young age, Ye Guoping interjected. Ye Xiaohai's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is this truly their father speaking? Even Ms. Zhang Guoji would not display such gentleness. Nothing to worry about, just had a few drinks, right Dad? Ye Xiaowen retorted, settling into a chair and gulping down tea from the pot in a rather unrefined manner. Second son, why are you looking around? Hurry up and eat your meal. Sit up straight instead of slouching, Ye Guoping remarked, noticing his second son's posture. I'm eating, Ye Xiaohai mumbled, his head bowed in a posture of feigned innocence. Surely, he could not be their biological child. In his mischievous youth, their parents had often jested that he had been found in a garbage heap, a notion he had once dismissed. However, it seems that they are not deceiving themselves after all. This treatment is merely a modest return on what has been salvaged. He believes that if he were to return home intoxicated tomorrow, it would not merely be from excessive drinking. Even a hint of alcohol on his breath would likely lead to a rather unremarkable meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. By the way, second brother, do you wish to attend university? Ye Xiaowen inquired, turning to his elder brother, Ye Xiaohai. In this new life, Ye Xiaohai has inadvertently suffered many consequences due to Ye Xiaowen's actions, although he had been the one to suffer in their previous life. He now considers it a form of retribution. Nevertheless, they are still blood brothers, and it is only right to care for one another. University? I wonder if it would be of any use. You know my grades. I can't even find the door to a university, Ye Xiaohai replied casually, looking up. This was the truth, given his current academic performance. Expecting him to attend university was akin to hoping he would earn a fortune and then attend later. That is not the point. Do you want to go or not? Ye Xiaowen pressed, aware of his own limitations. Recognizing that relying on merit alone to gain admission to university was implausible. He would need to leverage financial resources instead, if his brother wished to pursue higher education. He could utilize his financial capability to ensure Ye Xiaohai's admission as well. Ye Guoping, standing nearby, understood what Ye Xiaowen meant. Indeed, during this period, there were self-funded students. But the tuition and various fees were exorbitant, far beyond the means of the average person. Ye Guoping had not considered this matter before, but circumstances had changed. His son was now earning money. Enrolling in university was no longer a daunting task. With this thought, Ye Guoping said, Aren't you going to pour your brother a glass of water? After drinking so much, he must be parched by now. I'm fine, Ye Xiaohai replied, rubbing his eyes vigorously, questioning if he was seeing things. Before him stood not old Ye, but someone else entirely. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to endure the humiliation and remain silent. Second brother, just tell me if you wish to attend university. You need not concern yourself with anything else, Ye Xiaowen said, holding a teacup and gazing at Ye Xiaohai. Even with his rebirth, Ye Xiaowen aimed to avoid altering the course of history, Fate is a curious thing. And should anything go awry, he would find himself filled with regret. I don't want to. I don't want to, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. What is the point of going to university? I've had enough schooling over the years. Once I graduate from high school, I'll head south to work and earn a good income. Before Ye Xiaowen could finish, Ye Guoping interrupted him. Go, go, go. Back to your room. But Dad, I haven't finished my meal. Forget about it. All right. Ye Xiaowen turned and retreated to his room. Ye Guoping watched his brother's retreating figure, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. It was one thing to be unable to attend university, but now that an opportunity presented itself, his son seemed disinterested. Others would be grateful for such an opportunity, likely expressing their gratitude with fervent devotion. This boy truly seemed like a stubborn lump of clay, refusing to be molded. Still dreaming of making big money in the South? Who do you think you are? I wouldn't even manage there. I'd have to follow in your brother's footsteps like a little Didik. Chapter 77. Single-minded pursuit of wealth. Ye Xiaowen entered the room, and Ye Guoping looked at Ye Xiaowen, saying, Are you thinking of sending the second one to self-finance studies? Yes, spending some money on university isn't shameful. But I see that Urge seems resolute about not wanting to attend. Ye Xiaowen did not elaborate. It was clear that Ye Xiaowen had firmly decided against pursuing a university education. Forcing him into college would ultimately be of little significance, merely a piece of paper. If he were to seek employment within the system later, that degree might hold some weight, but given Urge's disposition, he would undoubtedly struggle to remain in any establishment. Thus, that qualification would not be as consequential as one might imagine. All right, you've had enough to drink. You should head back and get some rest. I'll talk to your brother later, Ye Guoping suggested. Okay, Ye Xiaowen nodded and turned to enter the house. Ye Xiaowen was busy at his desk, and when Ye Xiaowen approached, he discovered he was folding paper into little stars, completely engrossed in his task, oblivious to Ye Xiaowen's presence. Urge. Ye Xiaowen jumped in surprise, nearly toppling from his chair. Little three, are you asking for a beating? It's been a while since your brother has dealt with you. Hasn't he? Urge, who are you folding these for? Let me guess, it's not for Lu Yuan, is it? No, stop talking nonsense. Give it back. Ye Xiaowen snatched the jar containing the little stars back, denying it vehemently, though the flush on his face betrayed him. Looks like I guessed correctly. It indeed is for Lu Yuan. Ye Xiaowen, I must reprimand you for this. How dare you engage in early romance? You clearly have no regard for me as your class monitor, Ye Xiaowen teased. Ye Xiaowen rolled his eyes. Come on, early romance. You're dating Lu Sahan, aren't you? You have the audacity to lecture me. As for being class monitor, let us not even go there. You're abusing your power. And you don't even turn in your holiday assignments. Oh dear, it seems your relationship is quite special, Ye Xiaowen remarked, unfazed by his brother's pointed observations. After being mercilessly exposed by Urge, Ye Xiaowen showed no embarrassment. Instead, he was curious. She even told you this? I knew girls can't be trusted. They can't keep secrets, especially when they're in love. Ye Xiaowen was at a loss for words, realizing he was no longer a match for little three. While he had previously excelled academically, in other aspects, he was now being thoroughly outclassed. Even in mischief, his forte, he found himself overshadowed. While he merely sneaked drinks, little three brazenly skipped classes to drink, with parental support for his absences. Their situations were worlds apart. By the way, little three, I heard you and Lu Sahan were caught in the grove? Ye Xiaowen suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, feigning curiosity. Even with Ye Xiaowen's thick skin, he felt his cheeks flush at such a question. That's not true. Don't speak nonsense. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. With that, Ye Xiaowen took the basin and began to wash up. The following day at lunch, Ye Xiaowen inquired of Lu Sahan. Did you mention our matter to Lu Yuan? What matter? Ye Xiaowen bit her lip. Annoying, Lu Sahan playfully hit Ye Xiaowen and then lowered her head, softly responding with an don't share everything with others. Lu Yuan has a big mouth. I suspect she told my second brother. He even asked me about it last night, Ye Xiaowen cautioned. All right, I understand, Lu Sahan replied. Her cheeks flushed. In the days that followed, Ye Guoping persistently tried to persuade Ye Xiaowen to attend university. They had discussed it several times, yet for some inexplicable reason, Ye Xiaowen, who usually feared his father, stubbornly refused to relent this time. That evening, after dinner, Ye Guoping sat in the courtyard with his son Ye Xiaowen, enjoying the cool air and engaging in conversation. In the Ye household, such moments were once unheard of. Ye Xiaowen would behave like a mouse facing a cat in the presence of his father, while Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaofeng were somewhat better off. Ye Guoping always maintained the image of a strict father, making such scenes quite rare. However, now Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping occasionally managed to share a few words. I spoke with your second brother, but it seems futile. This boy seems resolute in not wanting to pursue his studies, Ye Guoping remarked with a hint of exasperation. Ye Xiaohai is an adult now. I can no longer control him. As children grow, they develop their own thoughts. The third one is like this. And so is the second. Only the eldest is relatively obedient and easier to manage. That's normal. The second brother has long lost interest in school. His nature cannot endure the confines of academia. If he truly does not wish to continue, then perhaps he should experience the world. Ye Xiaowen responded with a tone of maturity, yet Ye Guoping found no fault in it. The second wishes to work down south, believing it to be a land of opportunity where wealth can be easily acquired. He heard such tales, but only upon arriving in the south would he realize the truth, that it is not so simple. Take, for instance, Lu Feng and Lu Meng, who ventured south after hearing such stories. Had they not fortuitously encountered our third son, they might have found themselves wandering the streets by now. And then there's Wu Zuang, one of the first to seek work, yet he was still not of age, trailing behind our third son, barely earning a decent wage. Alas, this child thinks too simplistically. Earning money is no easy feat, Ye Guoping sighed. Both sides of the hand are flesh. Although Ye Xiaohai may require more discipline, it does not mean he is loved any less. Let fate decide. We may choose the path for him, but it may not necessarily suit him. Ye Xiaowen viewed the situation with a sense of acceptance, recalling that in his previous life, the second brother managed quite well. A little hardship and suffering will do him good. His temperament needs refining, and I just worry for your mother. Ye Guoping spoke stubbornly. In truth, while Mother Zhang Guizhi worried, he too harbored concerns, though he would never voice them. If only the roles were reversed, and the second brother excelled academically while the third refused to study, I would agree without a second thought. After all, the third brother has now substantiated his ability to earn money. He feels that the third brother thrives in the southern regions. While returning home and attending school with a backpack seems somewhat peculiar to him. Yet, this notion is merely a fleeting thought. He recognizes that those capable of earning do not seek to do so in the South, instead contemplating higher education. Conversely, those lacking such ability disregard academia, fixated solely on the pursuit of wealth. Chapter 78. My monetary capability. Ultimately, the father and son decided to let Ye Xiaohai follow his own path. As days passed, June came to an end, and with less than 10 days until the college entrance examination, the classroom reflected a stark division. Those who were dedicated to their studies toiled relentlessly, while others had entirely surrendered, resigned to the belief that they would not succeed. Of course, even the indifferent students were mindful not to disrupt their diligent peers. For instance, Jiang Xin had immersed herself in her books, studying day and night, completely detached from the notion of rest. While it may be an exaggeration to liken her to Wang Shiji steeped in ink, her diligence was indeed commendable. Shen Jinhao had also refrained from visiting the arcade for some time, likely bringing joy to the elementary school students there. In stark contrast, Ye Xiaohai, Zhang Weiming, Lu Sahan, and others had entirely abandoned their studies, spending their days either slumped over their desks or asleep, and if not, engrossed in novels. The girls indulged in Qiong Yao's romantic tales, while the boys immersed themselves in martial arts fiction. During breaks, their discussions revolved around job prospects. Those with connections had already secured positions for employment post-graduation. Meanwhile, those without connections were seeking assistance in inquiries. There were also a few, like Ye Xiaohai, who were singularly focused on heading south, though they were few in number. Ye Xiaowen, however, represented a third category. In the eyes of his peers, he was virtually guaranteed a place in university. Even if it meant merely cursing teachers on the exam papers, a poor performance would still likely land him in a college. Yet, unlike Jiang Xin, Ye Xiaowen did not engage in rigorous study. He was acutely aware that he would attend university. But the means of attaining that goal was open to debate, as it was not solely contingent upon the entrance examination. Thus, he studied in class but played during breaks, which seemed somewhat out of place amidst the stark academic divide in the classroom. The first-year students lacked a palpable sense of urgency, appearing somewhat disconnected. As the weather warmed, more people gathered beneath the willow trees by the playground. The benches were perpetually filled with students. Ye Xiaowen held a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda, drinking it with a satisfying gulp. Beside him, Lu Sahan sipped through a straw inserted in her soda. Ever since they began dating, she had gradually distanced herself from the boys who spent their days in idle mischief and conflict, preferring instead to be with Ye Xiaowen, although she herself was unsure of what made him so appealing. In the beginning, I had not noticed, thinking of Ye Xiaowen merely as a bookish individual, always engrossed in studies. Initially, I approached our relationship with a playful attitude, yet unexpectedly, I found myself drawn to Ye Xiaowen after we became a couple. With a head of soft, wavy hair resembling a watermelon, Donning a checkered shirt with a couple of buttons casually undone, she lounged on a bench, lazily observing the boys on the playground, drenched in sweat from their basketball games. At first, Lu Sahan presumed Ye Xiaowen had a penchant for basketball, but later realized that was not the case. Ye Xiaowen would merely sit and not engage in the game, even if she didn't play. Lu Sahan had sought out some knowledge about basketball to initiate a conversation with Ye Xiaowen, only to discover that she didn't even grasp the basic rules of the game. Xiaowen, if you don't enjoy playing basketball, why do you spend your time watching it? Lu Sahan pouted, tilting her head slightly as she posed the question. With a straw between her lips and two charming dimples gracing her cheeks, she appeared particularly endearing. Who told you I was watching basketball? Ye Xiaowen replied, referencing the Zen master Qingyuan Xingxi of the Song dynasty, who articulated the three realms of life. At the beginning of Zen, mountains are mountains, waters are waters, upon enlightenment. Mountains are not mountains, waters are not waters. In complete awakening, mountains are still mountains, waters are still waters. Ye Xiaowen reached out and gently tousled Lu Sahan's long, sleek black hair, smiling as she spoke. Lu Sahan shook her head, brushing Ye Xiaowen's hand away, somewhat bewildered. She didn't quite understand, but it resonated with her as profoundly sensible. You call that not understanding yet feeling it's impressive? How bold of you, Lu Sahan said, somewhat exasperated. To put it simply, while we're here, you see me observing the basketball game, but in reality, I am not watching the game itself. I am watching the youthful students on the playground as they exuberantly express their youth. I relish this feeling. At that moment, Lu Sahan gazed at Ye Xiaowen, captivated. In her eyes, there resided the sun, the moon, the stars, the sea, and mountains, encapsulating the beauty of all four seasons. Coughing lightly, Lu Sahan thought Ye Xiaowen appeared slightly mature for her age, which struck her as peculiar. Nevertheless, as the sun dipped below the horizon, sitting alongside someone she cherished, sipping soda and enjoying the evening breeze, Lu Sahan wished time could remain suspended in that moment forever. However, the serene atmosphere was soon disrupted. Hey, Lao-san, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be studying? Ye Xiaohai and Lu Yuan sauntered over, addressing Ye Xiaowen. I'm not, just catching some fresh air. It's too stuffy in the classroom. Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively. Everyone else is studying. How do you expect to get into college? I possess the ability to earn money, Ye Xiaowen retorted. Ability to earn money? Wait, who gave you the audacity to say that? Can you even get into college? Ye Xiaowen found it curious and looked up at Ye Xiaohai. I'm your second brother. I can certainly comment on you, Ye Xiaohai replied, his words holding validity that left Ye Xiaowen momentarily speechless. Let us go, let us grab a bite, it's on me. Ye Xiaowen stood up. All right, let's head to that noodle shop at the entrance, Ye Xiaowen declared with a flourish. You haven't experienced it yet. Come, I'll treat you to the grand plate of chicken. Did you steal money from home, Lao-san? Ye Xiaohai suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Sahan, who was nearby, also seemed to recall something and looked at Ye Xiaowen with a tense expression. Recently, she had noticed the extravagant spending habits of this young lady. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen had been quite lavish with her finances lately, surpassing even Lu Sahan's own expenditures. Although Lu Sahan usually had ample pocket money, she seldom indulged. Ye Xiaowen, on the other hand, primarily spent her funds on food, relishing 3 elaborate meals a day. What nonsense. Do you think I need to steal money from home? Rest assured. Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively. I contribute to the family finances. Are you looking down on me, Yi Baichuan? Chapter 79. University Entrance Exam Application Form. No, Xiaowen. If you're short on cash, I can help. Just don't resort to taking money from home. If Uncle Yi finds out. I've heard from Ye Xiaohai that he can be quite fearsome when angered, Lu Sahan warned. Enough, enough, Ye Xiaohai interjected with a frown. That was directed at me. It has nothing to do with Lao-san. Well, that's not ideal either. I have money. Just use mine, Lu Sahan said, glancing at Ye Xiaowen. All right, I understand. Ye Xiaowen playfully pinched Lu Sahan's cheek, causing her to blush deeply. The once formidable leader had been reduced to a soft girl by Ye Xiaowen's antics. Can I spend a little? Ye Xiaowen asked. After all, I am the brother of Lao-san. Go away, Lu Sahan retorted, laughing. Truly shameless, Lu Yuan chimed in, teasingly scolding from the side. Ye Xiaohai, looking aggrieved, replied, what are you talking about? If I had money like your girlfriend, would I need to shamelessly ask for some? Of course, Ye Xiaohai was merely jesting. He had previously taken money from Ye Xiaowen's New Year's gift, as well as from Zhang Weiming's. However, he had never spent a single penny of Lu Yuan's money. He always treated her. In this regard, the two brothers were quite different. Ye Xiaowen had no qualms about spending Lu Sahan's money. All right, stop overthinking. There's really nothing to worry about. It's my own money. Ye Xiaowen assured as they walked toward the school. My own money, Lu Sahan murmured, following along. What own money? They are all students. Where could they have their own funds? However, since Ye Xiaowen had stated it so confidently, she decided not to pry further. Ye Xiaohai and Lu Yuan followed suit. With Ye Xiaohai indifferent, as it wasn't Tia's money to begin with. Even if they got into trouble, it wouldn't be his fault. After the group finished their meal, they returned to school for evening study. When Jiang Xian noticed Ye Xiaowen's return, she casually glanced his way but said nothing. Her eyes filled with disappointment. The next morning, Ye Xiaowen received a notification from Sun Shanqing, instructing him to bring a few boys to his office to move books. Move books? What books? With the college entrance exam approaching, what is the point of distributing books now? Is there even time left to study? Ye Xiaowen grumbled as he began to summon people. Students in this era were quite proactive about labor. He called upon a few disinterested students and led them towards Sun Shanqing's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Sun, please wait a moment. We shall retrieve some books from the political education office, said Sun Shanqing without raising his head. Teacher Sun, what kind of books are they? With the college entrance examination approaching, are we still distributing books? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Sun Shanqing glanced at Ye Xiaowen, then replied curtly, you will find out shortly. All right. Teacher Sun, Ye Xiaowen responded obediently. Before long, Sun Shanqing completed his tasks and led Ye Xiaowen and the others to the political education office. Upon receiving the materials, Ye Xiaowen understood the reason behind Sun Shanqing's earlier reaction. The book in question was indeed essential to be distributed before the college entrance examination. In truth, it was a guide for filling out college applications. At this moment, Ye Xiaowen recalled that, unlike in later years where students would fill out their applications after taking the exam and receiving their scores, they were required to submit their choices prior to the examination. This added a significant layer of difficulty. How could one know how well they would perform or how many students would be admitted by the schools? Yet, this was the method employed during this period for college applications. Carrying the books, Ye Xiaowen followed the others towards the classroom. He realized that in the coming days, students would likely focus less on their studies and more on selecting their college preferences. It is worth noting that the value of a college degree during this era was incomparable to that of later generations. Even attending a modest university or college would often lead to becoming a state official. However, the challenges of the college entrance examination were considerable, not because of the difficulty of the questions, but due to various obstacles. For instance, the pre-examination system implemented in the 1980s required students to take a preliminary exam in May before the actual exam in July. Failing this preliminary exam meant one could not sit for the college entrance examination. The pressure of studying for the exam was already intense, and the need to rearrange study plans after the preliminary exam added to the stress. Although the pre-examination system was abolished by the late 1980s, the requirement to choose colleges before the examination was reintroduced. Without having taken the exam, students began to grapple with decisions, anxieties, and after several days of deliberation, eventually settled on a school. Then came the worries. How many students would be admitted to the chosen institution? Would there be adjustments to their selected majors? Such concerns left many feeling restless. Of course, this was primarily relevant for those who had the potential to attend college or vocational schools. For students like Ye Xiaohai, it was of little consequence. They felt little pressure, as they believed they were unlikely to gain admission to any institution. Once the books were distributed in the classroom, an uproar ensued. Which school are you applying to? What city? What major? I'm applying to such and such school in this city. How about you? The discussions grew fervent, and the sound of flipping through books filled the air. Many students sought out information on prestigious institutions like Tsinghua University and Peking University. Although they might not have the means to apply, the curiosity to explore remained insatiable. Certainly, upon glimpsing other commendable institutions, one might exclaim, "Ah, what school is that? Where is it? Let me take a look." Such dialogues occasionally resonate within the classroom. Sun Shanqing entered, clutching the college application forms, instructing Ye Xiaowen to distribute them to everyone, while loudly proclaiming, "The college application forms will be passed out shortly, but I must reiterate, do not fill them out just yet. Filling them out incorrectly cannot be amended." Then, Ye Xiaowen watched in disbelief as Ye Xiaohai, upon receiving the college application form, inscribed the characters for Tsinghua University. Moreover, he marked both his first and second choices as Tsinghua University, refusing any professional adjustment. Impressive indeed. Ye Xiaowen felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. However, the notion of professional adjustment held little significance for Ye Xiaohai, as the likelihood of his acceptance was virtually non-existent. Consequently, it became apparent that even if Ye Xiaohai wished to enroll as a self-funded student, the opportunity was unattainable. for the province of Hedong lacked available self-funded slots at such prestigious universities. Nonetheless, Ye Xiaowen had long made his intentions clear, expressing his reluctance to continue his studies. Chapter 80. Southeast University. The college application forms were distributed, and only then did Sun Shangqing commence explaining how to fill them out. Discussing the number of students admitted by each domestic institution in previous years and the application ratios. This lecture continued for an entire morning, during which he consumed 3 cups of tea, merely covering the basics. Students who excel academically should refrain from submitting their application forms just yet. This afternoon, come to my office one by one, and I shall assist you in analyzing your options, Sun Shangqing declared, embodying a sense of responsibility that teachers were expected to uphold during that era. In contrast to later times, where such matters would be left solely to the student's discretion, fearing that advising a specific school might lead to complaints if a student failed to gain admission or regretted their choice. Such concerns were not prevalent then. There was a prevailing culture of trust, and teachers genuinely aimed to guide students in selecting schools and majors, given their wealth of experience. Students who had resigned themselves to the reality of their prospects had already completed and submitted their application forms. Ye Xiaowen, which school are you planning to apply to? Jiang Xian inquired, gazing at her. I intend to apply to Beijing Normal University, Ye Xiaowen responded. Beijing Normal University holds a respectable rank, with past admission scores hovering around 500 to 600. Do you believe you can achieve that? Ye Xiaowen asked Jiang Xian. At that moment, distinctions between first-tier and second-tier institutions had ceased to exist, with emphasis placed solely on prestigious universities versus ordinary ones, as well as vocational colleges. Jiang Xian was among the better students in their class, and while the educational quality in Pingxing County was commendable, aspiring to gain admission to Beijing Normal University felt somewhat ambitious. Of course, in a previous life, she remembered attending a university in the capital, though the specifics of the institution had slipped her mind. I am willing to accept professional adjustments, and I will also apply to Beijing University of Science and Technology. As Jiang Xian spoke, Ye Xiaowen recalled that Jingqing University of Science and Technology was the institution Jiang Xian attended in her previous life. Originally known as Jingqing Steel Institute, it underwent a name change only a few years prior. Of course, there were attempts to rename it Jingqing Polytechnic University or Northern University, but alas, those proposals were never approved. Nonetheless, the Steel Institute is considered a respectable establishment nationwide, quite commendable indeed. I think it's good, Ye Xiaowen nodded. What about you? Ally. Ye Xiaowen pointed to a school in her book. Southeast University. Where is that? In the south? Jiang Xian inquired. During that time, the internet was not prevalent, and most individuals had little understanding of universities, students and parents alike. Only a handful of high school teachers had some knowledge, albeit not in great depth. When many people heard the name Southeast University, they assumed it was located in the south, even in later years. Many unfamiliar with the institution believed it to be in a place like Fujian. It's in Jinling, Ye Xiaowen replied. Oh, in Jinling? That is indeed in the south. Will you be able to adjust to the climate there? I've heard it's particularly damp and chilly. How about this? Why don't you wait for the teacher's opinion before making a decision? Or I could ask my father to inquire. Jiang Xian suggested. As these 2 universities she had chosen were ones her father, Jiang Jijuan, had researched. I'll ask the teacher to help me look into it, Ye Xiaowen said. Howsy? Which university are you planning to apply to? Ye Xiaowen prodded Shen Jinhao with her pen. Shen Jinhao turned to her and replied. I'm going to apply to Jinling University. You're joking, Ye Xiaowen laughed. Applying to Jinling University? Its admission scores are higher than those of Tsinghua and Peking University. I once even considered Jingchang University of Posts and Telecommunications. Its score thresholds are equally daunting. I plan to attend university in Bingzhou. Bingzhou University of Technology? Ye Xiaowen asked. Yes, it's closer to home, and after graduation, I'll return, Shen Jinhao replied. Bingzhou University of Technology, later renamed Bingzhou Polytechnic University, is also regarded as a solid institution in Hedong Province. During this period, many university names were in disarray, changing from one day to the next. It was no surprise that, even with developed information channels, it was still confusing. Ersan, which school are you planning to apply to? Lu Xiaohai approached. I'm considering Southeast University. Southeast University? What kind of school is that? I've never heard of it. You should learn from your second brother. Make Tsinghua University your first choice and Peking University your second, Lu Xiaohai boasted, patting his chest. One might think he genuinely believed he could gain admission to such prestigious institutions. Fine, I'll change my plans, Ye Xiaowen said. Don't joke around. Your second brother is just teasing you, Lu Xiaohai quickly interjected, pulling up a chair to sit down. While he was accustomed to teasing the youngest sibling, He would never dare to make light of such an important matter as university admission. What's this? Aren't you applying to Tsinghua or Peking University? Ye Xiaowen asked Lu Xiaohai. I am, he replied. Then do you think my academic performance is inferior to yours? If you're brave enough to apply, why shouldn't I? Ye Xiaowen retorted, glaring at him indignantly. Ye Xiaohai was thoroughly startled, wondering why he had to blurt out that particular statement. If the impulsive Lao San were to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University and ultimately fail to gain admission, it was likely that Comrade Yi would be inclined to inflict harm upon himself in frustration. No, Lao San, you needn't explain, he interjected. Ye Xiaowen rose, embodying the spirit of a hero embarking on a perilous journey, declaring, do not attempt to dissuade me. It is futile. I've made up my mind. I cannot lack ambition. You are right. I must learn from you. If you have the courage to apply to these prestigious institutions, there is no reason for me to hesitate. Ye Xiaohai nearly toppled from his chair, exclaiming, what a calamity. I was merely jesting. I had no real intention of applying. Lao San, I was mistaken, he admitted, abruptly snatching the application form from Ye Xiaowen's hands. What are you doing, Ye Xiaohai? Sun Shanqing, having approached unnoticed, asked, Xiaowen, which school do you wish to apply to? Come to my office, and I will help you analyze your options. I wish to apply to Southeast University, Ye Xiaowen replied, rising to retrieve the application form from Ye Xiaohai and eagerly following Sun Shanqing. A moment of silence passed before Shen Jinhua and Zhang Xian erupted into laughter. Oh my goodness, Ye Xiaohai realized, feeling foolish for having been played. He had genuinely believed that Ye Xiaowen was resolute in his intentions to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University. Chapter 81. Farewell, classmate. Which school are you considering? Southeast University. Ye Xiaowen answered earnestly in Sun Shanqing's office. This was, after all, the same institution Ye had attended in his previous life. Southeast University, that is a commendable choice. It split from Jinling University and originally comprised its engineering college, boasting considerable strength and recognized as a key university nationally. Sun Shanqing nodded, satisfied with Ye Xiaowen's selection. At that time, distinctions such as 985 or 211 were irrelevant. The focus was simply on key versus ordinary universities. I wish to apply to the finance department. Ye Xiaowen added. The finance program at Southeast University doesn't seem particularly strong, Sun Shanqing remarked, frowning. This university excels in engineering but is weaker in the humanities. In recent years, finance has become a popular field of study. If possible, the National Financial University would be the optimal choice. Ye Xiaowen contemplated this suggestion, however. He knew it was unattainable. If he had the ability to aim for such a prestigious institution, he would have directly applied to Tsinghua or Peking University. The admission scores for the National Financial University were similarly high, often exceeding those of Tsinghua and Peking University, particularly for popular majors. I suppose I shall apply to Southeast University then. The admission scores have not been excessively high in previous years. And as long as I surpass the minimum line for key universities, it should suffice. Although the finance department may be average, the school itself is quite reputable. And one need not necessarily work in a field directly related to their major, Ye Xiaowen concluded. Sun Shanqing pondered for a moment and found merit in Ye Xiaowen's reasoning. Under Sun Shanqing's guidance, Ye Xiaowen diligently completed the application form and submitted it to him. In the following days, Sun Shanqing summoned diligent students to his office one by one to assist in analysis and examination preparations. A few days prior to the college entrance examination, Wu Zuwan called to inform Ye Xiaowen that everything was settled. As the exam approached, the school prepared for a brief holiday, and from noon onwards, an unusual commotion filled the classrooms. Although the bell for afternoon classes rang, the noise persisted, a phenomenon unprecedented in 3 years. It quieted for but a fleeting second before resuming at a steady hum. Ye Xiaowen slowly ascended to the podium, gazing down at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces before him. Among the seated students, many were merely echoes of memories from his previous life. Since his rebirth, he had scarcely interacted with them. Some, like certain tutoring students, might not even have left a significant impression on him across 2 lifetimes. Yet, within this class, he had genuinely traversed the most naive years of his youth. Dear classmates, from this afternoon onward, we shall have no more lessons. Soon, our homeroom teacher will come to discuss matters regarding the college entrance examination, and we will begin to pack our belongings to return home. 3 years ago, we embarked on our high school journey from this very place, youthful and naive, embracing the most beautiful 3 years of our lives. Some of us have diligently pursued our studies. I believe the future you will surely express gratitude to your present selves. Others have experienced the sweetness of first love during these years, and I trust you will reminisce fondly about those cherished moments countless times. Ye Xiaowen was uncertain why he felt compelled to speak today. It was not mere sentimentality, but a genuine desire to share a few words with his high school classmates. As he spoke, the clamor in the classroom gradually subsided, and all eyes converged upon him. Over the past 3 years, there had been laughter, tears, sweetness, and bitterness. Some had amassed a wealth of invaluable knowledge, others forged profound friendships, and some discovered precious love. Each of these experiences is a treasure, the most invaluable wealth we shall carry into the future. Even the most mischievous students listened intently. Ye Xiaowen did not dismiss their high school years, acknowledging that even if they gained only a modicum of friendship or a hint of youthful love, these were all part of their high school experience. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Shanqing had quietly approached the classroom door but paused outside, listening attentively to the voices within. Thus, high school came to an unexpected end, without any psychological preparation. We were about to part ways, each pursuing our individual dreams, some continuing their education at university, others embarking on new careers, and some, like my second brother, venturing southward to chase their dreams. Laughter erupted in the classroom, yet Ye Xiaowen, sitting at the back, showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he stood and proclaimed, "Once we graduate, I will head south to start my own business. When I earn my fortune, I shall return and treat everyone to a meal, gifting each one of you a watch." Very well. The room erupted in cheerful banter. Very well, let us each share our dreams for the future in turn, and bid farewell to our classmates. Of course, participation is voluntary. Those who do not wish to speak need not feel compelled. What do you think? Asked Ye Xiaowen. There was no dissent. Even the most reserved students were eager to participate. I hope that each day in my future is a new beginning, filled with the brilliance of the sun and moon in my eyes, and the vastness of mountains and seas in my heart. I shall not disappoint myself nor squander my youth. Farewell, my classmates. With a bow, Ye Xiaowen stepped down from the podium. Next to take the stage was Shun Jinhao. I aspire to gain admission to a university, where I hope to find a girlfriend. It would be even better if there's an arcade nearby. Farewell, classmates. I wish for my family to secure a good job for me, Zhang Weiming expressed. I hope to become a minor official, not too high-ranking, preferably in a role related to my school, so I can return occasionally to inspect the work. Farewell, classmates. Laughter erupted in the classroom, accompanied by applause. This dream must be realized. Outside, Sun Shanqing couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, if this little rascal becomes a leader, he'll surely return to school to find fault with me. Nevertheless, he resolved to let him chase his dreams, considering it a final blessing from a teacher. I wish to gain admission to a prestigious university and then pursue a graduate degree, another student declared, clearly a top scholar. I hope to start working soon to alleviate my family's burdens. Farewell, classmates. I also wish to work in the South, to achieve great wealth, driving a small car and wielding a mobile phone. Another chimed in. I want to be an official, a leader. It would be wonderful if I could become the principal of our school. Sun Shanqing listened in disbelief. One student wanting to return to find fault, and another wishing to be his superior. Each student took to the podium to share their dreams and bid farewell to their classmates. Once the final student finished, everyone together exclaimed, "Farewell, classmates." The farewell was not merely to classmates, but also to the innocent days of youthful exuberance. Chapter 82. Heartbreak. The examination permits for the college entrance exams had been distributed, and everyone was packing their belongings, preparing to return home. One by one, the classroom began to empty. Ye Xiaowen was nearly finished packing when Lu Sahan approached her. "I need to talk to you about something. I'll wait for you on the playground," Lu Sahan said before shouldering her bag and leaving. "All right," Ye Xiaowen nodded, quickly finishing her preparations. "Xiaowen, you should focus on your studies these next few days. The college entrance exam is just around the corner," Jiang Exine remarked, observing Ye Xiaowen as she stood to leave, before resuming her own packing. Ye Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement and departed. The playground was nearly deserted, save for the cicadas chirping in the heat. "Let us go, it's too hot. I'll walk you home, and we can chat along the way," Lu Sahan suggested. As Ye Xiaowen, with a large backpack on her back, shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand. "Okay," Lu Sahan agreed, carrying a crossbody bag, most of her books having already been taken home in the past few days. The two walked side by side towards the school's exit. Once they stepped outside, Lu Sahan finally spoke up. "After the college entrance examination, I will be leaving. My family does not actually reside in Pingcheng. This is my hometown." As Lu Sahan spoke, Ye Xiaowen began to grasp the situation. Essentially, Lu Sahan's parents had been away, engaged in business, leaving her to live with her grandparents in her hometown. Now that she was graduating from high school, they were preparing to bring her back. "I initially did not wish to share this with you, but I also did not want to depart without a word. I truly feel reluctant," Lu Sahan confessed. Ye Xiaowen was somewhat speechless. After all, he was a person reborn. Under normal circumstances, breaking up at such a crucial time before the college entrance exams would inevitably hinder one's performance. It would have been better to leave without a word. So what you mean is? Ye Xiaowen inquired, his voice calm. At first, I entered this relationship with a playful mindset, but eventually, I found myself genuinely liking you. However, we are both still young, and the future is uncertain, Lu Sahan continued. Ye Xiaowen directly interrupted her. So, it's a breakup then? Lu Sahan fell silent for a moment before responding. As you mentioned in the classroom, some have found love. Being with you was the only treasure of my high school years, and I will cherish it for a lifetime. However, we cannot predict what lies ahead. Still, I want to thank you for allowing me to meet you. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Lu Sahan fought to hold them back. Ye Xiaowen gently wiped away her tears and said, You are almost home. I will not accompany you further. I wish you happiness and endless joy in the future. I am grateful to have met you too. We at least shared a sweet moment in our youth, right? Farewell, Lu Sahan. Farewell, my classmate. With that, Ye Xiaowen turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. In truth, this relationship had been tenuous from the start. Lu Sahan had approached it with a light-hearted attitude, while Ye Xiaowen, lacking financial stability, felt compelled to submit to the whims of circumstance. They had been together for merely 3 or 4 months, and Ye Xiaowen often found himself absent from school. He understood that this romance was destined to fizzle out. He had initially thought they would part ways after university, even if they broke up. Yet, he did not expect Lu Sahan to approach the breakup so solemnly. Ye Xiaowen, Lu Sahan called after him, but he did not turn back, swiftly disappearing from her view. Bastard, Lu Sahan muttered, her eyes brimming with tears. Ironically, she was the one who had initiated the breakup. Yet now she found herself heartbroken, while he appeared indifferent. Heartless man, she thought, realizing the harshness of reality. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen cursed inwardly, heartless woman. To leave just like that, how utterly pragmatic. Both believed that they might never cross paths again. As Ye Xiaowen walked, unexpectedly, he encountered Jiang Xian. Xiaowen, you haven't gone home yet? Jiang Xian, burdened with a large backpack, sat under the shade of a tree, perspiration glistening on her forehead. It's unbearably hot. Could you please watch my bag for a moment? Ye Xiaowen tossed her backpack next to Jiang Xian and strolled towards a nearby beverage stall. 2 bottles of soda. 2 popsicles, she ordered, handing over 50 cents. Here you go. Ye Xiaowen passed the drinks and popsicles to Jiang Xian. Thank you. Jiang Xian graciously accepted the items, taking a sip from the soda before indulging in the popsicle. No need for formalities. Ye Xiaowen waved dismissively, settling down onto the ground with her backpack beneath her. Weren't you with Lu Sahan? Jiang Xian casually inquired between bites. We broke up. She ended things with me, Ye Xiaowen replied hastily, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Is that true? Jiang Xian turned to face her, curiosity etched on her face, tiny beads of sweat adorning her delicate nose. Yes, it's true. Ye Xiaowen nodded, her gaze dropping, as if weighed down by a sense of loss. Don't be too sad. We're still young. There's no rush to find someone. Think about it. If you get together now and it doesn't work out, that would be unfortunate. Besides, exams are just around the corner. Don't overthink it, Jiang Xian reassured her friend. You're right, Ye Xiaowen said, lifting her head and smiling brightly, her expression far from that of a heartbroken individual. In truth, Ye Xiaowen felt a twinge of sadness, but having become accustomed to such matters from her previous life, she reasoned that breakups would come and go. With time, one grows accustomed to the ebb and flow of relationships. It was better to relish her youth. Had she been as devoted as Jiang Xian, she would have hesitated to pursue such connections. After all, marriage was not on her mind. She was not pursuing a lifelong commitment. In her past life, she had a partner who, at this very moment, was likely preparing for the college entrance examination, destined for Southeast University. Both Ye Xiaowen and her former partner had graduated from Southeast University in the same cohort, yet they had never crossed paths until after graduation, when serendipity finally brought them together, revealing their shared alma mater. All right, let us head back. I need to review some material at home. There are still topics I haven't covered, Jiang Xian declared, finishing her popsicle and rising to her feet. Ye Xiaowen quickly finished her own treat, hoisted her backpack, and together they ventured homeward under the blazing sun. Chapter 83. The college entrance examination. Xiaowen is back. Come inside. I've prepared mung bean porridge. Your second brother has probably already started drinking his, so hurry and join him, Zhang Guizhi called out to Ye Xiaowen, serving her a bowl. After finishing the porridge, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai were promptly ushered into their rooms to study. Ye Xiaohai, the eldest, grumbled, Mom, what is the point of studying? I'm aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. It's hopeless. You're aware of your own limitations, yet you're still aiming for those top schools? Why not consider applying to a vocational college or something more realistic? And why not be open to major adjustments? Jiang Guoji replied, her patience wearing thin. Her second son was truly a source of constant concern. Two individuals entered the room, and Ye Xiaowen reclined on the bed, unexpectedly retrieving a map to study. Brother, what are you looking at? Ye Xiaowen, lacking any enthusiasm for studying, was unconcerned since he had already secured a spot as a self-funded student. As long as he refrained from revealing his acceptance letter to others, who among the neighbors would know that he was attending university at his own expense. Look at this map. Third brother, this place here is Pengcheng. Are you familiar with it? It's a special economic zone where opportunities abound. If you go there, within 2 years you could return transformed. Wait, brother, to enter that special zone, one needs a border pass. Do you possess such a document? Ye Xiaowen interrupted Ye Xiaohai's musings, initially expecting his brother to inquire about the border pass. However, to his surprise, Ye Xiaohai chuckled. Hee, I may lack a border pass, but I can sneak through barbed wire. There are smugglers who can facilitate passage, not to mention transporting goods. Who have you been listening to? Ye Xiaowen's eyes widened with apprehension, sensing his brother's determination to leave. In a previous life, Ye Xiaohai had acted similarly. After graduating high school, he vanished without a trace during the summer, unbeknownst to the family. Eventually, fragmented messages began to trickle in, such as, I'm working in Bingzhou, no need to worry. Everything is fine, or I'm in the Magic City, it's great here, and I'm doing well, and I'm working in Pengcheng, I'm in Yangqing. Ye Xiaohai had been gone for 2 years, only returning in 1994. Remarkably, during his absence, he never once asked the family for financial support. Upon his return, he brought back tens of thousands of yuan and opened a clothing store in Bingzhou, stabilizing his life and continuing to conduct business without disappearing again. Ye Xiaowen eyed his brother with suspicion, pondering if he was once again contemplating such a venture. Brother, you're not seriously considering a hasty escape, are you? Let me tell you, the outside world is far from easy. Earning money is challenging, and it's perilously risky. Smugglers are not easily approached. Think about what they do. They engage in dangerous business. Ye Xiaowen quickly interjected, if you wish to start a business, let us do this. I'll provide the funds. Whether in Bingzhou or the county town, I'll help you open a shop. You have money? Stop joking. Ye Xiaohai waved dismissively. I don't have it, but I can ask Dad for some, Ye Xiaowen replied. Really? Ye Xiaohai's eyes sparkled with hope. Absolutely, I promise, Ye Xiaowen assured him. Although he was unaware of how Ye Xiaohai had managed during his 2 years away in the previous life, he knew for certain that it had not been easy. It was evident that an 18-year-old venturing south alone would hardly encounter a life of ease. Even the prominent figures who rose to success in later years faced immense challenges. Let alone Ye Xiaohai, whose limitations had been starkly illustrated by past experiences. Fine, after the college entrance examination, you can assist me. My demands are modest. I simply want to open a shop in Bingzhou. I haven't yet decided what business to pursue. We can figure that out later, Ye Xiaohai concluded. All right. Ye Xiaowen agreed. Upon hearing Ye Xiaohai's agreement, Ye Xiaowen exhaled deeply, reassured that as long as they did not stray, spending a little on opening a shop was inconsequential. 2 days swiftly passed, and on the morning of July 7, 1992, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai rose early. Jiang Guoji emerged from the kitchen, serving breakfast to the two of them, a bowl of noodles each, accompanied by a single egg. Hurry and eat, once you finish. Your father and I will take you to school, Jiang Guoji urged, taking a seat at the table. It's fine, Mom, we can go on our own. Ye Xiaowen replied while eating. We'll drop you off at the examination hall, then head to work. I'll return early to prepare lunch. Just focus on your exam and don't worry about anything else, Jiang Guoji said. After breakfast, Jiang Guoji and Ye Guoping each rode a bicycle, escorting Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai to school. Have you both remembered your admission tickets, pens, and erasers? If you've forgotten anything, we still have time to retrieve it. Ye Guoping inquired without looking back as he pedaled. Rest assured, everything is packed, Ye Xiaowen assured, patting her backpack. Good, do your best, and return home after the exam. Ye Guoping advised. Before long, they arrived at the school gate, where an unusually large number of parents gathered. The school had yet to open its doors, and parents busily reminded their children, occasionally exchanging greetings with acquaintances. Uncle Yi, Auntie. Jiang Xian approached, followed closely by Jiang Jijuan. Old Yi, you're here, Jiang Jijuan greeted. Yes, we are. Xian, do well on your exam. Jiang Guoji encouraged with a smile. I will, Auntie, Jiang Xian nodded. Xiaowen, I heard you applied to Southeast University. Do your best, It's a splendid institution, and being in Jinling, the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, I'll visit you when I'm on a business trip. Jiang Jijuan remarked with a grin. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, Ye Xiaowen replied obediently. Cough, cough. Ye Xiaohai lightly cleared his throat, casting a glance at Jiang Jijuan. Realizing the situation, Jiang Jijuan hesitated, aware of the school Ye Xiaohai had applied to. Frankly, without a miracle, or even with one, Ye Xiaohai had little hope. To suggest he should aim for Tsinghua or Peking University would seem mocking. Thus, he had initially refrained from commenting, but Ye Xiaohai appeared intent on engaging him. Xiaohai, do your best as well, Jiang Jijuan finally managed to say. Ye Xiaohai nodded, saying, well, to be honest, I don't plan to attend even if I pass. I'm determined to dive into business and make money, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Ye Xiaohai declared boldly, prompting a frown from Ye Guoping, who, were it not for the impending examination, might have reacted more strongly. As if you could even gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, he thought. Chapter 84. Submitting the exam early. The examination hall began releasing students, and Ye Xiaowen and her companions made their way inside. At this time, the examination checks were not as stringent as they would be in later years, and the most advanced communication device, the walkie-talkie, was beyond the financial reach of most students. If one were to smuggle in a large mobile phone with the intention of cheating, it would indeed be an act of utter foolishness. How could one possibly cheat? By brandishing a hefty device while pacing back and forth, loudly conversing during the examination. Thus, during this crucial college entrance examination, the primary task is to ensure that students refrain from whispering to one another. A conspicuous banner hangs in front of the teaching building, proclaiming 1992 National Unified College Entrance Examination, Pingching First High School Examination Center. Once inside the school, the candidates were quickly dispersed into separate examination rooms. The first subject was Chinese, a paper that, regardless of one's proficiency, could be tackled to some extent. After inscribing their examination numbers, the students began to write fervently. Ye Xiaowen felt quite at ease, the words flowing smoothly. However, the July heat was oppressive, and the absence of air conditioning or fans made the atmosphere stifling. The classroom resembled a large furnace, with students sweating profusely, fearful that their perspiration might dampen their papers. Ye Xiaowen navigated the Chinese exam with relative ease, but subsequent subjects proved to be far more challenging. That evening, upon returning home, Jiang Guoji had prepared braised pork, and both Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai feasted heartily. How did you do today, second and third? Pretty well, they replied in unison, exchanging glances before returning to their meals. As long as it's good, that's all that matters, Jiang Guoji said with a smile. After dinner, the two were unable to sleep and sat in the courtyard to cool off. How did you fare today, third? Didn't I say it went well? Why do you keep asking? Ye Xiaowen was reluctant to elaborate. Despite having prepared, he harbored a glimmer of hope to gain admission to university through his own merit rather than financial means. Yet, after the day's examinations, he felt he had entirely relinquished that hope. Relying solely on one's abilities, he mused, would likely only yield a diploma from a vocational college at best. You must perform well, third. Our family is counting on you, Ye Xiaohai said with exaggerated gravity. Aren't we counting on you? To earn a fortune? Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as Jiang Guoji ushered them back inside for the night. The following day dawned without sunshine. Yet the oppressive heat was even more stifling than before. The examinees were notably affected, and coupled with the challenging mathematics paper, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, with occasional outbursts of frustration echoing through the hall. However, as the invigilators' gaze fell upon them, silence reigned as they diligently returned to their work. The suffocating rain finally broke on the afternoon of the last examination day, drenching the surroundings. The temperature finally dropped after the final paper was completed. Ye Xiaowen, feeling overwhelmed, submitted his answers early, not waiting for the allotted time, and dashed out of the classroom into the downpour. Third. Ye Guoping burst through the crowd, pulling the drenched Ye Xiaowen to the shelter of a nearby overhang. Although it was termed a shelter, the congregation of parents made it insufficient to shield them from the rain. It merely provided a spot to stand. What are you doing out here? Having completed the examination, they exited the hall, drenched from the downpour. Quick, wipe yourself off. You might catch a cold, Ye Guoping urged, removing his coat and draping it over Ye Xiaowen. No need, Ye Xiaowen began to protest, but Ye Guoping swiftly wrapped the garment around his head. I can manage myself, Ye Xiaowen replied with a silly grin. Look at your foolishness, Ye Guoping remarked, somewhat exasperated. The third son, once so mature, now resembled a child who had yet to grow up. He pondered how Wu Zuwang and the others would react if they saw their son like this. Would they still believe everything he said? Before they could exchange more words, Ye Xiaohai burst forth from the school gate, drenched in the rain. Second brother! Second brother! They shouted. Once again, Ye Guoping dashed into the rain, covering Ye Xiaohai with his coat and guiding him to shelter. You managed to come out earlier than I did, Ye Xiaowen quipped. I excel in my studies, Ye Xiaohai retorted, momentarily taken aback by the truth of his statement. Two fools. In such heavy rain, can't you wait a moment before heading out? Ye Guoping scolded as he dried Ye Xiaohai's hair. No need to dry it. We'll be heading home soon, and this rain isn't stopping anytime soon. Ye Xiaohai replied. Let us wait a bit. It's pouring so heavily. Ye Guoping hesitated. Don't wait. Who knows how long it'll take? We three men cannot be intimidated by a little rain. Let us dash back, Ye Xiaowen suggested. Ye Xiaohai eagerly nodded, and seeing others braving the downpour, Ye Guoping, who had initially hesitated, decided to follow suit. How did I end up with two foolish sons? Ye Guoping sighed as he pushed his bicycle into the deluge. The wind howled and the rain poured, rendering riding impossible. Thus, the trio rushed home through the torrential downpour. Jiang Guoji watched anxiously from beneath the eaves, glancing frequently at the yard's entrance. Does Guoping know where the children are? Have they found shelter from the rain? Just then, her second son, Ye Xiaohai, galloped in. Second brother, hurry inside, Jiang Guoji exclaimed, frantically searching for a dry towel to wipe off the rainwater from Ye Xiaohai. Where's your father and the third one? Have you seen them? She asked, but before she could finish, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping burst into the house as well. Third son, Guoping, why did you return in such a downpour? You should have found a place to take cover, Jiang Guoji scolded, rushing to fetch towels and dry clothes. None of these three men brought her peace of mind. The younger ones were unreliable, and the elder one was no better. You two little rascals insisted on coming back. It's not like it was easy to find a shelter, Ye Guoping remarked. Achoo, achoo. Ye Xiaowen sneezed twice. Jiang Guoji hurried to brew ginger tea. Once the three of them had dried off and changed into clean clothes, they sipped the ginger tea. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and Ye Guoping grew worried about the eldest son, rushing out again into the storm without even having a hot meal. As evening approached, Ye Guoping and his elder brother, Ye Xiaofeng, finally returned home. The following day, upon awakening, Ye Xiaowen felt a heaviness in his head and a lightness in his limbs. In his previous life, he had never possessed a robust constitution, and in this life, he was no better off. One could say he was slightly more resilient than fragile. Yet a mere chill could send him into a fever. His second brother, Ye Xiaohai, was in perfect health, standing by the bedside, admonishing Ye Xiaowen not to overexert himself. Ye Xiaowen wished to rise and assert that a man should never concede defeat, but his strength failed him. He decided to let it be. If Ye Xiaohai wished to speak, so be it, as long as the words did not spread beyond the confines of their home. Ye Guoping also experienced a slight cough, yet it was of no significant concern. After Ye Xiaowen took his cold medicine, he and Jiang Guoji left for work. A cold? It was hardly a grave matter. In these times, few indulged their children, and it was rarely taken seriously. Moreover, with Ye Xiaohai at home, who could be relied upon? If he were dependable, even pigs would climb trees. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Weiming called for the bureau chief, noting that Ye Xiaohai had dashed off without a word. Chief, why have you not come to find me at this hour? He inquired. It's a trivial matter. My youngest is unwell, replied Ye Xiaohai. That's of no consequence. Let us go find Lu Yuan and the others. Zhang Weiming continued. They are sending Lu Sahan off today. Lu Sahan is leaving? Ye Xiaohai was taken aback. Indeed. Her family is not from here. Her parents are in business elsewhere and are now coming to take her home, Zhang Weiming explained. Wait, let me go tell my brother. Ye Xiaohai hurried back into the house. Just as Ye Xiaowen had dozed off, he was shaken awake by Ye Xiaohai. Brother, Lu Sahan is leaving. I know. Is it today? Ye Xiaowen replied weakly. You know, Ye Xiaohai exclaimed with wide eyes. Yes, we have already parted ways. If you wish to see her off, go ahead. I shall not accompany you. Just tell her to take care. Is that all? The weight of Ye Xiaowen's words momentarily stunned Ye Xiaohai, who struggled to process the news. Enough now. Go on. I feel unwell and wish to sleep. Ye Xiaowen nodded, closing his eyes. A cold was not an illness. True sickness could be fatal. His body was evidently ill-suited for indulgence. Even a slight drizzle had proven unbearable. Ye Xiaohai exited, accompanied by Zhang Weiming, and arrived at Lu Sahan's residence. A sleek black sedan was parked at the entrance. Ye Xiaohai was unfamiliar with the model, but the car's dark sheen glinted in the sunlight, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Beside the vehicle stood a young man in a suit, holding a brick-like object and engaged in conversation. Ye Xiaohai had heard it referred to as a big brother phone, though this was the first time he had ever seen one. Lu Sahan was attired in a pink dress, her feet adorned with white sandals, and her ponytail swung casually behind her. She was animatedly conversing with Lu Yuan. In that moment, the once mischievous and fearless Ye Xiaowen found himself devoid of the courage to approach. In truth, he sought to inquire on behalf of his younger brother regarding the reason for the breakup. Even though they had parted ways, he suddenly found himself devoid of confidence in that very moment. Lu Sahan also noticed Ye Xiaowen and Zhang Weiming not far off. At that juncture, the man had finished his phone call and was urging Lu Sahan towards the car. It was evident that Lu Sahan had said something to the man, who nodded in response, and she proceeded to walk towards Ye Xiaowen and the others. "Thank you for coming to see me off. Where is Ye Xiaowen?" she asked. "My little brother caught a cold in the rain yesterday and is home resting. Is it serious?" "No worries. He asked me to tell you to take care of yourself." Ye Xiaowen replied verbatim, then took Zhang Weiming and left. "Wait, Commander, I still want to see that car. It's so beautiful, so sleek and shiny." "Oh, should we ask Lu Sahan if we could sit in it for a moment?" Zhang Weiming prattled on. Ye Xiaowen shouted back, "All right. Once we make some money in the future, we'll buy a car too. That little sedan costs over 100,000. Where will we earn that much? So what if it does? Once I head south, in 6 months or maybe 2 years, I'll return driving a little car. And I'll take you out for a spin," Ye Xiaowen declared. "Fine, I look forward to experiencing that," Zhang Weiming replied, clearly skeptical. "Take care, you two," Lu Sahan said as she sat in the sedan, occasionally glancing back at the familiar scenery that gradually receded. Of course, there were also the invisible familiar faces. Lying in bed in a daze, she had felt disoriented for 2 consecutive days. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ye Xiaowen finally felt a bit better. Upon waking, she discovered the house was empty and noted the time was already past 10 in the morning. "My second brother is utterly unreliable. He promised to take care of me. Yet he has gone off to amuse himself," Ye Xiaowen grumbled. After a brief wash and a light meal, she returned to her room, preparing to lie down for a while longer, only to sense that something was amiss. The blankets on her brother's bed were unnaturally neat. He typically left them in disarray. The dirty clothes he had discarded were sometimes carelessly thrown on the bed, but today, everything was remarkably tidy, and the bed was spotless. "Oh no, could it be?" Ye Xiaowen suddenly thought, turning to open the wardrobe. Inside, she noticed a significant reduction in her brother's clothing. "I knew it. I felt like I'd forgotten something these past 2 days," she said, glancing at a crooked letter on the table. Grabbing it, she dashed towards the door. However, by the time Ye Xiaowen arrived breathlessly at the train station, it was entirely deserted. She searched for her brother's figure nearby, but found no trace of him. "This is it. He must have gone south," she thought in despair. Before the college entrance examinations, Ye Xiaowen had discussed with her brother her strong objections to Ye Xiaowen heading south, earnestly persuading him against it. She had also promised to assist in securing startup funds from Ye Guoping for Ye Xiaowen's business endeavors. Originally, I had planned to embark on this venture right after the college entrance examination, envisioning a trip with my second brother to Bend City, where we would explore potential locations and lease a shop. As for the merchandise, we could journey south together to procure some clothing or other items. However, unexpectedly, I fell ill in the days following the examination, lost in a haze and neglecting this matter entirely. In my previous life, my second brother had not departed until over 10 days after the exams. I cannot recall the precise moment of his departure. Yet here I am, merely 2 or 3 days after the exams, and Ye Xiaowen has already left, doing so with remarkable swiftness. Alas, such is fate, with a sigh echoing in my heart. Ye Xiaowen turned away from the train station and began his journey home, simultaneously unfolding the letter left by his brother. Chapter 86. The third brother goes out to search. Dear third brother, by the time you read this letter, I shall have already departed, having boarded a train heading south. How tried an opening, Ye Xiaowen mused. Do not worry about me. Inform our parents not to fret. Once I have earned some money in the south, I shall return. The handwriting was uneven, and some of the logic seemed somewhat disjointed. However, the general message was clear. He had gone south, and there was no need for concern. Once he secured a place to stay, he would reach out to the family, and upon earning money, he would return home. The letter concluded with, Third brother, I have taken the 300 yuan hidden in your drawer. I borrowed it from you. I promise to repay you double when I have the means, along with your New Year's money, with both principal and interest. Upon reading this, Ye Xiaowen's lips twitched. He had a habit of keeping some cash in his drawer and had not anticipated that his brother would take it. Nevertheless, if he had not taken anything at all, I would have truly been uneasy. Oldie must be quite anxious. Ye Xiaowen carefully tucked the letter away and, instead of returning home, headed straight to the factory. Dad, what's wrong? He inquired. You told Mom to come home. Something has happened. Ye Xiaowen remained remarkably composed. What is it? His father, Ye Guoping, asked casually while wiping the sweat from his brow. Let us discuss it at home. It's not convenient with so many people around, Ye Xiaowen suggested. All right. Just a moment. Ye Guoping nodded, recognizing that his third son was indeed reliable. Since there was a matter to address, it would be prudent to take a leave and return home. On the way back, Ye Guoping and Jiang Guoji kept questioning Ye Xiaowen about the nature of the issue, but he remained silent. After all, if he disclosed it, one of the two might faint on the road. Who would be accountable for that? Once home, Ye Xiaowen instructed them to take a seat. Dad, Mom, please sit down. As he spoke, he retrieved the letter left by Ye Xiaohai and handed it to his father. Ye Guoping. This morning, upon waking, I noticed that my brother's blanket was neatly folded, which felt somewhat amiss. I then opened the wardrobe and discovered that many of his clothes were missing, and I found this letter on the table, Ye Xiaowen recounted while observing his parents' expressions. As Ye Guoping listened to Ye Xiaowen's account and examined the contents of the letter, veins throbbed on his forehead. Ye Xiaowen, standing nearby, could see his father's temples pulsating. With a crash, Ye Guoping hurled the water cup from the table to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Jiang Guoji's eyes reddened in an instant, and she choked back tears as she exclaimed, "Where has the second son gone? How can he eat and sleep alone out there? Unfilial child. All of you are such a handful, rushing out without a word. How dare you be so bold?" Ye Guoping glared at Ye Xiaowen, who wore an innocent expression. Feeling utterly wronged, I merely stepped out, yet it seems there's little difference between that and running away from home. Both of us left without a word. At least my second brother had the decency to leave a letter, while I didn't leave anything at all. But I intended to return shortly, didn't I? This fellow appears to have the same plan, though whether he can earn money in a brief time is uncertain. But what does that have to do with me? When the city gates catch fire, the fish pond suffers. You left without a word, and now he does the same. Do you think we don't value our lives? How could we have given birth to such careless children? By the end of his lamentation, Ye Guoping felt a sense of helplessness. Ye Xiaowen remained silent. Daring to retort at this moment would truly be akin to throwing oneself into the line of fire. After a while of scolding, Ye Guoping grew weary and turned to the downcast Ye Xiaowen, inquiring, "Did you go to the train station?" "I did, but he was gone." I even inquired at the nearby shop. The owner mentioned that a young man resembling my second brother came by in the morning and bought some food. I suspect he took the first train out. Ye Xiaowen replied, "What should we do now?" Jiang Guoji listened, feeling utterly lost. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. That boy has always been mischievous. He won't come to harm out there." Ye Guoping reassured her. "If necessary, I will go look for him. But if he is on a train to Longqing, where do we even start searching?" He turned to Ye Xiaowen. "Do you have any idea where your second brother might have gone?" "I don't know." Ye Xiaowen shook his head. "In my previous life, I heard that after leaving, my second brother Ye Xiaohai first went to a city in the south, then to Pengcheng, and later to Modu. He has been to many cities, but I can't recall the specific times or locations. By the time Ye Xiaohai returned, no one was focused on this anymore, and no one bothered to dig deeper." Ye Guoping felt equally helpless. However, due to Ye Xiaowen's earlier situation, he managed to retain his composure despite his worries. The third one is quite capable. There is no reason for the second to struggle out there. Besides, he is an adult now. Even if he is unreliable, he shouldn't encounter trouble just for lacking money. We can only wait. He'll return once he spends all his money, Ye Guoping stated resignedly. Ye Xiaowen nodded. This time, his father, Ye Guoping, had truly misjudged the situation. While his second brother may have had his flaws, he was undeniably resilient. Having returned after 2 long years with 20,000 yuan in hand. At noon, elder brother Ye Xiaofeng returned home from work. Upon learning of the situation, he felt overwhelmed. Yet he found himself at a loss for a solution. "What if I go out and search around?" Ye Xiaofeng suggested. "Forget it. You might end up getting lost yourself." Ye Guoping replied with a frown. Among his 3 sons, only the eldest was dependable, diligent, and composed, yet he was also overly obedient. If he were to venture out, it would be a stroke of luck if he could even find his way back. "I must go out for a bit. I have to at least look for him," Ye Xiaowen insisted. "Youngest, don't even think about it." Ye Xiaofeng was about to interject, but before he could finish, Ye Guoping spoke up. "All right. Since you've finished your college entrance exams and have no immediate obligations, you can go out and search, regardless of whether you find him or not. It's important to look." Jiang Guoji added, "Yes, the youngest, you should search for your second brother. He has never ventured far, and I truly worry about him being alone out there." Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback. What was happening? Were their parents mistaken? These words should have been directed at him. As the eldest at 23, with years of work experience, it was his responsibility to search, not that of the youngest who had just graduated high school. Ye Guoping noticed his eldest son's expression and casually explained, "You're busy with work, so let the youngest handle it. Does that have anything to do with my job? I could just take a leave, he thought, but seeing his parents were upset, he obediently turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Guizhi, you should also help with the cooking. The eldest has to work this afternoon. There's nothing to worry about. The youngest is even a year younger than the second. He can handle going out, and the second one is even less of a concern, Ye Xiaowen reassured. Jiang Guizhi nodded, feeling somewhat comforted. She had heard about the youngest's capabilities from Ye Xiaowen several times. He thrived in the outside world, perhaps even better than Ye Xiaowen himself. If the youngest was so capable, then surely the second son could manage as well, even if it was merely self-reassurance. Jiang Guizhi chose to believe it at that moment. Once Jiang Guizhi left, only Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaowen remained in the living room. I'll make a call to arrange for them to come to Bingzhou. There's strength in numbers. We'll search in Bingzhou first, and then head south. Ye Xiaowen stated. Is it appropriate to have old Wu and the others come all the way from the Magic City for this? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Knowing that Ye Xiaowen referred to Wu Zhuang and the others, Ye Xiaowen shook his head, saying, I had them go to Jinling a while back. They're not in the Magic City now. There's nothing pressing on their end, so it won't cause any delays. All right, Ye Xiaowen nodded. Before long, Ye Xiaowen returned from his call. How did it go? Old Wu's train arrives in Bingzhou tomorrow afternoon. I'll set off in the morning to meet them there. Good. Be careful out there, and keep us updated. Don't make us worry. Rest assured, you and mother can focus on your work. My elder brother will be fine. With his character, he can manage anywhere. I will go out to search for him, and afterwards, I have a perfect opportunity to visit Jinling. Ye Xiaowen remarked that my brother must endure hardships while outside. A boy of 18 or 19 seeking to make a fortune is absurd. If it were that easy, Wu Zhuang and the others would not be constantly following me around. Thus, the decision was made. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaowen packed his belongings. A modest green shoulder bag containing a few changes of clothes. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt, military green knee-length shorts, and a pair of white Kawang sneakers. Little third, take care of yourself while you're out. Remember to call home often. If you find your elder brother, return promptly, Jiang Guizhi said, holding Ye Xiaowen with red, swollen eyes. Clearly having cried a lot the previous night. All right, I understand, mother. Do not worry, I will call home frequently. Once I find my elder brother, I will bring him back, Ye Xiaowen reassured her, patting her back, his voice slightly choked. Having weathered many storms in his life, he was not easily moved. Yet the sight of his parents bidding him farewell always tugged at his heartstrings. Take care, mother, he said. Goodbye, father. Eldest brother, look after mother and father. With a wave, he turned to leave, this time without Ye Xiaowen to see him off. Until Ye Xiaowen's figure faded from view, Jiang Guizhi was reluctant to return. Let us go. The children have grown up, Ye Xiaowen sighed. The second and third have both graduated. One without a word has run off, and the other is even less likely to return home. Only the eldest is settled, able to stay home peacefully. That afternoon, at the Bingzhou train station, Ye Xiaowen met with Wu Zhuang and the others. Xiaowen. They greeted, with enthusiasm. The summer attire was scant, and the Liu brothers and the Wang brothers displayed their robust physiques, causing passers-by to steer clear of them. This group certainly commanded respect. Let us go. We need to find a place to stay, Ye Xiaowen nodded, satisfied with their formidable presence. In these times, one must possess a degree of intimidation when venturing out. The Bingzhou Hotel, a well-established establishment, welcomed them. After settling into their rooms, they made their way to the dining area. Here's the situation. My elder brother has run away from home, and my parents are worried, so they sent me to look for him. Of course, this trip isn't solely about finding him. We'll also explore various places along the way, Ye Xiaowen explained. The others nodded in agreement, with Wu Zhuang having no objections, and Lu Feng and his companions certainly echoing this sentiment. Have you sent money home? Since we'll be staying in Bingzhou for a few days, do you want to go back home for a visit? Ye Xiaowen asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head, responding, no need. The money has been sent home. My parents told me to stay with you and work hard, and I'll return home when the new year comes. Very well, Ye Xiaowen acknowledged, choosing not to press the matter further. He then turned to Wu Zhuang and inquired, how did the assessment in Jinling go? Wu Zhuang's primary mission in Jinling was, of course, to assist Ye Xiaowen in securing a self-funded student quota at Southeast University. However, beyond this task, he was also tasked with assessing the market and determining the next steps. Currently, both Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang possessed capital, and Ye Xiaowen was certainly not inclined to let his money languish in a bank, vulnerable to inflation. Investment was imperative, yet it required prudent consideration rather than reckless speculation. Although the reform and opening up policy had been underway for over a decade, it had primarily been a cautious approach. It was only after this year's southern tour that the reforms officially accelerated into high gear, entering a golden age. Thus, the landscape was still dominated by state-owned enterprises. To rise, one must draw nourishment from these entities. Therefore, Ye Xiaowen had directed Wu Zhuang to investigate whether there were any factories suitable for contracting, particularly those producing quality goods yet struggling with sales. Jinling boasted numerous factories, most of which were robust, such as the Chengwang of Factory 301, the Bolu Factory of 924, and the Jincheng Factory of 511, all of which were performing adequately. However, these venerable state-owned enterprises were not open to contracting. Wu Zhuang noted that Ye Xiaowen acknowledged the significance of these long-established factories, many of which had transitioned from military to civilian production. For instance, the Bolu Factory of 924, known for its air conditioning and electrical products, had once been a prominent name in the domestic market before being acquired by Qingdao Hisense due to declining performance. Regarding these military enterprises turned civilian, contracting was simply not feasible. It was not merely a matter of profitability. Technical complexities rendered individual contracting impossible. The only viable options for contracting lay with less profitable canning factories or other minor commodities. Ye Xiaowen realized he had perhaps failed to clarify his intentions to Wu Zhuang. Consequently, Wu Zhuang's initial investigative direction was misguided, focusing on large enterprises that held no promise. Let's set our sights on smaller factories with poor performance and develop gradually, Ye Xiaowen suggested, choosing not to elaborate further, though he harbored a specific goal in mind that he deemed unnecessary to disclose at this juncture. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen took his team to a photography studio to develop photographs of his second brother. Each person received a picture and began their search. We'll start from Ingza Street. Wu Ge, you take responsibility for searching near the train station and the Walanku area. I will head to Wui Street, which is quite lively. Lu Feng and Lu Meng, you two will cover the area above the train station. It's rather chaotic there, so please exercise caution. De Wang and Xiao Wang, you look towards Ingza Bridge. No need to venture further. If he is still in Longcheng, he should be within this vicinity. If we can't find him here, he is likely not in Bingzhou, and we need not search elsewhere. Ye Xiaowen organized the plan, and everyone nodded in agreement. All right, let us reconvene at Bingzhou Hotel around 11:30 a.m. Regardless of the outcome, after finalizing their action plan, several individuals set off in different directions to search. Ye Xiaowen was assigned to the area of Wui Street, which at that time was the commercial hub of Bingzhou. The pedestrian street, Liuxiang, had yet to rise to prominence, and department stores were primarily located on Wui Street. Ye Xiaowen searched absent-mindedly, harboring little hope of finding Ye Xiaohai. The likelihood was minimal. Amidst the vast sea of people, there were no means of communication available. Even the number of fugitives was unknown, eluding capture by the police, let alone their small group. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, with slim chances of success. The grand roundabout on Wui Street and the bustling department stores were areas teeming with crowds. Numerous private eateries and shops had already sprung up around the vicinity. It was readily apparent whether a store belonged to a state-owned enterprise or a private business. Although the latter typically occupied smaller spaces, they maximized their offerings within those few square meters. Store managers and owners vocally courted customers outside their establishments, while the state-owned shops displayed a different demeanor, often displaying impatience when approached for inquiries, looking down upon the boisterous private vendors outside. Ye Xiaowen scoured Wui Street for an entire morning, yet failed to catch even a glimpse of his brother, Ye Xiaohai. When the group reconvened at noon, they found that none of them had any leads on Ye Xiaohai. They searched Bingzhou for 2 days before moving on to the Magic City and Yangqing, spending over 10 days in fruitless pursuit, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with no news of Ye Xiaohai. In the Magic City, Ye Xiaowen called home. Hello, Mom. I haven't found any news about Urge. Not found. Well, that's that. You should return quickly. Jiang Guizhi's voice was tinged with disappointment, though she had prepared herself for this outcome. Mom, I won't be coming back just yet. There's still some matters to attend to here, Ye Xiaowen replied. What? Jiang Guizhi was taken aback. Are you saying that not only have you not found Urge, but now you too have vanished like a dog with a meat bun? It's just that the stock subscription certificate I purchased needs to go through the 3rd and 4th rounds of the lottery, and I need to handle it here. Rest assured, I will definitely return before school starts, Ye Xiaowen assured her. Very well, Jiang Guizhi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. At least the third child was reachable, and she knew his whereabouts. Moreover, he had experience in the outside world. Although he was not physically present, she did not fear for his safety. On July 23, 1992, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang saw an average profit of 15 yuan per share from the stocks they had purchased in their second round of subscriptions. Ye Xiaowen's previous acquisition of 700 stock subscription certificates totaling 260,000 yuan had now yielded over 3.9 million yuan. Meanwhile, Wu Zhuang's more than 1,000 shares had garnered a profit exceeding 4 million yuan. Both maintained their stocks, ready to reinvest their earnings in the third round of the lottery, which had a winning rate of about 10% and required a modest sum of approximately 40,000 yuan. Due to the brief interval between the third and fourth rounds of the lottery, Ye Xiaowen and his companions chose to remain in the bustling metropolis, refraining from venturing elsewhere. They were, however, in constant communication regarding their desire to purchase a vehicle. Additionally, they aimed to acquire a couple of mobile phones, as practicality dictated that obtaining a car at this juncture would be more sensible. Nevertheless, the mobile phones were of little utility, often plagued by poor signal reception in various locales. Frequently, calls would fail to connect, necessitating the need to shout. The significance of such devices was more about appearance than functionality. Yet, in the realm of business, these devices often served as a symbol of power. A decisive thump of a mobile phone onto the table could seal many deals. The primary purpose of the mobile phone was not communication, but rather the manifestation of one's status. Initially, Ye Xiaowen assumed that acquiring a mobile phone would be straightforward. After making inquiries, he arrived at a specialty store with cash in hand. To his dismay, he was informed that there was no stock available. No stock. Indeed. They had sold out and required advance reservations. The manager, a middle-aged man, nodded in affirmation. The mobile phone had officially entered the domestic market in 1987, yet its adoption was slow at first, with many who had genuine communication needs relying on pagers. In recent years, however, the demand for mobile phones surged, leading to a persistent state of scarcity. At this moment, real estate prices in the metropolis hovered around several hundred yuan per square meter, allowing one to purchase a house for merely a few thousand yuan. In stark contrast, the price of a mobile phone soared to over 20,000 yuan, excluding network fees. Nonetheless, this very allure made the mobile phone highly coveted, resulting in a supply-demand imbalance. "Director, shall we discuss this in your office?" Ye Xiaowen said with a smile. Once inside the office, he casually placed 2 cigarettes into the drawer, reflecting the straightforward and direct nature of gift-giving at that time. "Director, could you assist us? We are genuinely in urgent need of 2 phones," Ye Xiaowen pleaded. In light of the 2 cigarettes, the director nodded. "Since you are in a hurry, I will make an exception. We just happen to have 2 mobile phones that were reserved by someone who has yet to collect them. If you wish to take them, I will authorize the sale." "Yes, we definitely want them," Ye Xiaowen affirmed. "Very well, let us proceed." The director led them back to the counter. "Retrieve those 2 mobile phones," he instructed, as 2 black devices were placed on the table. "The price is fixed at 23,000, no negotiations." "Agreed," Ye Xiaowen replied, astonished that such a costly item was still in short supply. "The network fee is 6,000. "Understood," Ye Xiaowen nodded, totaling to 29,000 yuan. "And the number? Would you like to select one now, or would you prefer to wait a couple of days?" "We are auctioning auspicious numbers soon," the director said with a smile. "Auspicious numbers?" Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. He was aware of the need to pay the network fee, but had never heard of auspicious numbers before. It is truly unexpected that, in later generations, there exists a market for aesthetically pleasing mobile phone numbers. Yet the origin of such a phenomenon can be traced back to this very era. However, during this time, they were not referred to as mobile phone numbers, but rather as auspicious numbers. In his previous life, he had never encountered a mobile phone, and it was not until his junior year in college, during the latter half of the semester, that he managed to save enough money to purchase a pager. At that time, possessing a pager among university students was indeed a mark of distinction. Indeed, our current phone numbers all begin with the digit 9. Just a few days ago, in Star City, a number starting with 900001 was auctioned off. "Do you know what the final price was?" exclaimed the director of the specialty store with excitement. "How much?" "A staggering 310,000. "Wow," Ye Xiaowen gasped. 310,000 is truly an exorbitant sum. Although before 1992, the reform and opening up had not yet accelerated, it had nonetheless allowed a select few to amass wealth. A mobile phone priced over 20,000 was sold out, and an auspicious number fetched an astonishing 310,000. It is indeed audacious to sell such a number, and equally audacious for someone to purchase it. Thus, we are planning to organize an auction for auspicious numbers in a couple of days. You are welcome to attend," the director continued. "No need, thank you. Just select 2 numbers for us. We are not particular about that, nor do we require auspicious numbers," interrupted Ye Xiaowen before the director could finish. "Yes, we do not need auspicious numbers. They are too expensive. Wu Zuang quickly added. Although he and Ye Xiaowen could afford an auspicious number, it seemed entirely unnecessary. He felt a twinge of pain spending 30,000 on a mobile phone. Moreover, spending several $100,000 on an auspicious number was out of the question. Very well, I will arrange that for you, the director said, losing interest upon realizing Ye Xiaowen's disinclination towards purchasing an auspicious number and beckoning the staff to assist. For the mobile phone priced at 23,000, with a connection fee of 6,000, the total comes to 29,000. The basic service fee is 150 per month, and each minute of conversation costs 1. Even after exiting the mobile phone specialty store, Wu Zuang was still filled with regret over the expense. Ye Xiaowen hefted the mobile phone, finding it adequately weighted. It could certainly serve as a makeshift weapon if needed. He then purchased a black bag to conceal the mobile phone and handed it to Lu Feng. However, Wu Zuang chose to carry it himself, relishing the envious glances from others during lunch. His regret dissipated. It was truly delightful. He declined Ye Xiaowen's suggestion to conceal it in a bag and proudly carried it openly. Very well, if you wish to carry it that way, so be it. Now, let us go buy a car, Ye Xiaowen remarked with a smile after leaving the restaurant. The car dealership was a trading company recommended by Shin Jiqing. At this juncture, there were primarily two avenues for purchasing a vehicle, either through a trading company or an automobile mall. The latter typically offered legitimate vehicles, yet a car priced at around 1 million could easily double in price after customs clearance, not to mention additional taxes and fees, which could cumulatively amount to 3 million. Conversely, vehicles from trading companies, often smuggled, were favored by business owners due to their more reasonable prices. The young woman attending to Ye Xiaowen and his companions at the trading company was quite lovely. As Wu Zuang gazed at the large mobile phone in his hand, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, is there anything you need assistance with? Our company offers a comprehensive range of electronic products at competitive prices. Wu Zuang was momentarily taken aback. Electronic products? No, we are here to purchase a car. Ah, purchasing a car? No problem at all. Our company also operates in the automotive sector. The young lady maintained her cheerful demeanor, inviting the group to sit down while she went to find the manager. 1. Didn't Shin Jiqing mention this place was for buying cars? Why are they talking about electronic products? Wu Zuang inquired, glancing at Yuan. That's typical, Yuan explained. Nowadays, trading companies tend to dabble in multiple ventures, electronics, steel, whatever is profitable. There's often no primary business focus. Individuals from later generations may struggle to comprehend how a company could lack a core business, yet many during this time operated without one. They pursued whatever yielded profit, often diversifying haphazardly, leading to a muddled sense of purpose, which they euphemistically termed diversified management. Before long, the manager arrived. Upon hearing Shin Jiqing's name from Yuan, he greeted them warmly, presenting a price list that detailed numerous vehicle prices, inviting them to choose. Since you are friends of Jiqing, I won't take advantage of you. For the 70,000 yuan Auto, I can offer you a discount of 10,000 yuan. For vehicles priced over 100,000 yuan, I can reduce the price by 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, depending on the specific car. For cars priced between 300,000 to 500,000 yuan, the discount ranges from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. For vehicles over 500,000 yuan, we can negotiate further. Alternatively, if you have a specific model in mind that isn't listed, just let me know, and I can arrange it within 3 days. The manager spoke with grandiosity and generosity. Yuan nodded in gratitude. In an era without the internet, car prices were entirely opaque and often chaotic. The same vehicle priced around 800,000 yuan could vary significantly. Given the price list combined with the manager's offers, it seemed reasonable. However, in comparison, the cost of living was indeed steep. A Santana was priced over 130,000 yuan, while a Volvo could reach 700,000 yuan. Most cars fell within the 100,000 to 200,000 yuan range, and that was for ordinary models. Higher-end vehicles were even more exorbitant, particularly in 1992, a time when cars were far from affordable for the average person. Chapter 90. The Tiger Head car. What do you think of this car? Yuan presented a photo to Wu Zuang. Good eye, young brother. This is the Tiger Head car. It commands respect and clearly denotes your status. The manager remarked with a smile. Beautiful, Wu Zuang replied succinctly. What is the price, boss? Yuan inquired. For the Tiger Head car, since you are friends of Jiqing, I want to ask for more than 2 million yuan. You can pick it up in 3 days. It is not mere boasting. There are no more than 10 trading companies in the entire metropolis that possess this vehicle, and ours is one among them," the manager confidently asserted. 1,200,000. Wu Zuong felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The previous expenditure of over 20,000 for a mobile phone had already caused him considerable distress. Now, he was faced with the prospect of purchasing a car for a staggering 1,200,000. While earning alongside Ye Xiaowen was swift, spending was equally rapid. "Boss, let us be straightforward. You know how this vehicle came to be, and it certainly didn't cost 120,000. I'll offer you a round figure, 1 million. Let us forge a friendship and maintain a relationship moving forward." Ye Xiaowen leaned back casually in his chair, smiling as he spoke. "No, that's not how negotiations work," the manager replied with a pained smile. Ye Xiaowen understood that he had perhaps overstepped. In this initial round of bargaining, the manager had shown a willingness to budge, clearly indicating that the price he had offered would still yield considerable profit for him. However, given that this vehicle had been smuggled in, transparency in pricing was a rarity. If prices were truly transparent, it was not merely a question of Ye Xiaowen's eligibility to purchase. Even if he were eligible, the price might very well escalate dramatically. Ye Xiaowen extended his hand, and Lu Feng promptly passed him the black bag. Ye Xiaowen extracted 5,000 yuan and placed it firmly on the table. "Should you agree? This serves as a 5,000 yuan deposit. I will return in 3 days to collect the vehicle, and I would appreciate your assistance with the license plates as well. If you do not agree, then we part amicably, and I will inquire elsewhere, perhaps with friends in Yangcheng or Pengcheng." Maintaining his grip on the 5,000 yuan wrapped in newspaper, Ye Xiaowen looked toward the foreign trade company's manager. "Very well, I consider you a friend." The manager placed a hand on the money. Ye Xiaowen, smiling, relinquished his hold and extended his hand toward the man. "To a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration," they affirmed as their hands clasped. "I will prepare a receipt for you." "No need for that." Ye Xiaowen waved dismissively, exuding confidence. "I trust friends of Jiqing, and no one dares to cheat me." As he observed Ye Xiaowen's retreating figure, the manager was taken aback. Who was this formidable individual? He mused, noting the assertiveness in his tone. Once outside the foreign trade company, Ye Xiaowen explained to Wu Zuong, "Though this car is expensive, it serves as a symbol of status. Its actual utility is not grand, akin to the mobile phone we possess. To say it is utterly devoid of value would be an understatement, as it does not correlate with its price. Are those who purchase such mobile phones foolish? Certainly not. A mobile phone costing several tens of thousands can facilitate business transactions worth even more, unless one is simply exceptionally lucky. While not necessarily astute, many are certainly not foolish. They are aware that this item does not warrant such a price. However, the ability to afford such a possession signifies a certain status. In this regard, if you doubt the veracity of my words, once we finish our meal, simply claim that you have forgotten your money and need to retrieve it. The proprietor will certainly not object. However, if you do not possess that illustrious mobile phone, the situation would be entirely different. You might face a beating, or worse, be accused of dining and dashing, which could lead to the involvement of the authorities." Ye Xiaowen spoke candidly, and Wu Zuong, Lu Feng, and others understood him well. "If, on another day, you were to arrive in a tiger head vehicle and stop at the entrance, the reaction would be markedly different. It is not that I am particularly eager to purchase. Even if we were to simply visit a factory to discuss business, we might not even gain entry." Wu Zuong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this has occurred. Back in Jinling, there were many factories I wished to explore, yet they refused my entry, with the security guard looking down on me." "Exactly. Just imagine if we were to drive this car, the outcome would be vastly different. At the very least, they would be more inclined to sit down and negotiate with us," Ye Xiaowen added. To speak frankly, if given the option, he would rather not spend 1 million on a tiger head vehicle. With such funds, one could acquire 10 apartments in the capital, and later demolish one to create 7 or 8 others. Wouldn't it be more enticing to possess dozens of small apartments in the city? What would a tiger head vehicle offer? After a few years, even with meticulous maintenance, it would merely serve as a nostalgic artifact, reminiscing about the days of grandeur while driving it with a mobile phone in hand. The crux of the matter is that without some form of status, one would find it challenging to engage in business. If one lacks capability, how can they survive? Even if one is not truly competent, they must feign competence. In this era, owning a tiger head vehicle is undeniably a symbol of strength. "Understood, Xiaowen. I will cover the costs," Wu Zuong declared. "No need," Ye Xiaowen replied, waving his hand. "I will handle it. It's fine. Should we decide to undertake any ventures, this vehicle can also be valued as an investment." "Very well." Wu Zuong conceded without further argument. "Brother Yi, once we purchase the car, we want to even be able to drive it," Lu Feng interjected suddenly. The group, who had come to a consensus about buying the vehicle, fell silent, glancing at Ye Xiaowen. Indeed, who would be able to drive it? In this moment, being a driver is a rare skill. Few possess the ability to drive, and being a driver is considered a respectable occupation. Not to worry, I can drive. Ye Xiaowen assured them. You can drive? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, my father's workplace has a vehicle, and I learned to drive when I had free time. I have no problem driving, though I do not possess a license. However, this is not a significant issue. No one will bother to check a tiger-head vehicle. Ye Xiaowen fabricated an excuse, indifferent to whether the others believed him. No one would take the time to verify. Surprisingly, everyone nodded in agreement. That is wonderful, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed. However, one condition remains. Once the car is purchased, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, De Wang, and Xiao Wang, you four must learn to drive promptly. Brother Yi, we can also learn to drive? Lu Feng's breath quickened at the prospect of being able to learn. Learning to drive at this juncture is not a simple endeavor. Often, it requires connections and financial expenditure to find a suitable driving school. Driving is indeed a skill that can be regarded as a remarkable talent, one that often elicits envy. Chapter 91. The notification for self-funded students. There is a saying in society, drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes. Of course, one sits in a Mercedes. Could a millionaire spend all day driving? Ye Xiaowen remarked, noting that this phrase was quite popular in the 1990s. However, Ye Xiaowen misinterpreted it. The original intent was that BMW emphasizes handling, while Mercedes prioritizes comfort, showcasing the distinct styles of the two brands. Those present had merely heard the saying and understood little of its depth. They accepted Ye Xiaowen's interpretation as valid. That makes sense, Wu Zuong nodded in agreement. But I still want to learn how to drive. Yes, once I master it, I can drive for Brother Yi and Brother Wu, Lu Ming interjected swiftly. Haha, no problem. I'll teach you. It's quite simple, Ye Xiaowen assured them. At that moment, there was no need to practice parallel parking. The road had hardly any vehicles, and avoiding pedestrians was the primary concern. Soon, the conversation shifted from whether to buy a car to what to do after acquiring one, with everyone animatedly discussing their thoughts. 3 days later, Ye Xiaowen and his companions returned to the foreign trade company. A brand new Hudo Benz was parked conspicuously at the entrance. Bossy has arrived. We have been expecting you, the manager greeted with a smile. The sleek black Hudo Benz gleamed in the sunlight. Ye Xiaowen received the car keys from the manager, opened the door, and took a moment to appreciate the vehicle. To his astonishment, it featured electric suction doors, double-layered windows, and retractable wipers. The central console boasted 2 thoughtfully designed storage compartments with button-operated switches, while the air conditioning and radio were quite standard. The dashboard of the Hudo Benz differed somewhat from modern vehicles. On the right side, there was a clock alongside the tachometer, speedometer, oil pressure gauge, instantaneous fuel consumption, and temperature gauge, providing a comprehensive overview of the engine's condition. Of course, Ye Xiaowen found little utility in this design, as he did not fully comprehend it. There were some drawbacks, such as unclear gear positions, yet these flaws did not overshadow the vehicle's overall classic appeal. The Hudo Benz represented a cherished memory and aspiration for this generation. After taking the car for a spin, Ye Xiaowen was pleasantly surprised by its excellent shock absorption. Let us head to the bank, Ye Xiaowen said, looking at Wu Zuong and the others. The manager drove a Mazda, while the rest piled into the Hudo Benz, making their way to the bank. With 3 back seats, accommodating Lu Feng and the others was no issue at all. Upon arriving at the bank, the car immediately drew the attention of a large crowd. As Ye Xiaowen and his companions exited, all eyes were fixed on Wu Zuong. A middle-aged man holding a large mobile phone and seated in the Hudo Benz clearly conveyed the image of a successful entrepreneur. In contrast, Ye Xiaowen, youthful and empty-handed, appeared to be merely the driver. Yet, it was evident he could afford such a vehicle. Who would choose to drive it themselves? The 1 million transferred to the manager was for Wu Zuong. Ye Xiaowen, lacking sufficient funds after selling the stocks acquired in the second lottery, requested Wu Zuong to temporarily cover the amount, promising to repay him once the stocks were sold. Upon arriving at the bank, the manager personally attended to them. The figure of 1 million required prior arrangement. However, rules are rigid while people are adaptable, and soon the amount was successfully transferred to the manager's account. The 5,000 deposit was returned to Ye Xiaowen unaltered. The license plate bore the registration of the magical city, which did not concern Ye Xiaowen. After purchasing the car, Ye Xiaowen indulged in the thrill and then began training as a coach. Surprisingly, the group demonstrated considerable aptitude, with Lu Ming learning the fastest among them. Within just a few days, the others were able to drive proficiently. Ye Xiaowen and the others did not wait for the 4th lottery and entrusted everything to Shen Jiqing, setting off directly to Jinling. During this time, highway bandits were still prevalent. Yet under the intimidation of Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and the Wang brothers, they faced little obstruction. In special circumstances, a bribe of 50 or 100 sufficed to pass through. They arrived in Jinling on August 2nd. Coinciding with the day, Ye Xiaowen received a call from his father, Ye Guoping, informing him that his university acceptance letter had arrived at home. Third son, your acceptance letter is somewhat different from others, Ye Guoping remarked, puzzled. Along with the acceptance letter, there was also a self-funded confirmation. Oh, some universities are just fine to attend, Ye Xiaowen interrupted, urging, don't show my acceptance letter to anyone. I have matters to attend to. Let's discuss this later. Where are you right now? Ye Guoping quickly inquired. Just arrived in Jinling. I have some business here. Jinling? Why did you go there? Be careful, Ye Guoping cautioned. After hanging up, he scrutinized his son's acceptance letter for quite some time, growing increasingly uneasy about the tuition fees. Reflecting on the acceptance letters he had seen from other families, Ye Guoping began to realize that his third son's university might be a self-funded institution. There is a significant distinction between self-funded and publicly funded students, not merely in terms of higher fees, but also regarding the benefits and privileges received during their studies. The most crucial difference lies in the lack of job placement assistance upon graduation. However, Ye Guoping had come to terms with it. Whether or not a job was arranged was inconsequential, as his son might not even accept a position if one were offered. Still, he felt a tinge of regret as he decided to conceal Ye Xiaowen's acceptance letter, ensuring it would not be seen by others. For even a few discerning individuals could discern the truth. The most renowned establishment in Jinling is undoubtedly the Jinling Hotel, which commenced construction in 1979 and opened its doors in 1983. At that time, boasting a height of 110 meters and 37 stories, it proudly held the title of the tallest building in China, charging $90 per night. Clearly, Ye Xiaowen would not attend, not due to financial constraints, but rather because he lacked foreign exchange certificates. At this moment, the majority of Jinling citizens could only experience the Jinling Hotel by purchasing tickets to visit the 36th floor Xian Palace, the nation's first high-rise revolving restaurant, where one could gaze upon the entirety of Jinling City. Open twice daily, the tickets were priced at 3 yuan, inclusive of a glass of orange juice or coffee. In a previous life, Ye Xiaowen had visited the restaurant by purchasing a ticket. Now, devoid of foreign exchange certificates, he and a few others settled into a modest hotel near Xinjiku. In the following days, Ye Xiaowen and his companions resumed their investigation of Jinling City. This time, driving a tiger head van, they visited various factories, and Wu Zuong distinctly sensed a change in atmosphere. Ye Xiaowen was particularly assertive, arriving at factory gates without stopping, honking vigorously to summon Lu Ming to lean out the window and call for entry. Lu Ming, unreservedly following Ye Xiaowen's orders, blasted the horn while shouting for the gates to open. Remarkably, none of the guards dared to impede their passage. Everyone simply allowed them through. During their previous visit, they had been excessively polite, trying to curry favor with the guards merely to glean some information or gain entry into the factories. To their dismay, after finishing their cigarettes, they were told that only factory employees were permitted inside. Wu Zuong complained, prompting Ye Xiaowen to laugh heartily. After their laughter subsided, Ye Xiaowen remarked, "It's only natural. These guards are like that. One cannot afford to be overly courteous. When I was a child visiting my father's factory, I was once asked, 'Who are you looking for?' I retorted, 'Who do you know?' Thereafter, no one ever asked me again." As he spoke, everyone chuckled, envisioning the scene of a small watermelon-headed child boldly addressing the guards. However, once the laughter faded, Ye Xiaowen continued, "In business, one must first exude confidence. If you possess 10,000 yuan, you must carry yourself as if you have 100,000. If you hold 100,000, you should project the stature of 1,000,000, especially with factory guards, who are adept at discerning the dynamics of power. If you treat a guard with undue courtesy, they will perceive you as a mere small-time operator rather than a significant entrepreneur, even if you do not drive and can afford a black leather bag. If you clutch it under your arm and change your attire, others may mistake it for something of great value, even if it merely conceals a brick." Wu Zuong nodded in agreement. Having been a small contractor in the bustling metropolis, he had long since grown accustomed to a subservient demeanor. Despite now possessing wealth, he still lacked the commanding presence. "Hey there, I'm from Hong Kong, and I wish to evaluate your factory. I hope it's convenient." Ye Xiaowen spoke in somewhat awkward Cantonese, yet the factory manager immediately perked up, believing in Ye Xiaowen's words. For some phrases the manager did not comprehend, Wu Zuong was there to translate. The group had established their identities for this inspection. Ye Xiaowen was the scion of a Hong Kong family enterprise. Wu Zuong was his translator and guide, while Lu Feng and others served as drivers and bodyguards. "Welcome, welcome. However, I am puzzled as to why our factory is being inspected. The soda factory, while pleasantly surprised, harbors some confusion. Our family enterprise is looking to expand into the mainland. Hence our visit to assess the situation. I have heard commendable things about your beverages, prompting our visit. Wu Zuong translated this as Ye Xiaowen expressed his interest. Please, do come in, the factory director said with enthusiasm. Thus, throughout the visit, the director accompanied Ye Xiaowen and his entourage, touring the production workshop, office building, storage facilities, and even the cafeteria, where a lavish lunch was arranged. Both Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuong indulged in the refreshments. Thank you for your warm hospitality, director. Should the need arise, I will reach out to you again, Ye Xiaowen stated as he prepared to take his leave. After saying this, he stepped into the car, while Wu Zuong also readied himself to enter, only to be halted by the director. Wu, do enlighten me. What exactly is the situation with this Ye Xiaowen? The director inquired. Ye Xiaowen is currently conducting an inspection, but should he find it favorable, he may negotiate with the government to acquire your factory, Wu Zuong replied. Adhering to their prior discussion. Acquire our factory? Are you connected with Zhongsa? I have heard rumors, the director responded. Haha, we must take our leave. Wu Zuong quickly retorted, hurrying into the car to depart. Concerned about revealing too much, he chose not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the hotel, instead of heading to his own room, Wu Zuong visited Ye Xiaowen's. Xiaowen, the director just asked me if we have any ties to Zhongsa. What exactly is Zhongsa? Wu Zuong inquired, puzzled. Zhongsa, the renowned Zhongsa, symbolizes collaboration with the Chinese government's reform and opening up policy, Ye Xiaowen murmured. I recall my teacher discussing this during a lecture. Though my own experience of that era feels distant, as if I have never truly heard of it. Is this a governmental entity? Wu Zuong asked curiously, noting the name's resemblance to certain departments of the central government. No, it is a company listed in Hong Kong, with a complex web of capital behind it, involving many individuals and investments from Hong Kong, and even foreign consortiums and brokers, Ye Xiaowen explained. The figurehead was someone surnamed Huang, but many powerful individuals stand behind him, each more formidable than he. I don't understand, Wu Zuong remarked. In simpler terms, this company, Zhongsa, has likely acquired several state-owned enterprises. If memory serves me correctly, their first acquisition was the rubber factory in Bingzhou, Ye Xiaowen reflected, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Zhongsa has indeed allowed domestic entrepreneurs to witness the might of capital for the first time. Xiaowen, we still have much to discuss over the next couple of days. Wu Zuong began, but was interrupted as Ye Xiaowen's phone rang. Hello? It's me, Shen Jiqing, came the reply. Brother Shen, I will return your call shortly. Ye Xiaowen responded before hanging up. At that moment, the quality of the signal left much to be desired. This is still within the urban area of Jinling. One can only imagine what the situation would be like beyond the city limits. At this moment, the mobile phone is essentially a mere ornament for the deaf. Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuong arrived at the hotel front desk and made a return call. Brother Shen, what is the matter? Ye Xiaowen inquired directly once the call connected. During this era, telephone charges were exorbitant, with two-way billing. Thus, people only made calls for significant reasons and were accustomed to being straightforward. In stark contrast to later times when conversations often meandered before getting to the point. Xiaowen, I've received news that the exchange in Pengcheng is about to issue stock subscription certificates. The exact quantity remains unknown as the documents have yet to be released. But it should occur within the next couple of days, and it's a nationwide event. Shen Jiqing's voice was brimming with excitement. The issuance of stock subscription certificates in the Magic City had already made the populace acutely aware of what such certificates entailed. Chapter 93. Soda hearing that Pengcheng Stock Exchange would also issue stock subscription certificates startled Ye Xiaowen. After his rebirth, he had primarily focused on purchasing stock subscription certificates in the Magic City and had yet to set foot in Pengcheng. It was not that he was unwilling to go, but rather that he lacked the border pass. While he could find a smuggler to assist him, it was entirely unnecessary. Getting caught and imprisoned was not worth the risk. Xiaowen, are you listening? After noticing Ye Xiaowen's prolonged silence, Shen Jiqing asked. I'm listening, Ye Xiaowen replied. Here is the plan. Please assist me in selling all the stocks that Lao Wu and I hold today. Sell them? Shen Jiqing was taken aback, then curiously asked, why? With the news of the stock subscription certificates being issued in Pengcheng, the stock market is bound to rise. Today, the Shanghai Composite Index has already surged by over 100 points. It makes no sense to sell stocks at this moment. If you need to raise funds, it would be wiser to wait until the official documents are released, as you could potentially profit more. Shen Jiqing was completely baffled by Ye Xiaowen's strategy. Raise funds for what? Ye Xiaowen countered. Aren't you planning to buy the stock subscription certificates in Pengcheng? Shen Jiqing asked, astonished. Not buying. Ye Xiaowen replied matter-of-factly. Brother, I'm baffled, Shen Jiqing admitted, utterly perplexed by Ye Xiaowen's reasoning. Logically, one would expect Ye Xiaowen to be optimistic about the stock subscription certificates. When the certificates were issued in the Magic City, he had boldly taken risks even when public sentiment was against it. Following the first lottery, the price of a set of stock subscription certificates had skyrocketed from 3,000 to 30,000, a tenfold increase, and many had even borrowed heavily to invest. Now, with Pengcheng, a special economic zone, set to issue stock subscription certificates, it was only natural for Ye Xiaowen to aggressively seek funding. The potential for profit was immense. Everyone aware of this news was scrambling to borrow ID cards and seeking smugglers to reach Pengcheng. Yet, here was Ye Xiaowen, stating he had no intention of purchasing and even planning to sell off his stock subscription certificates. With a normal understanding, it could be said that Ye Xiaowen has lost his mind, or as they say in Shanghai dialect, your brain has gone awry. However, as a friend who has witnessed Ye Xiaowen's journey from a mere loan of 20,000 to becoming a millionaire at such a young age, Shen Jiqing firmly believes that while others may have lost their senses, Ye Xiaowen certainly has not. Ye Xiaowen has demonstrated his unique insight through tangible results, particularly in the stock market. Therefore, Shen Jiqing finds himself in a quandary. He genuinely wishes to invest. As everyone is convinced that profits are guaranteed, it seems like a foregone conclusion, and he also trusts Ye Xiaowen's judgment. This creates a conflict within him, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. All right, make sure to sell all the stocks for me and Lao Wu by today or at the latest tomorrow, and transfer the funds to our bank accounts. Thanks, Brother Shen. I'll treat you to dinner later. If there's nothing else, I will hang up now, Ye Xiaowen said as he prepared to end the call. Wait, brother, Shen Jiqing quickly interjected. Where are you now? I want to meet you in person to discuss this. Meet in person? Come on, Brother Shen. I'm in Jinling, Ye Xiaowen replied, somewhat bemused. All right, I understand. But don't forget to sell the stocks promptly, Ye Xiaowen reminded him hastily. Sure, Shen Jiqing acknowledged before hanging up. Is Shen Jiqing coming over? Wu Zuwang inquired, having overheard part of Ye Xiaowen's conversation. I don't know. He didn't specify, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. Once they returned to the room, Ye Xiaowen recounted the details of the call to Wu Zuwang. Okay, Wu Zuwang nodded. Ye Xiaowen looked at him with surprise and asked, that's it? No further developments? None, Wu Zuwang replied with a smile, shaking his head. I have no idea if the issuance of stock subscription certificates in Pengcheng will affect the stock market. It might rise, or it might not. I don't understand these matters. I just follow your lead. If you buy, I buy. If you sell, I sell. If it does rise, it doesn't matter, as we've already made enough. Such a laid-back attitude, Ye Xiaowen murmured. If Shen Jiqing had that mindset, he might live a more comfortable life. Ye Xiaowen chose to divert his focus from the stock market and instead continued discussing matters concerning the Zhongzi company and recent evaluations. Our next step is to venture into the food industry. However, I am yet to decide whether to focus on beverages or health products, perhaps even a combination of both. The health product sector is currently an emerging industry. As long as the marketing is executed well, even an average product can yield substantial profits. As Ye Xiaowen elaborated on his plans, he noted that this principle applies not only to health products but to any goods. If the marketing is done effectively, profitability is almost guaranteed, regardless of the product's quality, as the market remains quite chaotic. Moreover, Ye Xiaowen does not intend to engage in the health product business long-term. Of course, he is not so unscrupulous as to concoct a mere sugar water formula and label it a health product. That would be too exploitative. In the past few days, I have visited several factories and found myself quite satisfied with 2 of them. Both are modest in scale, employing around 200 individuals, essentially operating a single production line. One specializes in canned goods while the other produces soft drinks. The canned goods factory lacks a formula. While Wu Zuwang lamented that the soft drink factory does have a recipe, yet the beverage possesses an inexplicable odd taste that is difficult to describe, rendering it unpalatable to him. The other flavors, such as peach and banana soda, are excessively sweet. While the first sip may be enjoyable, the second bottle quickly becomes overwhelming. No wonder they can only sell locally, with minimal annual sales, relying heavily on government subsidies. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement, noting that during his recent explorations, he discovered numerous local soft drink factories in Jinling, including brands like Meijiale, Zhongsue, Beiling, and Baixua. Furthermore, some larger enterprises, with assets ranging from 5 to 10 million, also produce their own soft drinks, such as the Panda Factory. Ye Xiaowen analyzed that this situation is not unique to Jinling. It is prevalent across the nation. Various flavors of soft drinks do exist that are quite palatable. However, Due to transportation and other factors, many beverages are sold only in their respective locales, unable to reach a national audience. Additionally, numerous small businesses lack the capacity to expand nationally, resulting in many brands fading into obscurity over time. Chapter 94. A shift in mindset soon. News spread of two merchants from Hong Kong conducting an investigation into the soft drink market in Jinling. Consequently, Ye Xiaowen found himself exempt from self-introduction, as everyone was already aware of the visitor's origins. After visiting several soft drink factories, they were greeted with warm hospitality. Xiaowen, where are you? Ye Xiaowen, dining in the cafeteria of the Baishua soft drink factory with its leadership, received a call from Shen Jiqing. Apologies, Ye Xiaowen excused himself briefly, raising his large mobile phone as he exited the private dining area. He initially sought a quieter space, but was met with greater commotion outside, drawing the attention of the employees as they noticed him holding the conspicuous device. That phone is quite eye-catching, he thought. I'm at the Baishua soft drink factory. I can't believe you're here. Stay put. I'll send Mengzi to pick you up. Ye Xiaowen felt somewhat exasperated. The person had indeed come. However, he remained conflicted about the implications of this visit. After hanging up, he re-entered the private room. Apologies, a friend is coming, he smiled. No worries, no worries. Ye Gongzi's friends must be significant figures, remarked the factory director of Baishua. Ye Xiaowen exchanged a few words with Lu Ming before instructing him to fetch the guest. Meanwhile, he continued his meal and conversation. Having completed his inspection of the Baishua soft drink factory, Ye Xiaowen had already indicated his interest in acquiring it. Yet, discussions could only progress so far, as the factory directors lacked the authority to make decisions. Ye Xiaowen awaited the arrival of higher-level leaders, those who wielded the power to make substantial decisions. When the food was nearly ready, Lu Ming returned and informed Ye Xiaowen that the individuals had been delivered to the hotel. All right, I still have some matters to attend to. I need to meet a friend, Ye Xiaowen said, of course, in his awkward Cantonese. Very well, I shall not delay young Master Yi any further. We shall reconnect another day, chuckled Wen Jianzhong, the director of the Baishua soda factory. Upon Ye Xiaowen's return to the hotel, Shen Jiqing did not even head to his room, opting instead to wait in the lobby. Xiaowen, let us discuss in the room, Ye Xiaowen whispered, lowering his voice, aware of the bustling lobby filled with passers-by and servers, urging him to be discreet. All right, Shen Jiqing nodded, appearing somewhat weary from his travels. As soon as they entered the room, before even sitting down, Shen Jiqing anxiously spoke up. Xiaowen, are you truly not planning to participate in the issuance of stock subscription certificates by the Pengcheng Stock Exchange this time? I have sold my stocks, and so has old Wu. Ye Xiaowen did not respond directly to Shen Jiqing's inquiry, but instead redirected the conversation to other matters. Yes, they have been sold. During the second lottery, the stocks I acquired yielded an average profit of 20 yuan per share, totaling around 4,200,000. The stocks from the third lottery fetched an average profit of about 18 yuan per share, amounting to 150,000. After deducting commissions, the remainder has been transferred to your account, Shen Jiqing elaborated, his voice laced with envy. This totals 5,700,000, not to mention the fourth lottery. And including the prior 100,000, the total earnings have reached approximately 670,000. 670,000. Initially, Ye Xiaowen had merely a loan of 20,000. Had I known it would turn out this way, I could have taken out a loan myself. After all, 20,000 is nothing. I could easily secure 100,000. Ye Xiaowen retrieved a cigarette, tossing one to Shen Jiqing, inhaling deeply to calm his nerves. Indeed, 5,700,000 has been credited. I should have around 30 to 40,000 left in my account. This means I currently have access to 600,000 in liquid assets. Of course, I still owe Wu Zhuang 100,000 for the car, but that is inconsequential. There is still the final lottery to come, and conservatively estimating, I should earn another 80 to 90, perhaps even 100,000 without difficulty. From a mere loan of 20,000, I have earned 700,000, although that is not entirely accurate. In subsequent phases, Wu Zhuang lent me money several times after the first lottery, and I acquired 6 more stock subscription certificates. Yet it all began with just that initial 20,000. As for Wu Zhuang, the stocks from the second lottery yielded around 7,200,000, while the third lottery stocks brought in a total of 260,000, all netted after commissions. Shen Jiqing spoke, his breath quickening. 10 million earned from 2 lotteries. Even if I were to make money myself, I might be inclined to utter a curse, as the ease of earning seems almost too good to be true. Adding the first lottery results, it totals over 10 million, such a sum I would have never dreamed of earning in my lifetime. Yet here I am, Having achieved it with such apparent ease, especially since I failed to heed Ye Xiaowen's advice and sold off 15 sets prior to the first lottery, otherwise, my gains would have been even greater. For over $1 million, he had never dared to confide in his family. He merely mentioned that he had earned some money, but refrained from disclosing the exact amount, fearing that revealing a sum exceeding $1 million would terrify them. However, this time, he had astonishingly made over $10 million. The weight of this fortune felt almost unbearable in his hands, leaving him uneasy. It was unfathomable to consider how his family would react upon learning of it. Wu Zhuang lit another cigarette, allowing the room to fill with smoke, struggling to calm his excitement. 10 million, what a staggering concept. Even in future times, it would be regarded as a substantial sum, let alone in 1992, prior to the economic boom of '98. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen pondered that he might not even need to continue making beverages. He could become an angel investor and lead a comfortable life thereafter. Yet, after a moment of daydreaming, a gust of cool night air wafted in through the window that Shun Jiqing had opened, snapping Ye Xiaowen back to reality. He realized that he still needed to pursue the beverage business, not merely for financial gain. Yes, Ye Xiaowen now felt confident enough to assert that his endeavors were not solely driven by the pursuit of wealth. Though this sentiment might appear pretentious, it genuinely reflected his thoughts. With $7 million in hand, he could dabble in stocks and, leveraging his insights into the future, become an angel investor. Perhaps even acquire a few courtyard houses in the capital, ensuring he would never lack for money. Yet, having been reborn, merely avoiding financial scarcity felt insufficient. It was not about achieving monumental success, but at the very least, he could not squander the opportunity of his second chance. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset was shifting. Ye Xiaowen mused that many successful individuals initially chased wealth, but after amassing enough, they invariably sought new ambitions to pursue. Chapter 95. The Seeds of Jealousy. Xiaowen. Should we invest in the stock subscription certificates for Pengqing or not? Shun Jiqing broke the silence that enveloped the room. Indeed, both of them had made substantial profits, 7 million for one, and over 10 million for the other. Meanwhile, he himself had only acquired 2 properties, having sold one at 30,000 and making a profit of over 400,000 on the other. If it weren't for the comparison with Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang, he might have felt satisfied, but having consistently associated with them, he found himself vulnerable to envy. In the face of such comparisons, his modest gains paled in significance. 400,000 seemed trivial next to their fortunes. I've decided not to invest, Ye Xiaowen stated firmly. I'll follow Xiaowen's lead. If Xiaowen doesn't invest, I won't either, Wu Zhuang echoed readily. His guiding principle was simple. Whatever Ye Xiaowen chose to pursue, he would support unconditionally, and anything Ye Xiaowen opposed, he would resolutely avoid. Although he was older and could be Ye Xiaowen's father, he felt somewhat awkward about this dynamic. Nevertheless, wisdom is often found in the experienced. And having followed Ye Xiaowen to achieve a fortune of 10 million, he questioned whether associating with someone merely older could yield similar results. No, this opportunity for Xiaowen is quite promising. Pengqing has already emerged. I learned about it when I called back right after getting off the train. Tomorrow, on August 7th, the announcement will be made regarding the new stock subscription lottery ticket sale announcement, which will issue 500 million domestic public shares and sell 5 million lottery tickets. With a winning rate of 10, each ticket allows for the subscription of 1,000 shares, and subscribers can use their identification cards to participate. Each ticket costs 100 yuan, with a maximum purchase limit of 100 tickets per person, commencing sales on August 9th. Shun Jiqing stated anxiously that the official announcement has yet to be released. However, he had already gleaned the specific details of the announcement through connections. Certain details may change, but the established elements remain constant. Xiaowen, with a 10% winning rate and an investment of 1,000 yuan for 1,000 shares. It is effortless for a newly listed stock to rise by several or even tens of yuan per share. Thus, an investment of 1,000 yuan could yield returns several times over or even tenfold. Shun Jiqing spoke fervently, noting that after experiencing the stock subscription certificate issuance in the Magic City, everyone present, including Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zhuang, Lu Feng, Lu Meng, and even the Wang brothers, could clearly calculate the potential gains. Ye Xiaowen had him repeat the calculations for the stock subscription certificate's benefits. Yet, Ye Xiaowen remained unmoved. Xiaowen, Shun Jiqing continued to persuade. I have already arranged for someone to collect identification cards. While I can't promise tens of thousands, I can certainly manage thousands. If you're willing to participate, I can help find people to collect IDs from other provinces, even hire someone at 30 yuan per person. As Shun Jiqing spoke, he stood up, gesturing animatedly to enhance his persuasive appeal. Truly, you won't have to worry about anything. Just wait for the money to roll in, and we will handle the rest. No, brother Shun, Ye Xiaowen replied, both amused and exasperated. Why must you involve me? I genuinely wish to refrain. Why not? Shen Jiqing, now sweating profusely, pressed on. Is it not foolish to let money sit idle? As he spoke, Lu Feng and Lu Ming shot him disapproving glances. Shen Jiqing sensed the shift in the room's atmosphere and quickly added, No, that's not what I meant. It's fine, no worries, Ye Xiaowen waved his hand. Maintaining his composure. The last time I purchased a stock subscription certificate, it was because there were few buyers, and I believed it could yield profits. This time, everyone is aware of the potential gains associated with stock subscription certificates. There will certainly be many buyers, leading to fierce competition, which is why I am reluctant to get involved. Shen Jiqing, at a loss for words, realized Ye Xiaowen had made his position clear. He was not interested. Yet, he still harbored doubts and inquired, Xiaowen, is there perhaps another reason? I find it hard to see clearly. Everyone believes they can make a fortune, and they rush in like a swarm, which is utterly insane. I'm terrified. Before Ye Xiaowen could finish her words, Shen Jiqing interrupted her, saying, What do you mean? The first lottery was just as frenzied. You, on the other hand, invested 30,000 in stock warrants. Ye Xiaowen fell silent. Shen Jiqing's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't rested for 2 days and nights. He muttered, Well, you have already made enough money, so of course, you don't wish to participate. But I cannot afford to sit idly by. I've only earned a meager sum. What can that possibly accomplish? A smile broke across Ye Xiaowen's face as he spoke. Brother Shen, I understand your concerns. Here's the deal. If you wish to take part, both Lao Wu and I will each sponsor you 20,000. Regardless of whether you profit or incur losses, it is entirely yours. We shall take nothing. Shen Jiqing opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Lao Wu. Ye Xiaowen glanced at Wu Zuwang. With a sigh, Wu Zuwang rose and returned to his room, retrieving 40,000 from a hidden bag beneath the bed, which he handed to Ye Xiaowen. Brother Shen, thank you for your assistance. Ye Xiaowen placed the 40,000 on the table and pushed it towards Shen Jiqing. The room fell silent once more, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in that moment. Ye Xiaowen lit a cigarette and began to smoke, letting the smoke swirl around him before it dispersed throughout the room. Outside, the night was filled with the calls of unknown insects, and the light filtering through the tall trees cast dappled shadows on the ground. The meaning behind Ye Xiaowen's words was understood by many in the room. It was evident that Shen Jiqing's earlier jealousy was palpable to anyone who listened. Ye Xiaowen's presentation of 40,000 was a means of settling previous obligations, acknowledging that Shen Jiqing had indeed been instrumental in the process. Though he was affiliated with the securities firm, he had contributed in various ways. Thus, Ye Xiaowen's stance was quite clear. By offering the 40,000, he effectively erased their prior entanglements, ensuring that their paths would no longer intertwine. Shen Jiqing understood, as did Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng. As for Lu Ming and the Wang brothers, whether they comprehended the situation was uncertain, but it mattered little. What remained now was to see how Shen Jiqing would ultimately choose. Ashes from the cigarette fell to the ground in intervals until Ye Xiaowen extinguished the butt in the ashtray. Chapter 96. The bonds have worn thin. Well then, thank you. Xiaowen. Shen Jiqing reached for the money on the table and grasped it in his hands. There's no need for gratitude, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. I won't linger then. My ride back to the city is imminent. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out. Shen Jiqing stood up, rubbing his sore eyes. Bloodshot after 2 nights without sleep. Very well, I'll have Mengzi see you off, Ye Xiaowen said. All right, I won't be rude. Shen Jiqing nodded, moving to the door. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately pushed the door open and stepped outside. Ye Xiaowen and the others accompanied Shen Jiqing to the hotel entrance, watching as he got into the car. He's gone. Goodbye, Shen Jiqing waved, rolling up the car window. Safe travels, Ye Xiaowen waved goodbye, watching the black tiger head vehicle speed away until its tail lights vanished into the vastness of the night. It's unfortunate, after such a long internal struggle. He ultimately chose money, Wu Zuwang remarked with a hint of melancholy. Struggling? What struggle? Ye Xiaowen asked without turning back, the cigarette between his fingers flickering erratically. The struggle over whether to accept the money. He probably understood that by accepting it, all ties would be severed, with paths diverging completely. If he did not accept it, we could still cherish this bond, Wu Zuwang replied. Ye Xiaowen turned to Wu Zuwang, a faint smile playing on his lips. How do you know he wasn't struggling over whether the amount was too meager and hoping for a little more? That's implausible. Wu Zuwang stammered, visibly taken aback. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen had already walked towards the hotel, his voice echoing distantly. It is human nature to be troubled not by scarcity, but by inequality. Jealousy is inherent to mankind, and greed knows no bounds. Upon returning, Ye Xiaowen retired for the night. The following morning, Wu Zhuang received a call from Wen Jianzhong, the director of the Bai Shui soda factory. After hanging up, Wu Zhuang knocked on Ye Xiaowen's door. Ye Xiaowen opened the door, allowing Wu Zhuang to enter before retreating to the bathroom to wash up. Xiaowen, Director Wen mentioned that a leader wishes to meet you. What leader? Ye Xiaowen asked, his mouth full of toothpaste foam, his words muffled. He mentioned it is a leader from the street committee. As the Bai Shui soda factory is under their jurisdiction, Wu Zhuang explained. A leader from the street committee? Ye Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. Noting that this leader seemed rather minor, nevertheless, it would be prudent to meet first. When and where? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Tonight, at the Jinling Hotel, Wu Zhuang replied. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. Jinling Hotel? Such a high standard? Perhaps he underestimated the street leader's stature. All right, inform everyone that we want to be going out today. We shall await the evening banquet. It has been exhausting to be out on inspections daily, indulging in excessive drinking, which takes a toll on the body. Ye Xiaowen emerged, towel in hand, drying his face. During this period, every factory visit involved a banquet, and dining was far from the gentle affairs of later times. There were arrangements for people to take turns pouring drinks. If one did not drink excessively, it was perceived as inadequate hospitality. Although Ye Xiaowen and his companions had decent drinking capacities, they could not withstand the continuous onslaught, thus departing each time in a state of inebriation. Save for one designated driver. Previously, Ye Xiaowen could manage around 4 to 5 liang of liquor, but now he could easily handle 7 to 8 liang. Yes, a day of rest is warranted. I cannot endure this pace. You are still young, but at my age, such daily drinking is truly unbearable. Wu Zhuang said with a wry smile. Back during his time at the construction site, a meal out every 10 days or so served as a respite and a treat. When deprived of alcohol, it felt quite uncomfortable. If the site was busy and there was no time to go out, arrangements were made to have cheap liquor delivered. It was not quality wine, merely the most inexpensive kind, but even so, it felt like the bottle emptied far too quickly after only a few sips. As Wu Zhuang brewed tea for Ye Xiaowen, he reminisced about his past. Back then, not a drop of alcohol was to be wasted. It was always consumed in secrecy. Otherwise, if one person took a sip, another would follow suit, and soon enough, it would all be gone. He often dreamed of a day when he could indulge in copious amounts of meat and drink to his heart's content. Ah, what a joy that would be. He chuckled. Ye Xiaowen laughed heartily, saying, who would have thought that now, when you finally have the chance to enjoy fine food and exquisite wine, you could still overindulge to the point of nausea? Wu Zhuang nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Indeed, I never imagined I would live such a life. Yet here I am, unable to hold down even the finest wines. What a waste. In the past, who would dare to squander such opportunities? They would surely face severe consequences. But now, if one feels unwell, they must expel it. Do not worry, it will get better with time. Here, have some tea. This was gifted by the director of the Bai Shui soda factory. It's said to be Monkey King tea from Anhui, truly fine tea. After sipping for a while, Lu Ming, Lu Feng, and others joined them. They decided not to go out for inspections that day and instead drove to Xinjiku for a leisurely stroll. Xinjiku serves as the commercial heart of Jinling, bustling with a steady flow of people. The Jinling Hotel, towering as the tallest building in the province, holds a special place in the hearts of its citizens. Surrounded by an iron fence, many gathered to gaze at this architectural marvel, dreaming of the day they might dine within its walls. Tonight, I will take you all inside for dinner, Ye Xiaowen announced, pointing at the Jinling Hotel. Really? Exclaimed Lu Feng and the others, their excitement palpable at the sight of the towering establishment. In truth, Ye Xiaowen and his companions could afford the meal. It was merely a lack of foreign exchange coupons that held them back. Both Beijing and Shanghai had thriving black markets for such coupons, but none thought to exchange some, leaving their plans in limbo. Indeed, shortly we shall visit the Confucius Temple, and we will dine there at noon. The area boasts an array of unique snacks. Ye Xiaowen suggested. Traveling for leisure is undoubtedly more relaxing than factory inspections, albeit tiring. After enjoying duck blood vermicelli soup and crab roe dumplings at the temple, they returned to the hotel for a rest. As they prepared for the evening banquet, the southern heat of July and August was at its peak. The hotel where Ye Xiaowen and his companions stayed lacked air conditioning, so returning to their rooms offered little relief. After taking a refreshing shower, Ye Xiaowen picked up a newspaper he had purchased on the way back. The paper featured an announcement regarding the sale of new stock subscription lottery tickets in Pengcheng, echoing the information shared by Shun Jiqing the previous night. Chapter 97. The street director's banquet. They had agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the evening. The hotel where Ye Xiaowen and the others stayed was not far from the Jinling Hotel, so they set out at 5:50. Ye Xiaowen donned a white t-shirt and matching casual trousers, complemented by beige leather shoes. His hair was styled into a slicked-back look, unmistakably marking him as a gentleman of means. Aside from his slightly shorter stature, he bore no other imperfections, although that detail was quite noticeable in the southern region. Certainly, the attire I don is sourced from the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, procured through acquaintances in the bustling Zhongying Street of Shenzhen. These are not authentic goods. They are all replicas. It is not that Ye Xiaowen desires the genuine articles, as the prices for both authentic and counterfeit items are comparable. In fact, Zhongying Street predominantly offers imitations, rendering it nearly impossible for the average consumer to acquire genuine products. The sleek black Mercedes glided towards the Jinling Hotel, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon disembarking at the entrance, I spotted Wen Jianzhong, who was waiting alongside a young man, flanked by two individuals who appeared to be secretarial assistants. "Young Master Yi, I apologize for the delay. Allow me to introduce you to Director Wang Yihua of our district." When Jianzhong introduced, the young man extended his hand towards Ye Xiaowen with a smile. Greetings, young Master Yi." "Good day, Director Wang." Ye Xiaowen shook Wang Yihua's hand and replied with a smile, albeit in a slightly awkward Cantonese. Simultaneously, they appraised one another, both strikingly youthful. Ye Xiaowen estimated Wang Yihua to be no older than 30. It was remarkable that someone so young could attain the position of district director, indicative of a promising future ahead. Wang Yihua, observing Ye Xiaowen, felt a twinge of envy. Here was a privileged scion born with a silver spoon. At such a tender age, he was already driving a Mercedes, a vehicle he had heard was worth at least $1 million, if not more. The sheer amount of money spent on a car was perplexing to him. He could not fathom the mindset of the wealthy. "Please, after you." They were ushered into the opulent Jinling Hotel. Instead of ascending to the 36th floor's Xian Palace, they made their way to the Meiyuan restaurant. As they walked, Wang Yihua scrutinized Ye Xiaowen and his entourage. The 4 bodyguards exhibited commendable discipline, while Wu Zuwang glanced around in awe, clearly overwhelmed by the luxury of the venue, his eyes wide with fascination. It was evident he lacked exposure to such refined environments, aligning with Wang Yihua's assumption that he was merely a nouveau riche without worldly experience. Now fortunate enough to encounter influential individuals, he appeared somewhat polished, yet he remained fundamentally an ordinary person. As for Ye Xiaowen, he too surveyed the decor and arrangements within the Jinling Hotel. Unlike Wu Zuwang, his gaze conveyed a discerning appreciation, occasionally nodding at various elements as if to express approval of the establishment's aesthetic. "Young Master Yi, there are many such buildings in Hong Kong, I presume?" Wang Yihua inquired with a warm smile. The Bank of China Tower, 70 stories tall, reaching 315 meters, the Hopewell Center, 66 stories, and the Concordia Plaza, 52 stories. Ye Xiaowen casually mentioned a few skyscrapers. Wang Yihua nodded. Though he was not familiar with these specifics, he intended to inquire further upon his return. The population density in Hong Kong is considerable, hence the prevalence of high-rise buildings, Ye Xiaowen remarked nonchalantly. Wang Yihua nodded in agreement. Having heard that the region was indeed densely populated, with property prices soaring to exorbitant levels, the elegantly antiquated Mei Yuan restaurant exudes a refined Chinese charm. Ye Xiaowen nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "I truly appreciate this style. I am not fond of overly opulent architecture. I prefer something traditional and ancient, or perhaps something more minimalist." "Haha, a kindred spirit. Young Master Yi, I too have an affinity for simplicity and a touch of vintage. This is the essence of our traditional national aesthetics." Once the group was seated, Wang Yihua invited Ye Xiaowen to order. Without hesitation, Ye Xiaowen casually selected a few dishes from the menu, which featured exquisite Huayan cuisine. Ultimately, it was Wang Yihua who ordered a bottle of Maotai. "Young Master Yi, may I inquire what business your family operates in Hong Kong?" Wang Yihua asked. "Our primary business revolves around electronic products. This visit to the mainland is primarily to explore new ventures. Hence, I have applied for funding," Ye Xiaowen replied ambiguously. Wang Yihua nodded, aware that the general populace had limited understanding of Hong Kong, often only grasping snippets of information through hearsay. Just as Wang Yihua was about to inquire further, the dishes began to arrive, prompting him to remain silent. "Young Master Yi, you are a promising individual. We welcome your investment in the mainland. Come, let me toast to you." "Thank you." Ye Xiaowen raised his glass to clink with Wang Yihua, and the others followed suit. "Young Master Yi, do sample our Huayan cuisine, one of the 4 major culinary traditions of our nation. The knife skills are quite refined, the dishes are exquisite, and the flavors are rich and harmonious. They are mild yet slightly sweet, Wang Yihua eloquently described the characteristics of Huaiyang cuisine. Do try it, and see if it suits your palate, Wen Jinzong added. Although Ye Xiaowen hailed from the north, he had spent 4 years studying in Jinling in his previous life, allowing him to appreciate the flavors. After a few rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Wang Yihua returned to the topic at hand. Young Master Yi, what are your thoughts on our Baishui soda factory after your recent inspection? It seems quite good. Although the production line may be somewhat outdated, that is inconsequential. The main issue lies in the formula. There are numerous soda flavors, yet none that stand out as a flagship, Ye Xiaowen remarked. Expressing his interest in the Baishui soda factory. Might young Master Yi be interested in taking over our Baishui soda factory? Wang Yihua inquired. Ye Xiaowen paused, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wang Yihua and asked, and how would that work? Including the glass factory, cardboard factory, and plastic factory, Wang Yihua explained. Ye Xiaowen sensed that serious matters were at hand. He had gathered some understanding of the soda factory's operational status in recent days. To put it plainly, it was not profitable, but was still sustainable. As for the glass, cardboard, and plastic factories, Ye Xiaowen knew without needing an investigation that they were undoubtedly loss-making enterprises with poor assets. This was not a consideration. Otherwise, why would Wang Yihua be so eager to have Ye Xiaowen take over? Of course, these assets had a different narrative in Wang Yihua's perspective. Chapter 98. No one is a fool. Our plastic factory has a remarkable history, having achieved numerous glorious accomplishments. Similarly, our glass factory has its own tale to tell. Wang Yihua spoke extensively about these 3 factories, yet he consistently employed a singular term to characterize them. Once. But what of the current profitability? Are there any non-performing assets? What was last year's profit? Ye Xiaowen posed 3 questions in rapid succession. Wang Yihua opened his mouth, ultimately expressing his embarrassment. I am not well versed in the present circumstances. Perhaps another day, Master Yi could conduct a personal inspection. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. A personal inspection is indeed necessary. However, I wish to convey that we approach this with utmost sincerity, whether it is the contracting of that factory or any other endeavor. My goal is to enhance and expand the factory, not merely to acquire it and neglect its management, waiting to package it with more enterprises for a swift profit upon going public. Ye Xiaowen's words were direct, clearly aimed at the current acquisition strategy employed by young Master Huang. Huang's modus operandi involved acquiring several similar domestic enterprises through connections, abstaining from operational involvement, merging them, and subsequently listing them abroad to realize quick returns. This approach marked the first encounter for many with the mechanics of capital operations. Wang Yihua found himself momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend Ye Xiaowen's assertions. The state-owned enterprises of 1992 had undergone numerous reforms since 1978, delegation of power, re-centralization, and contractual management. Yet, no remedy seemed effective. Each new solution, however, sparked a wave of followers, convinced it was the panacea for the issues plaguing state enterprises. In 1992, following young Master Huang's acquisition and reorganization of state-owned enterprises, the prospect of listing them abroad seemed to rekindle hope for some. They envisioned leveraging firms familiar with international listing principles and channels to transform certain state enterprises into global entities, subsequently listing them overseas to attract greater investment into domestic enterprise development. A significant number of individuals harbored such aspirations, and Wang Yihua was undoubtedly among them. He intended to package the Baishui soft drink factory along with 3 other loss-making enterprises and sell them to Ye Xiaowen, anticipating that Yi would restructure and list them abroad. Once capital was raised, the funds could be reinvested back into these enterprises. Ultimately, although the enterprises would no longer be under the local jurisdiction, tax revenues would persist, and shedding 3 loss-making state enterprises would significantly alleviate the burden on the district. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Yihua inquired, does Master Yi disagree with young Master Huang's model? Ye Xiaowen shook his head and replied, it is not a matter of disagreement, but rather that it is not suitable for everyone. Zhongzi Capital possesses substantial strength to operate in this manner. However, a closer observation reveals that the majority of the enterprises they acquire are indeed high-quality ones. However, many individuals harbor the hope that such a method will resolve the issues plaguing poorly managed state-owned enterprises. This notion, in itself, contradicts objective principles. Capital is inherently profit-seeking, not a charitable institution. Wang Yihua was taken aback, as it was the first time he had heard such a perspective, which starkly contrasted with the views of most others. Upon further reflection, however, it seemed to possess a degree of validity. Foreigners are not naive. Why would they gratuitously offer financial support? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Xiaowen continued, moreover, I lack the capital operational capacity. If I possessed such abilities, my investigations would not focus on the Schweb beverage factory, but rather on larger establishments like Bowl Factory or Panda Factory. Both Bowl and Panda are major enterprises that transitioned from military to private ownership, boasting formidable technological strengths and significant market shares domestically. After a pause, Wang Yihua asked with a wry smile, "What are your thoughts, young Master Yi?" He understood that his own aspirations were unlikely to materialize, as Ye Xiaowen had articulated his position quite clearly. A joint venture. I would hold a controlling stake in the Schweb beverage factory, allowing you to retain a certain percentage of shares. Ye Xiaowen added, "If I may speak candidly, the current situation of the Schweb beverage factory is not particularly favorable. If we were to wait until it begins to incur losses, it is likely that no one would be interested then. You would still have to provide subsidies. While it is still somewhat profitable, we should consider our options." Ultimately, Wang Yihua did not reach a consensus. However, Ye Xiaowen remained unperturbed. If Schweb beverage factory proved unviable, he could acquire another beverage factory. He was unconvinced that all beverage factories were profitable. Surely, there must be some that are operating at a loss. If necessary, he could even take over a loss-making factory, as long as there was a framework in place, without demanding excessively high standards. Very well, I hope Director Wang will consider this promptly. Other beverage factories are awaiting our response. While we are optimistic about Schweb beverage factory, to be frank, its advantages do not significantly surpass those of other enterprises. Thank you. I will make a decision swiftly. Ye Xiaowen and his companions climbed into their Mercedes-Benz and departed. Wang Yihua, standing at the entrance of the Jinling Hotel, felt a sense of reflection. One cannot assume that everyone is a fool. They can afford luxury cars worth over $1 million, yet would not invest an additional penny to acquire a loss-making enterprise. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen is quite astute and possesses a broad perspective. Wen Jinzhong nodded in agreement. Wang Yihua turned to him and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "What do you mean by my thoughts? I am merely following the directives of my superiors. If the leadership could provide clear guidance, we wouldn't have so many enterprises in the red. We are, after all, outsiders. You are the director of Schweb Factory. Please share your views," Wang Yihua said, reminding him to respond directly. Wen Jinzhong dropped his facade and spoke candidly, emotionally, as the director of Schweb Beverage Factory. "I am certainly reluctant to allow someone else to hold a controlling stake. No one wishes to have an additional overseer. Yet, the reality is that Schweb Beverage Factory is facing intense market pressure. Isn't there a campaign to break the 3 iron barriers? To be candid, I have contemplated various possibilities. If necessary, our Schweb Factory may also initiate the breaking the 3 iron strategy in an attempt to alleviate the internal rigidity and burdensome issues plaguing the enterprise. The essence of the breaking the 3 iron initiative, as the name suggests, is to dismantle the iron rice bowl, iron share, and iron salary of state-owned enterprise employees, thereby liberating the lifelong labor contracts binding the corporation and its workforce. However, is there not a more favorable option available now? If Ye Xiaowen is willing to invest, let him do so and explore the management practices in Hong Kong to see if they can resolve our issues and potentially turn losses into profits. If we do not attempt this, and problems arise later, I fear it may be too late for regrets. Chapter 99. Do not test human nature upon leaving the Jinling Hotel. Ye Xiaowen and his companions did not return to their hotel, but instead drove directly to the train station. "Fengzi, Xiao Wang, please take care," Ye Xiaowen advised Lu Feng and Xiao Wang as they stood at the station. That evening, Lu Feng and Xiao Wang were to embark on an overnight journey to the magical city of Shanghai. With Shun Jiqing proving unreliable, it was imperative that our own people handle the 4th lottery draw. Throughout this period of interaction, I have observed that Lu Feng possesses considerable intellect. Although he seemed somewhat naive when he first left home, after accompanying Wu Zuwang and me for an extended period, he has gained exposure to the world and has become significantly more astute. I believe Lu Feng has potential for further development, whereas Lu Ming remains as reckless as ever. Despite being siblings raised in the same environment, they have diverged greatly. One is gradually becoming more tactful and understanding of human relationships, while the other remains unchanged. In essence, there are no 2 identical leaves in the world. Thus, this journey serves as an invaluable experience for Lu Feng, while Xiao Wang's presence offers necessary support. As for why Lu Ming was not permitted to accompany them, Lu Feng astutely refrained from questioning it, but inadvertently, I remarked, "Lu Ming is too impulsive. Xiao Wang has spent considerable time in Shanghai, and you two can watch out for each other." The underlying reason may be that I do not fully trust Lu Feng and prefer to have Xiao Wang oversee him. A clever individual would not engage in unfounded speculation. Even if he had thoughts on the matter, he would keep them to himself, as Lu Feng believes. Observing my arrangements, Wu Zuwang appeared contemplative. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Ming and Do Wang retired for the night, while Wu Zuwang made his way to my room. We shared tea and discussed the matters addressed during our meal at the Jinling Hotel earlier that day. Wu Zuwang set down his teacup and inquired, Xiaowen, do you think they will agree? Will it have any bearing on us? I countered with a question and continued. We have numerous opportunities to choose from. If Bai Shui soda falters, there are still Lan Shui and Hong Shui. But what of them? Aside from young Master Yi, can young Master Wang or young Master Lu truly find value in it? One should not hang oneself on a single tree, Wu Zuwang chuckled. That is indeed true. But Xiaowen, your metaphor feels rather peculiar. You're overthinking it, Ye Xiaowen quickly retorted. So, shall we simply await their response? What are we waiting for? With a raised eyebrow, Ye Xiaowen remarked, Old Wu, in business, one cannot afford to wait. We should not be fixated on a single option. Instead, we can graciously engage with other factories to exert some pressure on the Bai Shui soda factory. Wu Zuwang paused, feeling somewhat troubled. Is that really wise? What if another factory expresses interest, and we have already committed to one? Wouldn't that be akin to straddling two boats? Originally a migrant worker, Wu Zuwang later took on a few laborers as a contractor. He had never engaged in business before and held a rather principled view, believing such actions to be improper. Hearing Wu Zuwang's concerns, Ye Xiaowen responded with exasperation. This is business, not courtship. Even in seeking a partner, one must cast a wide net, catch many fish, and choose wisely. If you approach business as if you were hanging all your hopes on a single tree, you might as well return home and embrace your children. Cast a wide net, catch many fish, and choose wisely, Wu Zuwang murmured, uncertain if he truly grasped the concept. Ye Xiaowen continued, as business people, we must possess a bottom line. We do not engage in illegal activities, but within the boundaries of commercial rules, we can act freely as long as it is profitable. To succeed in business, one cannot simply be an honest person. Have you ever seen an honest person amass great wealth? Of course, that does not mean one should lack integrity. Without integrity, there can be no growth. You must uphold integrity while avoiding the pitfalls of naivety. These two ideals are often at odds, and Wu Zuwang has a long journey ahead to reconcile them. However, he had begun to draw parallels and remarked, it's like assigning Lu Feng to oversee the fourth lottery while having Xiao Wang supervise him. Approaching 40, Wu Zuwang had only just begun his venture into the business world alongside Ye Xiaowen, and there was much he needed to learn. Yet, he did not shy away from asking questions, for the principles of conduct and work had undergone a significant transformation for him. Indeed, they were entirely different. Ye Xiaowen, eager to impart wisdom, nodded and said, let me share another principle. Never test human nature, for it cannot withstand scrutiny. In the fourth lottery, even if the odds were akin to those of the first, it would involve millions in capital. Why risk those millions to test a young individual who has recently entered society but has witnessed its splendor? The likelihood of crime occurring under the cover of darkness is always greater than in broad daylight. With Xiao Wang accompanying him, the two would mutually constrain each other, preventing any inappropriate thoughts from arising. This arrangement is advantageous, alleviating many troubles for us and for Lu Feng. The very existence of constraints allows society to maintain harmony. Much like the law, which serves as a constraint on us, ensuring many remain law-abiding. Wu Zuwang nodded, acknowledging that Ye Xiaowen's insights indeed held merit. Moreover, he was able to comprehend the concepts presented in a straightforward manner, yet still, with a hint of confusion. He inquired, what does it mean to not trust those we employ while trusting those we suspect? Ye Xiaowen scoffed lightly and replied, what does it mean to not trust those we employ and to trust those we suspect? Take today's situation as an example. I fear Lu Feng may falter under scrutiny, and should I refrain from employing him? That would be entirely unnecessary. It would be more accurate to say we should be cautious of those we employ while still utilizing them. Relying solely on an individual's morality and self-discipline is less effective than having an oversight system in place. Is that even a matter for debate? If we were to adhere strictly to the notion of trusting those we employ while dismissing those we suspect, the entire nation would descend into chaos. A framework of regulations is far more reliable. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Xiaowen chose not to elaborate further. This was sufficient for Wu Zuwang to digest. To say too much would be to risk losing his understanding. Wu Zuwang rose and returned to his chamber, lying on his bed, still mulling over Ye Xiaowen's words. Cast a wide net, gather many fish, and select the best among them. Never test human nature, for it cannot withstand scrutiny. Be cautious of those we employ while employing them. Chapter 100. The Rush of Crowds in the Spring of 1992. An elderly poet penned verses by the shores of the South China Sea, proclaiming, amidst heaven and earth, the spring tide surges. On the journey ahead, the sails billow grandly. This was the work of Jiang Kairu, completed at the end of 1992 and published in the Special Zone Daily in 1993. The tale of spring unfolds the narrative of the reforms initiated in 1992, marking the dawn of a rapid national development, a year that was indeed a perpetual spring. Numerous events transpired during this season, notably the establishment of a socialist market economy. Beginning in February, the number of new companies in Beijing surged at a rate of 2,000 per month, and by August, all business licenses in the city gleamed with activity. The Municipal Industrial and Commercial Bureau was compelled to urgently transport over 10,000 business licenses from Tianjin to meet the demand. In Pingqing, within the nation's tallest international trade center, over 300 companies operated, with 20 or more occupying a single floor, where even a solitary desk could represent an enterprise. On July 29th, the idea mogul He Yang graced the pages of the Youth Daily, headlined "He Yang Sells Ideas, Earns 400,000." That year, at least 100,000 party and government officials ventured into the realm of commerce, earning them the moniker of the 92 faction. A later television series titled Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou do not believe in tears echoed this sentiment. Yet at this time, it was Hainan that did not believe in tears. From June 1991, the price of an apartment in Haikou was approximately 1,200 yuan per square meter, soaring to 3,500 yuan by August 1992. In just 1 year, the price more than doubled, a figure that would translate to the cost of properties in 5th or 6th tier cities in later years. However, at that time, it was indeed exorbitant, for one must remember that the housing prices in the capital and the metropolis were still below 1,000 yuan. This spring witnessed a multitude of events, both good and bad, significant and trivial, frenzied and rational, each a microcosm of the reform and opening up era, with countless stories left untold. The reforms pressed the fast-forward button, leading to a certain disarray as everything progressed through trial and error. At the beginning of the year, the stock subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis ignited a fervor surrounding the concept of stocks, creating countless individuals with fortunes ranging from tens of thousands to even millionaires. In the latter half of the year, the vibrant city, unwilling to be outdone, sought to establish its own stock subscription certificates and engage in the stock market as well. In truth, the stock market in this city can be traced back to 2 years prior. On December 19, 1990, the Shanghai Stock Exchange held its grand opening ceremony. While the Shenzhen Stock Exchange had already opened its doors a bit earlier on December 1st, this was not merely a fortunate coincidence. Rather, the Shenzhen Exchange aimed to outpace the Shanghai Exchange in its inauguration. The Shenzhen Exchange commenced operations without formal approval, which would not be granted until July of the following year, 1991, thus rendering its establishment legitimate. The Shenzhen Exchange exhibited a certain audacity, launching operations sans approval and preempting the Shanghai Exchange. As the then head of the Shenzhen Exchange aptly noted, once a child is born, can it be returned to the womb? Indeed, it could not, and he succeeded, albeit through a somewhat juvenile and chaotic process. By the end of 1990, the domestic capital market had taken shape, establishing a dual market structure centered around these two exchanges, while domestic companies showcased a series of grand commercial dramas. However, there was no rush. It was still early, particularly for Shun Jiqing at that moment. Shun carried a large burlap sack filled to the brim with identification cards. Nestled within was the sum of 40,000 yuan and a bank card acquired from Ye Xiaowen. One hand clutched tightly to the clothing of the person in front of him to prevent others from cutting in line. August in this city was the peak of summer, and sweat streamed down Shun's forehead, threatening to drip into his eyes. Yet, he dared not wipe it away, fearing that loosening his grip would lead to being swept away by the throng. Today was August 8, 1992, an auspicious day, as the number 8 holds significant meaning in the country. He had departed from Jinling on the evening of August 6, arrived at the outskirts of the Special Economic Zone on the night of August 7, and under the cover of darkness, sought the aid of a smuggler to cross the barbed wire and enter the zone. During this perilous crossing, he nearly got caught and fell into a muddy pit, narrowly escaping disaster. Fortunately, the 40,000 yuan provided by Ye Xiaowen remained intact, and this morning he retrieved the sack of identification cards he had sent ahead. Covered in dirt, his clothes bore several tears from the barbed wire and branches, but for Shun Jiqing, these were trivial inconveniences. As long as he could acquire a substantial number of stock subscription certificates, it was all worth it, just like Ye Xiaowen before him, who had arrived in the metropolis with merely 20,000 yuan in loans, staying in a dilapidated and costing 3 yuan a night. Yet, look where he is now, driving a luxury vehicle and residing in opulent hotels. Enduring a bit of hardship at this time was inconsequential. Carrying a sack, he sought out a sales point. Initially believing that an announcement was made on August 7th, with the formal sale of stock subscription certificates commencing on the morning of August 9th. Therefore, on August 8th, he thought it prudent to queue, confident that he was not late. He even contemplated merely taking a glance before indulging in a leisurely lunch, returning in the afternoon at an earlier hour. However, to his astonishment, he found a long line already forming outside the sales point early that morning. Shen Jiqing rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing that he had lost track of time. Today was not August 8th, but rather August 9th. Faced with the lengthy queue before him, Shen Jiqing felt a sense of disbelief. He understood that after the lottery for stock subscription certificates in the magical city, the current situation in Pengcheng would undoubtedly be more fervent, unlike the initial indifference experienced in the magical city, where sales were even pushed upon individuals as a mere task. He knew that it would be improbable to acquire stock subscription certificates as easily as Ye Xiaowen and others had once done. Yet, the scene before him was undeniably exaggerated. With the sales set to begin on the morning of August 9th, the queue outside the sales point on the morning of August 8th was astounding. If he had not inquired with several individuals, all confirming that it was indeed August 8th, he might have been convinced that the day had already turned to August 9th. Unperturbed, Shen Jiqing attempted another sales point, only to find an even greater throng assembled there. After spending an hour visiting 3 different sales points, he arrived at the final one, where he decided to remain. It was not the smaller crowd that deterred him, but rather the continuous influx of people at the previous sales points. He feared that if he did not secure his place in line promptly, he would be unable to join at all. Chapter 101. Seizing the opportunity after Shen Jiqing joined the queue, many more individuals quickly lined up behind him, each gripping tightly to the person in front, lest they be jostled away. If one were to slip out of line, re-entering would be impossible. "Brother, is that your ID card?" inquired a middle-aged man behind him. "Yes," Shen Jiqing replied without turning around. It was not that he wished to ignore the man, but rather that space did not permit him to do so. "Brother, let us negotiate. Could you lend me your ID? I'll pay you 5 yuan for a card." "No, 10 yuan. The middle-aged man proposed, yet Shen Jiqing felt no inclination to entertain the offer. "Ridiculous. I painstakingly mailed my ID card to Pengcheng for 3 yuan each. Am I to sell it now? The profit from acquiring stock subscription certificates far exceeds 10 yuan a card. Have you lost your senses, or have I?" Shen Jiqing thought vehemently, though he politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I cannot sell." "Fine, if you want to sell. I simply cannot believe the staff will dispense so many stock subscription certificates," the man muttered, but he ceased his attempts at persuasion. The oppressive weather and the crowd rendered any desire for conversation utterly absent. July's weather was capricious. Moments ago, the sun shone brightly, and suddenly, a torrential downpour began to fall. Countless individuals may have grumbled and complained, yet none chose to depart. Fortunately, the rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, drenching the crowd thoroughly before the ominous clouds above dispersed. Shen Jiqing was no exception. He cursed under his breath, his entire being caked in mud and utterly disheveled. Now, drenched by the rain, he felt even more sticky and uncomfortable. He reminisced about the time when Ye Xiaowen and others queued to purchase stock subscription certificates, basking in the sun and enduring the torrential downpour, none of which seemed to matter then. He recalled how he had graciously invited Ye Xiaowen and her companions into his office, serving them tea, and even gifted Ye Xiaowen an extra stock subscription certificate. How different his circumstances were now. He imagined they were leisurely dining in a hotel or at a restaurant. However, Shen Jiqing was mistaken. Ye Xiaowen was currently inspecting a factory, a soda plant significantly larger than the Baishui soda factory, with an estimated workforce of around 500. Though Ye Xiaowen surmised it was at most 300, the origin of the remaining 200 remained a mystery. After the inspection, Ye Xiaowen and her group did not pause for lunch at the factory, but rather hurried on to the next establishment. Their midday meal at the second factory preceded an afternoon of further inspections. In contrast, Shen Jiqing felt infinitely more uncomfortable than Ye Xiaowen, who was far more at ease in Pengcheng. After enduring the morning, Shen Jiqing experienced dizziness. He had come in a rush, unprepared for such a situation, and had left his provisions behind. Yet, at that moment, he dared not venture out for a meal, knowing that stepping outside would mean not returning. Hearing a crunching sound behind him, Shen Jiqing swallowed hard and turned with difficulty. He beheld a middle-aged man behind him gnawing on a cold steamed bun, while clutching a can filled with an unknown pickled vegetable. "Brother, do you have any more buns?" "I'd like to have one," Shen Jiqing asked, his voice trembling slightly. The middle-aged man looked up and mumbled indistinctly. "Though I have the pickles, it's still tough to choke down a bun alone." Shen Jiqing nodded eagerly, adopting a pitiful demeanor. How much for one? I'll buy it. The middle-aged man shook his head, stifling another bite of the cold bun as he chuckled. Not for sale, unless you trade me an ID. In an instant, a multitude of phrases flooded Shen Jiqing's mind, taking advantage, exploiting the vulnerable, kicking someone when they are down. Yet, he ultimately nodded. All right, how do we trade? 1 bun for 5 IDs. If you want pickles, that's extra. 5. Shen Jiqing exclaimed incredulously. Why don't you just rob a bank? 1 bun for 5 IDs. Just moments ago, the same man had offered him 10 yuan for a single ID, which Shen Jiqing had refrained from selling. Now, asking for 5 IDs in exchange for a bun equated to 50 yuan for a mere bun. What kind of bun is this, made of gold? And pickles are extra? If you're unwilling, so be it. I'm not forcing you. The middle-aged man spoke casually, taking a sip from his water bottle and letting out a hearty belch. Shen Jiqing turned away, then back again, retrieving 5 identification cards from his bag and handing them over. Give me a bun, he demanded. The middle-aged man cheerfully tucked the identification cards away, muttering, That's more like it. What else would I do with these cards? They can't be eaten or drunk. Shen Jiqing, lacking the energy to engage, accepted the bun and began to tear pieces off, savoring each bite. Today, the bun tasted remarkably sweet and fragrant. Eat slowly. If you need more, I have plenty, the man said from behind him. Ignoring him, Shen Jiqing finished the bun and felt a bit of vitality returning. As the sun set, the arduous day finally came to a close, yet the queue at the sales point was already overflowing. Peering ahead, he could vaguely see the ticket booth, though the entrance was blocked. Looking back, the end of the line was invisible, lost in a sea of people. In Pingcheng, how could so few individuals swell to over 1 million in just a day? All these people were waiting to purchase subscription forms at the sales point. As twilight deepened, the oppressive heat gradually dissipated, although the chaos at the entrance showed no signs of easing. Shen Jiqing had been fretting over how to manage dinner. Having endured a day under the sun without a drop to drink, his lips chapped and in dire need of moisture. If worst came to worst, he would have to barter with the unscrupulous merchant behind him for water. Fortunately, at that moment, a street vendor squeezed through the throng. Shen Jiqing bought food and drink in abundance. It was clear the night would require them to queue until dawn. Chapter 102. Packaged sales. The scene at the sales point grew even more chaotic as night fell, emboldening many in the crowd. Where's my wallet? Who the hell stole my money? Who touched my backside? Step forward if you dare. Have you no shame? Stop pushing. What is the point of all this? Various voices clamored, the darkness testing the depths of human nature. Shen Jiqing realized this night would likely be tumultuous. As anticipated, several altercations soon erupted, seemingly heralding the chaos to come. Disturbances flared up intermittently, yet Shen Jiqing navigated through unscathed. Finally, they endured until the next morning, August 9th, when the sun rose, symbolizing hope for those queuing outside to purchase stock subscriptions. The long line pressed forward, and even though Ye Xiaowen was far away in Jinling, he could imagine the scene vividly. That evening, Wang Yihua and Wen Jianzhong met with Ye Xiaowen again. They discussed a soda factory and a glass factory. A total contract of 2 million to be awarded to Ye Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen would certainly not agree to the bundled sale of the glass factory. This practice, prevalent among many private enterprises or foreign capital acquiring state-owned enterprises, often involves a combination of one solid asset alongside several loss-incurring businesses. Moreover, the so-called prime assets are merely profitable ones. The production equipment cannot be deemed advanced. The most valuable aspect is, indeed, the land upon which each factory stands. However, land is currently not worth much. Director Wang, I must speak candidly. Please do not take offense. Do go on. Wang Yihua gestured for him to continue. Frankly, there are numerous soft drink factories in Jinling, yet upon inspection, I found that the production equipment, from the production lines to the warehouses, is rather antiquated. Not only is the production speed sluggish, but it also demands a considerable workforce, resulting in low efficiency. The so-called skilled workers can be trained in a short span of time, and I won't even delve into the factory management system, where tardiness and early departures have become the norm. Ye Xiaowen stripped away the veil concealing the state-owned enterprises, laying bare the stark and grim reality before everyone. Both Wang Yihua and Wen Jianzhong's expressions soured, yet there was no outburst of anger. Instead, their regard for Ye Xiaowen escalated significantly. It was clear that Ye Xiaowen was not someone to be easily dismissed. His understanding of state-owned factories was profound. Over the past few days, hearing that he had been investigating various factories, it became evident that he was not merely going through the motions. Remarkably, in such a short time, he had grasped the inherent flaws of state-owned enterprises. Thus, Wang Yihua proactively reduced the offer to 150 million, including the soft drink factory and the glass factory. Nevertheless, Ye Xiaowen continued to shake his head, preferring to pay 200 million for just the soft drink factory rather than 150 million for the soft drink factory bundled with the glass factory. Were this the future, Ye Xiaowen would have readily accepted such an offer without hesitation. After all, acquiring a factory, even if only the land, is worth 2 fortunes, and the machinery could be sold as scrap iron for some return. However, this was not the future, and acquiring state-owned enterprises came with the burden of inheriting their workers, the greatest headache of all. This was a group of individuals, a multitude of idle hands, lacking any skills, yet excelling at causing disruptions. If we do not accept the workers, I can. Ye Xiaowen was cut off by Wang Yihua. That is not an option. It is a primary condition. Without accepting the workers, there is no meaning in our contract. Indeed, since the reform of state-owned enterprises began, the vast number of employees has posed the greatest challenge during this transition, forcing those who once held secure jobs to become unemployed, thereby shattering their livelihoods. Is a task no one wishes to undertake. As the child of a laid-off state enterprise worker, Ye Xiaowen deeply understood this struggle. After his parents lost their jobs, his elder brother Ye Xiaofeng's marriage plans fell through, and their family's living conditions plummeted. Their parents had not smiled since their layoffs. However, understanding is one thing, while business is another. It does not imply that Ye Xiaowen would readily take over a loss-incurring glass factory. The two parties found themselves at an impasse. Ye Xiaowen, smoking contemplatively, gazed out the window, lost in thought, while Wang Yihua remained silent, his head bowed. Ye Xiaowen proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Resembling not a dandy from Hong Kong, but rather an experienced director of a state-owned enterprise, thoroughly knowledgeable about the issues plaguing such establishments. Conversely, when Jinzhong was indifferent, should the Baishui factory remain uncontracted, he would continue as its director, and if it were contracted out, he would simply transition to another leadership role elsewhere. As a director, he would not face unemployment until retirement, and even other cadre within the factory, those with connections, would find ways to be reassigned. Thus, with the transfer of all cadre from both factories, only the workers would remain, and in the future, any necessary assistance would be readily provided. Wang Yihua once again lowered his conditions, yet the principle of selling the factories as a package remained unchanged. This principle was non-negotiable. Selling the Baishui soda factory alone would amount to a devaluation of collective assets. However, packaging the loss-making glass factory with the Baishui factory altered the nature of the transaction. Therefore, he would not waver on this principle. Tomorrow, I will visit the glass factory for further assessment. Ye Xiaowen nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. It was evident that a similar scenario could arise with another enterprise. Unless he were to embark on establishing a new factory, such circumstances were inevitable. Yet, constructing a new facility, acquiring land, sourcing a contracting team, drafting blueprints, importing production lines, finding suppliers, and training workers was overly cumbersome and exhausting, rendering it unnecessary. Directly acquiring an existing factory was the most prudent course of action. Wang Yihua exhaled a sigh of relief. He feared Ye Xiaowen might dismiss the proposition outright. Now it appeared there was room for negotiation. The following morning, when Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang arrived at the glass factory as indicated by Wang Yihua, he was already waiting at the factory entrance with the senior management. Director Wang, is it true that a major boss from Hong Kong has come? The executives of the glass factory speculated about Ye Xiaowen's intentions regarding the acquisition. However, Wang Yihua refrained from providing them with a definitive answer, as it was indeed too early to conclude anything. Ye Xiaowen's visit was merely for assessment. Chapter 103, Half Sale. Half gift. The gray walls and black iron gates of the factory came into view as the imposing tiger hound vehicle approached. A sign hung nearby, Dongxing Glass Factory. The wooden sign, once painted white with black lettering, had faded over time, rendering its original colors nearly indecipherable. The black tiger hound gleamed under the sun, momentarily dazzling. Young Master Yi, Wang Yihua greeted as they shook hands. This is Du Yanhua, the director of our Dongxing Glass Factory, and this is Wang Yihua, the deputy director. As they introduced each other, Ye Xiaowen offered a slight nod, refraining from uttering a single word, deeming it sufficient to acknowledge their presence. However, the senior management of Dongxing Glass Factory found no fault in this demeanor. After all, he arrived in a luxury car worth over $1 million, complete with a driver and bodyguards, holding a mobile phone worth several thousand, and adorned in attire that clearly bore a hefty price tag. It was only natural for a young aristocrat from Xiangjiang to exhibit a touch of arrogance. Treading along the path paved with coal slag at the entrance, the group made their way into the factory. Established in 1965, our Dongxing glass factory boasts nearly 3 decades of history, employing over 300 individuals. How many employees are currently on duty? Ye Xiaowen interrupted Du Yanhua, inquiring. Du Yanhua intended to say that all 300 employees were present. Yet under Ye Xiaowen's penetrating gaze, he found himself unable to articulate this. In resignation, he turned to Wang Yihua for assistance. Wang Yihua, feeling exasperated, said, "Why are you looking at me? They're asking you, and you're the director." He glared at Du Yanhua and insisted, "Just answer truthfully. Why look to me?" "About 150, Du Yanhua replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Realizing that only half of the workforce was present in a factory that should have 300 employees. "Let us proceed to the workshop," he suggested. "On such a hot day, shouldn't we go to the office instead?" Ye Xiaowen questioned, his tone slightly displeased. Du Yanhua awkwardly responded, we can indeed." The walls of the factory workshop were adorned with slogans characteristic of the era, warning against unauthorized births with phrases such as, "Produce, discharge, flow, just do not give birth." Regulations were strictly enforced, with harsh penalties for infractions. Family planning was indeed a priority during this time. As they pushed open the large doors of the workshop, a pungent and acrid odor wafted through the air. Inside, some workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, while others chatted or even cracked sunflower seeds. Ye Xiaowen could comprehend the conversations, but the sight of workers munching on seeds in such sweltering heat baffled him. The moment Ye Xiaowen and his companions entered, the workshop erupted into a flurry of activity as everyone returned to their stations. Sheets of flat glass, after undergoing annealing and cooling, were set aside, awaiting packaging. After a cursory glance, Ye Xiaowen noted that the production techniques utilized for glass manufacturing still harked back to the processes of the 1970s, employing mechanical shaping methods. The glass was formed using the calendaring method, where molten glass from the furnace was pressed into shape through rollers and subsequently annealed. This production technique seems rather outdated. Ye Xiaowen remarked casually. In truth, many glass factories at this time operated similarly. For instance, the glass factory where Ye Xiaowen's parents worked also adopted such methods. The glass produced exhibited a jade green hue, low transparency, numerous bubbles, and was fragile, resulting in a low yield of finished products. Wang Yihua nodded, speaking with a hint of resignation. Our production technology is somewhat outdated. However, the foundation of our Dongxing glass factory is quite solid. A couple of years ago, we considered introducing a float glass production line, but we ultimately abandoned the idea due to insufficient funds. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement and casually turned around. Finding little of interest, it became evident that he had frequently visited the glass factory where his parents worked, and thus was familiar with the production processes and workflows. Exiting the production workshop, the others also sighed with relief, for the heat inside was unbearable. The temperatures required to melt the raw materials into glass were indeed extreme. "Let us head to the storage room," Ye Xiaowen suggested without hesitation. Upon arriving, he was taken aback by the sight. The storage area comprised 4 rooms filled with countless boxes of glass. "How much is there?" he inquired. "Approximately around 100 tons of glass," came the response. "Why such an excess in inventory?" "It's unsold stock due to low sales, yet the factory cannot cease operations. Hence the accumulation," Du Yanhua replied with a wry smile. After leaving the storage room, they proceeded to the finance department, where Ye Xiaowen briefly reviewed the profitability of the Dongxing glass factory. Including the workers' wages, the factory incurred a monthly loss of around 80,000 yuan. No wonder Wang Yihua was eager to rid himself of this burden. An 80,000 yuan loss each month required subsidies from the street committee. Ye Xiaowen was uncertain about the monthly profits of the Baishua soda factory, but he speculated that, aside from operational expenses, achieving a profit of 80,000 yuan each month was questionable. During this period, the prices of all goods were notably low. Baishua soda, for instance, sold at 2.5 cents per bottle, with 5 cents deducted for the glass bottle, leaving a mere 2 cents. Ye Xiaowen was unsure of the precise population of Jinling, but it was likely several million. Baishua soda primarily sold locally, and within a market of millions. Even with some surrounding counties, the monthly sales figures were limited. Thus, the monthly profits could be calculated. For the street committee, packaging and selling both factories at once presented a lucrative business opportunity. 1 million for both factories, or else we can't proceed, Ye Xiaowen declared while sipping tea in the Dongxing glass factory conference room. 1 million? Wang Yihua nearly choked on his words upon hearing the offer. What kind of joke is this? 1 million for both factories? He understood that Ye Xiaowen was likely to negotiate, but this price felt like a giveaway. Ye Xiaowen interrupted Wang Yihua, continuing, "Please allow me to elaborate. You are undoubtedly more aware of the situation of these two factories than I am. The machinery is outdated. The equipment is antiquated, and personnel management is lax. In my view, it would not be a great loss if the glass factory were to close. However, the severance compensation for the 300 workers, along with the buyout of their years of service, would likely be substantial, and many of them would probably resist such an outcome. So, must we continue to support them? 300 individuals, each earning a monthly salary of 150 yuan, collectively amount to 4,500 yuan for the month, translating to 54,000 yuan annually. Over a span of 20 years, this sum exceeds 1 million. Upon this calculation, Ye Xiaowen's reasoning rendered Wang Yihua momentarily silent. The necessity to divest the glass factory stemmed from this very rationale. Moreover, it was not solely a matter of wages. The presence of workers mandated production, and production incurred costs. Raw materials were continually transported, transformed into glass, yet often remained unsold or saw minimal sales. The inventory continued to swell. What then could be done? At 100,000. If you agree, we shall prepare to sign the contract. If not, then so be it, Ye Xiaowen stated. I will convene a meeting to deliberate and provide you with a response by tomorrow, Wang Yihua replied. Very well, Ye Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement. On August 10th, the day proved less than ideal for the issuance of stock subscription certificates in Pengcheng, yet for Ye Xiaowen, it bore a favorable outcome. The local authorities acquiesced to Ye Xiaowen's request, agreeing to sell the Baishua beverage factory and Dongxing glass factory as a bundled package for 1,100,000 yuan. After signing the letter of intent, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang departed from Jinling the same day. Their destination was Pengcheng, where they intended to enlist assistance in registering a Hong Kong-funded company, subsequently acquiring both the Baishua beverage factory and Dongxing glass factory. Xiaowen, why don't we simply purchase the Baishua beverage factory outright? Wu Zuwang inquired, perplexed, as they journeyed toward Modu. To reach Pengcheng, we must enter the special economic zone, traverse the border patrol line, and seek assistance in registering a Hong Kong-funded company. This process seems to complicate matters significantly, he continued. There are two reasons. First, holding a Hong Kong-funded stake provides numerous advantages domestically. Second, involving a company adds an additional layer of security, Ye Xiaowen elucidated. Opting not to delve deeply into the intricacies of limited liability companies or joint stock companies, Wu Zuwang, merely listening, would benefit more from attending night school classes to grasp such concepts. 2 days later, Ye Xiaowen and his companions arrived in Pengcheng, having navigated through barbed wire. While others settled into urban villages after crossing, Ye Xiaowen and his entourage boldly entered the city's most luxurious hotel. Equipped with large mobile phones, they booked 4 opulent rooms and secured a taxi at the entrance. Ye Xiaowen's lavish spending quickly drew attention. Consequently, they connected with an individual engaged in such business ventures and established a limited liability company named Duo Guoli with a registered capital of 5 million yuan, co-funded by Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang. Ye Xiaowen contributed 3 million, securing a 60% stake in Duo Guoli, while Wu Zuwang invested 2 million, holding 40%. The company's inaugural transaction was not the acquisition of the Baishua beverage factory and Dongxing glass factory, but rather the purchase of a Mercedes-Benz registered under Ye Xiaowen for 2 million yuan. Thus, the company's actual funds amount to 3 million, alongside a Mercedes-Benz valued at 1 million, indicating that the company's true worth should be 4 million. Master Yi, you are indeed an expert, Li Fukong remarked with a grin. Observing Ye Xiaowen's maneuver, the company, Duo Guoli Limited, was registered by Li Fukong's Hongyi business company. Li Fukong claimed that as long as one possesses wealth, it was feasible to establish companies not only in Hong Kong, but even abroad, including registration in the Cayman Islands. However, Ye Xiaowen found this boastful, suspecting that Li Fukong was merely repeating something he had heard about the Cayman Islands. At this juncture, company registration in the country was in its infancy, specifically allowing private enterprises to register. The notion that Li Fukong could register a company in the Cayman Islands seemed implausible to Ye Xiaowen, who believed that he was simply trying to impress the uninformed. Wu Zuwang was puzzled by Ye Xiaowen's actions, but refrained from questioning further in front of Li Fukong. What expertise? By the way, have you found the accountant I requested? Ye Xiaowen waved his hand dismissively. It's not easy to find. If you need someone in Pengcheng, I could locate 3 within a day, but for Jinling, that's a different story, Li Fukong replied with a wry smile. He also engaged in some headhunting business, doing whatever was necessary to earn money. Yet, the request to find an accountant for Jinling posed a genuine challenge. At that moment, any accountant was in demand, and those who could come to Pengcheng were unlikely to wish to return, aspiring instead to carve out their own niche in the city. Then let's see if there are any job fairs. If not, we can recruit in person, suggested Ye Xiaowen. Sure, Li Fukong nodded, taking 300 yuan for his services before heading out to make arrangements. This money-hungry fellow, Wu Zuong muttered upon returning to the room. Li Fukong was a quintessential local figure. Whatever one could conceive, he could connect within Pengcheng and accomplish it. Ye Xiaowen had a rough understanding of his working style, which was reliable, albeit primarily motivated by monetary gain. As long as one had money, any task could be fulfilled. Without it, there was no hope. He even charged 300 yuan just for finding a job fair. Ye Xiaowen waved his hand, unconcerned, saying, "It matters not. We need individuals like him. Though it costs a bit, he is efficient. By the way, Xiaowen, why did he refer to you as an expert? I truly do not comprehend your recent actions regarding the company registration and the acquisition of that vehicle. Isn't it merely transferring from one hand to the other?" Wu Zuong inquired, gazing at Ye Xiaowen. "Indeed, it is a transfer from one hand to the other," Ye Xiaowen affirmed with a nod, smiling as he elucidated. "Yet, such a transfer renders everything entirely different. The company's funds belong to the company, while personal funds are distinctly personal. Now, with this transfer, the vehicle is under the company's name. The expenses related to the vehicle, including depreciation and other costs, will be borne by the company. This practice can effectively reduce the company's profits. Consequently, lower profits lead to diminished tax obligations. However, this is only one aspect. For instance, if the vehicle were to be involved in an accident today, it would have no bearing on me personally. It is a matter for the company. Should the company face bankruptcy, I would only be accountable until the company's funds are depleted. The company's liabilities rest with the company itself, not with me personally." Ye Xiaowen articulated a multitude of points, indifferent to whether Wu Zuong comprehended them or not. He had conveyed everything he deemed necessary, leaving the remainder to Wu Zuong's own discernment. As they conversed, Wu Zuong's pager, clipped to his waist, emitted a series of beeps. Upon checking the incoming call, he turned to Ye Xiaowen and said, "It's Shen Jiqing." Ye Xiaowen responded with a slight huff, offering no further indication. Wu Zuong hesitated but ultimately decided to return Shen Jiqing's call. "Brother Wu," Shen Jiqing's voice came through, tinged with distress. "What is wrong, Jiqing?" Wu Zuong inquired, glancing at Ye Xiaowen, who was sipping tea. "The stocks have plummeted, and I was unable to acquire a subscription form in Pengcheng. I queued for 2 days and nights, but the forms were sold out long before I could get one. Moreover, the identification I purchased at a hefty price was stolen." Shen Jiqing's words carried a sense of desolation, and even through the phone, Wu Zuong could sense his sorrow. "How did this happen?" Wu Zuong asked, having heard about the stock subscription issues in Pengcheng over the past couple of days. However, he had not previously shown concern for Shen Jiqing's plight, especially since their relationship had soured after Shen Jiqing took the 40,000 yuan that Ye Xiaowen had given him back in Jinling. They had effectively severed ties with Shen Jiqing, and although he was sent off with some semblance of farewell, it was essentially a parting. Thus, while he was aware of Shen Jiqing's presence in Pengcheng and the troubles he faced, he felt no inclination to concern himself with him any longer. Asking now felt somewhat awkward, as he could not simply admit to knowing about the situation while asserting it was of no consequence to him. The subscription forms had indeed sold out quickly, and later, it was rumored that an internal issue within the security system had caused the chaos. A piece of news that spread rapidly throughout the city. Shen Jiqing continued to recount the events, and Wu Zuong gradually pieced together the sequence of occurrences. He felt a tinge of exasperation at Shen Jiqing's misfortune, contemplating whether this was merely a stroke of bad luck. Yet, he could not help but ponder why Ye Xiaowen seemed to possess such fortuitous luck. Reflecting on this, he recalled a remark made by Ye Xiaowen in the past. "When others are consumed by madness, I am filled with fear. When others are engulfed by fear, I become greedy." As these thoughts crossed my mind, I couldn't help but glance at Ye Xiaowen, who was utterly engrossed in the television drama, seemingly captivated by something spectacular, completely indifferent to the events unfolding beside her. "Wu Ge, where are you now?" Shen Jiqing inquired over the phone. Wu Zuong cupped the mouthpiece and turned to Ye Xiaowen, saying, "Xiaowen, he is asking where we are. Should we tell him? What is the point of informing him? Just say we're conducting an investigation in the south. Our next destination is undecided." Ye Xiaowen shot Wu Zuong a sidelong glance, incredulous. Why tell Shen Jiqing anything? We've already settled 4,000 yuan. It's merely a matter of being soft-hearted. Thinking of our friendship, in the end, it costs us dearly. What better use could there be for that money? Giving it to someone as greedy as Shen Jiqing is akin to throwing meat to a dog, an endeavor doomed to fail. All right. Wu Zuong released the mouthpiece and resumed his conversation with Shen Jiqing. Before long, the call was terminated. Ye Xiaowen, still fixated on the television, casually remarked, "By the way, I forgot to mention, you didn't properly cover the mouthpiece." Wu Zhuang was taken aback. "Oh." Ye Xiaowen returned her attention to the screen, dismissing him. The following day, Ye Xiaowen received a message from Li Fukong, informing her of a job fair at the International Trade Center in Pingcheng on the third day. "Are there exhibition booths available?" she inquired. "Yes, just pay an extra 100 yuan, came the reply. After hanging up, Ye Xiaowen cursed. What a farce. There's no meaningful job fair at the International Trade Center. They host them every single day. At that moment, the International Trade Center represented the very essence of Pingcheng's swift development. From October 1982 to December 29, 1985, it was completed in just 37 months, achieving the remarkable feat of a floor every 3 days, an unparalleled record in architectural history. Thus, the phrase "a floor every 3 days" became synonymous with the renowned Pingcheng speed. Recently, during the Southern Tour, I had visited this landmark, which stands as Pingcheng's most illustrious structure, without exception. The entire International Trade Center houses over 300 companies, with an innumerable array of exhibition booths available for recruitment every day. In a moment of forgetfulness, Ye Xiaowen had unwittingly allowed Li Fukong to profit 300 yuan. Had she known, she could have simply arranged a rental herself. With a booth costing 100 yuan per day, she resolved to attend. If the booth failed to meet her expectations, she would certainly ensure that Li Fukong understood why flowers bloom so vividly. After hanging up, Li Fukong sensed the unfriendly tone in Ye Xiaowen's voice. He clicked his tongue, realizing that Ye Xiaowen was not someone to be trifled with. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had gathered enough insight to recognize her as formidable, well-versed in the dynamics of business operations, capable of effortlessly handling millions at a young age. At that time, numerous undocumented individuals were present in Pingcheng, having crossed borders through human smugglers, creating a disordered mix of people. Those who had smuggled in typically hid in urban villages, and if apprehended by the law enforcement personnel, they faced severe penalties. If Ye Xiaowen were truly incensed, it would be effortless for him to spend a bit of money to have someone deal with his grievances. Li Fukong was aware that among the smuggled individuals, there was a sum of 10,000 yuan, and it was likely that someone would be tempted to take a risk. As for whether Ye Xiaowen could resort to such actions, it was apparent that he was not a person to be trifled with. Moreover, at such a young age, being able to muster millions raised questions about the source of his wealth. The elderly Mr. Wu, in Li Fukong's presence, behaved as if he were subservient, indicating that he must possess considerable cunning. Perhaps it was best to reach out and secure a more favorable exhibition space as a form of compensation. After all, one should not offend such a person, Li Fukong mused. On the morning of the third day, Ye Xiaowen and his companions took a taxi towards the International Trade Center. "Mr. Yi, this International Trade Center is a landmark in our city, once the tallest building in the nation. When it was constructed, they erected a floor every 3 days, setting records both nationally and globally," the taxi driver informed them as they made their way. Upon arriving at the entrance of the International Trade Center, they spotted Li Fukong waiting for them. "Boss Yi, Boss Wu," Li Fukong greeted them with a cheerful smile. "An exhibition space costs 400 yuan a day. I trust you're not jesting with me, right?" Ye Xiaowen remarked with a grin, a mix of jest and seriousness that left Li Fukong uncertain, though it mattered little as he had already made the necessary arrangements. 400 yuan, Boss Yi. To achieve great things, one mustn't shy away from spending. Li Fukong replied amiably. As they conversed, the vibrancy of the International Trade Center was palpable. The flow of people was incessant, with individuals clad in suits, traditional attire, and various styles of clothing. Groups of 3 or 4 mingled with solitary figures, representing a diverse array of backgrounds. Regardless of age or gender, everyone shared a common goal, the pursuit of wealth. The term "going into business" was the most popular phrase of the year, destined to dominate the trending topics. This structure stood as a symbol of Peng City, housing hundreds of companies, complete with office suites and individual exhibition spaces, though the minimum lease duration was 6 months. Renting for just a day or two was simply not an option, as the property management would not entertain such requests. As Li Fukong led Ye Xiaowen further inside, he continued to elaborate on the situation. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement, recognizing that even a single exhibition space would cost significantly more than 400 yuan per month. However, he firmly believed that where there is demand, a day's rental could certainly be arranged. A businessman must possess the acumen to profit. After all, there are myriad ways to achieve success in this venture. "This way, please," Li Fukong said, guiding them to the 3rd floor, where they encountered a bustling array of exhibition spaces teeming with eager job seekers. The atmosphere was tense, and it was essential to remember that it was still 1992. not the graduation season following the expansion of universities in later years. Indeed, this was Pengcheng, the forefront of reform and opening up. As they approached the booth, Li Fukong inquired, "Is this booth worth 400 yuan, bossy?" "It is," Ye Xiaowen affirmed with a nod. Upon reaching the booth, Ye Xiaowen discovered that Li Fukong had already arranged for an advertisement board and had even procured the presence of a uniformed young woman, exuding the enchanting aura of youth, seemingly in her 20s. "Hello, boss Yi. I am bilingual," the young woman greeted with a slight smile, revealing her charming dimples. Stepping forward, Ye Xiaowen took her delicate hand and turned to Li Fukong, asking, "What is this?" "This is the temporary secretary I hired for you. Look at you all. A bunch of gentlemen. If a woman came to apply, your imposing presence might scare her away, perhaps making her think you're up to no good," Li Fukong remarked. Coughing lightly, Ye Xiaowen, youthful yet somewhat lecherous, held onto bilingual's hand for nearly a minute, oblivious to her discomfort. "Oh, my apologies," Ye Xiaowen said nonchalantly, releasing her hand with a clear and innocent gaze. Despite his young age, Ye Xiaowen radiated the charm of a sunny young man, and a hint of bashfulness colored his cheeks, leaving bilingual momentarily speechless, realizing her misjudgment. It seemed Boss Yi was genuinely youthful. "Thank you, Li Boss." Ye Xiaowen expressed his gratitude as Li Fukong departed. "Lu Meng, De Wang, please go out and fetch some water, then wait by the staircase to smoke," Ye Xiaowen instructed. Li Fukong had indeed considered many aspects. Had Lu Feng and Xiao Wang not been in Modu, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang, alongside Lu Feng and Lu Meng, would likely have found it challenging to recruit anyone, let alone female candidates. Even male applicants would hesitate to approach. "By Jie, our company primarily operates as a soda factory, but we also engage in other businesses, including glass and stock trading. Thus, we are looking to hire an accountant. The job location will not be Pengcheng, but Jinling. With a monthly salary ranging from 600 to 800 yuan, Ye Xiaowen stated resolutely. A monthly salary of 800 yuan for an accountant was indeed competitive, even in Pengcheng. "What exactly does your company do, Boss Yi? Are you hiring for other positions as well?" Bilingual inquired with wide, expressive eyes, her interest piqued. "Is that so? By Jia, are you considering applying? Our company is a Hong Kong-funded enterprise that recently acquired a soda factory and a glass factory in Jinling, and we hold some stocks on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. That is our current focus," Ye Xiaowen replied. "Let me put it this way. Our company currently lacks nothing but personnel, administrative staff, sales representatives, human resources, finance, and factory workers." Ye Xiaowen, with a cheerful demeanor, spoke these words while keenly observing the job seekers passing by, leaving one unsure whether he was jesting or speaking earnestly. "So, what position do you think I could fill?" I inquired. "What experience do you have?" He retorted. "I have worked in sales, administration, and logistics. In that case, I suggest you continue in logistics. That poses no issue. We can offer you 800 yuan a month," Ye Xiaowen replied with a grin just as a middle-aged man approached the booth. "What kind of personnel are you seeking?" Ye Xiaowen glanced at the advertisement behind him, where the word accountant was prominently displayed, yet he still responded, "We are hiring an accountant." The man nodded and promptly turned to leave. Half an hour passed, and many candidates came to apply, though most were merely fishing in murky waters, lacking both qualifications and experience. Some even claimed they could handle accounting despite barely recognizing the letters. Naturally, a few candidates were genuinely impressive. Yet upon learning they would need to relocate to Jinling instead of staying in Pengcheng, they quickly lost interest. Consequently, while Wu Zuwang diligently recorded the information of the applicants, none seemed suitable. Chapter 107. 3 candidates after sending off another candidate. Bilingual, her throat dry from speaking, was quenching her thirst with a bottle of Gatorade, finishing it off with a satisfying burp. She turned her gaze to Ye Xiaowen, who had already unbuttoned the top of his shirt, his neck slightly moving as he fanned himself with a notebook. His eyes, filled with impatience, scanned the crowd before him, clearly indicating his agitation. "By Jia, Lao Wu, keep an eye on things. I'm stepping out for a smoke," Ye Xiaowen instructed before rising to leave. The heat was stifling, compounded by the crowd and lack of ventilation, making the atmosphere in the hall quite oppressive. Upon reaching the stairwell, Ye Xiaowen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Meng and De Wang were seated there, enjoying their cigarettes by the shaded window, reveling in the slight breeze while sipping on Gatorade, with Lu Meng occasionally belching in contentment. Pengcheng is indeed bustling. Just look at the multitude of cars below. Back in our hometown, only county leaders own a vehicle, and one cannot even begin to compare them to Brother Ye's luxurious Hu Ben, let alone these rundown cars down here. Rundown cars? Do you know what kind of vehicle that is? Ye Xiaowen's voice broke through, prompting the two to finally notice his arrival. They quickly stood, and Lu Ming retrieved his lighter to light a cigarette for Ye Xiaowen. Without hesitation, Ye Xiaowen plopped down into their former seats. A sleek black sedan was parked just beneath the window. "Do you know what kind of car that is?" he asked. "No," Lu Ming and De Wang replied, shaking their heads. They could only differentiate between small cars and buses. "Now you know, that type of small car is called a Mercedes-Benz, recognizable by its three-pointed star emblem. And it is quite expensive. As for the other cars, I regret to say that I am not acquainted with them. They are merely inferior vehicles." The car in question, the Audi 100, costs over 400,000, possibly even reaching 500,000. How could it be deemed worthless? These two young men seemed to be quite deluded. The Audi 100, which was later rebranded as the Audi A6, is far from being trash. It's essential to remember that this was in 1992, when even a modestly priced car such as the Alto was considered impressive. To label it as junk is quite audacious. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by the price, yet stubbornly muttered, "It still pales in comparison to our Hutu bin." Ye Xiaowen chose to ignore him, casually engaging in conversation with the two, smoking leisurely. After finishing his cigarette and resting for a moment, he finally returned to the exhibition booth, reminding them to fetch the boxed meals upon his departure. Upon Ye Xiaowen's return, Bai Lingling was conversing with a middle-aged woman, while Wu Zuwang interjected occasionally. As Ye Xiaowen entered, Bai Lingling introduced him, saying, "Sister Wu, this is our boss, Mr. Yi." The woman, referred to as Sister Wu, had a short haircut and wore glasses, resembling a university professor. Upon hearing Bai Lingling's introduction and glancing at Ye Xiaowen, she appeared somewhat taken aback. Given Ye Xiaowen's youthful appearance, he seemed no more than in his early 20s, akin to her former students, which raised doubts about his credibility in such a position. "Sister Wu, I am Ye Xiaowen," he greeted, nodding politely. Sister Wu was indeed a former university lecturer specializing in accounting, later working in a corporate finance role. "I see," Ye Xiaowen responded, then inquired, "Sister Wu, this position requires relocation to Jinling. Are you aware of that?" "Yes, my hometown is in Jiangsu province, so working there poses no issue," Wu Hong replied. "That's good to hear." Ye Xiaowen nodded, choosing not to delve into why Wu Hong preferred to leave Pengcheng for Jinling. Her willingness to work there was sufficient. He posed several accounting-related questions, to which Wu Hong offered articulate responses, showcasing knowledge that Ye Xiaowen struggled to fully comprehend. Although he found her impressive, the veracity of her expertise remained uncertain. "Let us do this. Please leave your contact information, and I will call you tonight with the results," Ye Xiaowen suggested. "All right, goodbye," Wu Hong said as she stood to leave. "Boss Yi, don't you think Sister Wu seems quite capable?" Bai Lingling asked, puzzled after Wu Hong's departure. "Indeed, she appears quite competent. But why not settle down? It's only been a day at this exhibition. We should observe further. Moreover, one cannot assume she will readily agree. She, too, must contemplate her decision. This is a mutual selection process," Ye Xiaowen explained. Bai Lingling nodded thoughtfully, recognizing Ye Xiaowen's apparent acumen. They persevered until 6 in the evening, with Ye Xiaowen feeling satisfied with a total of 3 candidates, including Wu Hong. The other 2 included a young man who claimed to have prior experience in accounting and expressed a willingness to work in Jinling. Another was a middle-aged man, whose qualifications seemed slightly inferior, yet still adequate. In truth, the job fair at the International Trade Center was not devoid of capable individuals. There were indeed many. However, upon learning that the position required relocation to Jinling, they immediately expressed reluctance. Ye Xiaowen had also contemplated a ruse, suggesting that the job was based in Pengcheng but involved temporary assignments in Jinling to lure candidates there first. However, given that Duoguli Company was just beginning its journey, employing deceit felt rather meaningless and could foster misunderstandings. Ye Xiaowen aspired to find individuals who could grow alongside the company. After all, frequent changes in the finance and accounting position were undesirable. "Finally done. Bai Jia, let us go grab a meal together. I appreciate your help," Ye Xiaowen said with a smile. "Dining sounds fine, but no need for thanks. Boss Li has already covered the expenses," Bai Lingling replied, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "All right then, let us eat," Ye Xiaowen responded cheerfully. The group descended the stairs and, in addition to the rented taxi, hailed another vehicle to the restaurant. "You all go ahead. I need to make a call," Ye Xiaowen said at the entrance, pulling out her mobile phone to notify someone. Moments later, she finished her call and entered the restaurant. "It seems Boss Yi has made her decision regarding the candidates," Bai Lingling remarked with a smile upon seeing Ye Xiaowen return. This woman was quite observant. She likely noticed Bai Lingling and Lu Ming referencing the registration information earlier. Ye Xiaowen tucked her phone into her bag and casually inquired, "Why not take a guess at whom I notified? Is it that young man?" Lingling speculated. Not quite. Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking her head. Then which middle-aged woman is it? Lingling pondered aloud. After 2 unsuccessful guesses, she arrived at the answer, which was no great feat. Ye Xiaowen nodded in affirmation. Why is that? The young man appeared to be more suitable. He is diligent, self-motivated, and expressed a strong willingness to relocate to Jinling. Lingling questioned, somewhat perplexed, as she held the young man in high regard. He had endured hardships, yet his capabilities were impressive, and he showed no aversion to working in a different city. Everything seemed flawless, and he was somewhat handsome, though she would never voice that thought. Though Wu Zhuang remained silent, his gaze at Ye Xiaowen suggested he too was puzzled, seemingly agreeing that the young man was commendable. This is a company. We need individuals who can deliver results, not contestants on a talent show. It's not about merely having a good persona. Setting aside the fact that his portrayal may be overly embellished, his self-taught education at night school cannot compare to Wu Hong's professor qualifications. Moreover, Wu Hong is slightly older and appears more composed. Ye Xiaowen articulated her reasoning. Wu Zhuang and Lingling were momentarily taken aback, as they did not comprehend the references to a talent show or what was meant by persona. However, when considered in its entirety, I managed to grasp the essence of what Ye Xiaowen was conveying. Yet, regarding the final point, they found themselves somewhat perplexed. They had not anticipated that age could be a factor in Ye Xiaowen's deliberations. Given Ye Xiaowen's tender years, it was surprising that she would appreciate the steadiness of middle-aged individuals rather than the vigor and audacity of youth. Observing the expressions of the two, Ye Xiaowen understood their thoughts and smiled as she remarked, "We are hiring for an accounting position, not for sales. If it were a sales role, I would undoubtedly have chosen the young man without hesitation. However, for an accounting position, I must be more discerning. Perfection is paramount, and trust is not easily given." As she spoke, the dishes arrived. Since earning her own income, Ye Xiaowen had never compromised on her meals. The beautifully presented dishes, a feast for the senses, were laid before them, and she was the first to pick up her chopsticks. Having subsisted on takeout during their midday meal at the International Trade Center, everyone was already quite hungry, and now the food had arrived, prompting an eager rush to eat. "Come, let us raise a glass. Sister Bai as a lady. You need only sip lightly. If you cannot drink, we can switch to soft drinks," Ye Xiaowen said with a cheerful grin while lifting her wine glass. Lingling paused, glancing at the baijiu in her cup. Having been in the workforce for 3 years, she had encountered a myriad of beverages at various dining tables. Each time, the men would insist on pouring her drinks, seemingly intent on getting her inebriated. This was her first encounter with Ye Xiaowen, who, out of consideration for her being a woman, encouraged her to drink less and even offered to substitute her drink with something non-alcoholic. She realized she had misjudged him earlier, thinking he was merely a young man with ulterior motives, but now it was clear that was far from the truth. "Thank you, bossy. I can manage with just a little. No need to change to a soft drink," Lingling replied, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Such a remarkable person. Ye Xiaowen mused inwardly before continuing, "No need for thanks. Drinking should be about enjoyment, not about becoming inebriated. If one does get drunk, it is typically for one of 2 reasons, either out of joy or due to distress, but never simply because someone else is forcing them to drink." The group continued to eat and converse. "When are you leaving, bossy?" Lingling inquired. "What is the rush?" "Perhaps in a couple of days," Ye Xiaowen responded. "Would you take me with you?" she asked. "Are you serious?" Ye Xiaowen replied. "Yes, I'm all alone in Pengcheng, unencumbered. I don't have family here, and after several years of wandering, I have saved a little, but I am hesitant to start a business on my own. I prefer to work alongside others." Lingling explained. "All right, I can offer you 800 yuan a month. If you're willing, come aboard. I want to specify your exact responsibilities. Our company is newly established and filled with myriad tasks. You can take on whatever you can manage, and if you perform well, we can discuss salary and benefits later." Ye Xiaowen proposed. If Lingling was willing to join, he would certainly welcome her, given her extensive experience across various industries during her years in Pengcheng. "All right, it's settled then, boss." Lingling extended her hand. With a serious expression, Ye Xiaowen extended his hand to shake Lingling's, welcoming her to join. After dinner, Ye Xiaowen and the others escorted Lingling to a taxi, providing her with an address in Jinling and instructing her to call upon arrival. When Lingling inquired why they were not leaving together, Ye Xiaowen shook his head with a smile, explaining that they had some other matters to attend to. In truth, the reality was that they did not enter the special zone with border permits, but rather navigated through barbed wire. Consequently, they would need to return the same way. It would be unthinkable to have 2 newly recruited employees crawling through barbed wire. "Xiaowen, how did Lingling come to consider joining our company?" Wu Zuang questioned curiously on their way back. I am not certain, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. He too was puzzled. As Bai Lingling had been doing quite well in Pengcheng, he never imagined that a single remark could catalyze her decision. Of course, the collapse of an adult can occur in an instant, as can moments of profound emotion. It is often the most mundane events that inspire one to take courageous action. Be attentive, but do not scrutinize too closely. It may raise suspicions. She is well acquainted with the affairs of Pengcheng and possesses substantial work experience, which will greatly benefit us. Ye Xiaowen added. Understood. The next day, Ye Xiaowen and his companions each spent 50 yuan before crawling through the barbed wire to leave Pengcheng. They then drove to the Magic City, where the results of the fourth lottery had been announced, revealing a success rate of approximately 10%. However, the stock market in the Magic City had suffered a significant decline due to the influence of the Pengcheng market, leaving many with red eyes as they remained at the exchange, hoping for a resurgence in stock prices. At this juncture, many individuals investing in stocks were oblivious to the nature of stocks themselves. They simply understood that stocks could yield profits. In their haste, they withdrew their life savings or borrowed money to engage in stock trading. Ultimately, this led to financial ruin, with reports indicating that the first recorded suicide linked to the stock market was that of a certain resident of the Magic City. In April 1992, this individual purchased 107 shares of Yanzhong stock at 29,335 yuan per share. After experiencing several fluctuations, he incurred a loss of 6,500 yuan and, on May 12th, took his own life. On May 25th, the stock market surged, with Yanzhong stock surpassing 1,000 yuan. Chapter 109. The reason for Bai Lingling's job changed the notion that one can earn money simply by purchasing stocks refers to original shares. At this time, the surefire way to profit from stock trading was through the acquisition of original shares via stock subscription certificates. This method guaranteed returns, akin to the experiences of Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zuang, and even Xin Jiqing, albeit the differentiation lay in the magnitude of their earnings, which would invariably be profits rather than losses. Conversely, the vast majority of retail investors were purchasing high-priced stocks rather than original shares. When these high-priced stocks eventually declined, losses ensued. The period from 1992 to 1994 represented the most volatile phase in the history of China's securities market, with the Shanghai Composite Index experiencing fluctuations of 378, while the Shenzhen Index exhibited a volatility of 162. These two terms encapsulate the breathtaking and exceptionally brutal nature of the market. In the current market, it seems that nearly every day, individuals are instantaneously acquiring immense wealth, while others are simultaneously facing financial ruin, creating a cycle of joy for some and sorrow for others. Occasionally, one hears disheartening news of someone jumping from a building, leaving listeners in shock and melancholy. However, none of this concerns Ye Xiaowen. He remains oblivious to the state of the stock market in Shanghai in 1992, as well as in 1993 and 1994. He only recalls a few instances of significant bull and bear markets. Thus, aside from purchasing original shares through subscription certificates, he refrains from further involvement. After spending 2 days in Shanghai, he set off with Lu Feng and Xiao Wang back to Jinling. Upon his return, Wu Hong and Bai Lingling had already been waiting for him for 2 days. Boss Yi, I thought you weren't coming back, Bai Lingling exclaimed with delight as Ye Xiaowen knocked on her door. If I had no intention of returning, why would I have lured you here? Surely, I must sell for a good price, he replied with a grin. After greeting Bai Lingling, he proceeded to Wu Hong's room. Who is it? Please hold on, Wu Hong said as she opened the door and saw Ye Xiaowen and Bai Lingling standing at her threshold. Sister Wu, I apologize for the wait, he said. It's no trouble at all, Wu Hong replied, her gold-rimmed glasses lending her an air of intellectual beauty. With the group assembled, Ye Xiaowen, accompanied by Wu Zuang, Wu Hong, Bai Lingling, and others, met with Wang Yihua to commence the acquisition process. That evening, at the Jinling Hotel, a gathering ensued among Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zuang, Bai Lingling, Wu Hong, Lu Feng, and the Lu brothers, along with Xiao Wang, Old Wu, Wu Hong, and Bai Lingling. You three will primarily be responsible for initiating contact with the Baishui Soda Factory and Dongxing Glass Factory, starting the acquisition and liquidation of both companies' assets, he instructed. Boss, what will you be doing during this time? Bai Lingling inquired. I need to run home for a bit. There are some matters to attend to. Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, noting the stark contrast between Bai Lingling and Wu Hong's personalities. Wu Hong was quiet and diligent, executing tasks as Ye Xiaowen assigned them with utmost care. In contrast, Bai Lingling exhibited a more spirited demeanor, which was to be expected, given her youth. As they conversed, Ye Xiaowen's pager buzzed. He returned the call on his mobile phone, discovering it was from Li Fukong. Boss Yi, this is rather unbecoming, isn't it? Li Fukong began, his tone accusatory upon connecting the call. What did you say? I arranged for an administrative staff member to assist you, and instead, you whisked them away. Their boss has been calling me for their contact details. How am I supposed to explain this? I apologize. I truly did not foresee this, Ye Xiaowen responded with a chuckle. It's not merely a matter of an apology. This involves their boss, Li Fukong struggled to articulate, and it took Ye Xiaowen some time to comprehend. It appeared that Bai Lingling's previous employer, a married man, had taken a keen interest in her. He had sent her to the International Trade Center in an attempt to manipulate her, exerting pressure for her compliance. Moreover, this man held considerable influence in Pengcheng, rendering Bai Lingling's resignation ineffective. Ye Xiaowen turned her head to glance at Bai Lingling. Although Bai Lingling could not hear clearly, she immediately recognized it was Li Fukong's call. What's going on? Forcing someone into a corner, like in the old society. Who does he think he is? Tell him. If there's something, I'll answer it. Ye Xiaowen said with unreserved candor. All right then, inform him not to bring trouble upon himself. Ye Xiaowen retorted with authority before hanging up the phone and looking towards Bai Lingling. Boss, Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, it's nothing. Some people earn a meager sum and think themselves impressive. Just ignore them. Thank you, boss. Bai Lingling gazed at Ye Xiaowen, suddenly feeling an indescribable sense of security. The person before her, though young, spoke with eloquence, yet when asserting herself, exuded a sense of safety. After arranging matters in Jinling, Ye Xiaowen prepared to take a train home. With the summer vacation drawing to a close, she felt compelled to return for a brief visit before resuming her studies. That evening, she boarded the train homeward. Her pager and mobile phone were stowed away in a black leather bag, which she tucked into an old army green messenger bag. She changed out of her high-quality imitation designer attire and donned a cotton plaid shirt her mother had bought for her. Shaking her bowl-cut hair, she lay down in the sleeping compartment and drifted into slumber as the train carried her northward. Upon waking, it was already the following morning. Lying on her bunk, she watched the scenery outside the window shift endlessly. Whenever fatigue overcame her, she would doze off, and upon waking, she would resume her daydreaming. In this time without smartphones, Ye Xiaowen took out her Nintendo handheld game console from her bag and began to play. This Nintendo Donkey Kong, purchased on Zhongying Street in Pengcheng for $200, was considered the most advanced gaming device of the time. It was not a mere black and white console limited to Tetris. Rather, it was colorful and capable of playing a Mario Donkey Kong game. Across from her sat a boy of around 13 or 14, watching eagerly. After seeking Ye Xiaowen's permission, he moved to sit beside her, captivated by her gameplay. I'm sorry, my child doesn't know any better, the boy's mother interjected. It's no trouble at all, Ye Xiaowen replied, quickly advancing through the game. In truth, the games at that time were rather tedious, and even passing the time felt somewhat lackluster. Here, you can play it. Ye Xiaowen tossed the game console to the boy. The boy looked at the console in his hands, and then at his mother seated across from him. No, you can't take such a valuable thing. What if you break it? His mother quickly responded. It's all right, the console won't break. It's fine, Ye Xiaowen said with a smile. Seeing her kindness, the boy's mother expressed her gratitude and did not decline further, having recognized the longing in her son's eyes. Chapter 110. Returning home, this young comrade. Are you a university student? Why are you traveling alone? As the boy played with the game console, his mother engaged in conversation with Ye Xiaowen. Sort of. I'm enrolled at Southeast University in Jinling. During the summer vacation, I came to have a look at the campus since school is about to start. And now I'm just going home for a couple of days before returning. Are you a freshman at Southeast University this year? Asked the mother of the boy. Yes. Ye Xiaowen nodded. I am a teacher at the School of Economics and Management, she continued. Really? May I ask your surname, teacher? I am enrolled in the finance department of the same school. Ye Xiaowen straightened his posture. My surname is Gua. You can call me Teacher Gua. I am also from the finance department, and the school has assigned me to guide your class this year. I suppose I will be your academic advisor. Gua Chun was quite surprised to encounter someone who might be a student on the train. Teacher Gua, what a coincidence. My name is Ye Xiaowen. Where are you headed? He asked. I'm returning home to visit my child's grandparents. Where is your hometown? Perhaps we are fellow townsfolk, Gua Chun replied. Teacher, you're right. We are indeed from the same region. My family is from Luzhou in Hedong province, Ye Xiaowen said. With the connection of being a teacher and student, the two quickly became familiar with each other. Their rapport was genuine. At this moment, the teacher truly embodied the role of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. However, Gua Chun found it somewhat peculiar that this student did not exhibit the same reverence towards him that other students usually did. It wasn't that Ye Xiaowen lacked respect. Rather, He did not possess that sense of constraint typically felt in the presence of a teacher. The interaction seemed to unfold on equal footing, devoid of the usual teacher-student dynamic, especially that of newly acquainted individuals. Guochen couldn't quite articulate why he felt this way. Meanwhile, the young boy was engrossed in his video game. Indifferent to whether the older boy was his mother's student, he simply thought this older brother was quite nice. During lunch, Ye Xiaowen treated both of them to boxed meals from the train. "Teacher Gua, given the conditions on the train, this is all we have," he said. "You really didn't need to do that. You brought food. Just eat a little, no need to waste. A box meal costs several yuan. It's a waste." Guochen expressed, feeling a bit pained, as university teachers' salaries were generally not high at that time. After a short while, the train arrived at the Bingzhou train station around 3 in the afternoon. After traveling for an entire summer, Ye Xiaowen was eager to return home. At this hour, there would certainly be no more trains heading to Pingxing County, but if he hurried, he might catch the last bus. "Teacher Gua, I'll take my leave now. Let us part ways here. See you at school," Ye Xiaowen said, waving while shouldering his olive green bag. "Wait, how are you getting home?" Guochen called out, stopping Ye Xiaowen. "I'm going to the bus station not far ahead. There should still be one last bus," Ye Xiaowen replied. "All right, I'll see you off." Guochen insisted. "No, it's unnecessary, Teacher Gua. You also need to get home." Ye Xiaowen quickly declined. "It's fine. There are no more cars today. We want to be going back. We'll stay in Bingzhou for the night and leave tomorrow. If you're going, I'll see you to the bus." Guochen insisted. "Really, it's not needed, Teacher Gua," Ye Xiaowen said, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his expression, feeling as though he was being treated like a child. "What do you mean it's not necessary? Hurry up, or you'll miss the bus," Guochen urged. Without further ado, Guochen grasped the suitcase with one hand and tugged at Ye Xiaowen with the other, leading her towards the bus station. She did not forget to call out to her son behind her, aware that Ye Xiaowen was her student. Even if she would not be in Guochen's class in the future, she still felt a profound sense of responsibility towards a child running about. While the parents of other children might be at ease, she herself could not be. How could she allow such a young person to roam freely? It was her duty to ensure Ye Xiaowen boarded the bus safely. The thought of what might happen if anything were to befall Ye Xiaowen filled her with unease. Ultimately, with little choice, Ye Xiaowen acquiesced to Gua's insistence to accompany her to the station. Upon arriving at the station, the last bus to Pingcheng was just departing, and Ye Xiaowen found herself unable to enter and purchase a ticket in time. She managed to flag down the bus outside the station, where the ticket seller warmly invited her aboard. "I'm off, Teacher Gua. Goodbye," Ye Xiaowen called as she leaned against the window. "Goodbye," Guochen replied, watching as Ye Xiaowen boarded, letting out a sigh of relief. The ticket transaction inside the station had no bearing on her, but outside, once the fare was collected, the station's responsibility diminished significantly. "There are no seats left, only upper berths available for 5 yuan each," the ticket seller cheerfully informed her. The double-decker sleeper bus was a unique product of its time, absent in foreign lands but prevalent in the domestic market during that era. Most passengers occupied the lower seats, while the upper berths were reserved for sleeping. There were also entirely sleeper compartments. However, due to the high accident rates and cramped conditions that compromised hygiene, this model gradually faded from circulation. Yet at this time, it was quite popular for its convenience and comfort. After boarding and paying, Ye Xiaowen quickly ascended to her berth to rest. It was not until around 9 o'clock at night that, after a bumpy journey, she arrived in Pingxing, albeit not at the bus station. This bus continued on to Luzhou, merely stopping to drop off passengers at the outskirts of Pingxing before proceeding on its route. With her backpack in hand, she strolled leisurely home, enjoying the cool evening breeze. At 9 o'clock in Pingxing, the city was ablaze with lights. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, the glow of lamps persisted. In Nanjing, countless homes sparkled with illumination. Yet, at 9 o'clock in Pingxing, darkness enveloped the town. The world outside changed with each passing day, and to describe it as ever-evolving would not be an exaggeration. However, this small inland county felt as though it had been sealed in time, remaining indifferent to the tumultuous changes beyond its borders, showing no sign of transformation. Returning after more than a month, Ye Xiaowen perceived no difference. Everything remained as it was. The department store still closed early, its employees long gone, while a distant reservoir revealed a solitary light glowing from the staff's modest quarters. Life continued as it always had, unaltered. The unknown insects chirped tirelessly in the night. Ye Xiaowen, no longer in a hurry, removed her backpack from her shoulders, swinging it gently in her hand. Under the moonlight, her shadow elongated, stretching far into the night. Chapter 111. Shock sigh. When will our son return? School is about to begin, yet he still hasn't come back. It has been several days since he last called. Hasn't he it? You repeat yourself incessantly, yet he will return when he is ready. There's no need to fret, Ye Xiaowen said impatiently. Oh, you say there's no need to worry, so I should just accept that? Jiang Guizhi, upon hearing her husband's dismissive tone, became displeased. It's not as if he is a mere piece of flesh that can simply be disregarded. We have 3 sons, and 2 of them are away from home. The youngest is somewhat better, but the second son is nowhere to be found. Ever since that last phone call from Yangqing, we have had no word from him. All right, I concede. Ye Xiaowen immediately surrendered. While he claimed not to worry, his heart was indeed heavy with concern, though he was reluctant to voice it. Sigh. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have let the youngest go look for his second brother. One left, and the other followed suit, disappearing without a trace. What kind of metaphor is that? Besides, if you hadn't allowed the youngest to search for the second, he wouldn't have gone out. Ye Xiaowen remarked, exasperated. Indeed. Jiang Guizhi nodded, then inquired. By the way, where did the second son say he was last time he called? In Pingcheng, in the special economic zone. With so many people there, I forgot what I was supposed to remember about the stock that was mentioned in the newspaper. The stock application form. Yes, the stock application form. Everything has gone awry, and I can't help but worry about the youngest. Do you think he has also gone to Pingcheng to buy that stock? I hope he is safe. He should be fine. I'll return to the house to tidy up a bit. What are you tidying up? I've already washed the dishes and soaked the clothes. What more is there? You must not want to hear me speak at all. Not at all. Upon reaching the entrance of their courtyard, Ye Xiaowen could hear her parents bickering inside. Creak. Ye Xiaowen attempted to push the door and was surprised to find it opened easily. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Ye Xiaowen exclaimed as she stepped into the courtyard. Jiang Guizhi, who was seated, immediately stood and walked toward the entrance. Ye Xiaowen, reclining on a nearby rattan chair, quickly turned over, nearly tumbling off in his eagerness. After getting up, he hurriedly made his way to the door. As the youngest approached, Ye Xiaowen spoke. By the time Ye Xiaowen reached the center of the courtyard, illuminated by the lights streaming from the house, her appearance became clearer. The youngest has returned. Why are you so late? And how did you get back? Jiang Guizhi asked, taking the bag from Ye Xiaowen's hands, concerned that a small bag might tire her out. You didn't call beforehand to let us know you were coming back. Your father would have gone to pick you up. Ye Xiaowen's face was alight with joy. The depth of paternal love could no longer be concealed. In the past, comrade, you would have never shown such emotion openly. However, now, with 2 sons causing him worry, the old father could no longer maintain his composure. I arrived in Binzhou at 3 in the afternoon and then took a bus back, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? What on earth do you have in that heavy bag? Jiang Guizhi said, pulling Ye Xiaowen toward the house. I'll take care of it. Ye Xiaowen took the bag from Jiang Guizhi, nearly losing his grip in the process. What a heavy thing this is, he thought, though he soon realized it was quite light. Nonetheless, an old father could understand the heart of a mother. Haven't you eaten? Is there anything left, Mom? I'm starving. Ye Xiaowen had eaten a bit of boxed lunch on the train, but now his stomach was growling. Yes, Xiaowen, pour some water for our son. I'll prepare some food right away, Jiang Guizhi replied eagerly. As she left, Ye Xiaowen, rather than waiting for his father's help, grabbed the teapot from the table and began to drink directly from it. Take it easy, Ye Xiaowen couldn't help but interject. Soon enough, a steaming, fragrant meal was served at the table. Home-cooked meals are the best. After getting used to all those delicacies outside, coming back to eat Mom's scrambled eggs with tomatoes is quite delightful, Ye Xiaowen remarked with a grin. Go ahead and eat. Jiang Guizhi gently patted the back of Ye Xiaowen's head. Honestly, I've been eating well and living comfortably outside. It's just that I didn't get a meal after taking the bus this afternoon, he continued while eating. He wasn't trying to boast in front of his parents. Rather, he wanted to reassure them that he was doing well and that they need not worry. Really? Jiang Guizhi inquired. Before Ye Xiaowen could respond, Ye Xiaowen chimed in. It must be true. Whenever the third one goes out, he has never faced any deprivation. Ye Xiaowen had accompanied Ye Xiaowen to Shanghai several times and had never seen him lacking in anything. He was always indulging in fine food and staying in luxurious hotels, which left him feeling quite content. What have you been up to lately? Jiang Guizhi, feeling somewhat reassured, continued her inquiry. I registered a company for 5 million, spent $1 million on a car, and invested another $1 million to acquire 2 factories, one for soda and one for glass, Ye Xiaowen stated matter-of-factly. What? Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen exclaimed in disbelief, their mouths agape. You acquired 2 factories, one for soda and one for glass. They echoed almost in unison. By now, they had grown accustomed to Ye Xiaowen's ability to earn and spend money, as it had become just a number to them, devoid of any real feeling. However, When Ye Xiaowen's financial prowess began to impact their lives, they truly felt the weight of it. 1 million to acquire 2 factories. $1 million for a car. Sitting beneath him was a vehicle that could purchase 2 factories? How could this be? How was their youngest son, barely 18 years old, able to accomplish such a feat? This was a significant matter, a monumental event. How could he speak of it so lightly? Moreover, if their son could effortlessly acquire 2 factories, did that not suggest he could just as easily influence many families in Pingxing through his business endeavors? Moreover, it requires merely 1 million, which is not to say that 1 million is insignificant, but rather that the mere presence of money can profoundly impact numerous families. Jiang Guizhi and Ye Guoping exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a moment. Once, the illustrious state-owned factories had been a source of pride, and now they had descended to such depths. Chapter 112. Old Ye is angry. How large are the 2 factories you have contracted? Third, Ye Guoping inquired. One soda factory has around 500 employees, while the glass factory has 300, with only a little over 100 actually working. Neither is particularly large. Ye Xiaowen casually replied while eating. 500 is not a large number. Our glass factory in Pingxing only has 300, Jiang Guizhi interjected. $1 million for a factory. Isn't that rather cheap? Ye Xiaowen continued, echoing his father's earlier statement. Not exactly. $1 million is indeed quite substantial. But how could a factory be sold at such a price? Ye Guoping remained perplexed. Honestly, I only desire the soda factory. The glass factory could be considered half given away. It's quite comparable to yours, with outdated production equipment and processes, Ye Xiaowen remarked nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the fact that his father's expression had darkened considerably. With a loud clap, Ye Guoping slammed his hand on the table. What do you mean by burden? It's a sizable factory. Jiang Guizhi shot her husband a sharp look. What are you doing? Oh dear, I spoke without thinking. Ye Xiaowen realized as he witnessed his father's outburst. Whether in this life or the previous one, his understanding of factories had always been rather vague. His impressions were not particularly profound, as he had never actually worked in one. After graduating in his past life, he quickly resigned from his position to venture into business. In this life, he had done so even earlier, viewing state-owned factories purely through the lens of a businessman. Some factories possessed technological advancements, imported production lines, skilled labor, and brand recognition, making them valuable enterprises. Conversely, factories such as Dongxing Glass and Pingxing Glass lacked technological sophistication and were known to be polluting enterprises, with production processes that were a decade behind domestically and even further behind internationally, rendering them uncompetitive. They also had to support a large workforce, leaving them devoid of any real value. The only potential worth lay in the land they occupied. Of course, this was true for Dongxing Glass. As for Pingxing Glass, being a small county, the land's value was not particularly significant. However, Ye Guoping was different. He had spent most of his life in factories and held deep emotional ties to them. To hear his son dismiss the factory as worthless, even as a burden, was understandably infuriating. When Jiang Guizhi spoke, Ye Guoping refrained from further comment, settling into a silent but simmering frustration directed at his unfilial son. Oh dear. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Please don't be angry, Ye Xiaowen said with a cheeky smile. Ye Guoping could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that his son's antics were not worth a quarrel. Why has the glass factory become a burden? If you do not clarify this for me today, just wait and see how I will deal with you. We will account for both old and new debts. How did you even obtain that university admission letter? Do you truly believe that I and your mother lack discernment, allowing you to deceive us? Ye Guoping was genuinely eager to confront his son. How has the glass factory become a burden? A slip of the tongue is out of the question. While it is true that the production technology and equipment are outdated, it hardly qualifies as a burden. Jiang Guizhi, as a mother, does not mind her son's comments. After all, her son is of utmost importance. The factory has not been performing well, so what is the harm in her son expressing his thoughts? Does he think that merely stating the factory is doing well will make it so? That would be self-deception. Now that his son has returned, why can't he simply enjoy a meal? Moreover, hasn't his son already admitted to his mistake? Why must he persistently hold on to it? I just want to listen. Ye Guoping said with a wry smile. What can he do when his wife stands in defense of their son? Do you truly wish to hear? Ye Xiaowen inquired. I truly wish to hear. Then fetch me a bottle of beer, you little rascal. Ye Guoping jokingly reprimanded, turning to the well in the yard to retrieve 2 bottles of chilled beer. During the hot summer months, with no refrigerator at home, they would cool their beer or watermelon in the well water. As the icy beer was poured into a transparent glass, a layer of mist rapidly formed on the exterior. Naturally, Ye Xiaowen did not forget to pour a glass for his father as well. Jiang Guizhi looked at the father and son, and shook her head helplessly. Going inside to fetch Ye Guoping a pair of chopsticks. The father and son began to drink while enjoying the two small dishes on the table. To be honest, the glass factory lacks technical sophistication, unlike the home appliance factories, such as those producing refrigerators or televisions, which possess a certain level of technological heritage. In contrast, the glass factory merely produces rudimentary glass, contributing to environmental pollution. Factories like Dongxing Glass Factory and Pingxing Glass Factory still employ production techniques from the 1960s and 1970s, resulting in glass with low transparency and a subpar yield, often containing bubbles. Many contemporary glass factories have adopted float glass production. However, neither of your factories has embraced this technology, correct? Indeed, Ye Guoping nodded bitterly. This is a stark reality. Numerous glass factories in the country have already implemented float glass production lines, yielding high-transparency glass without bubbles and superior yields. Yet, they continue to rely on outdated methods, producing glass that is not clear but rather a jade green, with small bubbles within. The glass from Ye Xiaowen's family is of this nature. Although it was obtained from the factory without any expense, there is no room for complaints. However, this is not the main issue. The most pressing concern lies with the workers. At Dongxing Glass Factory, out of 300 workers, only slightly over 100 report for duty, and even those are often late or leave early, neglecting their responsibilities as if they were lords, while still expecting to be paid. Can you imagine the burden this places on the factory? Living entirely on government subsidies. Maintaining this group of elderly gentlemen has become nothing short of a burden. Bang! Ye Guoping downed the last sip of his drink, forcefully placing the cup upon the table, and casually remarked, "Why have you stopped? Please, continue." In truth, he was reluctant to hear such opinions, yet his son spoke nothing but the truth. For he too was among this group of elderly gentlemen. Ye Xiaowen realized he had undervalued the glass factory in his previous remarks and quickly amended, "Of course, it's not entirely devoid of value." "What value?" Ye Guoping hastily inquired, for the glass factory had once known its glory. Chapter 113. No one can halt the reform of the times. Upon hearing his son mention value, Jiang Guoji's eyes sparkled with interest. Being a part of the glass factory herself, she was eager to hear Ye Xiaowen speak positively about their workplace. "What value?" "The land, of course," Ye Xiaowen softly replied. "The land?" Both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guoji were taken aback, initially believing Ye Xiaowen might reference the skilled craftsmen within the factory or the spirit passed down through generations of workers. They never anticipated he would mention the land itself. "What do you mean by land?" Ye Guoping asked, bewildered, as he was entirely ignorant of its significance. Ye Xiaowen too was momentarily perplexed. "The land refers to the area occupied by the glass factory." "No, that's not quite right. To be precise, it is the land that can be developed and utilized." "Understood. No need for such elaborate explanations. Just say the factory's location," Ye Guoping retorted, his face darkening with irritation. Regretting his decision to pose such a simple question in front of his son, Ye Xiaowen raised his cup once more, taking a sip and contentedly burping. "So, what value does the land hold?" "I find it utterly useless. As long as the factory remains, nothing can be done." "Indeed." Ye Xiaowen's voice suddenly rose, startling both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guoji. "The factory still exists, and naturally, nothing can be accomplished. But what if the factory were to cease operations?" he said, with significant implication. "Are you suggesting we shut it down?" Ye Guoping was taken aback, glancing at his youngest son, unable to comprehend his thoughts. "I'm not suggesting closure, but rather relocation. Take the Dongxing Glass Factory, for instance. Its location is nearly in the city center. Such polluting enterprises should have been moved long ago. Once relocated, the land would be freed up. Jinling, the capital of Su Province, is currently undergoing reform and opening up. Property prices in Pengcheng are nearing 10,000 per square meter, and it is only a matter of time before Jinling's prices rise as well. Once the glass factory is relocated, we could construct a grand building and reap the rewards," Ye Xiaowen said cheerfully. Yet, as Ye Guoping and Jiang Guoji listened, a chill crept into their hearts. Although it was their own son speaking, his words starkly illuminated the ruthless and unfeeling nature of the capitalist world, as he had never once considered the fate of the factory workers, merely contemplating the prospect of earning a substantial fortune. The fate of the glass factory, whether it thrives or withers, seems inconsequential. In Ye Xiaowen's discourse, there has never been a blueprint for the glass factory. "What about the glass factory?" Ye Guoping inquired tentatively. "After the relocation, introducing a float glass production line and determining a specific product direction, be it automotive glass or specialty glass, cannot lack distinctiveness. The future competition will be increasingly fierce. Mediocre enterprises lack the merit to survive. If they cannot endure, they must inevitably perish, facing bankruptcy and liquidation. Before Ye Xiaowen could conclude, Ye Guoping pressed on. And the workers? They will be laid off, compensated with a severance package, and encouraged to seek new opportunities. If they perform well, they may even be transferred to other factories. Ye Xiaowen was simply stating a reality. In the 1990s, the layoff of state-owned enterprise workers was an undeniable truth. It was unrealistic to expect these workers to rescue themselves. By the 1990s, state-owned factories had long fallen into decline, attributed in part to the factory's inherent issues, poor management by leadership, and the lackadaisical attitudes of some workers. In a past life, Ye Xiaowen had read a report about a state-owned enterprise in the capital where workers were laid off. The city arranged for them to operate stalls in a commercial center, supporting the unemployed workers. However, upon arrival, the laid-off workers treated their stalls with the same indifference as they did in the factory, engaging in idle chatter, boasting, and knitting. When customers approached, they barely acknowledged them, displaying a lackadaisical attitude that led to inevitable failure. Eventually, the city abandoned the initiative without further discussion. This scenario reflects a bygone era, where the tide of reform and opening up surged forth. Those who could adapt seized opportunities, becoming millionaires, multimillionaires, or even billionaires, riding the crest of the wave, while those unable to keep pace found themselves submerged beneath its depths. This was the inexorable trend of the times, unpreventable and unimpeded. Having navigated the waves of reform, Ye Xiaowen appeared at ease, while Ye Guoping, a lifelong worker in the factory, struggled to come to terms with this reality. Do you understand? This is their livelihood, their very foundation of existence, affecting countless families. Once laid off, what will become of them? Some children are still in school. Others have elderly parents relying on their meager wages to sustain the household. Are we to ask them to accept layoffs? Then, shall I support them for a lifetime? Ye Xiaowen retorted. Ye Guoping found himself at a loss for words. The idea of his son supporting hundreds of workers for a lifetime was both impractical and heart-wrenching. In truth, without him, could the government sustain them indefinitely? The government sought to sell off such enterprises precisely because they were unable to bear the losses year after year. If the government was unwilling to support them, why should he? Sooner or later, regardless of ownership, if a business fails to generate profit, the owner will face bankruptcy, and the workers will inevitably be laid off. As Ye Xiaowen spoke, a profound silence enveloped Ye Guoping and Jiang Guoji. Since the beginning of the Lunar New Year this year, the glass factory in Pingqing and many factories in Luzhou have been discussing the issue of dismantling the iron rice bowl. The breaking of this iron rice bowl implies that if a company suffers losses and fails to generate profit, the inevitable consequence will be layoffs. Recently, the glass factory in Pingqing has consistently addressed the topic of layoffs, citing the heavy burden on the enterprise and the excessive number of workers, compounded by the presence of retired employees. In such a modest glass factory, it is uncertain how many individuals are leeching off the business. The longer the enterprise operates, the heavier the burden becomes. The monthly profits are insufficient to cover the workers' expenses, raising the question of the company's survival. Moreover, in recent years, the government has attempted various strategies, contracting, joint ventures, and any feasible methods to improve the situation. They elevated individuals like Bu Xingxing and Ma Xingli, only to ultimately prove that these strategies were ineffective or of little utility. Chapter 114. Women adorn themselves for their beloved after finishing their meal. Both Jiang Guoji and Ye Guoping felt a sense of discomfort. It was not the harsh words spoken by their son that troubled them, but rather the stark reality he presented. The unvarnished truth had stripped away the last layer of pretense that cloaked state-owned enterprises. The factory that they relied upon for their livelihood had, in their son's eyes, become a burden. Ye Xiaowen retreated to his room to sleep, while the couple lay awake in bed, unable to find rest. Recently, the factory manager had approached them, stating that one of them would need to be laid off by the end of the year. Jiang Guoji chuckled bitterly, acknowledging that layoffs had been an unchanging topic for state-owned enterprise workers since the 1990s. Initially, she had difficulty comprehending the situation, but her son's words made it clear. The factory could not endure much longer, and layoffs were inevitable, as the government would not indefinitely support them. Who knows, perhaps we can hold on a bit longer. It would be best to wait until the eldest marries, so that nothing unexpected occurs regarding this union, Ye Guoping remarked. The eldest, Ye Xiaofeng, had recently met Wang Zhen, the niece of Aunt Wang next door, and they seemed to get along reasonably well. In truth, at this juncture, there was little to distinguish between compatibility or incompatibility. The other party was acceptable in appearance and did not significantly deter interest. Additionally, the family background was suitable, making the match feasible. As for personality compatibility, such considerations were often overlooked in this era before marriage. The other party was a nurse with a stable job, while their eldest, though in a decent position, held a temporary role. At the moment, they were the sole dual-income family, which provided a comfortable living. If you were to be laid off, Ye Guoping's unspoken concerns lingered in the air, but Jiang Guozhi understood his apprehensions. I'll consider it further. But even if I were laid off, our situation is still quite good, she began, only to be interrupted by Ye Guoping. The youngest is the youngest. And the eldest is the eldest. The brothers must keep their accounts clear. The youngest earns his own money and has not taken a penny from the family. If you expect him to support the eldest, that would be a different matter. Besides, the youngest is quite enigmatic and has his own opinions. He is also involved in other investments. Ye Guoping understood well the principle that brothers should keep their financial matters transparent. Parents should refrain from intervening in matters between their children. When it comes to personal belongings, favoritism can lead to unspoken sentiments among the children. This is especially true when a parent takes something from one child to give to another. While this may be manageable before marriage, it becomes a significant taboo afterward. For instance, my own experience reflects this. My parents favored my younger sibling over me, which has caused some dissatisfaction and has led to diminished interaction between us. Furthermore, the youngest child is a mystery to me. They are indeed earning money and making strides, yet their demeanor is remarkably composed and devoid of excessive emotion. While this trait allows me to feel at ease when they are out in the world, it still leaves me with a sense of discomfort. In the darkness, I gently sighed and remarked, the youngest, if they were a typical child earning such a sum, would be boasting about it everywhere. Yet, they have chosen to keep it a secret, even from the eldest. The youngest has their own reasons. We need not meddle. They are adults now. Let us endure a little longer, striving to see the eldest married off before addressing other matters, Ye Guoping suggested. Unbeknownst to the couple, they had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen was sleeping soundly after a summer filled with activities, not daring to fully relax until returning home. Now at last, she felt secure enough to drift into a deep slumber. The following morning, after Jiang Xiaowen had risen and eaten breakfast, she prepared to go out and meet her classmates. Just then, she spotted Ye Guoping and Jiang Guozhi getting ready to leave for work. Uncle Ye, aunt off to work? She inquired. Yes, Xiaoner, you are up quite early. Unlike our youngest, who never rises early during the holidays, Jiang Guozhi replied, her habitual chatter evident. Aunt, boys are like that. Has Xiaowen returned? Jiang Xiaowen casually asked. Yes, she came back last night. If you have nothing to do, why not visit her? Jiang Guozhi suggested, as she and Ye Guoping pedaled their bicycles out of the alley. Back from an entire summer, just in time for the new school year, Jiang Xiaowen murmured, yet she didn't rush to find Ye Xiaowen. Instead, she returned to her room. What's wrong? Aren't you going to see your classmates? Her mother inquired. I just need to change my clothes, Jiang Xiaowen replied nonchalantly. She swapped her checkered shirt for a white dress, completing the look with pink sandals that revealed her chubby little toes. If only I had some nail polish, she muttered, recalling how lovely it looked on a classmate. After changing and admiring herself in the mirror for a while, she finally opened the door to step outside. Oh my, all dressed up beautifully. Where are you off to? Her mother asked with a smile. Just going out, Mom. Jiang Xiaowen blushed slightly, playfully pouting before heading out. Her mother sat in the living room, smiling as she watched her daughter leave, feeling unconcerned. Every girl possesses an innate desire for beauty, and it is particularly pronounced in young women. It is quite natural that she would wish to change her attire without much contemplation. Now that my daughter has graduated from high school and secured a place in university, she is soon to embark on her academic journey. During this transitional period, gatherings with classmates have become frequent, and donning a beautiful outfit for such occasions is hardly a matter of concern. However, as soon as my daughter stepped beyond the threshold of our home, I prepared to divert my gaze, only to notice that she did not exit the alley but instead turned back towards it. Within that alley, aside from Ye Xiaowen, there were no other classmates present. Oh, how could I forget Ye Xiaowen? It truly is a case of overlooking the obvious. Perhaps the third child of the Ye family has returned. If my daughter intends to visit, it would certainly elucidate her intention, rendering her meticulous grooming at home inconsequential. Having finally returned home, Ye Xiaowen was undoubtedly cherishing her time in the familiar surroundings, thus deciding to indulge in a leisurely slumber, allowing herself to wake naturally. When Ye Guoping and Jiang Guozhi departed, they had closed the door quietly. Naturally, Jiang Xiaowen did not hold back and simply pushed the door open. The room was enveloped in silence, with no trace of Ye Xiaowen to be found. Where could she have gone? After a summer of absence, returning home only to go out again, Jiang Xiaowen mumbled to herself as she pushed open the door to Ye Xiaowen's bedroom. Chapter 115. A surprising encounter. Bang. As the door swung open, Ye Xiaowen was in the midst of a deep slumber. At the sound of the door slamming, she instinctively squinted towards the entrance. Grabbing a thin summer blanket beside her, she swiftly enveloped herself in it. What? The two exclamations, both high-pitched, echoed in the room. How did you get in here? Why are you sleeping without any clothes? Nonsense. What should I wear while sleeping in my own home? I prefer to sleep in the nude. You pervert. No, you are the pervert for peeking at me. Half an hour later, having completed her morning routine, Ye Xiaowen made her way to the living room. While Zhang Xian's cheeks still felt slightly flushed. Zhang Xian, you are quite bold. What? At such a young age, you've seen a man's nakedness without any repercussions. Nonsense. If you bring this up again, I will lose my temper. Zhang Xian's frustration was palpable, prompting Ye Xiaowen to remain silent. Now tell me, what brings you here so early? Surely, it's not merely to sneak a glance at me. Zhang Xian sprang up from her chair in a huff. You still mention that? Oh, I won't mention it again, I won't. Sit down. Why the hostility so early in the day? As Ye Xiaowen sipped her cool water, she spoke casually, her demeanor inciting Zhang Xian's irritation further. After a moment of seething silence, Zhang Xian finally asked, where on earth have you been all summer? I could hardly find you. I went to look for my second brother. He has taken a job. Ye Xiaowen replied nonchalantly, then shifted the conversation. By the way, enough about me. How did you fare in your exams? Which school will you be attending? Beijing University of Science and Technology. Zhang Xian responded with a hint of gloom. Isn't that the former Steel Institute? Ye Xiaowen's choice of words only deepened Zhang Xian's despondency. Initially, she aspired to attend Beijing Normal University, but when that opportunity slipped away, she settled for the University of Science and Technology. In truth, the university in the capital is quite commendable. Its name resonates with prestige, though its original title, the Steel Institute, may seem somewhat unappealing, especially for a young woman. Yet, she was not particularly concerned. Had her father not mentioned it, she might have remained oblivious. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaowen appeared to be aware of this fact. Was it knowledge or merely hearsay? Surely, it couldn't be true. After all, it is the University of Science and Technology. So there is no need for baseless claims. Zhang Xian was reluctant to concede, responding evasively. However, Ye Xiaowen became quite agitated, exclaiming loudly, I am not mistaken. The University of Science and Technology was originally known as the Beijing Steel Industry Institute, which later transformed into the Beijing Steel Institute, becoming one of the national key universities. In the 1980s, the institute sought to change its name, believing Steel Institute was not appealing, and proposed Beijing Beiyang University or Beijing University of Science and Technology, but their requests were denied. Undeterred, they made 3 more attempts to rename it to Beijing Polytechnic University, Beijing Materials Science and Technology University, and Beijing Metallurgy University, all of which were rejected. In 1988, when they applied for a name change once again, the authorities, realizing the persistence of their requests, had no choice but to approve a new name, the University of Science and Technology. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xian exclaimed, astonished. How could you know all of this so thoroughly? Yes, it was called the Steel Institute, and it still goes by that name. Are you satisfied now? This is absurd. Alas, my dear girl, I kindly revealed the truth to you, and instead of expressing gratitude for my vast knowledge, you resort to insults, Ye Xiaowen retorted, visibly displeased. Zhang Xian rolled her eyes at Ye Xiaowen, thinking, who remembers such trivial details? She lamented, had I known this would be the case, I would have aimed for Southeast University. With my scores, I could have easily qualified. At this, Ye Xiaowen fell silent. What do you want me to say? I purchased my university admission. I am a self-funded student, you know. If it weren't for the lack of slots at Tsinghua University, I could have attended either Tsinghua or Peking University. The two continued their conversation regarding the examination performances of their classmates, which, of course, were not particularly encouraging. Pingqing First High School, regarded as the finest in Pingqing, does not rank highly even in Luzhou. The educational standards in Luzhou are merely mediocre within the province, with fewer than 5 students from Pingqing qualifying for key universities each year. Those exceeding the scores for ordinary universities do not surpass 15, while those qualifying for vocational colleges are limited to 30. Given these odds, Zhang Xian had already accomplished quite a feat this year. Only 2 students in their class were poised to enter key universities, Zhang Xian and Ye Xiaowen. Additionally, 3 other students gained admission to ordinary universities, while 5 qualified for vocational colleges. Across the entire school, merely 5 students secured spots in key universities, 9 in ordinary ones, and 20 in vocational colleges, totaling 34 students. This achievement marked a record for the school, leading to the display of red banners celebrating the success of these 34 individuals. Indeed, the school even sent someone to my home to inquire about my well-being. Why didn't they visit you? And what was your score, by the way? I asked the teacher, but they remained tight-lipped. Jiang Xin questioned with genuine curiosity. In light of such inquiries, Ye Xiaowen was fully aware of her own situation. Achieving a score that surpassed the vocational college admission threshold would be considered a stroke of luck. However, that seemed almost impossible. The thought of paying for university tuition would undoubtedly cast a shadow over her pride, and she suspected the school might have chosen to keep this information under wraps for her sake. I haven't inquired further. Merely receiving an admission letter from a university would suffice. Ye Xiaowen chuckled lightly. Let me take a look at your admission letter. The formats differ among various institutions. Oh dear, my father has put it away. Instead, allow me to treat you to a soda. Ye Xiaowen quickly responded, feeling a tinge of caution. She wondered what Jiang Xin's true intentions were. If she was attempting to extract information from her, she would not succeed easily. Perhaps she should take some items to see their homeroom teacher, Sun Shanqing, to ensure her secrets were kept safe. I don't want soda. I'm not thirsty, Jiang Xin said, licking her lips and shaking her head, reluctant to spend on a bottle that cost several dimes. All right, let us go then. My mouth feels dry, Ye Xiaowen said, pulling Jiang Xin out the door. He didn't bother with his keys, simply locking the door with a click. In truth, it mattered little whether it was locked or not. The real concern was that there were some cash and a mobile phone left behind at home. It wasn't that losing them would cause him distress, but rather that it would be quite troublesome. Not far from the alley's entrance was a soda stand that not only sold sodas, but also ice pops and other treats. Ye Xiaowen glanced around and noted that the sodas were primarily local brands, as were the ice pops, all produced in Luzhou. A bottle of soda cost 3 dimes, and Ye Xiaowen bought 2 bottles, handing one to Jiang Xin. The vendor behind the stand called out, reminding him to return the bottle for a refund of 5 cents. Chapter 116. The start of school. The weather was sweltering, and neither Ye Xiaowen nor Jiang Xin felt inclined to venture far. Even the slightest movement left them drenched in sweat. They settled in a shaded area, sipping their sodas and conversing. Although there were air conditioning units available, such luxuries were often deemed too extravagant for most households. Even if they were installed, the cost of electricity would be prohibitive. Thus, families with slightly better means might invest in electric fans, while those in poorer circumstances relied on large hand fans to create a breeze. Beneath the shade of a grand tree were several lounge chairs, occupied by elderly men seeking respite from the heat. After a brief wait, as one grandfather left for home, Ye Xiaowen quickly claimed his chair. Listening to the cicadas sing, he engaged in a casual conversation with Jiang Xin. The oppressive heat made even the thought of movement tiresome. Thank goodness you'll be attending the Steel Institute. At least it's in the north. If you were to go south, it would be unbearable in this weather, Ye Xiaowen remarked, reclining in the chair with his eyes half closed. It's the capital university of science and technology, Jiang Xin emphasized. At noon, as Ye Guoping and Zhang Guizhi did not return home, Ye Xiaowen had his meal at Jiang Xin's house. In the afternoon, he went to visit Shen Jinhao, who had successfully gained admission to a university in Bingzhou. Upon encountering Ye Xiaowen, a wave of joy washed over me. The first question that sprang to my mind was where she had spent her summer vacation. After Ye Xiaowen cleverly evaded my inquiry, we spent the afternoon engrossed in games at an arcade. Time at home always seemed to slip away swiftly. Before I knew it, a week had passed, and the school year was upon us. On August 25th, Ye Xiaowen accompanied Jiang Xin on her journey to the capital. Early that morning, Ye Xiaowen was roused by Zhang Guizhi. Hurry and have breakfast. Today, Xin is heading off to school, and you promised to see her off. All right, Ye Xiaowen responded, hastily consuming a morsel before making her way to Jiang Xin's residence. Jiang Jijuan had already packed, shouldering a large bag filled with numerous essentials for Jiang Xin, while she herself carried a suitcase. At that time, everyone set off with an assortment of bags. It was not like the future where one could simply carry a mobile phone and a bank card and purchase what they needed upon arrival. This was 1992, and many places had already abolished ration tickets. Otherwise, one would have to exchange local grain tickets for national ones before heading to university. Xiaowen has arrived. Jiang Jijuan greeted with a warm smile. Uncle Jiang, are you all set? Ye Xiaowen inquired with a nod. Yes, we are ready to depart. But we must wait a moment. Your aunt cannot bear to part with her daughter and is in tears inside, Jiang Jijuan said with a wry smile. In those days, transportation was inconvenient and communication was poor. Once one left, the next meeting could only occur during the new year. If she must cry, let her do so at the train station. We cannot afford to miss the train, Ye Xiaowen remarked casually. Jiang Jijuan paused, taken aback by the young man's candidness. Yet he recognized the wisdom in his words. Soon, Jiang Xian emerged, pulling her suitcase, with her mother following closely behind, her eyes red from weeping. Let me help you, Ye Xiaowen offered, taking the suitcase from Jiang Xian's hands. Together, the family, along with Ye Xiaowen, stepped out and made their way to the train station. Upon arriving at the station, Jiang Jijuan retrieved their train tickets, preparing for the journey. He was anxious about sending his daughter so far away, as he intended to accompany her to the capital and return only after she settled into her studies. I'm off, Jiang Xian said, glancing at her mother and then at Ye Xiaowen, her voice heavy with reluctance. Wishing you a smooth journey, Ye Xiaowen replied, catching sight of other classmates nearby and waving to them. Most universities commenced their academic year around the same time, and many students preferred to arrive early to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Considering travel time, those heading to distant schools typically departed in these days. You too. Thank you for seeing me off, Jiang Xian nodded, her mood somber as she turned to chat with her mother once more. Ultimately, Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian's mother purchased platform tickets to accompany them into the station, remaining until the train was ready to depart, at which point Jiang Xian boarded. She leaned against the train window, gazing at Ye Xiaowen and her mother. Ye Xiaowen waved, and Jiang's mother chased after the train for a short distance until it disappeared from view. Let us head back, Auntie. Xian will return during the new year, and Uncle Jiang will see her off to the capital. There is no need to worry, Ye Xiaowen reassured Jiang's mother. She nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her spirits low. The journey home was silent, and upon returning, Ye Xiaowen lingered for a while before making his way back home. He also needed to tidy up and prepare to depart for Jinling. On his end, he did not plan to bring much. Merely a small bag with a couple of changes of clothes. As for bedding, he intended to purchase it upon arrival in Jinling, deeming it unnecessary to carry it all that way. The cost was negligible, and there was no reason to burden himself with such items on the long journey. He could manage without his father's assistance. However, by the afternoon, when Jiang Guizhi returned, the once modest bag quickly became stuffed to the brim. This garment must be included, as it was meant for winter wear. There was no need for additional purchases, especially considering that newly bought clothes would not provide adequate warmth. Jiang Guizhi resolutely stuffed clothes into Ye Xiaowen's bag. The nurturing hands of a mother ensure warmth for her wandering child, and Ye Xiaowen could hardly protest. He would take them. Ye Guoping and his elder brother Ye Xiaofeng returned early as well. Upon his return, Ye Guoping carried a box of beer and a pound of pork. Indeed, Comrade Lao Yi had a rather unique way of sending him off. He had to prepare 2 items. Go to school and study diligently. Heed your teachers, and remember to dress warmly as the weather cools. Do not fall ill, he advised. As Ye Xiaowen and his father enjoyed the beer, Jiang Guizhi continued her stream of reminders. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement, showing no signs of impatience. After dinner, he prepared to retreat to his room for some rest. Shortly after entering, his elder brother Ye Xiaofeng followed him in. Little one, here is 100 yuan. Take it for your expenses at school, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. Just as Ye Xiaowen was about to decline, Ye Xiaofeng interjected. Do not refuse. I know Mom and Dad have given you money, but this is from me as your elder brother. Accept it. The sudden departure of the second brother left uncertainty about whether he had sufficient funds. Ye Xiaofeng understood that both he and the second brother were ambitious, unlike himself. You both go forth and explore. I will take good care of Mom and Dad here, so you need not worry about matters at home. In Ye Xiaowen's memory, Ye Xiaofeng had always been a man of few words, making this outpouring quite unprecedented. All right, brother, I will accept it. Once I reach Jinling, I will call you. Please leave your number, and if anything arises at home, do not hesitate to inform me. Ye Xiaowen nodded, accepting the 100 yuan from his brother. Chapter 117. Arrival in Jinling. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen accept the money, a faint smile appeared on Ye Xiaofeng's face. His salary was modest, earning just over 100 yuan each month. The social obligations at work, the occasional dining out, and the costs associated with courting a girlfriend meant that his savings were limited. Yet, with his younger brother soon to embark on his university journey, he willingly offered a portion of his savings. All right, get some rest. We must rise early to catch the train tomorrow. Ye Xiaofeng turned to head back to his room. As he observed his elder brother preparing to leave, Ye Xiaowen could not help but call out. What is it? Nothing, he replied. Ye Xiaowen hesitated, ultimately choosing to say nothing at all. He initially intended to confide in Ye Xiaofeng about his budding romance with the niece of Aunt Wang from next door. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, opting to let things unfold naturally. This was not Ye Xiaowen's first departure from home. Yet as he lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. He recalled the night before his previous journey to school, when rest had also been elusive. Thoughts of university life danced in his mind, intermingled with a twinge of reluctance to leave his parents, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. This time, however, he was devoid of such uncertainties. He was well acquainted with the environment of Southeast University. After a spell of aimless pondering, Ye Xiaowen compelled himself to banish these futile thoughts from his mind. Upon awakening the next morning, Ye Xiaowen was astonished to find Shin Jinhao in his home. "I came to see you off," Shin Jinhao said with a cheerful smile. He had applied to Binzhou University of Technology, which was conveniently nearby, and would depart in 2 days. "All right," Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, proceeding to wash up and prepare. Under the watchful gaze of his mother, Jiang Guizhi, he managed a bite of breakfast. Before they left, Ye Xiaowen noticed his mother dabbing at her tears. "Mom, I'm just going to school, not leaving forever," he said, feeling a bit exasperated. "Go on. Stop saying such nonsense. Grab your bag. We need to head to the train station early," Jiang Guizhi retorted with mild discontent. With a chuckle, Ye Xiaowen wiped his mouth and returned to his room to grab his bulging backpack. He conducted a final check to ensure he had his admission notice and essential documents before preparing to set off. After the family, along with Shin Jinhao, exited the house, Mother Jiang sent him off at the door but did not accompany them to the station. "All right, it's time to head home. No need to see me off further. I'll feel worse at the platform," Ye Xiaowen said as he took the backpack from his father, Ye Guoping, speaking casually. He dreaded farewells. Whether departing himself or seeing someone off, it was always a heart-wrenching experience. "Fine, we want to go inside. Please take care on your journey," Ye Guoping replied, acquiescing. He had accompanied Ye Xiaowen on previous outings and felt no anxiety about this one. "Okay then, just call me if anything comes up," Ye Xiaowen urged. Looking at his parents, "We understand," Ye Guoping responded reluctantly. Both he and Jiang Guizhi were well aware of their son's mobile number and pager. "I'm off now. Mom and Dad, goodbye. Big brother, goodbye. Howsy?" Ye Xiaowen waved and turned to enter the train station. Ye Xiaowen had purchased a sleeper ticket, never one to compromise on comfort. Especially during this back-to-school season, the train was crowded with students, all laden with bags. After a brief slumber, they arrived in Binzhou. There was an evening train bound for Jinling, and Ye Xiaowen wasted no time. After securing his ticket, he promptly boarded the train. Once again, he found himself in a sleeper compartment, though this journey was longer, requiring him to travel until the following evening to reach Jinling. The train to Jinling was well populated. Opposite him in the lower bunk sat a middle-aged man, clutching a black leather bag, with a pager clipped to his waist. His hair appeared slicked back with wax, gleaming in the light. "Comrade, are you a university student?" "Yes, I am a university student at Southeast University," Ye Xiaowen replied with a slight lift of her head. In this era, where no expansion of enrollment occurs, being a university student is indeed a source of pride. Many students engage in loud discussions on public transport about the merits of their status. Being a university student is remarkable. Once you graduate, you can directly join our Binzhou steel plant, a middle-aged man remarked, deliberately checking the time on his pager. The black device attracted envious glances from many. Yet Ye Xiaowen paid it no mind. It was merely a pager. Had it been a smartphone, that would have truly astonished her. In the middle bunk were a father and daughter who, upon noticing the man's pager, joined the conversation. It was then that Ye Xiaowen discovered that the young girl sleeping in her bunk was actually from Nanjing University. Although Nanjing University had experienced a period of decline, it had recently regained its prestige, with admission scores comparable to those of Tsinghua and Peking University, placing it among the top tier of institutions. Due to military training extending the academic year to 5 years since 1989, many excellent candidates had opted out, resulting in a notable decrease in the admission scores. Southeast University, from which Ye Xiaowen hailed, had been established from Nanjing University. In the late 1990s, during a wave of mergers among universities nationwide, Southeast University nearly merged with Nanjing University. "Young man, didn't your family come to see you off?" The man in the middle bunk asked jovially. "I didn't want them to. Going alone saves some money," Ye Xiaowen replied, prompting a nod of understanding from the middle-aged man. Many parents refrained from accompanying their children to university to save on travel expenses. However, for Ye Xiaowen, it wasn't merely about finances. Her father, Ye Guoping, truly had faith in her. The occupants of the upper bunk remained uninvolved in the conversation. After a brief exchange, Ye Xiaowen decided to rest. It wasn't until the following afternoon that the train gradually pulled into Jinling Station. "Farewell, may we meet again by chance," the middle-aged man said as he departed. "Take care," Ye Xiaowen replied. promptly shouldering her small bag and bidding farewell to the father and daughter from Nanjing University before jumping out of the window. Ye Gu, Lu Meng, who had come to pick up Ye Xiaowen, hurriedly approached upon seeing her exit the station. Ye Xiaowen handed her bag to Lu Meng and inquired with a smile. Have they been busy lately? How is the acquisition of the two factories proceeding? Lu Meng hesitated, finally managing to say, I'm not sure. Never mind. Let us get in the car, Ye Xiaowen said with a hint of resignation. As the vehicle came to a stop at the hotel entrance, Wu Zhuang, Wu Hong, Bai Lingling, and others rushed out to greet them. Wu Zhuang's face was etched with concern. Xiaowen, there has been an incident. Before he could finish, Ye Xiaowen interrupted. Don't panic. Let us discuss this in the room. Wu Zhuang's remaining words were swallowed back as the group returned to their room. Jiang Xiaobai set down his luggage and turned to Wu Zhuang, inquiring, Now, please explain, what has transpired? The workers at the Baishua soda factory have raised objections and are unwilling to allow us to proceed with the acquisition. Many are protesting, and they have been on strike since yesterday. On strike? Ye Xiaowen's countenance darkened at the news, exuding a sense of indignation. What about the Dongxing glass factory? Yes, they are on strike. However, the Dongxing glass factory remains quite calm, showing no signs of unrest. Have we finalized the contract with the street and transferred the funds? Ye Xiaowen inquired further. Although Ye Xiaowen is the largest shareholder of the Duo Guoli company, the legal representative is Wu Zhuang. The contract was signed a couple of days ago, but the funds have not yet been transferred. We were waiting for your arrival to proceed with the payment. Hold off on the transfer for now, Ye Xiaowen replied. Wu Zhuang nodded, understanding Jiang Xiaobai's concerns. Why has this situation arisen? Why now, right after we signed the contract? Ye Xiaowen questioned. According to their insider, word had leaked out on the day of the contract signing, leading the entire factory to become aware and subsequently incite unrest. From where did this information originate? Who organized it? Ye Xiaowen continued to probe. This was not disclosed. Did any insiders express support for our investment? Yes, one office director. One office director knew about this? That seems dubious. Did he think he could play both sides? Old Wu, go fetch him, and by Lingling, bring back a camera. A camera? Yes, a camera. Just rent one, Ye Xiaowen affirmed. There is certainly something amiss, though the specifics remain unclear to Ye Xiaowen. Initially, he sought a breakthrough. And now it appears that the office director may serve as the best source of information. The office director, if he performs well, could surpass some deputy factory directors. By Lingling, though uncertain of Ye Xiaowen's intentions, proceeded to execute his orders. Before long, Bai Lingling returned with a simple camera. Ye Xiaowen provided a few instructions. And then he, along with Lu Meng and others, gathered at the hotel entrance to await Wu Zhuang and the office director of the Baishua soda factory. Soon, Wu Zhuang arrived with a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, who seemed somewhat apprehensive. Wu Zhuang engaged him in conversation, but the man's expression remained impassive as they approached the hotel entrance. Young Master Yi, allow me to introduce you to Director Wei of the Baishua soda factory. Greetings. Director Wei, Ye Xiaowen said warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. Director Wei glanced around and managed a smile. Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you. I have long heard from Factory Manager Wen about your remarkable accomplishments. Seeing you in person is indeed more impressive than mere hearsay. Ah, Director Wei, you are too kind. Once our Duo Guoli company acquires the Baishua soda factory, we shall all be colleagues and brothers. Ye Xiaowen spoke, initially intending to wrap her arm around Wei Ming's shoulder. But alas, her height proved insufficient. Ultimately, she could only encircle Wei Ming's arm. Wei Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet dared not refuse. The young boss was exceedingly youthful, almost inconceivably so, unlike the middle-aged second boss, Wu Zhuang. This impetuous youth was particularly sensitive to appearances. Now, in an effort to demonstrate camaraderie by draping her arm around his neck, he feared that a rejection might displease her. Not wanting to provoke the exuberant Ye Xiaowen, he accompanied her into the hotel. Upon entering the room, Ye Xiaowen tossed a cigarette to Wei Ming and inquired, Old Wei, enlighten me about the situation at the Baishua soda factory. The sudden chill in Ye Xiaowen's demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier enthusiasm at the hotel entrance, left one momentarily bewildered. I have shared matters with Old Wu that I have not disclosed before, Wei Ming began, but Ye Xiaowen abruptly interrupted him. No, Wei Ming stammered. I am unaware of what has not been said. Who organized it? I don't know, Ye Xiaowen pressed. I truly do not know, Wei Ming affirmed. Very well, Ye Xiaowen nodded, lifting her teacup to sip, and thereafter ceased speaking. It felt as though she was merely offering tea to send him off, leaving Wei Ming perplexed. The disparity in Ye Xiaowen's attitude was too pronounced. She posed a single question and then seemed eager to dismiss him, which felt somewhat like a mockery. Nevertheless, throughout the exchange, Wei Ming maintained a stoic expression. As he prepared to take his leave, he felt a sense of frustration, yet his countenance revealed nothing. Director Wei, I hope that when we meet again, you will remember who organized it, Ye Xiaowen remarked cryptically as he exited. Wei Ming, in silence, departed, pondering the meaning behind her words but refraining from voicing his questions. Shortly after Wei Ming's departure, Bai Lingling appeared with a camera in hand. Ye Xiaowen took the camera, examined it, and cheerfully remarked, "Well done, Sister Bai. Your photography skills are impressive. Even a simple point-and-shoot can yield such results. Imagine what you could achieve with professional equipment." "Oh, please don't flatter me, Ye boss. This is my first time using such a device. I have taken photos before, but always with someone else behind the lens. I've never handled such advanced gear myself," Bai Lingling replied, tucking her hair behind her ear, revealing her charming dimples. Lu Feng, Lu Meng, and the Wang brothers dared not meet Bai Lingling's gaze while conversing with her, their eyes cast downward. "All right, off you go. Ensure that the photo studio hurries to develop these, and subtly inform the workers at Baishua Soda Factory. It's imperative that the news spreads quickly, along with some plausible rumors to ensure it circulates widely," Ye Xiaowen instructed. "Understood. I will take care of it right away," Bai Lingling nodded. Wasting no time before she exited, Wu Zuwang observed with a hint of concern, "Isn't this a bit underhanded? It seems rather sinister." Chapter 119. My fear. Bai Lingling and Wu Hong had departed, leaving Wu Zuwang seated, his face a portrait of turmoil, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Initially, Ye Xiaowen felt no inclination to provide an explanation. However, witnessing Wu Zuwang's distress, he decided to speak. Wei Ming is not a decent individual. He desires to indulge in debauchery while maintaining an appearance of respectability. He seeks refuge with us, perhaps hoping to secure a favorable position should he succeed in his acquisitions, all while concealing his true intentions and feeding us misleading information. He ought to have anticipated the consequences of associating with us. When one consorts with a tiger, one must be prepared to be devoured. Wu Zuwang nodded, comprehending the gravity of Ye Xiaowen's words, though he found the reality somewhat unsettling. Ye Xiaowen had previously advised him that to remain virtuous and honest, one must avoid engaging in business. By the way, arrange a meeting with Wen Jianzhong and Wang Yihua for this evening. I must inquire about their intentions regarding the workers' strike. Oof, Ye Xiaowen scoffed, lacking the time to coddle Wu Zuwang's feelings. He was no compassionate confidant. Moreover, Wu Zuwang was already in his 40s. If he truly struggled to adapt, he could simply take his earnings and return home, or invest for dividends, living comfortably as a modest, wealthy man for the rest of his days. "Very well. I shall make the call," Wu Zuwang said as he rose to leave. "All right. You all may return to your duties. I shall rest for a moment." Ye Xiaowen waved his hand, dismissing Lu Ming and the others. Reclining on the bed, he pondered the situation. The workers' strike was of little consequence as long as it did not escalate into chaos. However, if disturbances arose, it would become a significant issue. What lay behind the unrest? Why were they protesting? What could possibly be gained from it? If he did not proceed with the acquisition, who would benefit? Puffing on a cigarette, he contemplated the myriad implications. Those who stood to gain were likely the orchestrators of the unrest, and it was evident that the workers would not be the beneficiaries. He had not dismissed any workers, and besides, the laborers were disorganized. Without leadership, they would achieve nothing. Thus, the focus shifted to the management. Firstly, he could rule out the factory director, Wen Jinzhou. If he had been unwilling, he would not have been so eager to report previously. As the factory head, he could easily obstruct any attempts to sell the factory, rendering such tactics unnecessary. Furthermore, Wei Ming must be considered as well. This double-crosser might possess the potential to act as a double agent. However, it seemed improbable that he would dare to infiltrate Ye Xiaowen's circle. At the hotel entrance, it was apparent that Wei Ming was reluctant to engage closely with him, yet when Ye Xiaowen approached, he did not dare to refuse. "Knock, knock, knock. Xiaowen. It's all set for 7 o'clock this evening at a restaurant in Zinjiku." "All right," Ye Xiaowen replied, glancing at the time. It was already past 5. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, he and his companions set off. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wen Jianzhong awaited them, greeting them with a broad smile as they approached. "Master Yi," he exclaimed. Ye Xiaowen let out a cold snort, disregarding Wen Jianzhong, and strode directly into the restaurant. Beside him, Wu Zuwang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Director Wen, please don't take offense. Bossy has just learned about the workers' strike and is quite displeased. If it weren't for my persuasion, we might have already departed from Jinling. Bossy mentioned that he would further assess the investment environment here in Jinling. Well, let's discuss this further inside." Wan Jianzhong, upon hearing Wu Zuwang mention the matter, wore a look of embarrassment, The situation had unfolded too abruptly for him to react. Now, he found himself labeled a traitor within the factory, accused of undermining it from within. He felt utterly helpless and deeply frustrated. Bossy, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I will walk away, and our signed contract will be rendered void. To be honest, I am not throwing a tantrum or trying to assert my authority. I am genuinely afraid. Can you understand that, Director Wang? Ye Xiaowen asserted his position directly from the outset. Initially, Wang Yihua thought Ye Xiaowen was merely putting on an act to demonstrate his dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing Ye Xiaowen express his fear, he grasped the gravity of the situation. During the early days of reform and opening up, many merchants came cautiously. At the capital's airport, a mural titled Ode to Life, depicting ethnic minorities celebrating the water-splashing festival, features a naked girl. Every time Mr. Hua from Xiangjiang visits the capital, he checks if the mural is still there. Its presence reassures him. Understanding Ye Xiaowen's concerns about the potential repercussions of a workers' uprising, Wang Yihua said, "Bossy, please, let us sit down and discuss this." At that moment, Wen Jianzhong and Wu Zhuang entered, allowing Ye Xiaowen to take a seat. Once the dishes were served, after a couple of bites, Wang Yihua began to reassure Ye Xiaowen. "We did not intend for this situation to arise, Bossy. Rest assured, we will act swiftly to resolve it and ensure the factory resumes operations." Wang Yihua noted that if Ye Xiaowen had merely been posturing, he would not have been overly concerned, but the mention of fear from Ye Xiaowen prompted him to take the matter seriously. Ye Xiaowen could withdraw his investment at any moment. Technically, he hadn't even made a payment yet, and he remained free to leave at any time. Ye Xiaowen added, "Not only must we resume operations, but we must also ensure a smooth transition between our two companies and guarantee that such incidents do not recur." "Absolutely no problem," Wang Yihua replied decisively. "Come, let us raise a glass," Wen Jianzhong suggested. Ye Xiaowen lifted his glass, clinking it with the two men. Dinner soon concluded, and Ye Xiaowen departed in his vehicle. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the restaurant, Wen Jianzhong and Wang Yihua deliberated on their next steps. "Old one, what exactly is going on with the Bai Shui soft drink factory? Who is scheming behind the scenes?" Wang Yihua, having risen to the position of street director at a young age through considerable struggle, could discern the underlying issues with clarity. "This incident occurred suddenly. All I know is that it involves a head of the personnel department. As for whether others are involved, I am uncertain about the specifics," Wen Jianzhong replied. "Investigate promptly. Gather the workers for a strike. Such audacity. What underlying motives lurk behind this? Uncover every detail," Wang Yihua said with a fierce expression. Currently, Wen Jianzhong was being accused of betrayal, but Wang Yihua himself was not exempt from such allegations. If this continued, their reputations would be tarnished. "Understood." Wen Jianzhong nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 120. Reporting. Once arrangements were completed, Ye Xiaowen did not rush. After all, it was merely a strike, so he remained unfazed. On September 1st, 1992, Ye Xiaowen changed out of his tailored trousers and polished leather shoes, donning a white cotton linen short-sleeve shirt, gray sweatpants, and a pair of white sneakers. He transformed his meticulously styled hair back to its original messy cut and slung a bulging olive green bag over his shoulder. Today marked the beginning of the academic year, and he was headed to Dongda for enrollment. Dongda would eventually host numerous campuses, such as Puku and Zhelangu, but Ye Xiaowen was only familiar with the Sipolu campus, the very heart of the institution, built on the site of the once-renowned National Central University, the leading university in Asia. "Brother Yi, let me drive you," Lu Feng said, clutching the car keys as he hurried to catch up with Ye Xiaowen. "No need. How would it look for a student to arrive in a Mercedes? A taxi will suffice." Ye Xiaowen waved dismissively. Lu Feng appeared conflicted. "Brother Yi, isn't taking a taxi rather inappropriate for school enrollment? In this day and age, students typically take public transport or are picked up by the school. Few would actually take a taxi." "True, public transport costs mere pennies, while a taxi would be several yuan, a luxury many students would not indulge in." "That makes sense. I shall simply stroll. It's not far, just a few kilometers." Ye Xiaowen agreed, realizing Lu Feng had a point. From Zinjiku to Southeast University at Sipolu was less than 2 kilometers, and Ye Xiaowen carried little more than a stuffed bag. After a leisurely walk of merely 10 or 20 minutes, he arrived at the gates of Dongda. On the first day of the new semester, a grand banner welcomed new students at the entrance, where upperclassmen, burdened with bedding and assorted bags, busied themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. "Wow, so this is Dongda?" Many newcomers, filled with curiosity and anticipation, stood at the entrance, marveling at their surroundings. "Indeed, this is Dongda. Are you a new student?" a senior inquired. "Which department do you belong to?" "I am from the architecture department." Welcome to Dongda. Which department are you in? I can guide you to enrollment, another senior greeted a female student. Ye Xiaowen stood at the gate for quite some time, yet no upperclassmen approached him. What did this mean? Did they look down upon him? Excuse me, he called out, reaching for a girl with a ponytail. Ah, she turned around, and Ye Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. With a well-proportioned figure, her fair skin glowed with a hint of pink, and her delicate features were perfectly framed by a classic oval face. Dressed in a white dress, she lacked the ethereal grace one might expect, instead exuding a certain allure. This prompted Ye Xiaowen to blurt out, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "What? No, I meant to ask if you know where the finance department's registration area is." Ye Xiaowen hurriedly corrected himself. "Are you a freshman?" Feng Yanting scrutinized Ye Xiaowen from head to toe. She had noticed this not particularly tall boy earlier. Carrying a small shoulder bag, he did not fit the typical image of a newcomer, as most freshmen were laden with bags of various sizes. However, Ye Xiaowen carried only a bulging shoulder bag. It was also unlikely that he was an upperclassman welcoming freshmen, as he had stood there for quite a while without approaching any of the newcomers. "Yes, senior sister, I am a freshman from the finance department." Ye Xiaowen confirmed with a nod. "Then follow me," Feng Yanting replied, flicking her ponytail as she strode ahead. "Thank you, senior sister. No need for thanks. Why do you have so little luggage? Others have come from far away." Ye Xiaowen chuckled. "I came alone and didn't want to carry much. I plan to buy what I need once I arrive at school." "Is senior sister also from the finance department? What year are you in? What is your name?" After successfully inquiring about Feng Yanting's personal details, she guided Ye Xiaowen to the finance department's registration point. "This is the finance department's registration area. Teacher Gua, here is a new student reporting in." "A new student?" The teacher responsible for registration looked up. "Ye Xiaowen. What a coincidence." Ye Xiaowen exclaimed upon recognizing that the teacher responsible for registration was none other than Guo Chun, whom he had encountered on his journey back from Jinling. "Oh, you actually came. Where is your admission notice? Let me register you." Guo Chun smiled as Ye Xiaowen handed over his admission notice, but then hesitated. "You are a self-funded student?" "Yes, I am. Did you bring the tuition?" Guo Chun inquired. "Xiaofeng, please take Ye Xiaowen to the finance office to pay." Guo Chun regarded Ye Xiaowen with a hint of regret. This boy seemed quite capable, yet he was a self-funded student, which entailed hefty tuition fees. Furthermore, once tuition was paid, the privileges at school were not as favorable as those for public-funded students. For instance, the mid-autumn mooncake distribution was not extended to self-funded students. Most critically, there would be no job placement upon graduation. If job placements were guaranteed, many families might scrape together the funds to send their children to university. However, with no job placements and considering the financial struggles of families during that time, few were willing to bear the costs of tuition for 4 years without a clear return on investment. Upon hearing that Ye Xiaowen was a self-funded student, Feng Yanting was also taken aback. "All right," she nodded. Guo Chun registered Ye Xiaowen and then instructed Feng Yanting to take him to the finance office to pay the tuition. "Do you know Teacher Guo?" Feng Yanting asked curiously. Walking along the familiar Central Avenue, surrounded by the comforting sight of the sycamore trees, Ye Xiaowen nodded and replied, "Yes. I met him on the train home." The Central Avenue of Southeast University is significantly longer than that of Nanjing University, which can be described in terms of feng shui as having a sufficiently long vein. The towering sycamore trees cast a shadow that, when stirred by a summer breeze, dances playfully, infusing the atmosphere with a refreshing coolness that evokes a sense of youthful exuberance. "Isn't it beautiful?" Feng Yanting inquired. "Indeed," Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. The grand auditorium ahead possesses a rich history, having witnessed and recorded numerous pivotal moments, with many illustrious figures having delivered speeches within its walls. The architecture itself is a marvel. The octagonal steel dome spans 34 meters, a record at the time in our nation, and is supported without a single column, representing one of the most complex engineering feats of its era. Chapter 121, Dormitory Classmates. Feng Yanting is an excellent guide, leading Ye Xiaowen towards the finance office while sharing tales of Southeast University's illustrious past. As she speaks, memories long buried in Ye Xiaowen's mind resurface. He recalls Feng Yanting, once a prominent figure at the university. Had the term campus belle existed then, she would undoubtedly have been among the most celebrated. In her junior year, she served as the vice president of the student council, and countless boys secretly admired her. She later went abroad in her senior year. Since they were not in the same class, he lost track of her thereafter. Upon crossing Central Avenue, the grand auditorium comes into view, centrally located within the campus. Facing south, its gray facade is complemented by a green roof, with wings extending east and west, known as the East and West Halls of Ceremony. The spring sunshine hall lies beneath the eastern wing, while a large flower bed graces the auditorium's front, with school buses parked along the surrounding roads. Ye Xiaowen recalls visiting in 2005, only to find that the flower bed had been replaced by a water feature. Before long, they arrive at the finance office, where a long queue of students has formed at the entrance. At this time, even government-funded students are required to pay a modest sum, while others, like Ye Xiaowen, face significantly higher fees, amounting to over 1,000 yuan for tuition, textbooks, and accommodation. However, starting next year, the university plans to implement a unified fee structure, alongside 2 other institutions in Shanghai. As Ye Xiaowen nonchalantly retrieves a stack of 100 yuan notes from his olive green satchel, not only do the waiting students stare in astonishment, but even the cashier is taken aback. It is not uncommon for government-funded students to pay similar amounts. However, the manner in which others do so often involves visible reluctance and careful handling of their funds. It is a common sight to see students extracting money from their underwear or retrieving bills with a peculiar scent from their shoes. Yet, Ye Xiaowen's casual display of freshly withdrawn cash is truly unprecedented. It was as if the sum withdrawn was not over 1,000 yuan, but merely a handful of coins, casually tossed aside. The finance office staff, along with the teachers present at that moment, had certainly taken note of Ye Xiaowen. After exiting the finance office, Feng Yanting led Ye Xiaowen to collect bedding. At this juncture, there was no need for personal purchase, as the school provided it. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen had already settled the fee. Many students would bring their own bedding, but in actuality, it was distributed by the school. Ye, may I inquire about your family? Feng Yanting asked with curiosity. Are you asking what my parents do? Ye Xiaowen replied. Yes, Feng Yanting responded, her large eyes sparkling with charm. My parents are workers at a glass factory, Ye Xiaowen stated. What a coincidence. My parents also work at a glass factory, Feng Yanting exclaimed in astonishment. So, is your glass factory performing well? Generally speaking, it's stable. We are not incurring losses, Ye Xiaowen replied, noting that the glass factory in Pingsheng was merely maintaining a balance without profit. Feng Yanting refrained from further inquiry. With both parents employed, a sum exceeding 1,000 yuan was not unattainable, though it might pose a challenge. Ye, this is the boys' dormitory. I shall not accompany you further. Farewell. Feng Yanting said cheerfully as she halted at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Thank you, senior. Just a moment, I will drop off my things upstairs. And I would like to treat you to lunch later, Ye Xiaowen invited. No need, let us save that for another time, Feng Yanting declined. Ye Xiaowen, unperturbed, nodded and ascended the boys' dormitory building. The dormitory for the School of Economic Management was located on the 3rd floor, with Ye Xiaowen assigned to room 316. Upon entering, he found that the room was already occupied. It was a 6-person dormitory, equipped with a communal table. The furnishings were quite similar to those of his previous dwelling, albeit with different inhabitants. In his past life, Ye Xiaowen was a government-funded student assigned to room 310 instead of 316. Naturally, room 316 was not solely occupied by self-funded students. The lower bunk beds by the window were already claimed. One bed featured a middle-aged man dressed in a t-shirt, and a woman was assisting in arranging the bedding, while a chubby boy stood nearby. By the standards of the future, the boy could hardly be deemed overweight. One might even describe him as robust. However, during this time, he would be categorized as plump, as most individuals could scarcely afford a proper diet, leading to a predominance of slender figures. On another bed, a boy donned a white shirt, slightly discolored from washing, sat upright, his feet clad in a pair of impeccably clean black cloth shoes. As he noticed Ye Xiaowen entering with bedding, he instinctively rose from his bed, eager to greet him but at a loss for words, his mouth opening without sound. There were also 2 upper bunks. One was neatly made, while the other lay in disarray with bedding tossed about. The remaining lower bunk and 1 upper bunk adjacent to the window awaited occupancy. Hey, could you lend a hand? Ye Xiaowen gazed at the standing young man and smiled as he approached the bed, observing him for a while. The young man, blushing, remained silent. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ye Xiaowen spoke up. Can you not see? My height prevents me from placing it up there. The young man extended his hand to assist Ye Xiaowen in placing the bedding above. Ye Xiaowen unfastened his green satchel and tossed it up as well. I am Ye Xiaowen, from Hedong Province. Gung Fuming, from Holland Province, the young man replied. I could tell just from that one character. Ye Xiaowen chuckled. At that moment, a middle-aged man who was assisting with the bedding finally noticed Ye Xiaowen. Hello, classmate. This is my son, Wu Kague. You are all classmates, so please take care of each other. Hello, I am Wu Kague, he introduced himself. Let us look out for one another, Ye Xiaowen said with a smile. Yes, let's look out for one another. My home is in Jinling. When you have holidays, Feel free to visit us, the middle-aged man said, his demeanor exuding the unique air of a businessman. Indeed, Auntie will prepare delicious meals for you, a woman beside him added. Well, thank you in advance, Uncle and Auntie. Ye Xiaowen replied gratefully. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, Geng fuming echoed, his cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. No need to be courteous, Wu Kegui assured. Wu Kegui's parents continued to help him set up his bed while Ye Xiaowen removed his shoes and joined in the task. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and a tall young man entered, carrying some toiletries. Oh, 2 more classmates have arrived. I am Gao Genie, from Jinling. I won't disclose my age just yet. We'll wait until everyone is here, he said. Geng Fuming sat up on the bed and introduced himself. I am Geng Fuming, from Holland Province. Hello. I am Wu Kegui. My family is also from Jinling, not far from the Confucius Temple. My parents work at the Xinjiang Machinery Factory, the one known for Bowl refrigerators and air conditioners, which are famous nationwide, Gao Genie explained, pulling a radio from his bag. I know. Bowl refrigerators. My family uses one, Wu Kegui replied, glancing at the radio without much interest. I am Ye Xiaowen, from Hedong Province, Ye Xiaowen said, busy tidying his bed and not having much time to chat. He had brought his own set of bedding, including a comforter, sheets, and pillowcases. Soon, another classmate arrived, similarly laden with bags. Gao Genie and Geng Fuming went to assist him. This new classmate introduced himself as Su Yixing, hailing from northeast China. After Wu Kegui's parents finished arranging the bedding, they proposed taking the dormitory students out for a meal. Sure, no problem. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Gao Genie was the first to respond. No need for Uncle and Auntie to treat. I'll cover the meal. Su Yixing chimed in as he finished packing up his things. Such reasoning is unfathomable. You and my dear Wu Kegui are classmates, and I am, in a sense, your elder. With my presence, how could I allow you to bear the financial burden? Furthermore, consider this gathering as a welcoming gesture. In the future, when you dine out, the expenses shall be yours to manage. Observing Wu Kegui's father's steadfastness, Su Yixing nodded in agreement, ceasing further argument. Classmate Ye Xiaowen. Splendid. I am quite famished. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Ye Xiaowen leapt from his bed, having completed his preparations, intending to stroll near the school gate. It was the first day of the new term, and with a stroke of luck, he might encounter his beloved. Reflecting upon his reincarnation, it had been over 6 months since he had sought his former partner. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an uncertainty about where to begin his search. He only knew that his sweetheart hailed from the capital and had moved residences several times. The first visit to his father-in-law's home coincided with their recent relocation. As for contact details, such notions were futile. Initial communications were conducted via telephone, later transitioning to mobile devices. Thus, on this first day of school, Ye Xiaowen resolved to take a chance. If unsuccessful, he would simply continue his search post-commencement. Ye Xiaowen and his beloved, Tang Xuechu, had not met within the confines of academic life, but had crossed paths serendipitously after graduation, eventually forging a bond. He recalled her mentioning that she studied in the Department of Electronic Engineering, though specifics regarding her class eluded him. This department, a predecessor of the School of Electronic Science and Engineering, was populous, making it a considerable challenge to locate her. He would have to inquire gradually. In this era, many hidden gems existed among the female populace. Without the convenience of the internet or campus forums, acquaintances were primarily confined to one's own class or neighboring dormitories. Had it been in a later time, with the internet's vast reach, the selection of the 10 most beautiful students would have been a breeze, and with Tang Xuechu's allure, she would surely have been crowned a campus beauty. With just a few inquiries, information would flow freely. However, the circumstances of this age resulted in many treasures remaining undiscovered. Yet, upon receiving affirmation from Su Yixing and Gao Genie, Ye Xiaowen reconsidered and chose not to refuse. I shall refrain from joining. I will simply grab a bite at the cafeteria. You all go ahead, Geng Fuming said, shaking his head. Come on, it's merely a meal. My father is treating. Why go to the cafeteria? Once classes commence, there will be ample opportunities to dine there, Wu Kegui insisted, pulling Geng Fuming along. Exactly, my friend. We are all from out of town. It's the perfect chance to savor the local delicacies of the South, Su Yixing added, affectionately draping an arm around Geng Fuming's shoulders. Before Geng Fuming could utter another word, he was ushered out of the dormitory. Ye Xiaowen followed suit, slinging his green satchel over his shoulder. Only one classmate remained absent. Otherwise, dormitory 316 would be complete. As Gao Genie walked, he mused aloud and, upon noticing the military green bag Ye Xiaowen carried, chuckled. Ye, what treasure do you possess that requires such careful transport? This bag. It contains a few items, nothing of great value. Merely a nuisance if lost, Ye Xiaowen replied with a cheerful grin. Thus, in dormitory 316, 4 out of the 5 occupants had already arrived. Gao Jini, a local resident, hails from a family where both parents are workers at the bowl factory, suggesting a relatively comfortable upbringing with a hint of bourgeois sensibility. In contrast, Geng Fuming appears to come from a more modest background, exhibiting a somewhat introverted personality. As for Wu Kegui, there is no need for elaboration. He is a scion of wealth, as evidenced by the Motorola pager casually hanging from his waist. Gao Jini has gazed enviously at it several times. Though Wu Kegui's demeanor is surprisingly understated, perhaps influenced by his father's presence, rendering him less ostentatious than Gao Jini. This may also be attributed to the prevailing societal norms of the time, where the status of merchants was not particularly elevated, and the wealthy were just beginning to engage in business. Even those with some financial means were not yet in an era of flamboyance. Regarding Su Yixing, a northeasterner, he speaks with a distinctive brashness typical of his region. However, his character remains unknown as they have yet to interact deeply. When Ye Xiaowen mentioned this, Gao Jini remained noncommittal. Their dining experience was far from extravagant, taking place at a modest eatery near the school. Su Yixing was eager to sample the local delicacies of Jinling, particularly the duck blood vermicelli and crab roe-buns. After their meal, Wu Kegui's parents took a taxi to leave. I need to buy some daily necessities. Who would like to join me? Wu Kegui inquired. I'll accompany you. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any bicycles available for purchase, Gao Jini replied. What about you two, Ye Xiaowen and Geng Fuming? I'm not buying anything. Geng Fuming quickly waved off. You two go ahead. I'll pass for today. I have other matters to attend to. Ye Xiaowen also declined. Very well, you may return. We'll go explore, Gao Jini concluded. After the 4 parted ways, Ye Xiaowen and Geng Fuming separated again at the school gate. Chapter 123. Searching for a wife, Geng Fuming headed back to the dormitory, while Ye Xiaowen lingered at the school entrance, searching for Tang Xuechu. In a previous life, they had met at a business banquet 8 years after graduating from university, where they experienced an instant attraction. From that moment, Ye Xiaowen underwent a transformation, eventually marrying Tang Xuechu. He recalled Tang Xuechu mentioning her experiences of 2 past relationships, one during university and another after entering the workforce. Naturally, he also had his share of relationships, echoing a line from the television series Men S Gang. If one day your girlfriend asks about your past relationships, regardless of her tone, serious or nonchalant, solemn or casual, do not take it lightly, for complacency could herald disaster. If I were to answer this question accurately, the truthful number would be 20. However, to safeguard my life and the well-being of others, I resolved to reduce that figure by a 0, as mathematically. Omitting a 0 does not alter the essence of the number. In university, Ye Xiaowen mused, suddenly struck with a headache, recalling that he had indeed once dated someone during that time. During high school, a classmate embarked on a formal romantic relationship after entering university. Regardless of the circumstances, Ye Xiaowen felt that such matters should not transpire. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly collided with a soft, delicate figure. Ye Xiaowen. Ah, it was senior sister Feng Yanting. What are you doing here wandering about? Feng Yanting inquired, rubbing her slightly swollen chest with a furrowed brow. I'm sorry, I'm looking for someone. By the way, Ye Xiaowen's eyes brightened. Do you know any seniors from the Department of Electronic Engineering? The Department of Electronic Engineering? Yes. I have a friend who also enrolled at Dongda University. I want to see if she has arrived for registration yet. Hope radiated from Ye Xiaowen as she gazed at Feng Yanting. It's all right if you don't know her. Just take me there. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had been waiting at the school gate when she could have simply gone to the Electronic Engineering Department for registration. Observing Ye Xiaowen's anxious demeanor, Feng Yanting was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had assumed Ye Xiaowen was searching for her, especially since Ye Xiaowen had inquired about her relationship status that morning. Although she had promptly retracted her question, Feng Yanting had clearly understood. She had anticipated that Ye Xiaowen was actually looking for someone else. I suppose I can take you there, Feng Yanting replied somewhat reluctantly. Just then, a series of urgent beeping sounds erupted from Ye Xiaowen's bag, unlike the usual 2 beeps of a pager. Excuse me, just a moment, senior sister. Ye Xiaowen said apologetically as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and moved to a quiet corner. She then retrieved her large mobile phone, extended the antenna, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiaowen, Wei Ming has arrived. P.S. Getting restless, tell him to wait. Ye Xiaowen smirked, recalling how she had already disseminated intimate photos of herself with Wei Ming at the Baishui soda factory 2 days prior. Feng Yanting, who had accompanied Ye Xiaowen, maintained a reasonable distance but could still see Ye Xiaowen holding the large black mobile phone and conversing the antenna swaying in the air. That mobile phone, Feng Yanting thought, her eyes widening. I've heard that those devices cost several tens of thousands. At that time, even a pager was quite expensive. A person wearing one was deemed quite impressive, striding with an air of superiority. Yet, Ye Xiaowen possessed a mobile phone. And while she might admire someone outside school flaunting such a device, she wouldn't be astonished. But within the confines of the school, a student wielding a mobile phone was something else entirely. Only teachers or professors could afford such luxury. No wonder Ye Xiaowen had been so nonchalant when paying earlier, even claiming that her parents were ordinary workers. Who was she trying to fool? Yet, as she observed others flaunting their pagers, desperate for attention, Ye Xiaowen concealed her mobile phone in her bag, seemingly wishing to keep it a secret. He was eager to meet you and has been waiting at the hotel since noon. I have delayed until now. Although Wu Zhuang's voice over the phone was somewhat unclear, Ye Xiaowen still understood. Tell him to wait. I will see if I can return this afternoon. By the way, have there been any updates from Wang Yihua? Not at the moment. The voice on the phone was intermittent and hard to discern. All right, that will be all. Ye Xiaowen sighed in resignation and hung up the phone. He then stepped out from a secluded spot, where Feng Yanting smiled at him. A mobile phone? Junior brother, you truly astonish me, she remarked, pointing at Ye Xiaowen's army green shoulder bag. It's borrowed, Ye Xiaowen replied calmly. I don't believe you. Feng Yanting gazed intently into Ye Xiaowen's eyes, leaning closer, even slightly bowing her head. Darn it, height is a disadvantage, Ye Xiaowen thought to himself, noting that Feng Yanting stood gracefully at around 1.72 meters while he was merely 1.70 meters. Nevertheless, he exuded confidence, showing no signs of retreat. He glanced around. The area was deserted, which was precisely why he had chosen to make the call here. Rather than stepping back, he leaned in slightly. What do you think? Just as they were about to meet, Feng Yanting suddenly stepped back. Haha, junior brother is quite mischievous. Come on, I'll take you to the registration office for the Department of Electronic Engineering. Her laughter was lively and enchanting. Ye Xiaowen found himself increasingly intrigued by Feng Yanting. She had a certain charm. Let us go? Upon arriving at the registration office for the Department of Electronic Engineering, Feng Yanting exchanged a few words with the teacher in charge and then beckoned Ye Xiaowen over. Ye Xiaowen, the morning roster has already been submitted. We only have the registrations from this afternoon, she informed him. That is fine. Any information is welcome. Thank you. Ye Xiaowen replied as he took the roster and began to peruse it meticulously, ensuring he did not overlook a single name. However, after quickly finishing, he still did not find Tang Xuechu's name. Chapter 124. Still unable to find her. Thank you. Ye Xiaowen returned the roster. Did you find it, junior brother? Feng Yanting inquired. Ye Xiaowen shook his head, pondering whether she had not yet arrived or had come earlier in the morning. If she had not yet come, that would be acceptable, but if she had already been here, it would mean waiting in vain. Sister, you don't need to worry about me. You can go about your business. Thank you, he said, looking at Feng Yanting. I'm not busy. It's too hot today. Why don't we go over there for a while? It would be perfect to see the registration point for the Department of Electronic Engineering, and if your friend arrives, we can spot her, Feng Yanting suggested, pointing to a shaded area under the sycamore trees along the central avenue. All right, sister, please wait. I'll go buy 2 bottles of water, Ye Xiaowen said as he dashed outside the school, quickly returning with 2 bottles of soda. He handed one to Feng Yanting with a smile, saying, Sister, please enjoy this soda. Thank you. Feng Yanting replied without hesitation, accepting the bottle. It was just a soda. After all, although the soft drinks at this time are not particularly inexpensive, with each bottle costing several dimes, Feng Yanting casually inquired, Ye Xiaowen, is your friend a boy or a girl? Does it matter, senior sister? Ye Xiaowen replied with a hint of exasperation. Of course it does. If it's a boy, he must be a delightful companion or perhaps a childhood friend. Otherwise, why would you be waiting for him on such a sweltering day? If it's a girl, she must hold significant importance to you, or perhaps you have some sort of agreement. Ye Xiaowen turned, somewhat resigned, and said, Senior sister, have you read too many Qiangyao novels? Haha. Ye Xiaowen, where are you from? I'm from Luzhou in Hedong province. Have you heard of that place? Are you from the north? Feng Yanting was taken aback, her enticing red lips slightly parted, irresistibly alluring, making one want to take a bite. Of course. Why do you ask? Ye Xiaowen retorted. Then why are you? Observing Ye Xiaowen's slowly darkening expression, Feng Yanting left her sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was unmistakable. I didn't mean to imply you were short. My point is that northern men are typically tall. Well, you are not. But I mean your height is perfectly fine, so don't feel inferior. The more Feng Yanting spoke, the more outlandish her remarks became, prompting Ye Xiaowen to glare at her threateningly. Woman, you are playing with fire. Huh. Feng Yanting, bewildered by the domineering CEO's rhetoric, appeared lost. Ye Xiaowen understood then that this Cinderella was not destined to be the heroine of her own story. Thus, she explained, I don't feel inferior. I come from a poor family, and due to a lack of nutrition, I didn't grow tall. This had been Ye Xiaowen's long-standing explanation to the outside world. In her mind, she believed she might still grow a little over the next 2 years and reach an average height of 172 centimeters. With a pair of height-increasing shoes, she could revel in her newfound stature. As long as her girlfriend, Tang Xuechu, didn't wear high heels, they would be roughly the same height. All right, I believe you. Feng Yanting nodded. After a casual chat, Feng Yanting advised Ye Xiaowen to approach teacher Guo Chun if she was considering taking on the role of class monitor. Before returning to her own tasks, Ye Xiaowen had no interest in becoming a class officer. Firstly, the competition for such positions was intense. And for those aspiring to enter the bureaucratic system, these roles were highly coveted. As a self-funded student, she found herself at a disadvantage, especially since many funded students looked down upon their self-funded counterparts. In a class predominantly composed of funded students, her chances were slim. Moreover, the position of class monitor held little significance for Ye Xiaowen, and she lacked the time and energy to fulfill such responsibilities. Throughout the entire afternoon, Ye Xiaowen kept a watchful eye on the electronic engineering department, but failed to spot a familiar figure. When she first met Tang Xuechu, it was 8 years after graduation. By then, she was already 30, while Tang Xuechu was 29. Compared to now, both had undergone significant changes. At this moment, Ye Xiaowen sported a watermelon hairstyle, embodying the image of a well-behaved child. In the years to come, clad in a tailored suit, he had transformed into a man of elegance and success, shedding every trace of the youthful innocence from his school days. Yet, despite the vast changes, it was improbable that he would pass by without recognition. Preoccupied with her thoughts, Feng Yanting occasionally cast her gaze in the direction of Ye Xiaowen, a rather intriguing boy sporting a watermelon hairstyle. It was curious, he seemed to be waiting for someone, lingering for an entire afternoon without departing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Xiaowen finally left the school grounds, hailed a taxi, and returned to his hotel room. After changing into different attire, he proceeded to Wu Zhuang's room. Young Master Yi, we have a situation, Wei Ming exclaimed upon seeing Ye Xiaowen, his voice trembling with urgency. Someone has taken a photo of our meeting, and it's causing quite a stir at the factory. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen replied nonchalantly as he settled into the sofa. This is trivial. We have already signed the contract. The Bai Shui soda factory now belongs to our duo Guoli company. As the office director, you reporting to me. The owner is entirely normal. We are not spies meeting in secrecy. A photo is inconsequential. Wei Ming, taken aback, realized the truth in Ye Xiaowen's words, at least on the surface. However, he was acutely aware that the reality was far more complex. But if that's the case, I have no means to gather intelligence, he stumbled, desperately seeking a justification. That is of no consequence. If you cannot inquire, then so be it. I shall not hold it against you. Ye Xiaowen replied with a bemused smile, observing Wei Ming's hesitation. Wei Ming found himself caught in a web of unasked questions, contemplating whether this incident could indeed be traced back to Ye Xiaowen. Yet, what would be the outcome of such inquiries? Would it alter the circumstances? The matter had already unfolded, leaving no retreat for him. He could only forge ahead, with no alternatives remaining. Nevertheless, Wei Ming harbored a lingering suspicion that Ye Xiaowen might be the orchestrator of this affair. Such coincidences seemed far too fortuitous. Yet, the moment was not ripe for such reflections, so he simply nodded and stated, however, young Master Yi, through my recent efforts, I have gathered some specifics regarding the workers' strike at the factory. Previously, I hesitated to bring it to your attention due to insufficient clarity, but now I shall share what I know. Understood. We shall discuss this another day. Ye Xiaowen waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a hint of impatience. Wei Ming, who had felt somewhat wronged, was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? He was eager to share his grievances, yet Ye Xiaowen seemed disinterested. What is your point, young master? Wei Ming pressed on. Our duo Guoli company has yet to disburse funds to the district. The workers' strike and the contract cancellation are unfortunate, but the invitation from the Binzhou region and Hedong province still stands, as do several opportunities from soda factories in the capital. We cannot afford to waste time here. With an air of conviction, Ye Xiaowen spoke, weaving his narrative with confidence. Wei Ming believed it. Indeed he did. After all, why would a company from Hong Kong choose to hang itself on a single tree? Couldn't they simply switch to another enterprise? Who decreed that it must be at the Baisno factory? If it were his own situation, and such an incident occurred before any funds were transferred, his immediate thought would undoubtedly be to withdraw his investment. No, There would be no need for withdrawal. He could simply walk away since no money had been paid yet. However, the more he thought about it in this manner, the more Wei Ming felt an overwhelming sense of despair. You are leaving, but what about me? In the past, it might not have mattered, but now everyone in the factory is aware that I have allied with you, branding me as a traitor, a two-faced scoundrel. If the acquisition of the Bisno soft drink factory had proceeded, it would have been one thing. After all, people aspire to climb higher, and water flows downwards. Good birds choose their trees wisely. But now that you are abandoning me, packing up and leaving, what am I to do? How can I survive? My face has been utterly disgraced. I will have no face left to meet anyone, and I will become the subject of ridicule. Boss Ye, grant me 3 minutes. And I assure you I can clarify this matter. It is not difficult to resolve. You will see that we need not relinquish our position, allowing those petty individuals to benefit from our misfortune. I have thoroughly investigated this matter. It is quite manageable. If you are busy, simply give me the order, and I will handle it, Wei Ming said earnestly and urgently. Very well, then speak, but be concise, Ye Xiaowen replied, nodding nonchalantly. As he pulled out a cigarette, Wei Ming quickly produced a lighter to light it for him. Wu Zhuang, remaining silent, observed quietly, aware that his age far exceeded that of Ye Xiaowen. Yet in business and cunning, Ye Xiaowen outshone him immensely. Wei Ming had been evading questions for a considerable time, yet with Ye Xiaowen, he had not even managed to last a single round before yielding completely, compelled to not only speak, but also to find a solution. This showcased true capability, something he aspired to learn. It was Deputy Factory Director Song Hongxing and the financial department who were orchestrating the deceit. They had manipulated the factory's accounts, likely in collusion with Song Hongxing's brother-in-law, to transform a batch of quality products into substandard ones, which were then sold by the brother-in-law. Ye Xiaowen listened intently, gradually furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is Wen Jinzhong unaware of this?" "Wen Jinzhong, huh?" Wei Ming replied with a hint of disdain. He has only been at the factory for a few days and has yet to grasp the situation. Moreover, he places undue trust in Song Hongxing, saying he feels assured that he will handle matters. What a fool, Wei Ming muttered. Ye Xiaowen was somewhat speechless. Wen Jinzhong's performance as factory director was indeed lackluster, as he could not even look down upon an office manager. This fool, a term from Jinling dialect meaning idiot. All right, let us discuss something else, Ye Xiaowen stated. Can we obtain evidence regarding these matters? The more they jump around, the faster they fall. Wei Ming stood up, looking at Ye Xiaowen with determination. In 3 days, I will have everything sorted out for you. The workers are unaware, but there are 2 leaders involved, and I will provide you with their names when the time comes. When our multi-fruit company takes over, we simply need to eliminate these 2 nuisances. Very well, I trust you to handle this matter, Ye Xiaowen remarked to Wei Ming with a sly smile. A chill ran down Wei Ming's spine. Ye Xiaowen's words were laden with double meanings. Just moments ago, he had expressed confidence in Wen Jinzhong regarding Song Hongxing, and now Ye Xiaowen was subtly reminding him of this. Rest assured, Boss Ye, I will certainly handle it diligently. Once it's accomplished, I shall host a celebration banquet for you, Ye Xiaowen replied, narrowing his eyes in agreement. Wei Ming departed, and Ye Xiaowen did not invite him to dinner. Xiaowen, can Wei Ming be trusted? Does he have an escape route? Someone inquired. It matters not. We have nothing to lose, Ye Xiaowen retorted. Let us go eat. Xiaowen, you truly possess skill. You have managed to keep Wei Ming in line, came the compliment. Ye Xiaowen responded with a hint of sarcasm. Are you praising me or criticizing me? Honestly, that fellow was quite flustered today, waiting for you all day. He deserves it. I've known all along not to mention Wu Zhuang, he remarked, reflecting on the situation. Learn from the best. Such tactics are rather rudimentary and petty. If it weren't for the lack of options, I would not resort to such measures. However, we are unfamiliar with this place and have few alternatives. Moreover, such tactics cannot be employed frequently. We must rely on transparent and honorable strategies, Ye Xiaowen concluded. After hastily eating a bite in the hotel restaurant, Ye Xiaowen took a taxi back to the school, where students were still checking in. He ignored them entirely and headed straight for the dormitory. The gentle night breeze rustled the leaves of the phoenix trees, creating a soothing sound, while the refreshing air invigorated the spirit. As he walked through the chaotic corridor of the dormitory, littered with scattered belongings, he pushed open the door to find the last classmate had arrived, smoking by the window. Hey, buddy, are you in this dorm too? Yes, I'm Ye Xiaowen. Come, have a smoke, the boy replied, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossing one to Ye Xiaowen. Unfazed, Ye Xiaowen caught it and examined it, noticing the absence of branding. Special supply, the boy explained, seeing Ye Xiaowen's curiosity. At that time, many special supply cigarettes were available from various tobacco factories. My name is Zhao Yujun, from the capital. You can call me Jungu, he introduced himself. Ye Xiaowen glanced at Zhao Yujun and replied, I'm from Hedong province. My friends call me Ye Go. Zhao Yujun squinted his eyes and chuckled. You're quite amusing. You're even more amusing. Ye Xiaowen shot back, joining him by the window for a smoke. Now that everyone is here, let us arrange ourselves by age, Su Yixing suggested. We will all be classmates for the next 4 years. So let us share our ages and establish a hierarchy. Chapter 126. Ranking. No one opposed Su Yixing's proposal, and they lined up according to age. Su Yixing took the lead, followed by Geng Fuming, Wu Kegui, and Gao Jini. Ye Xiaowen and Zhao Yujun were of the same age. What month were you born in? Ye Xiaowen asked directly. The 6th, came the reply. Zhao Yujun was taken aback. We haven't even been assigned yet, and you call me old 6. Rest assured, I am certainly older than you, Ye Xiaowen asserted confidently. What kind of statement is that? Not only Zhao Yujun, but everyone else was equally astonished by the claim of superiority in age. I was born in January. Don't just say January, specify the date. Who isn't born in January? January 2nd, Zhao Yujun retorted through gritted teeth. You can't possibly claim to have been born on January 1st. Ah, what a coincidence. I was born just past 1 o'clock in the morning on January 1st. Had I arrived any earlier, I would be a year older than you. Ye Xiaowen teased Zhao Yujun. This child, it seems, has yet to experience the harsh realities of society and still dares to call you brother Jun. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed on the dormitory door. At 7 o'clock tonight, we gather in the classroom to receive our military training uniforms. The training starts tomorrow. Where's the classroom? We'll assemble downstairs shortly. Someone will guide us. The person at the door responded before moving on to the next dormitory. Military training, huh? I've heard it's particularly exhausting, and Gao Jini's face immediately fell in dismay. Fortunately, I inquired and found out that our school only requires a month of training. Unlike Capital University, which mandates a whole year, an entire year. As if you could even attend, Zhao Yujun interjected. What if I just become a self-funded student? Gao Jini replied nonchalantly. Who would be foolish enough to become a self-funded student? They don't get job placements, and the tuition is exorbitantly high. Who would willingly pay to attend university? There are always those who fail to get into university and become self-funded students. Our school has quite a few, Gao Jini remarked. I heard from a teacher that in our cohort, there are many self-funded students, probably dozens. Is that so? So many self-funded students? Wu Kegui asked, intrigued. Indeed, old 3. Your family is wealthy. You wouldn't happen to be a self-funded student, would you? Gao Jini jested. How could that be? Wu Kegui exclaimed, his eyes wide. I got into the university through my own efforts. Self-funded students don't receive job placements, and they pay such steep tuition. Who would be so foolish as to be a self-funded student? With that kind of money, it would be better not to attend university at all, right, old 2? In our place, those who can't get into university often repeat a year. They can't afford to be self-funded students, Geng Fuming added, stammering slightly. Gao Jini suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Ye Xiaowen and Zhao Yujun, who were quietly packing their belongings. Hey, old 5, old 6. Why aren't you two speaking? Although it was only the first day of school, he had begun to understand the personalities of the few people in the dormitory. Zhao Yujun, also from the capital, likely came from a family with connections in the system. He even smoked special-issue cigarettes, speaking with an air of superiority that even wealthy Wu Kegui found off-putting. Upon entering the dormitory, he had commanded everyone to call him Brother Jun. And both Wu Kegui and Geng Fuming complied. Even the boisterous and seemingly carefree old one from northeast China, Su Yixing, followed suit. It seemed that if things continued this way, he would become the dormitory leader. Yet, Ye Xiaowen, who appeared frail and unassuming, had no fear of him and had progressed to the point of having Zhao Yujun call him Brother Yi. The character appears somewhat fearless and carefree. Both individuals are extroverted, yet for some reason, they find themselves in a shared silence while tidying up. Upon hearing Gao Jini's question, Ye Xiaowen and Zhao Yujun exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Forget about being the 5th or 6th. You both must call me Brother Jun, he insisted. Indeed, Xiao Jun. You must address me as Brother Yi. You claim to be the first in your class, but I remain skeptical unless you show me your ID. Then I shall call you Brother Yi. Their banter continued, with Ye Xiaowen and Zhao Yujun playfully arguing, soon diverging onto another topic. Enough of the noise. Ye Xiaowen is the 5th, and Zhao Yujun is the 6th. That's settled, Su Yixing, the leader, declared. Ye Xiaowen and Zhao Yujun quieted down. Observing the time, they noted it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the group descended the stairs. Zhao Yujun intentionally lagged behind, quietly inquiring of Ye Xiaowen, are you a self-funded student? What about you, 6th? Aren't you one as well? Same here. Ye Xiaowen muttered indignantly. Those fools look down on self-funded students. What is wrong with being self-funded? Am I eating from their table? I pay for my education, and I take pride in it. Zhao Yujun concurred, then shifted the topic. But seriously, I have a good impression of you. If you call me Brother Jun, I'll look out for you. And if you call me Brother Yi, I'll have your back, Ye Xiaowen replied. Fifth and sixth, what are you whispering about back there? Hurry up. Gao Jini called out to them. Soon, they formed a line at the dormitory entrance, led towards the classroom in the finance department. Upon their arrival at the finance class 3 classroom, they found Guo Chun at the podium, checking the attendance list. He nodded slightly at Ye Xiaowen's entrance, acknowledging him. Before long, most of the class had gathered. I am your advisor, Guo Chun. If you have any concerns, feel free to approach me. My office is in the administrative building, he stated decisively, introducing himself without unnecessary embellishments. Now, let's have some self-introductions. If anyone is interested in being class representative, please speak up. Quickly, students began to rise and introduce themselves. Ye Xiaowen noticed that quite a few were eager to take on the role of class representative. Many volunteered, each presenting various reasons. Some claimed previous experience as class leaders in elementary or middle school, while others expressed a desire to enhance their skills in university. My name is Ye Xiaowen, hailing from Luzhou, Hedong Province. I was a class leader in elementary, middle, and high school. But I have decided not to pursue that role in university and will leave this opportunity for others. Thank you. I am Ye Xiaowen, with Ye meaning leaf, Xiao meaning childhood friend, and Wen meaning literature. After Ye Xiaowen finished his introduction, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room as he became one less competitor. These 3 stages represent the class leader's impressive resume, which remains highly competitive.